insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
We are 2 days away. We are 48 plus 13 is 61. 61 hours away from de facto playoff game 2023 against the Indianapolis Colts. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610, 7:15 Saturday night. We're counting down. Good morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth Payne. Pope Zaza.
Hello.
How you doing, man?
You know what? I never really thought about it before until I was writing it down into the rundown. I don't know why we need to call anything a play-in, even though this isn't officially part of a play-in or anything. It's just an extended part of the playoffs. It's extended bracket playoff play. Okay?
It is.
This is the playoffs. We are in an extended bracket right now.
They are treating this like a playoff game. If you talk to the Texans, they've been treating every game since like middle of November as a playoff game, as they should be.
Colts are pretty much treating it like a scrimmage.
Let's
frankly.
hope so.
I don't think they have the requisite
gumption,
respect for this game.
Yep.
Right.
So good morning, everybody. It's good to talk to you here on a Thursday. I think everybody's kind of matriculating and making their way back to work these days. The Texans back at practice yesterday. Good news. Laramie Tunsil was practicing yesterday.
That was a shock to me. Of all the people I expected to see practicing in this week, more so than any other in the entire season, is like they're glorified walkthroughs. The practices are, and now if it's a year where there's no chance of the playoffs, then it gets kind of relaxed. Relaxed, but also kind of like people staring about like they're in their first day at prison and they're trying to figure out like, okay, who's the first to go? Who do I need to take out to stick around this place? Mm-hmm. But this is a different feel in that it's late in the year. Everybody's banged up. There are a lot of guys who, might in any other week practice through an injury or, hey, if they don't practice on Thursday, then they're not going to play in the game. That kind of gets all thrown out the window by this point in the year.
So Laramie back. The other 7 guys who were DNP on Tuesday did not practice again yesterday. Now, again, the report from Aaron Wilson earlier this week was basically Will Anderson, Sheldon Rankins, Robert Woods are all expected to play. It's Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, and Jonathan Grenard that we're kind of keeping an eye on, and Noah Brown's not going to play. But Laramie back at practice, and maybe he was feeling a little extra pep in his step because he was named a starter to the 2024 Pro Bowl yesterday, Seth. He was
trip to Orlando.
Isn't that weird?
It's rare that a guy like Laramie gets to take a trip to a luxurious place like Orlando.
Right.
As he lives 45 minutes northwest of Orlando in the offseason.
Yeah. It's what's wild about Laramie Tunsil? Anytime the Texans put out anytime there's someone makes a Pro Bowl, they put out a press release, and then they list everybody who's ever made the Pro Bowl for the Houston Texans. Like literally, they list everybody. And I look at this and I'm like, okay, how am I supposed to feel about the Laramie Tunsil trade? Because Bill O'Brien traded 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick for him, basically. I know there's some other shrapnel in there, like Julian Davenport and Kenny Stills and some other draft picks and whatnot.
It's important to remember, too, that at the time of the Laramie Tunsil trade, Trent Williams was literally 45 minutes down the road.
Yeah, he lived in Missouri City, and he went for a third and a fifth.
He was having an issue with Washington. He was staying at home that summer. And the Texans, instead of signing Trent Williams, who honestly, the old test of, like, who do you want next to you in a bar fight? Oh, give me Trent Williams with one leg over just about any other offensive tackle in the league. That's the dude. That's the guy.
Yeah.
And, you could have had him. So you got to look at it in that context, too.
For sure. That's definitely a footnote to it. But here's why I say this. Because the Texans, I think widely, if you ask people, like, they gave up too much for Laramie Tunsil. And yet, I look at this list of Houston Texans in the Pro Bowl for the history of the team. This is Laramie's 4th trip to the Pro Bowl since he became a Houston Texan. He's made the Pro Bowl every year other than the year where he shut it down with his, air quotes, wrist injury back in 2021, the Cully year. That's the only year he hasn't made the Pro Bowl as a Houston Texan. And yet I think if you asked a lot of Texan fans, did they give up too much for Laramie Tunsil, they would probably say yes. They gave up too much for Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't know if any. Like, honestly, I don't think 90% of fans really give a damn about most of like the hardcore calculations about all that stuff. It's like, okay, if you trade and you get a good player for it,
I don't know, man. Two firsts and a second, that got people pretty worked up.
Yeah, it was a lot. If it hadn't worked out, it would have been a mess and a disaster. I would say, okay, everybody loved to crush the Texans for that trade at the time. Because it was easy, and the Texans had made so many weird and aggressive moves that offseason. They completely and totally botched the Jadeveon Clowney situation. And I don't care what anybody like. People like to look at that in hindsight and say, well, yeah, but look, he never ended up going anywhere. You got to remember what his value would have been before the draft that year. So they botched that situation. They botched a few other situations that would botch many more. But one of the big criticisms about the Laramie Tunsil trade wasn't about the compensation. People chose contract. They said, you traded for him with no contract. Right. Meanwhile, the Rams did the same thing with Jalen Ramsey, no contract. Multiple other teams have done that at various times with trades. And for whatever reason, they made a huge deal out of that. And here you are where Jalen Ramsey, yes, they won a Super Bowl. I mean, that was worth it. And yet Jalen Ramsey is now on a different team. Laramie Tunsil stuck around. I think the longevity of it and the quality of the play makes that a pretty good trade. It's also worth pointing out that at various times this year, Kendall Lamb has started for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
They're doing just fine with Kendall Lamb at times. So offensively,
Right. That's. I mean, and I think my intent was not to go back and re-adjudicate the Laramie Tunsil trade, but like he's been making Pro Bowls blocking largely for Davis Mills. You know what I mean? Like and for 4-12 teams, 4-12, 3-13. So that adds to it, I think. I'm gonna put that up as a poll when we get to break. If people think that they still gave up too much for Laramie Tunsil, he's made 4 Pro Bowls now. I'm looking at this.
They gave up too much because Trent Williams is available. That was Bill O'Brien. Like, honestly, I get angry when I think about this. Bill O'Brien's complete and total inability to identify actual toughness.
Yeah.
Like stand Laramie Tunsil next to Trent Williams and just, all right, okay, O'Brien, who's the tough guy? You know, like O'Brien wants so hard to be old school, and yet he thought guys like Brino Giacomini were actual tough guys when they would go out there and just get their asses beat down.
Yeah.
Oh, it just pisses me off.
We found out who the officiating crew is going to be for this game on Saturday. It's Bill Vinovich, and I know a lot of fans out there don't, I know who he is because I watch it pretty closely. I remember he's one of the referees. He called I got to go back and watch this Steelers game from Week 4. He refereed. His crew was on the Steelers game that the Texans won in Week 4. The Texans had 8 penalties for 63 yards in this game. So I got to go back and see how this crew calls handsiness. Because the Texans do get a little handsy on defense, don't they?
They're up there in the league leaders for defensive passing.
Yeah. We don't need that. We don't need that at all.
They were clean last week. That was one of the biggest things that D'Amico looked happy about, and understandably so, because the week before they'd had a couple nice runs and passes by the running backs, especially called back for penalty.
Yep.
So last week, 1 penalty, I think, in the entire game. And one sack in the second half where CJ just kind of went gently down like he was laying himself down to bed.
I think they had one regular type of penalty, and then there was the Desmond King destroying Ryan Tannehill penalty after that sack on 3rd and goal. I think that was the other penalty that they had.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's a shame.
Gave him 4 more cracks at it on goal to go situation.
The shame of it is that Des King has had multiple instances this year where he's stripped the ball from an active ball carrier, or maybe slightly after the whistle, or as the guy was going down and gotten the ball out, and I don't know has he come up with any of them with the forced fumbles? Like
he did. Remember he got screwed in the Denver game where yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's gotten screwed. Like, has he actually successfully done it without it being overturned either unjustly or justly?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of any other instances other than that one.
There's about the average number of penalties in a game is 6 per team, so that's not like 8 penalties is an egregious.
Yeah, I just need to go see what the
slew of penalties.
Yeah, I need to see what the nature of them were. See how crappy this crew is here, and see how they screw the Texans.
Vinovich, I don't like the sounds of that.
He's one of the ones I look at and I don't get angry. Like some of them I look at and I get angry. I'm like, oh yeah, this guy screws up everything. I hate
One
this
of our
guy.
listeners suggested, it was, Jan, suggested that the more jacked the official, the more they try to get on camera. It seems like the guys who are super fit and muscular, they live for being able to announce a penalty and show off the pipes at the same time.
Hockley, dude. Yeah.
They've been on male hormone replacement for a couple years, and they're ready to tell the world exactly how emphatically somebody false started.
And Hockley. And now Hockley's kid is in the league flexing his guns. Nepotism.
Yeah.
We had a couple people asking, is Laramie the only Texan to make the Pro Bowl? He's the only one named a starter. 6 of them have been named alternates. I've never seen them do this before, where they name like to what level they're an alternate. I've just heard the guys named alternate before. But Will Anderson is a first alternate at defensive end. How about this, Seth? Derek Stingley Jr., first alternate at cornerback.
Yeah.
He missed 7 games. 5 picks will do that for you. C.J. Stroud, second alternate at quarterback. Andrew Beck, second alternate at fullback. Are we just out of fullbacks, I guess? I don't know. Nico Collins, fourth alternate wide receiver, and Johnny Grenard, fifth alternate at defensive end.
Fifth alternate? My ass.
Behind Will Anderson, who's the first alternate.
That's bogus, because John Grenard at the time that they would have been making these votes was in the top 6 in sacks in the NFL. I don't know where in the AFC, but certainly top 5 at least within the AFC.
Has he had a better season than Will Anderson in your mind? Who's had the better season, Jonathan Grenard or Will Anderson?
That's a really good question. Oh, boy. I would say probably Grenard on the sum total of it, because he was just more consistent through the first half of the season. So it's tough, though. They've been neck and neck in a lot of ways.
Here's another question. If you had to have one healthy for this game on Saturday, who would it be? Will Anderson or John Grenard? You can only have one healthy.
I'd take Will Anderson because of his trajectory.
Yes.
I mean, he seems to be just about to bust out. Like the way we've seen various other guys, like J.J. Watt kind of bust out at the end of his rookie year as he approached the playoffs.
Totally agree. Totally agree. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. The good question on social media yesterday from Will Kunkel, who's with Fox 26. He's the one who had the Andre Johnson interview earlier this week. If the Texans win this game on Saturday, is this the biggest win in the history of the franchise? And a lot of people are going to say, playoff wins. I don't know. I think there's an argument to be made, and we'll discuss and we'll debate it next. But first, soda.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. We had people in Cleveland are already trying to kind of make their plans, or they're keeping an eye on the games this weekend so they can make their plans because they know they're going to be traveling. The Browns are going to be traveling to face whoever wins the AFC South. That'll be the 4 versus 5 game. So that could be here, could be Indy, could be Jacksonville. There was a Cleveland tweeter, Seth. We got copied on this by Anthony Lima, who's our counterpart up on our sister station in Cleveland. He hosts the morning show, and he tagged me on this. And there's a Cleveland listener saying, hey, I'm going to travel to this game, but I need to know if it's Jacksonville or Houston. He's going to travel to the game, but what's the better food city? And I figure you'd be a good person to ask because you lived in both places. I know it's been a while since you lived in Jacksonville. What's the better?
Which is a better food
city?
Houston?
Yeah, Jacksonville or Houston. Who's the better food city between those two?
Oh, well, I mean, like Houston.
Yeah.
It's just it's so much bigger, and that's just Houston's done what you need to do. If you lack natural resources for tourism, you need to create them. And Houston's done that with its dining scene, and that because also just like if you want fresh seafood, Jacksonville's it's hard to beat kind of the ambiance of being at some of the places near the beach and everything around the river.
Yeah.
But like as far as diversity and just anything and everything, and obviously Tex-Mex. Like I didn't even know the concept of high-end Tex-Mex until I came to Houston.
Yeah.
It was I was a real dullard, Sean. I thought Tex-Mex was, chain
Taco Bell
restaurants
yeah.
and stuff. Yeah.
I
didn't even know where Mexico was, Sean. I thought it was a province of Canada.
I got to
Houston. I got to Houston. I was like, what she's talking about down here? There you go.
Two things I loved about coming to Houston: getting drafted in the expansion draft by ZZ Top, and learning what good Tex-Mex is. That's what it was.
Now, I will say, as far as just the whole experience, Jacksonville's got an underrated beach. As long as you're not looking for crystal clear water and balmy temperatures, it's a very, very wide and flat beach, so you can like walk on it forever.
Yeah.
It's uninterrupted for like 20 miles or something, and it's a really just a nice environment. It's not super crowded.
It's nice.
You're not going to feel like you've got the worst body in the beach. I guarantee you. It's North Florida. Like it's you're not the ladies. You're not going to be competing with 21-year-olds with $100,000 worth of butt lifts and everything on the beach.
I liked it.
Go have a good time.
Yeah, dude. I went a couple of years ago. I liked Jacksonville when I went there. It was cool. It was definitely cool. Will Kunkel of Fox 26 posted this on Twitter yesterday, and Will's new to the market, so I think sometimes maybe these questions get asked like he's legitimately looking for the take from everybody just to kind of get up to speed. Will replaced Mark Berman at Fox 26, and he asked this question on social media, Seth. If the Texans beat the Colts in a do-or-die game for the playoffs, will this be the biggest win in franchise history? Obviously a very subjective thing. But would this be, and again, I'll caveat this with, the Texans have won 4 playoff games in their history. They've clinched divisions before, things like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's even close, like not remotely one bit close to being the greatest game in Texans
biggest
history.
Win, yeah.
This is 2 9-7 teams, and the Texans are ahead of schedule and way better than you thought they're going to be. But so are the Colts. And I think the Colts, in a lot of ways, it's a little bit more impressive because I don't think Gardner Minshew is as good as C.J. Stroud. So, it's a big game and it'll be fun. But I think to try to rank it between, the playoff game versus the Bengals in 2011.
First win, the first playoff win in franchise history. Yeah,
I mean, that was huge. I'm biased, but I think the very first win in franchise history.
A lot of people said that.
2002 versus the Cowboys. Yep. The wild card win versus the Bills in 2019. I mean, that was overtime. That was come from behind. So the nature of the game, Matt, I guess that's the hard part. The nature of the game matters. I won't know until after this game how big a win it was going into it.
Yeah.
I think the biggest game in franchise history, honestly, was the Texans getting destroyed by the Chiefs after having a lead in the first quarter.
Well, that was the most significant game probably, right? Absolutely. I think, and if you're just going to use wins for this, I think you brought up the playoff victory over the Bills. I think that one in retrospect was big, not because it was a win in overtime and it felt cool and everybody was rowdy afterwards, and that was the last time probably that everybody until this season felt good about the franchise. It probably kept Bill O'Brien from getting fired, that comeback in the second half. I think if they had lost that game, they were down 16-0 in that game. If they had lost that game, I think there was a decent chance Bill O'Brien doesn't survive that.
It was a huge swing. That was the talk at halftime. And I remember I watched that game in our company suite, and there were a few Bills fans that were standing the entire time down on the railing down below us. And I got to watch a romance be kindled and destroyed all in the course of 60 football minutes, because these two drunk Western New Yorkers discovered each other and were like cheering side by side, this man and this woman, and like by like the end of the first half they were like kind of like rubbing hips and everything, and then somewhere like midway through the fourth quarter I looked down and I saw she like said something nasty to him with her finger in his face, and then like went to like cocked her hand like she was gonna slap him, and then pulled it down and walked up the steps.
Dude, that's a double whammy right there. Like, yeah. You think your team's going to win a playoff. By the way, you think your team's going to win a playoff game, and that's a team that hadn't won a playoff game in forever at that point, the Buffalo Bills, and you think you're getting laid, and you lose both.
Yeah.
That's tragedy right there.
It's Buffalo Blue Balls. That's what they call it in Western New York.
Hey, real quick, by the way, I'm getting distracted by the TV in here. Did you see this fire at Tyreek Hill's house in Miami yesterday?
I saw that there was a fire. I didn't see it.
Dude, it wasn't just like some sort of gas grill lit on fire. Like his whole, like the roof is on fire. Like it was crazy. I guess if it's going to make national news, it's not going to be like, hey, burn some eggs on the stove or something like that.
You know what it reminds me of? Immediately, just looking at it, it's a big white house with smoke coming out of it, was when remember the woman from TLC who was married to Andre Rison? And
was it Left Eye Lopez?
Left Eye.
Yeah.
Left Eye Lopez.
Yeah.
Did she start the fire, or was it just a fire?
I think she did. I probably should be a little more responsible. I think he did. I think she did, though.
It was a big deal. And he, obviously a receiver, a guy who had been in the news for various things non-football related. Andre Rison, he was always a little bit out there. He was now, he and Tyreek similar in a lot of respects, and their huge house. Their house was in Atlanta, I believe, caught fire under suspicious circumstances. Do they have any word on what the fire is with Tyreek
No,
Hill?
just said everybody's safe. That's all. I've not seen any report yet on that. So, hey, back to
remember this is Well, I don't want to speculate about anything.
Yeah. I guess just back to the question we led into the segment with: would this be if they win this game? Would this be the biggest win in franchise history? I'm with you. I thought you named a couple good ones there that are better candidates than this, and I agree with you. The nature of the game probably matters too. Like if C.J. Stroud marches them down the field. Like if this game plays out the way the Tampa Bay game did earlier this year, then it starts to probably get into the argument a little bit. You and I are similar in that sense. I guess if I'm making the argument for yes without having seen the game play out, like if I just had to go, if they win this game, it's the biggest win in franchise history. That one, it's basically a playoff game. Like it's not labeled a playoff game, but it functions as a playoff game. Two, it's in Indy, which is your arch rival, and it's a place that, as a franchise, you haven't had a ton of success. I think the biggest thing would be, regardless of what the final score is, Seth, that like symbolically, it would be sort of I think for Texan fans, kind of a cherry on top of the sundae of like this massive turnaround that they've had this year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this would be truly the page being turned from all the Easterby and the one-year coaches and all the weirdness of the past. Like this would be symbolically like we are here. It's a new era, and now we're going to the playoffs. That would be my argument.
I wonder if, as far as signifying a new era and like a legitimacy of sorts, even though it wasn't the franchise quarterback, was that kind of like the Week 14 Bengals win in 2010? Where T.J. Yates, T.J. Yates,
yes,
but that sent you to the playoffs. It was Week 14, so it wasn't as dramatic, but that was the game that clinched the playoffs, and you did it with your backup quarterback, which felt like a double stamp of approval because it meant your franchise was more than just a quarterback and a bunch of guys.
Yeah, that's the one. The two regular season games that work their way into arguments of greatest game in franchise history are the one you just cited there, the clincher in 2011. I actually went back I wrote a post today for the Houston Press kind of looking back at all the different clinching games for the Texans when they clinched the division, the 6 times that they've gone to the playoffs, just what was the drama factor in all of them. And I went back. There's a YouTube out there of the game-winning drive of that Cincinnati game in 2011. It was an awesome drive. It was like Owen Daniels made a couple huge circus catches on that drive. TJ Yates converted a 3rd and 15 with his legs. And he was running like the slowest human being on the planet, but he was able to juke a guy at about 10 yards, and he fell forward and converted a 3rd and 15. Jacoby Jones got a pass interference. There was no Andre Johnson that day. Andre Johnson was injured that day. That game and the game you played in against Dallas, the inaugural game, those are the 2 regular season games that longtime Texan fans will cite as the greatest regular season games in the history of the team.
Yeah, the 2002 one, that's almost like it's like a commemorative coin. It doesn't have the same value as actual currency, and yet maybe it's very valuable to you because it's got a badass eagle on it.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah.
Because if you just, in a vacuum, if you told somebody that, they'd go to Pro Football Reference and go, okay, let's see. Y'all went 4-12 that year. How significant could it have been?
You know what it feels like to me is I have a couple different challenge coins that people have given me from the military, but it's not like I'm ever going to use it because I'm not retired military or anything. But they're so a challenge coin, if you put it up in the bar and you've got the better one, the other guy's got to buy a drink.
Okay. I've never heard of this before.
Commemorate various things. I've got a couple from the Army-Navy game, and I've got another one from Jacksonville. So some cool ones, but it's not like I'm ever going to go up and sit down next to, some captain in the Army and be like, yeah, you're buying.
I'd be doing it all the time.
Challenge coin.
I'd carry it with me everywhere and be looking for military people.
Yeah.
I totally would.
I don't know how it's. I guess military people can just they can sense. They know who's retired and who's not.
Yeah.
Just by the way they carry themselves. Like in street clothes, I think they can identify each other.
Yeah.
It's just it's a certain way they carry themselves.
Yep. Question on the text page 7742. Do we know who Cleveland fans want to play from the AFC South? Have they put up any Twitter polls? I'll ask Anthony Lima during the break on Twitter if they. I'm sure that's been a topic. Not just where they want to go eat, but who they actually want to play. If we were in Cleveland, Seth, who would we want? Who would we want to play? Indy, the Texans, or the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I think if you were in Cleveland, I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of a Clevelander who is naturally a little bit skeptical and cynical about their team, despite their dying love for them. But they want to believe in Joe Flacco. The biggest thing I'd be nervous about if I were a Cleveland fan is what Joe Flacco does with his turnovers. So the most opportunistic defense, which I believe is Jacksonville still, would be the one that would probably make me the most nervous. Mm-hmm. The other side of it, though, if you're going by quarterback, C.J. Stroud's the most dangerous quarterback. The most dangerous receiving core right now might be Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce for the Colts, but that's negated by, in the Browns defense. Oh boy, if I'm the Browns, I like the Colts. That's who I'd want to play.
I'd want to play the Colts too.
Yep.
I'd want to play the Colts too. I think
they have the fewest huge threats.
Yeah, and I do wonder too. And keep in mind, it's Cleveland, so they feel some kind of way. I'm not sure, but I'm sure they have some feeling about C.J. Stroud with him having played at Ohio State. I think they probably really like C.J. Stroud there up in Ohio. He won a ton of games, but he never beat Michigan. You know, I wonder how they feel about going against I wonder what sort of PTSD people in Ohio have about C.J. Stroud in huge college games.
Well, and they just don't want that potential. Well, they don't want that potential moral conflict. Yeah, they're just okay. I don't want to have to root against C.J. Stroud. A lot of them. These are the people that show up in my mentions.
That's right.
They're just, God forbid I even say anything that's not a compliment enough about C.J. Stroud. Say hey, I think C.J. Stroud is awesome. Oh, just awesome? You're going to use that diluted adjective,
dude?
You son of a.
That's college football fan, man.
Yeah.
That's college football fan in a nutshell, right there. I think the Texans might be the one I would least want to play because of the C.J. Stroud dynamic. Plus, you beat them a couple of weeks ago, and I know there's two ways to look at it. We just smoked them. We just blew them out. Yeah, let's go back there and blow them out again. It's hard to beat it's hard to beat a team twice, especially in a short period of time like that. If it's a decent football team, and they didn't have the Texans didn't have C.J. Stroud in that first one.
So as far as takeaways go, the Texans are 16th in takeaways right now. The Jaguars are just ahead of them in interceptions. The Jaguars are 8th in takeaways. So the more opportunistic defenses. Colts. Yes, so that's another way that the Colts have actually managed, despite not necessarily being impressive in very many categories. That's where they've taken the ball away a lot defensively, or at least relatively a good chunk. And they've gotten a lot of sacks. They're kind of the opposite of the Texans. The Texans have pressured the quarterback a lot, but it hasn't necessarily yielded a bunch of sacks, whereas the Colts, either through luckiness or because they're coverage sacks, because they don't blitz very much at all, they have a lot of sacks, but not actually that many total pressures. The pressure rate isn't that high.
All right, join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land. Join the fellas out. Highway 6 is where you'll find that. Thirsty Thursday, grab some wings, some cold drinks, enter to win some great prizes, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive, and our friends at Bud Light, that's this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land. Headlines up next. We got an injury report for the Texans. Texans making the Pro Bowl. We've got uniform news on the Texans as well, new uni news. We'll get into all that. Rockets win last night as well. We'll get into all of that and the details and headlines up next. But first, I want to get you guys over to the January.
Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Texans, let's get to the injury report first. Pretty similar to yesterday. Most of the same guys that didn't practice on Tuesday didn't practice again yesterday. I guess the big news would be Laramie Tunsil did practice on a limited basis. Significant because I know most weeks this year he's not practiced on the first day of he's not practiced on Wednesday, which this week is Tuesday because everything's moved up a day because of his knee. But he's sustained a groin injury against the Titans, and it's evidently, Seth, not enough to keep him from practicing at least on a limited basis yesterday. So I think it's safe to say Laramie Tunsil should play on Saturday, as we expect also, according to Aaron Wilson, Will Anderson, Robert Woods, and who am I missing? There's one other. Sheldon Rankins. They didn't participate yesterday, none of the three of them, but they're all expected to play on Saturday.
And Cashman, I was kind of curious what was going to happen with Cashman this week because he only ended up playing 25 snaps in the game last week after coming off of injury. So I don't know if that was aggravated or not, but it's going to be a rotation at linebacker again, I would guess.
Yeah, I would think so. Christian Harris is their best linebacker right now. He's been really, really good the second half of the season. He's been awesome.
Christian Harris he's come a long, long way. I think there's still, like, with him and Jalen Petrie and any other young player, they're very, very good except for when they're bad, and then they're really bad. And it's just a matter of you gotta tamp down the really bad stuff a little bit. Still, That's still a matter of youth and inexperience, and that's more so an issue with Jalen Petrie than with Christian Harris. Yeah,
no doubt. Laramie Tunsil, as long as we're talking about him, also named a starter in the Pro Bowl for the fourth time as a Houston Texan. Laramie Tunsil is a Pro Bowler. 4 out of 5 seasons he's been here, he's been to the Pro Bowl. Several Texans named alternates to the Pro Bowl. Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr., C.J. Stroud, fullback Andrew Beck, Nico Collins, and Jonathan Grenard, all named alternates to the Pro Bowl. And again, there's no Pro Bowl game anymore. It's just a bunch of backyard playground games that they play against each other.
This is where, like, the Pro Bowl voting, it's a bit bogus. The Pro Bowls and All-Star games are for every sport. For one, the NFL has one third of it's determined by fans, which is that's way better than baseball, obviously, in the NBA. But it's a good chunk that's just basically people voting for the people they like already.
Yeah.
But then the Texans really get the shaft by not playing primetime games.
For sure.
Because it just doesn't. Like, the fact of the matter is, the players and coaches comprise the other third of the votes, and they don't get to watch everybody in the conference in any given year. They watch a lot of time, and most of the time you're actually watching, you see more of the guys on your own side of the ball, because if I'm preparing for the Colts, I might watch 4, 5, or 6 games that the Colts play.
Yeah.
So I'm watching their offensive players one time, but I'm seeing like 5 or 6 other opponents that they've played on my side of the ball. And you vote for the guys on the other side. You don't play, if you're a defensive lineman, you don't play against every offensive lineman or see them every year.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
I'm guessing there's probably some Texan fans, Seth, that are maybe surprised C.J. Stroud didn't get named to the Pro Bowl. Maybe not as the starter, but among the 3 quarterbacks that get named out of each conference to the Pro Bowl, there's probably some who, maybe haven't seen who the quarterbacks are, but they're going, wow, I thought C.J. was having one of the best years of any quarterback. And he is. He definitely is. But what happened was exactly what I thought would happen, which is Lamar Jackson's going to make it because he's the MVP of the league. Tua Tagovailoa is going to make it because his numbers are insane. And Patrick Mahomes is going to make it because he's Patrick Mahomes. I think C.J. Stroud's had a better season than Mahomes had, but Mahomes is, it takes, sometimes there's a burn-in period to making the Pro Bowl every year.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think you got to draw this distinction between having a really good rookie year and having a really good year in general. Because on the sum total of it all, it's not like CJ's overall stats are ridiculously impressive or any, Pat Mahomes has 27 touchdowns, CJ Stroud has 21. Now Mahomes has thrown a lot more interceptions this year. The touchdown interception ratio is the more impressive part. But I think that doesn't surprise me at all that CJ's you can't objectively look at the season he's had and say, oh yeah, that was one of the best quarterback seasons in the NFL or in the AFC. You can look at it and say, wow, by rookie standards, that was really, really good. And there's elements of that game and some parts of what he's doing that are awesome and the best of the league. But I'm not I don't feel like jilted or anything that he didn't.
Oh, no. It's the Pro Bowl. Like, I'm not angry about it or anything. I feel he's been better than Mahomes this year. That's all.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I'm going to put up a poll here, Seth, because you and I talked about this earlier, as long as we're talking about Tunsil making the Pro Bowl. Because my feeling is there's a lot of people that still, even with 4 Pro Bowls for Tunsil, that feel like the Texans gave up too much. So I'm going to read the poll because I know sometimes you like to tweak the wording of my polls to make sure it properly expresses.
You're not poisoning the.
Yeah, exactly. Pender poll: the Texans gave up 2 firsts and a second-round pick for Laramie Tunsil back in 2019. Since then, he's made 4 Pro Bowls. Since then, the Texans have gone 30, 45, and 1. Was the trade worth it? Yes, it was worth it. No, it was not.
Okay, so let's see. You put a positive and a negative in there, right?
Right. He made 4 Pro Bowls. I'm just putting information in there.
Made for right. No, but I'm saying as far as like, okay, if all you said was he's made 4 Pro Bowls,
yep,
and then you said was it worth it? Then that sounds good.
Is that good? Okay, yeah. I'm not trying to steer it one way or the other.
You should put in how many false starts he's had, and how many times those are drive killers.
I don't have enough characters. Okay. All right. So, Laramie Tunsil to the Pro Bowl. As we move on with headlines, hey, quick thing. There was news yesterday on the Texans uniform. I guess Drew Doherty did a kind of a chat with Texan fans on there and actually revealed some things about the uniform, the Texans' new uniforms, which they're getting new uniforms. They're going to be revealed at the draft next year. That's been known. So he also revealed, are the new uniforms, he was asked, are they going to have the H-Town blue as a primary color, or are we going to have a new logo as well? So I think this is the first time that this has been publicly revealed by anybody associated with the team. No, there will not be a primary color H-Town blue uniform, and no, there will not be a new logo. So the logo, the Bull's head, remains. The H-Town blue is going to be incorporated into the new uniform as an accentuation color. So it's sort of a side color. There'll still be there's going to be 4 different types of uniforms. The same way there are now. There's 4 different jerseys. There's red, there's white, there's blue, and then there's the Color Rush uniforms. They're just going to look a little different. That's all. And
the Color Rush uniforms are different than. I always thought that they were just wearing the same pants as the shirt.
No, it's actually a different shade, and the numbers are red on the Color Rush.
The logo. I'm always curious about people liking or hating the logo. I think with sports, so much of it just has to do with how you feel about the team itself.
Yeah, totally, dude.
And
totally.
you identify that logo with good times or bad times. You're probably there's some pretty
100%.
Dumb beer can logos that you might love because you've had some good times with those 100%. Cans of beer. So likewise, I've always liked the Bull's head. I like the Bull's head, except that people can't seem to get into their own heads that it's supposed to be applied at an angle when you put a decal on it. They always put it like directly straight up, and it looks wrong.
Yeah,
it's supposed to cock it a little bit,
right? Kind of like a dog looking at something that piques its curiosity. When a dog
angry, curious bull
cocks its head. Yeah. The Rockets win last night, 112-101 over the Brooklyn Nets. Alperen Şengün was awesome again. 30 points, 11 of 17. He's scored 20 points or more in 7 straight games. Alperen Şengün should be an all-star. Hopefully he doesn't suffer from some of the same stuff you just talked about with the Pro Bowl, Seth, where the Rockets are still a little bit off the grid for everybody, because Şengün's been amazing this year.
So the third quarter, especially in these last couple games, he's just poured it on. He's been like a stabilizing force. Last night they were turning the ball over a boatload in the first half to a team that doesn't get takeaways at all. Mm-hmm. And he came out and they just fed him in the third quarter. And the other big stat in terms of consecutive stats, Jonathan Fagan pointed this out. He scored at least 30 points in 3 of his past 6 games. In his previous 173 professional basketball games, he'd reached 30 in 3 times. So 3 times in 173 games previous to that. Now he's done it 3 times in 6
He's
games.
Fun. His game's not pretty at all. Like there's a lumbering nature to his game. His passing is pretty. I do too. I'm cool with it.
No,
like he's got great court vision, but he the way he moves is unorthodox. I'll put it that way.
I like it because I think he lets people feel like, you know what? If I were 7 foot tall, I'd totally be an NBA player.
Yes, yeah.
Pretty simple. I would just work as hard as he does, right? And I would definitely have the same hand-eye coordination.
Yep.
It'd be simple. It'd be easy.
Yep.
Probably, Sean, I'll tell you honestly, from like the biggest mistake you can make with some of those big men in the NBA is they're out there lumbering around with all these other super athletes. So you think like, oh, look at this big clunky fool, and then you end up working out next to a couple of them in the off season, like someplace in Florida, and those big freaks can move, man. Yeah, remember, they're covering ground. They're covering a lot of ground.
True.
With each one of those. One of those mutant steps. They could climb over villagers with each giant leap. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Texans, Colts, Saturday night, 7:15, just a couple days away. Man, it's going to be fun. In fact, we talked a little bit about Texans that had the most to gain from playing a primetime game yesterday. We kind of just sort of tossed it around, spitballing a little bit. I've narrowed it down to the four Texans, I think, stand to gain the most from the stage they're getting on Saturday. We'll count them down next. But first, soda weight loss. Soda weight loss became
to Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Question on the text page about the Pro Bowl. Someone's asking on here, where is it? Basically asking, hey, if one of these guys goes to the Super Bowl. For those who don't know, C.J. Stroud was named an alternate to the Pro Bowl yesterday. Lamar Jackson, Tua Tagovailoa, and Mahomes are taking the 3 slots for quarterbacks in the AFC. If one of them goes to the Super Bowl, one of those 3 guys, the starters, goes to the Super Bowl, is CJ the next man up? He is the second man up after that. There's somebody in between. I'm guessing Josh Allen is probably the first alternate, if I had to guess. The Texans press release only lists where the Texans sit on the alternate list. CJ's the second alternate. If I had to guess, Josh Allen is probably the first alternate.
I don't think the question is as much if somebody goes to the Super Bowl. It's if people decide to go to the actual Pro Bowl, right? Isn't that the bigger question? Or if they've been more successful in getting people to go now that they've
now there's not an actual game. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Do you guys still go? Because for those who don't know, there's no Pro Bowl game anymore. They have a bunch of contests and play a flag football game.
It's like getting invited to it's a family reunion.
It is. It's getting invited. You get invited to a picnic
or something. Yeah. You're going to do a 3-legged race, and you get to go to Orlando. I mean, not a lot of NFL players. You're not going to turn down that chance to go to Orlando. That's a once-in-a-lifetime deal, man.
Oh,
Orlando?
Yeah.
In January? Yeah. I mean, where else are you going to get an opportunity like that?
I think they did it in Vegas last year, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to look it up.
This year it's in Orlando, though.
Is it in Orlando? Okay.
I thought. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it was in Vegas last year. Okay.
I thought it was. I may be wrong on that. I thought you got a better chance of getting NFL guys to attend if it's in Vegas instead of Orlando.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
Unless they have families, and then the families can just hit Disney all day long.
It returns to Camping World Stadium this year.
Okay. That's Orlando, right?
It sounds like it would be in Orlando. I don't know.
Sounds like it'd be in Butte, Montana. Camping World Stadium.
You know what I'm pissed off about now? Well, yeah, this is the Florida Citrus Sports website. But I'm pissed that I'm looking at the front page of this thing, and all it says is information, the date, February 4th, location, Camping World Stadium.
Okay.
Like, I'm supposed to know where the hell Camping World Stadium is.
I'm mad at that, too. What the hell? Come on, NFL.
Oh, Camping World Stadium. I see.
The legendary, hallowed place where the immortals have been made, Camping World Stadium.
Camping World was effective that year. They do the baseball playoffs. They've done it a few times, haven't they? And it's enough. Talk about the effectiveness of advertising. It feels like every November I'm thinking about buying an RV, mostly because I've been watching the MLB playoffs for an entire month.
Okay, yeah. You've been watching it closer than me. I have no clue what you're talking about. Camping World has been a big sponsor of the Major League Baseball playoffs the last few years?
In my brain, it has been,
I was going to say, I just haven't.
Because it's actually RVs, I think, Camping World. It's not like
I think you're right.
It's not like a campground thing.
Right, or like tents and supplies and things like that. They may have that stuff too.
MLB signs Camping World sponsorship ahead of such and such. That was in 2020. So yeah, that's why I've been getting this RV propaganda.
Okay.
I don't know if they did it last year. I know what's funny is Camping World signed that in 2020, and then I know like that was also like during the pandemic. Like RV sales exploded. Like they didn't have enough RVs to sell. Yeah. So maybe they don't need to advertise as
camping
much
sucks, bro. Camping, like
not in a camper, it doesn't.
In a good RV, I guess it's probably pretty good. But like actual camping, like that got me to quit like Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts when I was a kid. Like I was like, nope, not doing this thing, not doing this tent thing and whatnot for 2 days.
The biggest problem is the tent itself.
Yeah,
I think honestly more people would enjoy camping if they slept out in the open because the tent gets just so freaking hot.
Yeah, see,
it gets miserable inside.
I'd be nervous about getting mauled by something if I were sleeping out in the open.
The last time I slept out in the open was my dad decided we were going to go sleep in a cornfield one day. He said it was awesome that he and his brother used to do it. So we went and we slept in one of my grandpa's cornfields. And I woke up with like 400,000 spider bites in the morning, which was awesome. And so, yeah, I would say, like, if you're going to sleep out in the open air, you got to either be in an arid climate or have a mosquito or a bug net of some sort.
That was just such a piss poor take by me right now. Like, I wouldn't want to sleep out in the open because I wouldn't want to get mauled by something, as if some nylon tent would be a deterrent to into a grizzly bear.
Yeah, then he's just then the bear's just curious. Like, what smells so tasty in there?
What's in here? Exactly. All right, Texans and Colts, 7:15 p.m. Saturday night. Gonna be fun. Anxious to see. I actually put up a poll yesterday, like, how you guys watching this game? You going out about town at a sports bar? You getting watch parties? I'll share the results in just a little bit. But the four, Seth, you and I talked about this yesterday. The Texans that have the most to gain by being in this primetime spot that the team has not been in, other than a couple Thursday night games the last couple of years, Philly last year, Carolina the year before. Other than that, this team has not played any primetime games. So if you're a Texans player, you compared to other peers of yours, you've been toiling in anonymity the last couple of years. Not anymore. On Saturday, these four will gain the most from this. You and I talked about this yesterday. Will Anderson has a huge opportunity here to create some serious late season buzz to steal the defensive rookie of the year from Jalen Carter of the Eagles.
And he's really taken a leap over these last few games where early in the season he was getting close to the quarterbacks. A lot of times it was more just via power rush where he didn't really have a chance of actually hitting the quarterback, but at least he was getting close and putting some pressure on the quarterback. His pass rush strategy and his technique with his hands and his ability to finish has just gone light years ahead over the second half of the season. So it's not just early in the season, a lot of people would say, well, look, he's bound to have a bunch of sacks eventually because look at how close he's getting. It doesn't always work out that way. He needed to actually specifically approve a few things. He talked about that after the game on Sunday, just how it wasn't good enough early in the year.
It's really just going back and self-reflecting and looking in the mirror and saying, like, it's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, people can talk about, double team rate, this and that. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you have to come and approach every day, like, how can I get better? And I think the coaches, we've been doing a really good job. We stay after practice about 10 minutes and just work the little stuff, working edges, working different angles, different moves, everything like that.
Dude, they're going to find out what a good dude Will Anderson is, too. I'm guessing he's going to be one of the players they trot into these production meetings before the game.
Oh, that's a good point.
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are going to be gushing about this kid, about how awesome he is.
That's a really good point. Yeah. That's an excellent point, Sean, because his enthusiasm is infectious.
Yep.
You can't help but be. Like Joe Buck will probably think he could get back out there on the field and play quarterback.
That's right.
And then Troy's going to have to remind him, like, no, I'm the stud quarterback, you little clown. Get out of here.
That's a great cut from Will, though, because as you've pointed out, there were so many people when Will wasn't getting the quarterback on the ground that were clinging to the ESPN and next-gen stats like they were Bible verses. You know what I mean?
Right.
And Will right there is saying, no, like I don't care about win rate.
And it was hard. Guys. I told you yesterday, it's tough because on the internet, you're either the best rookie pass rusher ever or you're a complete and total bust. So if you try to talk about it with any kind of nuance at all, people thought I was hating on Will Anderson. I think Will Anderson and I had the same assessment of Will Anderson in the first half of the season.
Yep.
He was doing some things really well, but he had to learn how to finish, and he has. That's the really cool thing. He didn't take the off season after his rookie year or anything. He just keeps working at it, and everything's really starting to click.
Okay, similarly, maybe not going for an award here necessarily, although he was just named a first alternate for the Pro Bowl. He's only played half the season. I think Derek Stingley Jr., he's second on my list for guys who have the most to gain from playing on a primetime stage. He's intercepted a bunch of balls the second half of the year. And it's kind of like Will with the sacks lately. That's been Stingley with the interceptions. But I think maybe he gets an opportunity to close some of the gap on the Sauce Gardner narrative as well by playing on a stage like this. Stingley's had a good season when he's been on the field. Sauce is still one of the best cornerbacks in the league, but the nation will get to see, hey, Stingley, the only thing that's been holding him back is health. He's just as good a player. He's got the potential to be just as good a player as Sauce Gardner if he can just stay on the field.
Yeah, and I think that the thing about Stingley that's been really cool to see is just some of the parts where he's not going to make the highlight reel for anything as a guy in coverage, but that Derek Stingley or that Derek, boy, there are three Dereks involved on this play. Sean, you're going to have to help me out here. Derek Henry direct snap.
Yeah. Yep.
The defensive end for the Texans, Derek
Barnett.
Yes, thank you, Barnett. Did a great job. There are three Dereks on this play. It was a direct snap to Derek. Henry. Derek Barnett came down and blew up the guard to bounce the play outside.
Yep.
And Derek Stingley came up. And his only job on that play is to turn the play back in. Usually if a defensive back is going to have to take on a tight end or an offensive lineman, he's just supposed to get on the outside shoulder of that guy and turn the play back in. The week before, Derek Stingley hadn't done that. He just tried to take the offensive lineman on head on, foolishly. But this week, he got upfield, turned the play back in, but then ended up ducking under the tight end and making the tackle on Derrick Henry himself. So you want to talk about a thing that might be reason for Derrick Henry to consider retirement. He got wrapped up by a defensive back on a direct snap play by Derek Stingley, and it was a really that was a part of him where you're like, okay, this kid gets it. He fixed something that he had done wrong the week before. He's coming up and sacrificing his body versus the run to a certain extent, and he's gotten really intelligent in coverage.
Yeah.
He's always been obviously very good in man coverage, but his understanding on how to play zone and when to jump routes and how to anticipate things has just increased tenfold. It's been really cool.
It's been cool. He's sticking his nose in there. It's been great. Number 3 on my list, the 4 that have the most to gain with a primetime stage, Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick's name is still popping up pretty high on a lot of these watch lists for head coaching jobs. If they go out and they hang 450 yards of offense in a win, they go out and score 30. They win this thing 30-17, and C.J. Stroud throws for 350 yards, and Derek Singletary has another great game. Stock up on Bobby Slowick on the head coaching. I don't know if he's going to take a head coaching job or even get offered one this offseason, but Slowick's got a chance to showcase himself in this game as well.
I screwed you up. I'm sorry.
Why?
You just said
Derek
Derek Singletary. That's my fault.
Oh, Devin Singletary. Oh, my God, you did. Yeah. Holy crap. It's like you coughed on me or something like that.
You know what it is? It's the Oilers because they started it with that, or the Titans wannabe Oilers where they started with that oil Derek.
That is exactly
now I got
what
Derek's
happened.
all over the place.
I had Derek on the brain. Devin Singletary. So as soon as I said it, I'm like, did I just say Derek Singletary? I think I did.
Yeah, I think that I'm not too concerned about Slowick leaving in the offseason. I kind of feel like I have zero evidence of this. Maybe it's just what I choose to believe, that because Damian and Slowick both started out as quality control guys, I've got this image of them sleeping in a broom closet, on separate bunks and just working 18 hours a day, coming up the hard way. And maybe they made a pact, a pact that, hey, if I get hired as a head coach, you're coming with me, but you got to give me 3 good years, okay, before you go off and take a head coach job.
Do you think that pact worked both ways? Where Slowick's like, hey, look, if we draft a crappy quarterback, you got to hang on to me for at least 3 years so I can get this check.
Yeah, you're going to be devoted.
Yeah, it's a two-way pinky swear, man. Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have even thought of that side. Sorry, Sean. I don't plan on things going poorly, but
I do all the time.
Yeah. So I wonder. No, but I do wonder if part of that with Slowick. I'm going to tell you this. The first thing I kept hearing about Slowick was he's all about football and not a big people skills guy or whatever. He's just all ball, all ball. He's going to hate the press conferences. Slowick hops up to the podium with a pep in his step.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a laugh and a joke ready for everybody in the room. He accepts responsibility for mistakes that he makes. He's just forthright and honest and open. He's been awesome at the podium. That's what makes me the most nervous about teams wanting to swoop in and take him. And I know there's people listening right now who are like, but the run game this, or, he decided to throw the ball before that interception when all they had to do was run against the Bengals. Look, there were hiccups and glitches because he is a first-time coordinator.
Right.
I don't think that changes if he leaves. You get a new guy. If it's Gerard Johnson, there's going to be hiccups and changes with Gerard Johnson because he's never been a coordinator or play caller in the NFL before. So I don't think it's as simple as okay, I've got these few little issues with Bobby Slowick. Step back for a moment and look at it and say, all right, whoever you want to credit, whoever, whatever, that combo of C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick is working out really well. I don't want to mess with that right off the bat. I'd like one more year, and then Bobby's a better head coach candidate for his own purposes, and CJ's just more of an ingrained hey, I can work with maybe multiple different guys type of NFL quarterback.
Yeah, and maybe you get one more year to groom whoever the successor is. If it's Gerard Johnson, that kind of thing. All right, number 4 Texans who are benefiting the most from the primetime stage. Executive Vice President and General Manager Derek Caserio. No, sorry. Nick Caserio, sorry.
I almost corrected you like an idiot.
Because everyone knows about C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Like, if Nick wins Executive of the Year, it's going to be based on the turnaround of this team, the hiring of DeMeco Ryans, and draft night at the very top. But I think when teams when fans and other media members, when the country gets to sit down and watch the Texans for 60 minutes on Saturday, they're going to see all the moves that he's made on the margins this year that have helped the Texans kind of sustain this turnaround that they've had all year long. And I'm not even just talking about guys like Singletary and Schultz and all the one-year guys, Sheldon Rankins, all the guys, Jimmy Ward, who's not a one-year. Well, Jimmy Ward's not going to play in this game. But all the little free agency moves that have largely worked out, these are guys, Seth, who weren't on the team at the beginning of the year that played a majority of the snaps in the win over the Titans. Khalil Davis played 87% of the snaps. Desmond King, who was on the team, off the team, and now back on the team, played 80% of the snaps. Derek Barnett was a waiver pickup. He played 69% of the snaps. DeAndre Houston-Carson played 2/3 of the game at safety. Majai Sanders. These are, he picked up Kareem Jackson and T.R. Tart, who gave you some good snaps. Like, Nick's made a lot of good moves from, week 11 on with this team.
I need to shut you down immediately and go ahead and keep calling him Derek Caserio because, okay, Sean, you remember it used to be that you'd get Executive of the Year and you'd be fired within 2 years. That was They've had a better run of it as of late. Like Howie Roseman, 2017 was when it first turned around because Howie Roseman won it in 2017. They would go on to win a Super Bowl go to a Super Bowl within a few years. And win a Super Bowl, but also he won it again last year. But there's the rub. Okay, it used to result in that individual getting fired.
Yeah.
As of late, the guy that wins it doesn't necessarily go on to have great things happen with his football team.
Okay.
So Howie Roseman won it last year. And now his team is in shambles towards the end of the year. They're falling apart, despite whatever the record is.
Okay.
Bill Belichick won it in 2021. Brandon Beane in 2020, arguable. I mean, they just kind of tread water. John Lynch, again, treading water, but still, those are both still good teams. And Chris Ballard won it in 2018. So the team has had a rough go of it since Chris Ballard won it. Before that, it used to be I'll go backwards from 2016. These are the guys that won the NFL GM of the Year. Reggie McKenzie of the Raiders. Who? Mike McCagnon of the Jets, Jerry Jones of the Cowboys. Oh, my God. Worst GM in the history of football. John Dorsey of the Chiefs, left under mysterious circumstances. Ryan Grigson, old Griggo himself, piece of crap. Trent Baalke from the 49ers. Scott Pioli from the Chiefs.
Okay.
My God. Bill Polian, he died.
He died? Did he?
Isn't he dead?
Bill Polian.
Yeah, he's dead. I mean, he died 10 years later, but he's dead.
Bill Polian is?
Yeah. Is he alive?
He's alive, dude.
Are you positive?
Bill Polian is an American football executive.
How is he still alive?
He's 81. He's 81.
Bill Polian's not dead. Are you positive?
No, Wikipedia
Who died?
says no.
Who died recently?
I'll look it up to see who
is
died.
Marv Levy alive? He's still alive.
Somebody check on Levy. Yes.
If Bill Polian outlives Marv Levy, I'm going to be so pissed.
You know why? Why? Here's why. Ben, get it ready. The hotkey, the go die. You think Bill Polian's dead because you wanted him to die because of the 10-minute overtime.
Go die, everybody.
Because he reduced overtime. He had the idea to make overtime 10 minutes to make it safe for everybody.
If length of time that I've wanted somebody to die mattered for whether or not they're still alive, all right, there'd be a lot less people in this world, okay?
He's Thanos. Seth Thanos, everybody. Seth thought Thanos was right.
Hold on.
All right. All right, we got to get out. We're over. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's revisit Bobby Slowick. Seth just talked about it.
Bobby got smoked me for a minute there.
Bobby Slowick. On C.J. Stroud. Is somebody writing a Slowick column? I think so, because DeMeco got an inordinate number of Slowick questions.
Every other question was about Slowick.
On Tuesday. We will revisit that as well.
Bobby.
Next, state of the art. That's what SOTA stands for. SOTA stands for...
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. Texans Colts Saturday night 7:15 right here on Sports Radio 610. You brought this up yesterday, Seth, off the air.
What?
Well, that somebody, you can tell if somebody's writing a column about somebody by how of off the wall the questions are, like how, like okay, that doesn't feel like an Indianapolis Colts game type of question right there.
Well, it's one thing I always find, usually it's relevant because a lot of times somebody will be writing a story about a specific player, so they'll ask like 3 questions about that player, but the people who aren't listening to the entire press conference, all they hear and see are all these quotes about like, wow, D'Amico was talking a lot about Denzel Perryman this week or whoever. And it takes on a life of its own where people are like, well, boy, he really loves him. He hasn't talked at all about this guy. It happened the week of, damn it, it happened the week that Case Keenum started against the Titans. The coaches were only asked questions about Davis Mills the entire week. And then people started saying, well, of course it's Davis Mills. That's all they've talked about. Yeah, they didn't offer that up. Anyway, yeah, so anyway, there's some slow questions asked this week.
There were slow questions asked. Let's get to a couple of them here. Here was D'Amico Ryans on the pairing of Slowick and C.J. Stroud.
The offense has done a really nice job all throughout the year, starting with Bobby just as he's led the offense, right, through many different guys being in. I think at first it starts there, just being able to manage, the roster and being able to work with whoever is available, right, and still finding a way to get it done. Right? It's not always the way you would like to have it, but he's found a way, right, to put our playmakers in position to make plays. And CJ, what Bobby has done, and the offensive staff, Gerard, Coach Laser, all the guys is working well together. And that's what we're about, just being collaborative in everything we do, and that's paid off for us.
Every time that we get into the topic of the Texans coaching staff and the grooming of C.J. Stroud and how they've done and just how organized it is, that it's Slowick's done a great job. And there's Gerard, they mentioned Bill Laser as well as D'Amico does there. I immediately think if Bryce Young ever hears any of these quotes from a Texans press conference about how awesome everything is in that room, and everybody's simpatico, including the backups. Case Keenum's like another coach in the room. And you got Bryce Young, whose head coach got fired, quarterback coach fired, kept another guy around. Owners throwing things at people.
Stuck him. They stuck him with like affable and moral Urban Meyer. Like, that's what Frank Reich was.
Yeah.
It's like Urban Meyer, except if he was a nice personality and wasn't wasn't morally aberrant. What's the word I'm looking for? A scumbag.
Bankrupt?
So
morally bankrupt.
Yeah. Morally bankrupt. That's a good word.
Yeah.
So that's what he has a wasted season. I don't know if he's learned anything this year. I mean, he's learned more. He's learned more than Trevor Lawrence did, but I don't know how much he's actually learned.
No, and he's going to have to unlearn some things too. Probably they're going to bring in a whole new coaching staff next year. Like with CJ, there's going to be even if Bobby Slowick takes a head coaching job, there's going to be a degree of continuity for CJ Stroud.
This is what you know. What one nice thing that's happened with CJ that I'm really glad to have seen happen was it was driving me crazy during the draft process last year. Not in a way where, like, it was just driving me crazy that it wasn't being talked about, that CJ's mechanics were so much better than Bryce Young, and that Bryce Young did have to do some things that, I don't know if he had to do it, but he would do it to make up for his stature, perhaps. His footwork was just kind of janky in the way that it felt like he had to do to try to get position to throw the ball. And this is a guy who had, like, all the best quarterback tutors was the chosen one from very early on. And I'm always astounded that people think it's as simple as like, oh, well, when he gets to the NFL, they'll fix that. Like, wait a second. The guy's had an entire lifetime leading up to this point. He's been playing quarterback in earnest for a decade now, and it's not anywhere near as good as C.J. Stroud, the kid who learned most of his by watching Drew Brees on YouTube. You know, like, so why? How are you going to fix that when a guy is drafted in May and then has to show up to minicamp 2 weeks later and start learning an offense?
Yeah.
That's what with Josh Allen had happened. Like after his second year, everything started to click for him mechanically and he became a better player. But that's not something that happens the first year. And it's also just it's kind of a testament to the fact that, all right, some guys are going to do it on their own. And Bryce Young, with his psychologist daddy and everybody telling him he's just the little eyes as wide as the Sphinx Prince his entire life, couldn't be bothered to actually learn good mechanics.
Right.
I don't why. It's almost, honestly, Sean, to me, that's like giving people are nervous about giving $30 million guaranteed to a guy that's got character issues. I'm nervous about giving $30 million guaranteed to a guy who hasn't bothered really fixing his mechanics before I give him that $30 million.
Yep. Bobby Slowick met with the media yesterday. This is a good one right here. This is Bobby Slowick on C.J. Stroud's controlled aggression.
The biggest thing when you just play that position that we talk about all the time is controlled aggression. Because you got to be willing, like when the look presents itself, when the hole's there, you got to be ready to rip it, which is a mindset. It's also technique. It's also footwork. It's reps that have been built and trust that have been built with the receivers that are running the routes. So that's like the number one thing we talk about, but then it's quickly followed by what if it's not the right time? You know, what if the hole is just too small? What if a receiver just on this particular rep didn't win? Or, you know, what if you thought it was going to be a look and they rolled to something else? And being able to control those situations and still make a profit on the play, still make it a positive play, get a completion somewhere, gain yards, move forward. I mean, that really is what defines an efficient offense. You know, when you're able to stay ahead of the sticks. When you get on 1st and 10, instead of getting stuck in a 2nd and 10, you get to a 2nd and 6. That's a massive difference for how we can approach the next play.
Dude, that's so right. When it was going bad earlier this year, the Texans, and CJ would point it out, like openly point it out, like, yeah, we're in 3rd and 12 way too much, you know? And a lot of that had to do with the running game, too. Like, they couldn't run the football. And they were trying to run the football. That was the frustrating part. They were willingly, seemingly, putting themselves in 2nd and 11 all the time, you know?
Yeah. And him talking about CJ, you know, having the ability to understand that, in one of his other quotes, he talks about just CJ being open to all that stuff. It's one thing to be open to it. It's another to learn how to do it and see it and everything. And that's the part that the fact that he can throw deep as much as he does without throwing interceptions, and you know, and he'd be the first to tell you he gets a little bit lucky early in the season with that. But there's a judgment there and a maturity that's probably really nice for an offensive coordinator to work with. Imagine you get handed Jay Cutler or somebody that just, A, thinks he knows it all, and B, is just wired to be reckless.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, okay, I'm smarter than you because I went to Vanderbilt, and you're just a stupid football coach. And also, look, have you seen my cannon? No, I'm gonna rip it. I don't care whether you think it's an appropriate rip or not. There'll be ripping, there'll be tearing. That's how Jay Cutler talks.
That's a good Jay Cutler. I like that. Here's one more from Slowick on what his job is to do relative to the wide receiving core for the Texans.
Specifically receivers. Our group, really, all of them have unique skills and talents, and they all kind of fit pieces of a puzzle, and they do things at elite levels very well. And my job and our job as the offensive coaching staff is really to help make sure we highlight those areas. And I think all of the guys in that room have really taken that and ran with it, and they've wanted to showcase what they're really good at, and they've wanted to work on things that they know are a weakness and they need to improve, and they've done that through the course of 18, 17 weeks, whatever it's been now, and we got to continue that this upcoming week, obviously, with the challenge we have ahead of us.
I hate cuts about the wide receiving core. You know why, Seth?
You can't stop thinking about Tank.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes me sad.
He's like, it's like those Camping World ads were for me. I couldn't stop thinking about buying an RV.
Same thing.
You hear clips about the receiving core. You can't stop thinking about Tank Dell.
I got Tank on the brain. Yes.
Were you happy to see Tank Dell? Have you seen the video yet of Tank Dell walking out?
Walking out and firing the cannon? I did.
You and I were up in the press, or have we not made it up to the press box yet?
I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't see it. I didn't see it live. I saw the video of it. I don't know what the timing of it was. You and I could have very well been piling our plates of chicken parmesan at that point, too.
Oh, that's right. They had the chicken parm.
They had a chicken parm and a carving station up in the press box. I know all of you listening care deeply about this.
It's very important. No, it's important that they know that I avoided sweets successfully for the first time ever on game day.
Yes.
I didn't have a single bit of refined sugar, Sean.
Great job, Seth. Good for you.
I'm not going to die like Bill Polian did. Okay. Before my time.
Napoleon's not dead.
Too soon. Too soon.
Not
Bill Polian dies, I'm going to come on the air.
The irony would be
why, God?
Irony would be Bill Polian actually dying today from eating 13 ice cream sandwiches. That would be the irony. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Texans Colts Saturday night. Be there, 7:15. Well, if you're going to Indy. In fact, let's touch on that. A lot of you guys going up to Indy. How are you guys watching this game on Saturday? I want to touch on that. A lot of you weighed in. I put up a poll. How are you guys watching this game? And we've got a national championship game coming here on Monday. I am curious which scenario Seth would like to see happen in this game as it pertains to one James Harbaugh. That is next.
The Texans' first matchup against Indy didn't
Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. The top 8 headlines for the day. Get your day going. I was curious yesterday, that we haven't had a game like this in a long time here in Houston. 7:15 Saturday night, primetime game, big stakes. Winner is in, loser is out. It's basically a playoff game. But having it at night, especially on a Saturday, rarely do you get a Saturday football game or Saturday NFL game, period. And the Texans have the prime spot here.
Yeah, when the Texans get a Saturday game, it's the early Saturday afternoon wild card slot. For a while there, it was dubbed the Texans time slot.
That's right.
Because Bill O'Brien did a good job of getting to the playoffs, but it would usually be on a Saturday afternoon in the wild card slot.
Always, yeah. So a Saturday night, this is unique. You don't have to go to, most of you don't have to go to work the next day and so forth. I was just curious, how are people going to watch this? And got about 1,500 people voting on a poll I just threw up there yesterday while I was hanging out. And I said, how/where do you plan on watching the Texans-Colts de facto playoff game on Saturday night? Been a while since we've had a game like this. And the 4 choices, Seth: sports bar, home watch party with friends.
Mm-hmm.
I put quietly at home. A lot of people said, I'm not going to be quiet. I'm going to be yelling at the TV. By quietly at home, I meant just you and your wife, or you and your husband, or just you and the family kind of thing.
Yeah, you didn't consult me on this poll, but I would have told you to leave the quietly out.
Yeah. But there's only 25 characters. It's hard for me to go at home with the fam, and then it just says fam.
Which is at home is an option too.
Yeah. But I have home watch party and then quietly at home.
Oh, I got.
See what I mean?
Okay, good point. Yeah.
All right. And then other. So most of the people plan on watching it, air quotes, quietly at home. 61.9% are just hanging at home on a Saturday night, and they're going to watch the Texans game, presumably with their family and yelling at the TV.
Yeah, without about a huge watch party or anything.
Watch party?
I wonder that's probably about. I wonder about that. What percentage of normal? I wonder what percentage of viewing on a normal Sunday game is at home. I would guess it's 80% at least.
Yeah.
I don't think that many people. Obviously a lot of people go to sports bars, but I think the majority are sitting at home and watching.
23% for this poll said they're watching legit getting together with friends at a house somewhere.
Yeah.
That felt a little high to me. I think it's good. A lot of
it's good. The Texans are bringing people together.
Absolutely.
It's one of Casario's stated goals when he got here. He said, "Listen, I'm a people person, and what I care about more than anything above wins and losses." Belichick always used to tell me this. Hey, Nicky. It's not about the wins, the losses, the Lombardis. It's about bringing people together.
It's the fellowship.
And he would say that as he was holding my hand. And he wasn't. It was weird at first when Belichick would want to sit and hold your hand while he was talking to you. But after a while, you realize that he craves human connection. That's what he's all about.
That's right. The funniest reply that I got to this poll, I got several. The funniest reply that I got to it. Oh, I got to find it here. Crap. Where are you, reply? Where are you, funny reply? Oh, here it is. This is from Black Lion on Twitter. Man, I got to watch the game at home. I already told my wife and kids, this Saturday night is my night. Go hang out with the girls, because I don't need no woman telling me the players can't hear me, damn it. LMAO. So Black Lion, clearly a guy who yells at the TV. Yeah.
That's, no, okay, so for his particular scenario, it's a woman in his life who says that. I feel like there's way more guys than there should be that will also do the same thing. They can't. It's any non-sports fan, really, right? It's any non-sports fan that wants to tell people they can't hear you. I think Black Lion might need to go to some counseling with his spouse there, because there's a disconnect between humans there. If somebody can't understand you getting passionate enough to want to yell instructions to somebody on a screen, I don't know. There's something missing there. There's something missing.
What's your trigger, I guess, as far how bad does something have to be for you to yell at the TV? Do you yell at the TV a lot when you're watching Texans games and other games that you're invested in?
Oh, that's a good question.
You yell at
Not
the TV
as much
guy?
anymore.
Yeah, me
no.
neither. Yeah.
I told you my nephew that refused to come to our Christmas Day dinner because he was mad at the Texans last week. He was
Did you tell me about this?
Yeah, you remember my brother-in-law? I asked my brother-in-law if Ryan was coming because he's a big Texans fan, and Dusty told me. He quoted him. He said, "No, because Dusty had said to Ryan, like, hey, you can go and talk to Seth about the Texans. Ryan said, I've got nothing to talk to him about. And that was it. He's deeply competitive, and he works. So Ryan works as a dishwasher in Dusty's bar and grill.
Oh, the bar, yeah.
So, but he could hear Ryan during the game, during the Texans game, screaming at the TV. Like the people up in the restaurant could hear Ryan screaming at the TV.
No way!
During the Texans game.
That was the Christmas Eve game against the Browns.
The Christmas Eve game. Yeah. That was after the because he was really mad at me, I guess, because I was okay with Case Keenum getting the start where he thought it should be Davis Mills, and so he was mad at me to begin with, and then that game didn't do any better. So during the game, he was yelling loud enough from down in their restaurant. The kitchen, everything is downstairs in like a basement area, and they could still hear him. Yeah.
That's awesome. I love that he's. I love that. I'm assuming he's a Texans fan because of your time playing for them.
Yeah.
And now covering them. I love that he's
really Bills country.
Yeah, I love that he's still that passionate about them. Living up there.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
No, he's super. He and his sister both are like my niece. They're super competitive.
Yeah.
Like to a point where you admire it, but you also worry about him a little bit.
Yeah.
Like at some point, you're gonna, hey kid, I gotta tell you something. You're gonna get some L's in life, man.
Yeah,
they're gonna come fast and furious at times.
That's funny. I just love that they could hear him in the kitchens downstairs in the basement. They could still hear him. So we've got we have a national championship game coming up here at NRG Stadium on Monday. Michigan and Washington. Number 1 and number 2 team in the country. I know a lot of you around here wanted Texas in there. I get it. Ticket brokers primarily wanted Texas in there. I get it. But we have Michigan and we have Washington. So, Seth, one of two things is going to happen. We're either going to get Michigan or Washington winning the national championship, but we are going to see one of two things happen when it comes to Jim Harbaugh. And I'm curious which one you find to be more intriguing on Monday. Because I have no dog. I literally don't care who wins this game. I have no dog in the fight. I may end up betting on it, and that will drive who I care win. If Michigan wins, good for you. If Washington wins, good for you. I do not have a strong feel one way or the other. I don't hate either of these teams enough to have a passionate feel for who I want to win. But Jim Harbaugh is a very polarizing figure. Jim Harbaugh is somebody that does get people worked up. And I'm curious which you would rather see. Would you rather see Jim Harbaugh, noted cheater, get his comeuppance against Washington and lose this game? Or would you rather see Jim Harbaugh, noted cheater and college football villain, get the trophy handed to him amidst a confetti storm and watch the internet burn to the ground? And every talking head on ESPN in all their sanctimony burn to the ground.
I just got to remember it here. Or can I frame it as this is when Neuheisel finally gets his comeuppance? I'm not sure. The University of Washington has a scandal-ridden past, but most of these kids weren't even alive back then.
Neuheisel played a bracket pool. He got fired.
Sean, cheating is cheating.
There was probably more going on there, if we're being honest. But back to Harbaugh.
There was actually from the 90s. It was kind of crazy with it. Yeah. So anyway, I was joking there. I'm torn on this, honestly. There's a part of me that I don't like seeing John and Jim's dad yelling, "Who's got it better than us? Nobody." It annoys me.
Dude.
I'm tired of it. I saw enough of it during the Super Bowl between John and Jim, and I don't need any more of it in my life. So I feel guilty about that. This has been kind of I'm coming off like as anti-old guy today between thinking that Bill Polian was dead and other reasons. But there's that. I'm trying to think of like what it's been like for the Astros, who had to deal with like years and years and still have to deal with years and years of people making accusations or what have you, and all of the stigma that comes with winning a championship while there's any kind of scandal like this. And I feel like it's almost like you could, if you don't like Harbaugh, you should wish that he does win this championship, because he'll be harassed about it the rest of his life.
Yeah.
I would actually like to see. I'm so sick and tired. I'm so honestly sick and tired of talking about various cheating scandals that I don't want him to win just because of that. I was just like, it's not even a moral standard statement. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of Astros talk.
Well, it would certainly bring the Astros back into some degree of conversation, right? Like if if they win the title, similar to the Astros winning the title. I guess though, to me the difference between the 2017 World Series title with the Astros and if Michigan were to go on to win this, is that Michigan's cheating presumably got shut down during the season this year, and they still went on to win all their games. You know what I mean? Whereas the Astros, they were still cheating all the way up through the championship in 2017. There's always going to be people saying, they were cheating in the World Series. The Michigan, as far as we know, is not cheating to beat Alabama, and then if they go on to beat Washington, they won't have to deal with that part. Getting there, obviously.
What's going to be funny is the silliest and dumbest part of all of this is that it's just for various liability purposes. They don't use the headsets in the radios in college helmets. And don't ask me to explain the legal stuff to you. It's just because it voids it somehow voids the guarantees of the manufacturer, whatever. I don't know how the NFL gets around it, whatever. I would imagine that might change by next year because look at what happened with baseball. Lance McCullers was one of the guys who was complaining about the sign stealing the most after the World Series in 2017 because remember the Dodgers were paranoid, the Astros were paranoid. That led both teams to trying to take various measures, but also there were so many cross signs in those, and it took forever with the mound visits and everything. Oh. So now what do we have? We got the pitch com.
Yeah.
People said, all right, if we're going to make the easiest thing in the world, banging on a trash can, potential form of cheating, that's going to be a huge scandal, all right, let's just use technology to get rid of it.
Yep. I would like to see, if I had to pick one of these, I would pick Harbaugh getting the trophy in the confetti storm and watching the powers that be have to hand a cheater the trophy. I love that visual when stuff like that happens. Because that's the wrestling fan in me. You know what I mean? Like it's
so you're hoping for Harbaugh to do a kind of like a bury me upside down so they can kiss my ass.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll. I don't know if he'll. Well, I'm here for the reaction more than anything, just to see people who have done plenty of bad things in their lives point at this like it's the end of the world. Jim Harbaugh getting a damn trophy at NRG Stadium. So I'm here for the reaction. That would be a bonus, what you just talked about. If we got a Bobby Knight moment out of Jim Harbaugh where he told the world to bury him upside down and kiss his ass, that would be a bonus. I'm not expecting that. In fact, Seth, I don't know if you saw the postgame after the Rose Bowl when Harbaugh was up on the stage with whoever was doing the presentation up there. He answered one question and got the hell out of there. I forget who it was. It might have been Reese Davis doing the interview. It was Reese Davis. He's doing the interview. Harbaugh does one, who's got it better than us, and then takes off, and Reese Davis is like, okay, well, I guess we're going to talk to some of the players here. And Harbaugh wanted to get out of there before anything got brought up about the sign stealing. He's just getting out of there.
The whole, you mentioned, the people passing judgment despite the various sins they've committed in their lives. I don't really worry about the hypocrisy of that anymore because that's hardwired into humans. That you enjoy seeing people get their comeuppance. That's from it's actually one of when they hook brain monitors up to people. That's one of the most pleasurable things people
Schadenfreude
when they see somebody get their just desserts. Oh, they love it. They love it. Yeah. And that probably goes back to our tribal roots of when you're living in it's important for people. You got to hold people to tough standards and everything. And
as far as
if somebody in Harbaugh, if Harbaugh, commits a crime against a tribe, you cast him out into the woods on his own, where he'll die within days if he's unaffiliated.
Or he goes to the Chargers, one or the other, same thing. Stephen A. Smith was complaining yesterday on First Take about doing what I would imagine viewers and listeners hate, and I know we do it sometimes, media personalities complaining about the things that are thrust upon them in having to do their jobs, such as Los Angeles rush hour traffic.
Literally, you get off the highway, right? So traffic is backed up for a mile trying to get off the exit. But let me help you. Can you ask me a question? Please let me answer. We're going on the highway, right? The traffic is backed up. And then you know how you got to make a right? And then a quick left, right? And that makes traffic, but it's a light there. So that makes traffic. When you make the right, you got to stop at the light. And then you make a quick right, and then the light's right there. And then you make a quick left, and the right like that. And it's only one lane. There's 100,000 people. I mean, damn. And listen, at some point in time, it's difficult to get to the damn game. And I'm just saying. I swear to you. I swear to y'all. And this is bushy. Hold on. This is bushy, but I'm going to say it.
Bushy.
I swear to y'all, if I could have, I'd have took a helicopter in there. I'd have took a helicopter. If they'd have let me. If they'd have let me, I'd have took a helicopter.
Just say this.
Traffic was that bad.
As opposed to other people who just would turn down the helicopter. Hey, I swear. Hey.
Except, Stephen A. is legit asking for a helicopter next time.
Yeah. I don't know, but I like the way he framed it almost like, hey, believe it or not, I would take the far more convenient alternative. I'd do it. I would do it. I would do it.
I think the tell was the acknowledgement that it's bougie. That's the tell that he's legit going to ask for a helicopter.
They must not have a helipad though where he was going. That's the problem.
Right.
He couldn't take the heli. It's like that he would have spent the money to do it. It's just that they couldn't because there's no helipad.
He also complained, and the cut would have just gotten a little too long. He also complained that the Rose Bowl should be played at SoFi Stadium instead of Pasadena.
Instead of the actual Rose Bowl.
Yeah. Instead of the actual. That's what they've done with the Cotton Bowl. The Cotton Bowl, they play at Jerry World now. But it should be played at SoFi Stadium, in part because I believe you can land a helicopter there. Because they got all the NFL Network guys coming in and out of there.
I didn't look at that as like him complaining specifically about his media job. I felt like that was just commiserating with anybody that has to deal with traffic.
I don't know. I think anytime, maybe. Like, traffic is something that's common to all of us. Like, the more specific thing would be like you and I complaining about the food in a press box or something like that.
Right, yeah. Talking about like the into detail about exactly the difficult part of the job. The traffic is the traffic.
Yeah.
That's the most equalizing thing for everybody.
Yeah.
When you're stuck, unless you have a police escort through the traffic, you're stuck there like everybody else.
I don't know.
And if you got a fancy car, there's a good chance you're not going to get let in. Yeah, rich SOB.
Maybe. I mean, there's probably a lot of people going, you are going to the Rose Bowl for free. Okay, that is your ultimate destination. It's not like you're driving to the hardware store or something like that.
Yeah.
All right.
If I'm Stephen A., honestly, he works really, really long hours where he has to be there like on time or early a lot. So I feel like anybody that has a similar lifestyle could commiserate with that.
Yeah.
Stop picking on Stephen A., Sean. I'm tired of this being the Stephen A. hate show.
I love Stephen A.
Get back to Bill Polian.
Let's get to headlines. You listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey.
Interesting that you choose Stephen A.
An Odyssey station. Stop it.
One.
All right, Texans injury report. Let's get to that. Laramie Tunsil is practicing. He was practicing in a limited fashion yesterday. We've still got several players not practicing. Today will be the last day they practice. They travel to Indy, the Texans do, tomorrow, and then they play on Saturday. Will Anderson, Robert Woods, Sheldon Rankins, no practice, all expected to play. And then there's a handful of others that are TBD. The one guy that's not participating right now that is not expected to play is wide receiver Noah Brown. This is about as good. I said this going into the game on Sunday against the Titans, Seth. Considering where this team's at, what time of year it is, and what the injuries have been over the last month or so, this is about as good as you can expect, I think, this time of year.
As good as you can expect. I think that, if you look at it from the Colts' perspective, that Gardner Minshew has his ups and downs. He's inconsistent. It's one of the reasons he's not a full-time NFL starter because he's been inconsistent. But he's very capable of having really, really good games. I would say, in terms of scariness of weaponry, Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce, they're a two-headed monster at wide receiver. I think you got two bona fide guys that you got to really be concerned about. Whereas the Texans they have Nico Collins, and then they've got a lot of nice guys. Robert Woods, I think, is going to be very, very valuable as a guy that can read coverages and get open, and C.J. Stroud reconnected with him last week. But the guy that's really got to step up on that side of the ball is Dalton Schultz.
Yep,
he's got to be more of a. He's got not more of a threat. He's had some really good moments, but this time of year, right now, without Tank Dell, he's got to be the guy.
He's got to be. He's got to be
yourself some money.
He's got to be a weapon. He will. He will if he has a big game for sure.
2.
Texans in the Pro Bowl. Just one. We just mentioned Laramie Tunsil practicing. He's also the only Texan selected to the Pro Bowl. Fourth time that Laramie Tunsil has been selected to the Pro Bowl in his 5 seasons as a Texan. He was never selected as a Miami Dolphin. He was a really good player, but kind of toiling off the grid. Laramie's toiled off the grid for a lot of his career, as it turns out. But he's He's got a reputation enough. And when he's been on the field, he's had a good season this year, too. So Laramie Tunsil named a starter. Handful of Texans named alternates, including Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley Jr., C.J. Stroud, Andrew Beck at fullback, Nico Collins, and Jonathan Grenard. So the Texans getting a little bit of recognition here. I'd imagine they're going to have more guys on the Pro Bowl team in 2025, next year's Pro Bowl.
I have at least a couple of just, even if not primetime games, a couple of 3 p.m. games, please.
Yep.
3.
All right, 3 as we go through the 8 at 8. Rockets last night. They beat the Brooklyn Nets 112-101. The story of this game, again, as it's been for several games, Alperen Şengün, 30 points, 11 of 17 shooting. He scored at least 30 points in 3 of his last 6 games. He's reached 30 points, as you pointed out earlier, Seth, 3 times in the previous 173 games of his career. We're watching a star being born here. I think it's almost like Şengün feels like the C.J. Stroud of the Rockets. You know what I mean? Like we're watching. I mean, C.J.'s a rookie. Şengün's in his 3rd year, but I almost feel like a lot of these guys are quasi-rookies because they're now in the Ime Udoka era, and they've, the 2 years we lost with Steven Silas here. Silas, I don't think even really liked Alp that much. He'd bench him at times. He would go long stretches without playing him. Şengün scored at least 20 points in 7 consecutive games, the longest run of his career. 28 points a game in that stretch on 60.7% shooting. Been super efficient, and you can run the offense through him at times. He's been a joy to watch so far this year, Seth. Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, it's the fact that, like last night, when you look for the signs, okay, how can they get over this hump where they've had their inconsistencies and whatnot? Şengün being kind of a stabilizing presence in the 3rd quarter, especially for a younger guy to be that's an encouraging sign. There's more and more signs of them working through their youth and taking on more of the attributes of a mature team.
Yep.
4.
Trevor Lawrence, this is important, Texan fans. Trevor Lawrence limited at practice day to day. So he's back on the practice field. And it looks like he's going to try to give it a go this Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. I'll be honest, this it's in headlines because it's news. The whole C.J. Beathard or Trevor Lawrence thing, I know this sounds crazy. He's the number 1 pick in the draft, and he's their franchise quarterback. A banged-up Trevor Lawrence, I think they're going to beat the Titans because the Titans are a bad team. I think C.J. Beathard can beat the Titans. But Trevor Lawrence does not scare me. For example, if I were the Cleveland Browns, I'd be way more scared of C.J. Stroud than I would be Trevor Lawrence right now. In terms of an opponent in the wild card round of a game here?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Trevor, yeah. I think that, I don't know, though. I guess I do feel like you're being a little bit harder on Trevor Lawrence in terms of, I feel like because he's not what he was promised to be, that now, or is it the fact that he's banged up?
It's a combination of those two things. It's a combination of those two things, yeah.
I mean, because he's certainly not the chosen one.
Right.
But it's not like he's been nothing but trash all year long.
No, but he is banged up right now. I mean, he's got a shoulder, he's got a knee, he had a concussion not that long ago. It's been a variety of things with Trevor Lawrence.
5.
A little more quarterback news here. Guess who is, first, Lamar Jackson not going to play against Pittsburgh on Saturday. I don't think that's a big surprise. And he's going to win the MVP of the league. Guess who's back in our lives, Seth? For one Sunday at least.
Oh,
the Drizzy Cat. The Drizzy
Cat.
Yeah. Jeff Driscoll's back in our lives. He's going to be starting for the Cleveland Browns. Oh, I haven't bet on this game
as a tight end or as a quarterback?
Quarterback, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure because the Texans
Both,
never quite knew whether he was a quarterback or a tight end. He was a quarterback, then they moved him to tight end.
Dude.
And then they moved him back to quarterback.
Jeff Driscoll's living right, man. He's still getting...
I like Jeff Driscoll. It's not his fault that he is who he is. He seems like a really solid dude and everything. But more than anything, much like many other religious leaders, Sean, it's what people say about him that annoys me more than anything. Remember that idiotic coach that put him in the same athletic class as Lamar Jackson?
I remember his name. His name was Andy Bischoff. He was the tight ends coach for the Texans, yes.
I think the way he framed it was more that, the only guy more athletic than Jeff Driscoll was Lamar Jackson.
I forget. I just remember, oh, dude, this dude's out over his skis right now.
Jeff Driscoll was fast in the way that, as long as all he has to do is run around a 400-meter loop, then he's fast there. But if he has to zig and zag at all, he's SOL Because, man, they gave him the ball on some of that Driscoll cat stuff, and it worked. It worked once, that one game, remember?
Yeah.
And then once teams knew what to look for, it was dead in the water.
Yeah.
Remember on the goal line against the Cowboys? Oh.
I had forgotten about it until you brought it up. And now I'm mad.
That was a fun one, too.
Give me a break.
That was a fun one, too, because one of the guards, who was it? One of the offensive linemen pulled and went in the exact opposite direction of where...
Oh, that's right. Now I want to go back and watch that game.
6.
Saquon Barkley, Seth, says he wants to be a Giant for life. He wants to be a New York Giant. He's on a one-year deal right now. That was a big stalemate in the offseason. Saquon Barkley and the Giants, eventually they reworked his deal a little bit to give him a little bit more money this year, some incentives and whatnot. But he's going to be a free agent. This could be his last game as a Giant on Sunday, and he said this yesterday. I mentioned before, I want to be a Giant for life. That was a goal of mine when I was drafted. I wanted to leave a legacy here, but that's out of my control. Barkley's 26. He's dealt with injuries during his career. At times, when he's been healthy, he's been really, really good. But I would imagine that the money, I don't know. I have no idea what the Giants' appetite is. When I see news about Saquon Barkley, would you sign Saquon Barkley to if you were the Texans, a 2-year, $20 million deal?
No.
You don't want anything to do with paying running backs.
I feel like, okay, where else can I get 4.0 yards per attempt, 39 receptions, and maybe every now and then an electric run or something? Oh, yeah, I got that in Devin Singletary. Okay.
That's true. But I think even you would admit this is a different ecosystem than the Tommy DeVito ecosystem. As far as his number,
ecosystem.
Are those his numbers for the season or for the?
Yeah, he had 916 yards. He averaged 4.0 yards per carry.
Do you think he'd be a better player here than he is in New York? Like, is it a better environment? Is what I'm saying to be more successful?
Probably, yeah. But I don't. He's a running back. I don't know. They can all go just whatever. You're nothing to me.
He got you.
Like no, $20 million. I guess maybe $20 million. Sure,
10 over 20 over 2. Like 14 guaranteed, something like that. I don't know.
He's run for over 1,000 yards 3 times in his 6 years.
Yeah.
Highest ever output was 1,312 yards, which is nice. As a receiver, obviously, he's a threat and a weapon. I just don't look at it as a focal point of anything.
Yeah.
This system, if it's doing well and does the right things, then. Unless somebody's like a Christian McCaffrey, I'm not that interested in paying extra for it.
Yeah.
You should be able to find guys in the draft that can be a fit eventually.
I think it's funny any running back saying that I want to be anything for life. At that position, I want to be a Giant for life.
I don't know. Honestly, what put me off to that was when he said it's out of my control. Come on, dude. All right, no, if you go to the Giants and say, "Hey, I want to play for the minimum next year," I'm sure they'll kick you out. They'll be like, "Nope, not at any price."
That's so true.
You're not ours.
Yeah.
So it's just that's such a coy way of putting it. It's out of my control.
Yeah.
If you find the right price and you're both amenable to it,
yep.
You've got you're the victim. I got it. All running backs are the victims. Yes.
Yeah. Do you think they hold an off-season meeting again in a secluded place like Austin Eckler called this year so they can – that was the dumbest story of the year. Like when the running backs weren't getting paid, so Austin Eckler – it wasn't a meeting somewhere. It was like a big Zoom call. But remember the running backs had this big Zoom call together before the season where they invited all the running backs that should be getting paid?
I thought maybe they're going to form a little mini union or something, like a pact or a guild of special running backs.
I would love a recording of that call. What was that? 15 guys just sitting bitching about not getting paid enough?
Whatever it was, I know that 3 of them signed relatively humdrum contracts within 2 weeks.
Right after.
So I don't think whatever their action plan was. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He signed for a free bagels with every 5 bagels purchased or something.
Yes.
7.
All right. A.J. Brown addressed the root of his recent frustrations Wednesday and pushed back at speculation that he has an issue with Coach Nick Sirianni. Brown said this: "People say I'm beefing with Nick. I'm not mad at Nick. I'm not mad at nobody. We have a great relationship. We're riding with Nick. We're riding with Brian Johnson, the offensive coordinator. We just have to come out and play ball." I saw another quote on the TV screen in here, Seth, about A.J. Brown where he's like, What? Why is everybody looking at me about my frustration? Like, why am I like, he was kind of Southern belling it, at least that's what the quote looked like on the TV screen. Like, dude, it's because you're the most vocal about it and you're one of the highest paid guys on the team, and you are bitching a lot, like openly on the sidelines about this stuff.
You're seen shaking his head as the offense faltered late against Arizona, and he told reporters he had nothing to say after the game before walking out of the locker room. I guess the question, though, is, okay, I mean, he's frustrated with losing. Yeah. Like, that's an obvious. But where do you then extend that out to, like, oh, he must hate Sirianni? Yeah. Like, it's where your mind might go, and it might sound and look logical. But without him actually saying anything about Sirianni himself, he might hate Howie Roseman. He might not. Maybe he doesn't like Jalen Hurts, you know? There's multiple people you can be mad. Trust me, everybody. You can be mad at more than one person in this life.
Yes, you can.
You should see my book of people I'm mad at.
You can definitely be mad at more than one person. Let me ask you this about the Eagles. Last year when the Eagles made the Super Bowl, people were pointing back to Nick Sirianni's opening press conference back in the day and saying, look, see how misleading that? Look at how much people were making fun of him for how stupid he was. Are you ready to apologize to Nick Sirianni saying he was stupid? Because, look, he just made the Super Bowl. He came within one bad penalty call of winning a Super Bowl. Does this season, now that Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon are no longer there, does this season reset maybe what we think of stuff like this?
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do. Less thinking equals talent take over.
Yeah. Like, does it turn out maybe Nick Sirianni was just really good at hiring a couple good coordinators, and maybe he actually is kind of dumb, Nick Sirianni?
It's possible. Yeah. I think that, I don't know, I've always or at least lately, I've tried to fall into the category of not judging the opening press conferences.
You should get back into the
No, I'll
pool.
judge the press conference, but not as an indicator of how successful the guy's going to be. Yeah. Except for Jim Tomsula. That was an all-timer. You could tell immediately that wasn't going to work out. But I think because the other one, too, is the intro to stand-up comedy specials. There's almost zero correlation between whether a good intro or a bad intro is an indicator of whether that comedy special is going to be any good. I feel like so many of these comedians, they spend like all year getting their 60 minutes of material ready, and then at the very last moment, they're like, oh, we got to have an intro. All right, let's do something where I'm like talking to a dog or something, and they're just awful. Yeah. I watch them like, oh, this guy's going to suck. And then they end up killing. Or vice versa. There's like a really, really funny one, and the act ends up being no good.
But Sirianni might be going back to sucking again. Like, he play it again. Man, we haven't heard it in so long.
Less thinking equals talent take over.
I love that.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
I mean, it is. He's right.
The biggest part of it there is it's not even as much about. I mean, that offense is weird. The offense is really weird, but there's always a question about whether, okay, are you limited because your personnel doesn't allow you to do certain things, or is the scheme limited because you're limited? I think that the fact that there's just been so much stuff seeping out of that organization in terms of rumors and bad blood and all that, that's where it just feels like he's lost control.
Yep. 8. All right, last one here. J.J. McCarthy, quarterback for the Michigan Wolverines, was on a teleconference yesterday for Monday's national championship game, which will be played right here at NRG Stadium. Seth, I feel like I'm going back in time again in seeing a team that's shrouded in a sign-stealing scandal defending itself. J.J. McCarthy said, I feel like it's so unfortunate talking about the sign-stealing because, there's probably, I don't want to say a crazy number, but I'd say a good number. 80% of teams in college football steal signs. It's just a thing in college football. Been around for years. We actually had to adapt in 2020 or 2019 when Ohio State was stealing our signs, which is legal. We had to get up to the level they were at, and we had to make it an even playing field. End quote.
It's tough. Just in general, like when sign stealing is legal and it's going on, but then the thing that you make illegal is so readily accessible. That's where I think that just temptation is too great. The people who do the cheating invariably always just claim that, well, everybody was doing it. Don't you know everybody was doing it? So obviously it's no big deal. It's usually somewhere in between. Like with the Astros, there are definitely other teams doing a lot of shady stuff, but I don't think it was every team.
Right.
It's such an easy out. As long as you can find out about a couple teams that were doing it, It's very easy to just cast that blanket over everybody.
No, that's my favorite part, where he goes, I don't want to say a crazy number, and then like 5 words later he says 80%. Yeah. Like, that's the best. I don't want to say a crazy number, but here's a crazy number, 80%.
I just know it from, like, it's just in sports forever. Like, anybody who's on steroids is convinced everybody else is on steroids.
For sure. All right, Aaron Rodgers. We did not mix this into headlines because I wanted to dig into this a little. Pat McAfee, in the wake of Aaron Rodgers going after Jimmy Kimmel. We'll reset that in the next segment. McAfee had an apology. McAfee said one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard.
Not McAfee.
Yeah, McAfee said a really dumb thing yesterday.
Man.
Yup, he did, and you're going to hear it next.
Let we go. Join the drive with
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, so here was Aaron Rodgers a couple days ago on the I was about to say on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. I don't think Rodgers is going to be showing up on the Jimmy Kimmel Show anytime soon. Rodgers was making his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee Show, and they were talking about an innocent little topic, how the Super Bowl logos each year seem to map, the colors of it seem to wind up being the colors of the teams that play in the game. It's an innocent little topic.
Yeah.
And then A.J. Hawk decides to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein list, and Aaron Rodgers decides to bring up Jimmy Kimmel.
Bring it up, Foxy or somebody back there.
Seats on it.
Bring up Super Bowl 58.
You'll see it.
The emblem, put it on the screen. And then bring up 57 and 56.
This has something to do with the Epstein list that came out?
Feels like. That's supposed to be coming out soon.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar. Yeah. I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't
All right. Obviously, a clip from this particular program was run on Jimmy Kimmel's show whenever Aaron brought up the list, and then Jimmy mocked him for it. Mm-hmm. Aaron has not forgotten about that, but here we are, sitting right in front of that nice bottle of scotch. Mm-hmm. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something.
Oh, yeah.
He's been waiting.
That's the one.
You've been waiting.
Hey, I'll tell you what, if that list comes out, I definitely will be popping some sort of bottle.
Yeah, you've been calling for it for a few years now.
Okay, so and Jimmy Kimmel responded on Twitter, threatened to sue Aaron Rodgers. It became a big thing.
I'm still confused about a lot from that clip. Because they're describing multiple different things. So basically, how did it all start?
Jimmy Kimmel, Aaron Rodgers on the McAfee Show made a comment several months ago about, like back in March, about how people are talking about UFO, the government's talking about UFOs so that it distracts people from all the Jeffrey Epstein stuff going on.
Oh, okay.
He was validating UFOs, and so Jimmy Kimmel played the clip and then made fun of it, like he does during his monologue or during his show. You know, he makes fun of weird things that people say, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't like being made fun of. So that was his salvo back at Jimmy Kimmel, as long as the Epstein list gets brought up.
I feel like I guess that's taking it up a notch. I
suppose.
It's
not a proportional response.
That's a non-proportional response or a disproportionate response. I guess that's what it would be. Is because I saw a couple of people yesterday. I was curious about this because I try to keep as much distance as possible with current events, like as much an emotional distance as possible. But people obviously get very worked up over it because I saw some of our listeners were saying, Rodgers is just jabbing back at Jimmy Kimmel. From looking at it from afar, it feels like Aaron Rodgers insinuating very, very strongly that Jimmy Kimmel was somehow part of a pedophile sex ring. I feel like that steps outside the bounds of normal jabbing at people. So I don't know, though. I don't know.
Yeah, if we just boil it down, this is like someone going, "You're stupid." Yeah, you're a pedophile.
Right.
It's not, Yeah.
That's literally what it was.
That's what it was. Yeah. I mean, it's not a proportional response. So, and I learned too from the reaction yesterday, Seth, on the text page. Like Jimmy Kimmel's not very popular either with a lot of people. You know,
I know. Whenever I've mentioned Jimmy Kimmel, apparently there's I got to start reading the paper again.
No, don't.
No, honestly though, if it involves athletes in actual current events or celebrities in current events, I almost as a rule try to stay the hell away from it because that's when it's hard enough to find kind of just people talking about things without getting super worked up about it. Yeah. And then you add the element of non-actual current events figures in it and it gets all blown up.
Well, and look, we're going to get to McAfee here in a second and his apology for what, air quotes, apology for what Aaron Rodgers said. Because the interesting thing about this, you're right, you can't ignore the story because it's an interesting story. Two, it's a relevant story. But anytime you bring up anybody who's brushed up against polarizing topics or politics, everybody goes to that avenue on the text page and on Twitter and so forth. So, I just ignore that part of it.
All I know is I said something nice about Jimmy Kimmel once, as a comedian, and, I got... The guy wanted to kill me.
Right.
Started making all these political beliefs he assumed I must have. And I was absolutely clueless about it.
But it's a relevant topic because Jimmy Kimmel and Pat McAfee work for the same employer. That's the interesting part about this is
They work for Disney.
The Pat McAfee show is a very popular show, and Aaron Rodgers segments each week. As much as we poke fun at Aaron Rodgers we play a lot of clips from it because a lot of relevant stuff comes from that. I suppose there's a chance that NBC, or not NBC, but Disney and ABC and ESPN could shut down Aaron Rodgers going on there if Jimmy Kimmel made a big enough deal out of it. Aaron Rodgers has not responded to my knowledge, any of the Jimmy Kimmel stuff, but Pat McAfee did yesterday on his show.
I can see exactly why Jimmy Kimmel felt the way he felt, especially with his position. But I think Aaron was just trying to talk. Now, did it go too far in a lot of people? Jimmy Kimmel certainly said that was the case. We and I immediately upon it happening, trying to be like, ooh, But that is Aaron and Jimmy. They've been
jousting a bit.
I don't know, So, we obviously don't like the fact that we're associated with anything negative ever. We like our show to be an uplifting one, a happy one, a fun one, but it's because we talk and try to make light of everything. Some things, obviously, people get very pissed off about, especially when they're that serious allegations. So we apologize for being a part of it. Can't wait to hear what Aaron has to say about it. Hopefully those two will just be able to settle this, not court-wise, but be able to chit-chat, move along. Because remember, you're allowed to disagree with people's opinions. You're allowed to say, I don't... You sound dumb. The more and more you talk, you sound dumber and dumber. And then you're allowed to just move on.
Okay, McAfee does not do controversy well.
No. Well, that part of it's true. I do think you're right. I do think that he generally wants it to be a pretty positive show. Except that he does bring on Aaron Rodgers, who does want Aaron Rodgers wants to talk about very polarizing stuff that is inherently not fun because it's a serious topic if you actually take it seriously. And the problem is because McAfee wants it to be fun. He will not. I'm not even say that he needs to push back, but there's times where the only response is Rodgers will come out and say something. We're basically insinuating that Jimmy Kimmel was in tight with Epstein or something, and there's the only pushback is whoa, whoa.
That's totally.
Totally. It's at the very least, just be hey, Aaron, okay, do you think that's warranted, or are you just messing around, or what,
Yeah. Well, then it quells some of the controversy down. But when you just leave it dangling out there like that, it's. Yeah. So it was just real quick. Real quick. What you just said is that was the tease for me. That was that whole the notion that we don't want the show to be anything negative. We want it to be uplifting. You pay Aaron Rodgers $1 million to come on your show. What did you expect? Honestly, what? We just nothing negative. We don't want to be anything negative. You have Aaron Rodgers on your show every week.
I think no.
J.J. Watt, I get J.J. Watt.
Okay, there's the thing. Okay, it's interesting the J.J. Watt part of it. Because I think that what McAfee said towards the beginning of that was the exactly right thing, was Aaron Rodgers was trying to bust balls.
Yeah.
Or however, I don't think he said bust balls, but Aaron Rodgers is trying to bust balls, but I don't think he has the capacity for busting balls. I think Aaron Rodgers gets insulted and there's no humor in it for him. He's going to come back nuclear. He goes nuclear immediately.
Thin-skinned.
Yeah.
Where
I think JJ's kind of been through a transformation from when he was young. And he talked about it yesterday on McAfee, or this week on McAfee, about how when he was younger and he just, wasn't as self-aware, he was overexposed in a lot of ways, And over time, he learned to have a sense of humor about himself and about that in general. And he learned to, not necessarily put himself out there as much. I don't, Aaron Rodgers hasn't been through that transformation.
That ain't Aaron, dude.
Aaron Rodgers
that ain't Aaron Rodgers.
I wonder if Aaron should do, I feel like he's got enough money now that when stuff like that happens, he should just have a really funny person on staff and be like, hey, listen, or just a friend, be like, hey, how should I fire back at Jimmy Kimmel in a way that doesn't make me sound like I'm accusing him of being a pedophile?
Just like a humor consultant or something like that.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
I feel like Brady's Instagram is really, really funny sometimes.
Yeah.
And I don't. Maybe he's that way. Some people are way funnier on social media than they are in real life. But I don't get the sense that he would have come up with some of the stuff he does. It's really good stuff sometimes. It's really funny. And I feel like there's probably a good chance he's got somebody helping him out with that.
Yep. So that was McAfee's, I guess, apology yesterday, or at least clarification on it.
So you think Disney told him that he should say something to try to smooth things over? Or ESPN said
that's
something?
a good question. Did Disney? I'm sure Kimmel went to the powers that be at Disney with this. Hey, what are we doing here? This guy's implying that I'm on the Jeffrey Epstein list.
I don't know. He might not have. He might have thought, like, okay, I'll take care of business myself.
I would bet, it's a good question. I would bet that, yes, somebody said something. Somebody had to say something to McAfee, right?
I wonder, though, too, with McAfee. Like, McAfee's he's super savvy about business.
Mm-hmm.
And this wouldn't be the first time. If he were to have to cut ties with ESPN, it wouldn't be the first time he's worked with a media company and gotten a lot of notoriety and publicity out of it, but then ultimately said, like, hey, I got to go do my own thing. Because he did it with Barstool. And they didn't leave on bad terms or anything, but it was just kind of like, you know what, I think Barstool helped him get to a certain level, and then it was time for him to go off on his own. And when he signed with ESPN, one of the big points he made was that, now we're on all these TVs and all of in airports, doctors' offices, gyms, even people who don't watch TV anymore, when they do see TV, they're seeing ESPN because it's everywhere. It's omnipresent. Like, there might have been a part of him that's just like, you know what, I'm going to ride this until it doesn't work out anymore, and then I'm going to go back to my incredibly successful YouTube channel, which he still runs live and will still be his if he ever parts ties with ESPN.
His show was on CBS Sports Radio for like 6 months back in 2020. Like you're right, he does. He is a bit of a I guess outlet hopper.
Opportunist.
Outlet
He's opportunist.
He's I mean, and good for him. Like it's clearly working out for him very, very well. He's a very savvy's a good word for it. He's a very savvy business person. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. One more from the McAfee show in the next segment. J.J. Watt was on yesterday. He talked about David Tepper. It was a pretty funny quote. I tend to agree with J.J. Watt on his assessment of the Carolina owner. But my question is this. With Daniel Snyder now gone, is David Tepper the clear-cut worst owner in the NFL? Who's even in that conversation? We'll have that next.
It's Texans Game Week.
or illness.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That's a funny text. Texter says that Pendergast trying to give McAfee advice is dumber than anything ever said on the McAfee show. That's probably true. That's probably true.
Let me give you some advice, youngster.
Let me give you
about
some
how
advice.
to make it in this
dude
business.
with a $120 million contract from FanDuel. Yeah, no, that's a fair point, Tag. There are people that I can give advice to, and it's not stupid. But McAfee is he doesn't need my advice. You're right about that.
You weren't giving advice. You were pointing out the hypocrisy.
Of
him saying that he doesn't want any negativity. But I feel like that part of it is true. That's the hypocrisy he has to struggle with within his soul. The deeply reflective Pat McAfee.
Well, this is. I don't want to go too deep on McAfee again, although we're about to play a cut from his show again.
We're going to do nothing but McAfee.
I know. But he's, he's probably going to start to have some of those, that's right, I'm not working for myself anymore moments, He
sold his, I don't want to say he sold his soul, but he signed on with a big company after he had complete autonomy, and he could kind of have that outsider. People look at him as the outsider, and when you are the outsider, people make a lot of excuses for you. Now all of a sudden he's working for the man. He's the establishment, and it's going to be the opposite. That part might start to weigh on him. That's why I don't think he ever intended. Maybe he did, but I'm guessing he figured it might end up just being a couple or few years with ESPN and then back on his own.
Maybe, and he's doing College Game Day and stuff like that. So there's other things he's doing for them. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. We're going to get back to the Texans and the Colts at the top of the hour. The magnitude of what a win would mean to the franchise at the top of the hour. Here was J.J. Watt yesterday on the McAfee show talking about
You're going to put that, Sean, you're going to put that show over. I'll tell you. These guys are going to make it if you keep giving
I think they've got a shot.
Attention.
I think they've got a shot. That's why I keep playing their audio. I think I see something in that show. This is J.J. Watt on Carolina Panthers owner David Tepper, who, of course, just got fined $300,000 for tossing a drink on a Jaguars fan.
Fascinating situation. Because on one hand, as a pure fan of the sport, fan of entertainment, fan of the fact that this is all an entertainment business, wildly entertaining. I mean, that is, it's dramatic, it's entertaining. Guys showing some passion, showing some fire, showing some energy. I like that. So he got fined. He got fined. I think it was the equivalent of about 35 cents for anybody else. But I mean, just because he's worth $20 billion, what? So you want to fine him $1 billion? Like, you can't do that, because in the NFL, you got to go to a percentage-based fine system on players. And if I got a roughing the passer penalty, that would really hurt. So I don't want that. But I would like to point out I should have let NFL stadium security handle any issues that arose. That is him saying, somebody said some crazy shit to me, I responded appropriately. So I want to know what the hell that person said.
That's the appropriate angle, JJ. Good job. JJ's
you know who's going to make it? You know who's going to make it in this business?
He's going to be all right.
J.J. Watt.
Yeah. Yep. He'll be able to pay off those school loans, I'll tell you that much.
That's right. Yeah.
So you and I talked about this after the show, because I'm like, man, on the show I said, I'll tell you, it seems like it should be a crime, either assault or battery, whatever, throwing a drink at somebody. And I thought, like, am I being soft here? And then I remember, I remember from learning about this, the old fighting words doctrine, that if you say something that's intentionally, you're trying to incite violence, then depending on what state you're in, that's a crime in and of itself. And I feel like throwing a drink at somebody, them's fighting words. Now, I guess the question would be, okay, if the Jaguars fan actually said the fighting words first, did Dave Tepper? Because I'm curious when the lawsuit's going to come out. You're going to tell me if the NFL fined him $300,000, you're going to tell me that some Jacksonville fan isn't thinking a billionaire just did something that the NFL thought was fine-worthy.
At least the dry cleaning bill and pain and suffering, right?
So I'm thinking the fighting words might come in. Why they're either because the Tepper might say nope, them's fighting words because the guy insulted his mother or something.
Yeah.
Or the guy from Jacksonville might say, hey, that guy directed fighting words at me. That's a crime. You're not allowed to do the. Basically, kids, if you say something that a reasonable person would say, oh yeah, that could totally cause somebody to want to punch you in that could totally cause somebody to punch you in the face. Them's fighting words.
Yep, those are fighting words. Is David Tepper the clear-cut worst owner in the NFL right now?
Oh, clear-cut. It's hard to say. I think he's the most outwardly and abrasively worst owner. It's hard to. I mean, that's what's so funny and interesting about the NFL, because ultimately it's not communism. It basically, like, use your imagination. It's like nobody's going to fail. Everybody's in it together. You pool the money all together. It's a boys' club, yeah. Even if you're the worst owner in the league, you're still going to make money, and you're rewarded for being bad. That's where it goes. It's not communism. It's actually way weirder and worse, because you're rewarded for being bad. So you end up with this infusion of talent when your team is bad. I think that I would say he's the worst owner. There's plenty of incompetent owners, but he's both incompetent and actively damages his fan base in the league.
Yeah. Dude, to me, the cover charge to getting into the worst owner conversation is, are you meddling? Are the decisions you're making and your intrusiveness impacting the quality of your organization? And the answer for Tepper is a gigantic yes. Like, he's the one that keeps driving all these impulsive decisions to, by God, I have to go get a quarterback. And then to me, the throwing the drink and stuff like that, that's just sort of like sprinkling some more embarrassment on it. But the way Tepper's handled this organization the first 3 or 4 years of his ownership, to me, if I'm a Carolina fan, I feel totally helpless. And I guess that's where my criteria for worst owner in the NFL would be coming from a fan's perspective. How helpless do I feel that this guy's owning the football team? Because I don't just feel like it's something as simple with Tepper, if he finds the right coach and they get the right quarterback, then all is going to be clear and here we go. I mean, it's like he is damaging is the word you used. He's a damaging owner. I was trying to think of who the other ones are that are even in the conversation. And tell me if you think from afar.
Mark Davis.
Tell me if you think if you perceive these owners to be bad. I'll rapid fire them at you. The Haslams in Cleveland, are they bad owners?
Again, it depends on what your criteria are. They're about to, they're making the playoffs before when the previous owners. But I would say, bad owners. Bad owners. Meddling. They meddle. Yeah. They meddle and they meddle, and then they also ignore the advice of the people with whom they're meddling. Yeah.
I think you can win games and still be kind of a bad owner. I think.
Yeah.
Is Jim Irsay a bad owner?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Jim Irsay is a bad owner too. Is Amy Adams Strunk a bad owner?
Just got a brand new stadium.
Yep. Team has
been largely competitive. I would say, honestly, the biggest thing about them that's a little bit weird was them firing their GM. And I think a lot of that was just normal in-house drama type stuff. I would say no, not a bad owner. I'm setting aside my personal feelings. Not a bad owner.
Is Shad Khan a bad owner?
No. Oh. I think Shad Khan is trying real hard to do things the right way, and he's poured a boatload of money into that organization. And actually, I think might have been one of the few guys that that kept the organization from leaving City. So no, I'd say no. I think he's made some bad decisions that he's recovered from, and vice versa.
As owners, I see Shad Khan and Cal McNair as being very similar in that I think they just want to hire the right people and let them go to work and spend a ton of money on the team.
Sometimes though, that's the tough part is they do want to hire the right people and let them go to work. The danger in that is that without oversight, it keeps you from being meddling, but then also things can go bad. Yeah, when you want to give them money and resources too, you're pouring kerosene on the fire sometimes if you hire the wrong person. Ultimately, hopefully, and inevitably, or at some point, you hire the right guy, and it's a good kind of fire. The NFL is an oligopoly, by the way.
Oh, that's what it's called? A what?
It's a state of limited competition in which a market is shared by a small number of producers or sellers.
Oligopoly?
Yeah. I know that was right on the tip of your tongue when I was
I've never heard that word before, yeah. I've never been part of one.
Thank you, listeners.
Text message, Seth, I think this goes back to the previous segment where we said maybe Aaron Rodgers needs a humor consultant. Seth, I think back to your Peloton tweet that made national news, and I wondered, does Seth have a humor consultant?
One Twitter user wrote, quote...
Okay, well, hang on. We got to set it up. This is like 3 years ago. This was funny as hell,
there was a Peloton ad that caused a lot of controversy because it basically looked like a woman bought this Peloton just desperate for her husband's approval. And she was like incredible. She looked terrified the entire, she was like doe-eyed, eyes as wide as Bryce Young's, just terrified the entire time. And a lot of people had an issue with it because it was just flat out. I could see why. I thought people thought it was disturbing. I could see why. I didn't quite get that, but I understand depending on your perspective.
I thought the husband bought it for her as a gift or something like that.
It did, yeah. That was the other part of it. He bought it for a gift, and she looked so. That's exactly. She bought it. He bought it for her as a gift, and she just looked so desperate to please him, but nervous and scared.
So imagine you're going to hear Seth tweeted a hilarious tweet about this.
Yeah.
But the AP or somebody picked it up and read it as if Seth were serious.
One Twitter user wrote, quote, "I'd ask that woman in the Peloton commercial to blink twice if she needs help, but her husband already Botoxed her eyelids for her birthday."
That's funnier now.
I forgot what the punchline was. I just remember that there was something about me and Peloton, and it was printed in an article as alongside all of these other very serious criticisms of the dynamics of the relationship dynamics and misogyny and stuff. And then there's that.
It was Reuters. Thank you, Ben. It was Reuters. Reuters picked it up. I thought it was the AP. Reuters picked it up. It was so funny. One Twitter user.
The article. That was the article, and then I did voice to text to, I had Siri read the article so we could make it funnier.
God, that was great. That was great. One Twitter user said. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. Tomorrow's a football Friday, and then we've got Saturday football. Last practice today for the Texans. And then they head to Indy tomorrow for biggest game of the year for sure, obviously. Where would this win stack up? If they go get this win on Saturday, where would this win stack up in franchise history? Some are arguing it might be the biggest win in franchise history. Some say got to be a playoff game. We'll discuss that next.
Hey, when you guys want the definition of oligopoly, what is it, Sean? Oligopoly. You come to me, the guy you can totally sometimes pronounce.
It's a word that I've used several times since I learned it 30 seconds.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Texans-Colts, Saturday night, 7:15 kickoff. Seth and I get you started at 4:15 on Texans Countdown. So Will Kunkel tweeted this out. Will Kunkel, Fox 26, tweeted this question out yesterday about the Texans and the Colts on Saturday night and posed the question, if the Texans beat the Colts in a do-or-die game for the playoffs, will it be the biggest win in franchise history? I think the beginning of this argument, a lot of it for a lot of people, Seth, it just comes down to, can a regular season game be the biggest win in franchise history? You know, if you feel like, no, it's got to be a playoff game, then the argument gets cut off at the knees there.
I don't. A lot of it, for me, like let's say that it can be a regular season game and doesn't have to be a postseason game. A lot of it's going to have to come down to the manner in which the game is played. Like, okay, is this the most important game? I would say no, just in that even in making the playoffs, it's not something that the Texans haven't done before. Where in 2010, when they clinched the playoff spot against the Bengals in Week 14 with T.J. Yates as a quarterback, that was more significant. That was a turning point where, okay, this team that had been just nothing but an expansion team for 8 years, all of a sudden took a step with a backup quarterback and cinched the playoffs.
Yeah, I think, too, I'm glad you brought that one up. I think, too, with that one, like, wins can, in retrospect, become bigger, I think. And if you remember that season, they didn't win a game after that in the regular season. Like, who knows what happens if I forget what the division looked like that year. If it was, they clinched the division with 3 weeks to go in the season, so the division probably wasn't very good. But they lost their next 3 games after that. You know what I mean? So it kept them from having to, if they had lost that Cincinnati game, then all of a sudden the pucker factor goes up as the season kind of moves into week 15 and 16 and 17. I think with this game, I agree with you on the manner the game plays out, kind of plays out. That adds to the magnitude of it. Like we remember more Jose Altuve hitting a walk-off home run than we do them against the Yankees, and we do them winning Game 7 of the World Series against the Dodgers because, that game was like 5-1 or something like that. But I think, too, with this game, I feel like the upside of this game for the Texans far, far, far exceeds the downside of losing this game. Like, if you lose this game, you still feel like, okay, this was definitely a turnaround year still. You still feel really good about the team going into next year. They really, from a long-term trajectory standpoint, there's really nothing to lose with this game. Unless something bad happened in the game to somebody physically. There's really, perception-wise for the franchise, nothing to lose. Whereas I think a win, wow, now you're double-digit wins. You might win the division. You're in the playoffs. This team would be in the playoffs. I saw a stat yesterday, Seth. The Texans. This is before the game. As far as Saturday's game, doesn't even matter for what I'm about to say. They're the second team in NFL history to have a winning record directly following 3 straight seasons of 12 or more losses. In NFL history.
Oh, so usually there's a slow build into it?
Yeah. When you've been losing that much.
They had one extra game to lose 12 games last year.
They lost 13 games last year.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so it didn't matter.
They went for just for the numbers' sake here. They went 4-12 in Bill O'Brien and Deshaun Watson's last season here in 2020. Yeah. They went 4-13 under David Culley. They went 3-13-1 last year. So it's 12 or more losses. So that's the stat.
So that was that's not a big deal. Okay, all right. So good job then.
Yeah,
no asterisks
second in
needed.
history. Yeah,
and that thing that I've dreamed about since I was a kid, that one day my team would become the first team to have to go to the playoffs or have a winning record.
To have a winning record.
To have a winning record.
Directly following
after 3 straight games.
It's every kid's dream, man. Yep.
It's a remarkable turnaround then. I mean, because I think you're accustomed to thinking, okay, well, this team came back from whether it's the Lions one year or whomever in other years where they come back from a really bad season the year before and have a surprise winning season. But there was something about the nature in which the Texans had been losing the last few years that was particularly gruesome.
Yes.
And felt like they were institutionally doomed.
Yeah.
That it's that much more impressive that they turned it around.
Yeah, I would say, too, about this game, I agree with you. I would say, too, about this game, like if it's got the potential to be put up alongside the TJ Yates game you're talking about and the first win in franchise history over the Cowboys. I think anytime we talk about regular season wins in franchise history, those are the two that get brought up the most. Clinching the first division and getting that inaugural win that you were part of in 2002 against the Cowboys. I think this one has the potential. Like if the game plays out a certain way where it's very memorable, that we could come in on Monday this week and say that this is as big or bigger than either of those two, depending on how it plays out.
I feel like the first win, like I told you, I felt like that first win in franchise history felt like a commemorative coin, where it was a really, really cool, and yet it didn't necessarily have as much value as you bought it for, just because we'd gone on to win 4 games that year, and it was a long time before the Texans would make the playoffs. But it was just an official coronation of an actual NFL franchise, and you did it by beating the in-state Dallas Cowboys.
Hated Cowboys, yeah.
That part was really, really cool. I'm eternally grateful that I was able to be a part of that environment and everything. It was just one of the most unique and awesome things I've ever been involved in. But at the same time, it just didn't have the significance of being on an actual championship caliber team or something.
Yeah.
So that was like a commemorative coin. I feel like if this was if CJ Stroud has a great game and the Texans win this game and they go to the playoffs in a year which very, very, very few people thought they could even have a winning record, that would be like the Steve Jobs meeting the other one, the Wozniak guy there. It's like the very beginning. It could be something really awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it Steve or was it Jeff Wozniak?
I don't
two
remember.
Steves?
Yeah. No. I'm not
Tell
sure.
me, computer people.
Yeah. Text in. I'm looking up at the TV screen in the studio, or I was moments ago while Get Up was still on, and they were doing a segment, like a fact or fiction segment. And one of I think it was Kimberly Martin, was one of the panel on there. And the fact or fiction was, fact or fiction, the Texans will make noise in the AFC playoffs.
Oh, that's we haven't even stopped to really consider that, about the chance of them actually making a push in the playoffs.
She said fact.
Yeah.
She said
fact.
fact.
Oh, she said fact?
She said she thinks they will, yeah. Make noise.
But you and I haven't talked about that.
No. So what do you think?
Yeah, well, let's see. Who are their wins versus playoff teams this year?
Oh, that's a good question. You know what? And that can be a little misleading, only because they beat. I think their biggest win of the year was Cincinnati in Cincinnati.
Well, the Bengals were hypothetically with Joe Burrow, the Bengals are
here are the wins. That's a good question. So their ability to compete in the postseason, have they beaten any of the types of teams that they're going to have to beat if they're going to win a playoff game? Because they're going to play one of 3 teams. They're either going to go to Buffalo, they're going to go to Kansas City, or they're going to play Cleveland at home. They've only played one of those 3 teams.
Cleveland just absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah.
The Ravens, so as far as playoff caliber teams, the Ravens, it was a more competitive team. I think it was a more competitive game than perhaps the score looks, but they roundly beat the Texans. But those were 2 different teams.
I think both those teams are better than they were in Week 1. I mean, the Ravens are about to clinch. They clinched the 1 seed.
The Ravens and the Texans. The Steelers were roundly beaten by the Texans.
Yep. Jacksonville in Jacksonville in Week 3.
Yeah.
So Jacksonville, Pittsburgh. These are the wins I would say are good wins. Not great wins, but good wins. Blew out Jacksonville in Jacksonville. Blew out Pittsburgh at home. Beat New Orleans at home. New Orleans is, they're hovering around the playoff picture in the NFC. Beat Tampa.
Did the Jets make the playoffs?
Beat Tampa Bay at home. I'll get to them. Beat Cincinnati on the road. And beat Denver at home when Denver was still kind of a hot team. They had won 5 in a row at that point. No world beaters on there, unfortunately.
No world beaters, but everything came down to the wire. Except, I shouldn't
Most
say
of
that.
them.
There were so many games that came down to the wire. And the Texans easily could have 11 wins right now. They could easily have 7 wins too. But it did feel like it felt like the record reflected pretty much where they are as a team right now. The biggest question, really, as far as making a push in the playoffs, I would have felt a hell of a lot more confident that they could if Tank Dell were healthy.
Yeah,
I think that's just the one missing piece. This defense doesn't feel solid and genuinely good enough to support an offense that really only has one playmaker other than C.J. Stroud, and that's Nico Collins. So I would say, depending on what your definition of push is, I guess for me, a definition of like actually being a threat is to at least make the AFC championship game.
Yeah.
And I'd be really surprised. I'm not saying they can't, like anything can happen. I'd be really, really surprised if they make it to the AFC championship.
I think they can win a playoff game. I think divisional round is the ceiling for this team. Yeah, I think winning multiple games, because they're going to, in all likelihood, have this. We know, in all likelihood, they're going to have to go on the road in the second round of the playoffs. At least, unless some really, I think they would have to. Yeah, right. Like just the math would say they'd have to, unless the 2 and the 3 seed both got knocked out in the wild card round. Then they would have to go on the road at the latest in round 2 of the playoffs. Yeah, no, I mean, if the Texans win the division, then anything can happen. If they're the last seed, then they're SOL. But winning the division changes everything. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, unless you're somebody who feels like you'd rather go on the road and face Buffalo or Kansas City instead of playing Cleveland at home. There are plenty of people that feel that way. Like the division, actually winning the division is more treacherous in getting cut off at the knees because of who you're playing in that game and playing Cleveland. Yeah. You and I don't think that way. You and I are the same school. I don't like overthinking it that way. You know what it is? I came into this business during a stretch in which the road teams were doing really well in the NFL playoffs or winning the Super Bowl without home field advantage, and all the narrative at that point was like, looks like home field advantage just flat out doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. And then you end up going through a stretch where nobody but home seeds or home advantages are winning, and it just flips on its ear. So over time, I feel better about playing at home, and as a fan, I just enjoy actually being able to watch the team. Somebody's asking, can they play Miami in the first round? They can't. Mathematically, it can't happen. The way the standings stack up and the way the matchups stack up this weekend, there's only 3 possibilities: at Buffalo, at Kansas City, home for Cleveland. That's it. Of the division winners, I mean, it is, look, the Dolphins, nobody really knows what the hell the Dolphins are, especially now without Chubb on the team. They've had their issues defensively. The offense just is either like the best offense that's ever existed, or it's sometimes just kind of boring. And then the Chiefs, we all know about the Chiefs' issues and problems and fall to just being an above-average team this year. That's where I'm saying I have a hard time really believing that this team could win 2 games, but it's not like it's a murderer's row once they get to that second row. It just all falls into whether they have to play the Ravens or the Bills. Yeah, that's exactly right. The Ravens or the Bills, yeah, boy. Catching the dysfunctional Chiefs would not be the worst thing in the world, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping they win Saturday, obviously for the postseason. But think how much fun that'll be too, Seth, if they win on Saturday, to get up on Sunday morning and have the Jacksonville Tennessee game to look forward to as well. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like a win gives us a double header of sorts. Yeah. Because for those who don't know, if the Texans win and the Titans beat the Jags, then your Texans get to hang a 7th AFC South division banner at NRG Stadium in the parade of other AFC South banners since 2011. Hey, have you noticed that we've got one of those AFC South champion banners that's like a little off color up in the stadium. It's not noticed. Like the oldest one or anything. Not noticed. I pointed it out to you. I don't look. I don't. Distracted. Yeah, I don't look at them, Seth, because I'm focused on winning a Super Bowl someday. I ignore them. I know that. I mean, I did show it to you, but you just don't remember. It was insignificant. It was insignificant in your mind. Yeah. The Titans game is meaningful on Sunday. As far as just for sheer entertainment value, I mean, I wish I could get into Broncos Raiders. I think I can kind of get into Broncos Raiders. Well, I just want to have one. I like Jarrett Stidham. I like Jarrett Stidham, so I'll keep an eye on that game just to see if he maybe does enough to secure the starting job for next year. The one I'm curious about is we all know that the Cowboys have struggled versus good teams on the road. Yeah, the Cowboys versus the Commanders on the road. Weirder things have happened than teams that have absolutely nothing to play for with lame duck coaches and a bunch of players that don't want to be there. Have won the final game of the season versus playoff teams who have something to play for. Am I crazy to think there could be a dynamic in Washington in that game where Ron Rivera is well-liked by his players, but we've known for 2 months that he's going to get fired at the end of the year. So they want
to go win one for the Gipper.
They win one for the River. Yeah, for the Ronster.
For the curiously nicknamed Riverboat Ron, who's actually pretty conservative in his decision-making.
In everything that he does, yes.
Most boring gambler. Riverboat Ron. Hey, where can I find this Riverboat Ron? I want to gunfight him.
Dude.
He's actually overworking in the coat check. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, Riverboat Ron. Riverboat Ron takes even money every time the dealer has an ace showing and you've got blackjack. He doesn't let it play out. But am I crazy that there could be a dynamic in Washington where they want to send him off with a win, especially against the Cowboys in a rivalry game like that?
No, not at all. I don't
get the
think
best
so.
version of whatever the best version of the Commanders is.
But it's like anything else in life. Sometimes altruism doesn't create the fiercest warriors.
Yeah, you got to be good at football. I get it. Yeah, I agree.
Like those guys that win on Wall Street.
Yeah.
You know how altruistic they are. They're just doing it for the love of their manager and everything. Yeah,
I understand. Yeah, the schedule. There's not a ton of intrigue on the schedule. That's why the Texans winning would be a whole lot of fun because we get some intrigue in that early game with Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Bills at Dolphins on Sunday
night is going to be that'll be fun. That is a ton of intrigue there because depending on how the day plays out, Buffalo could wind up depending on how the weekend plays out, Buffalo,
or out of the playoffs.
If Pittsburgh beats Baltimore on Saturday, then Buffalo is playing for their lives. And if they win, they're the AFC East champs, and they're the 2 seed. And if they lose, they don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, so they're either 2 seed or out in that scenario.
Yeah. How crazy is that?
It's such a weird year for Buffalo.
Yeah.
It's so strange. And yet, they're like, it's hard to figure a lot of things this year. I think some of it, I don't know. I'm not going to do a podcast discussion about the way defenses are playing. But it's just harder. It's just, you don't feel... there's not that same shock and awe with even the good teams this year.
No.
Everybody seems fallible except for the Ravens.
That's why the Texans might make some noise. Who knows? I mean, they got to win on Saturday, obviously, but man, it's fun to think ahead to what the matchups could look like once you get into the dance. Hey, join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land, right off Highway 6 for Thirsty Thursday. Wings, cold drinks, great prizes, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. It's Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land. Up next, Bobby Slowick. Is Bobby Slowick's name a hotter name now as a head coaching candidate than it was a month ago? It is on at least one list we're looking at, and we'll talk about that next. But first, soda weight loss.
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, is Bobby Slowick a hotter head coaching candidate now than he was a month ago? Sounds weird to say because C.J. Stroud's been missing for a couple of weeks, and they haven't put up crazy offensive numbers really since the middle of the season when they had those back-to-back 30-point games against Tampa Bay and Cincinnati. I mean, they've been decent offensively, but not to the level they were in those two games. But I'm looking at a list, Seth. I'm looking at a list on CBSSports.com from Tyler Sullivan, one of their NFL writers. And this was wild to me. He's got the top 15 head coaching candidates for 2024, and he includes current head coaches who might be moving on to other jobs, like current head coaches in the NFL. So it's not just a list of 15 coordinators. It's got big names on the list. And I'm gonna go down the list until we get to Slowick, and this is what was wild to me. Okay.
So you're starting at 15?
I'm starting at 1, actually. I'm 1, and I'm going to
with you. Okay, you're going 1.
I'm going to start at number 1, and I'm going to count down to Slowick here. Okay. Bill Belichick, Ben Johnson, OC in Detroit, Jim Harbaugh, Brian Johnson, offensive coordinator, Philadelphia, Dan Quinn, D.C., Dallas Cowboys, Lou Anarumo, D.C., Cincinnati Bengals. Number 7 on the list, a list that includes Jim Harbaugh and Bill Belichick, is Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans.
And notably, I guess it's also interesting to see who follows him because some of these guys have had their name in the blender for a while.
Absolutely, yeah.
Gerard Mayo, who was a person of interest for the Texans, but is largely believed by many to be kind of like the king in waiting there in New England.
Yeah. Yep.
Heir apparent, that's a good way to say it. Eric Bieniemy, who did good things with the Commanders' offense this year, despite their other relative impotence. Mike McDonald, who's the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. Mike Vrabel and Ejiro Evero, defensive coordinator for the Panthers. He was also interviewed by the Texans earlier this season.
Yes, Slowick's ahead of all these guys that you're naming on this list. I mean, it's just one. It's just one person's opinion, but it is still hard to find a list that doesn't include Bobby Slowick on it for this cycle of head coaching.
And I think, too, the first objection I get from people when I bring this up is usually, hey, well, no, nobody's going to hire him. He doesn't have enough experience. In the Kubiak-Shanahan system alone, there are 4 guys who only had 1 year of experience as a play caller. Matt LaFleur was one of those guys was a coordinator for 2 different places, the Rams and the 49ers, but was only the actual offensive coordinator one time. Mike McDaniel was the supposedly offensive coordinator for the 49ers, but we know how that goes.
Yeah, LaFleur was the one you were thinking of. Yeah.
LaFleur and then a few of these other guys have really only had 1 year as a coordinator before they get hired. Mike Vrabel had one really, really bad awful year as the defensive coordinator of the Texans, and he got the job of the Titans the next year.
Yeah, and you could see Vrabel's got a charisma. Haver of it, I believe, he's got Vrabel, he's got a charisma about him where he could, kind of sell him. Even if he had the 32nd ranked defense, you sit in a room with Mike Vrabel, you're like, you lose track of what his defense actually did last year because he's got an aura about him. He was able to sell the Titans on giving him that job.
He's got that Dan Campbell quality about him. Just where the leader of men, haver of it.
Yeah.
Which is one thing. I mean, that's what kind of hooked the Roonies on Mike Tomlin, because Mike Tomlin had, I think, just 2 years of experience as a defensive coordinator before he got that job, and he was very, very young. But they said that just when he walks in the room, he's just got a certain presence about him. Slowick's not that guy, although he is way more charismatic and engaging than advertised. I think it might be a guy that maybe when he was working as an underling, he just knew his role and was kind of quiet about everything. He's been very, very comfortable in front of the media. Not that should be a huge factor, but it does translate into the kinds of things that owners want to see. And I've seen enough of Bobby Slowick now to feel like, man, if he sat down with some owners, he's going to tell them some really good stuff. Like he's got a very interesting perspective and view of how to approach the game of football. He's very much an X's and O's strategy guy, but unlike a lot of those guys that maybe you think are kind of football nerdy, he really respects and appreciates the importance of just coaching.
Yeah.
Of just flat out okay, how do I communicate this? Is it is it possible for these guys to execute this? Like, he very much understands the player side of things. And if he chooses to interview this year, he's new in his hat's only been in the ring for 1 year, theoretically. So I'd be surprised if he got the job. But I think he might get some good experience interviewing with people, and it's going to put his name on the radar.
If he gets offered interviews, he should 100% take them. I mean, that interviewing is a skill, and you got to hone it. Oh,
Yeah, so you thinking he might just be like a Ben Johnson, where like Ben Johnson got some interviews last year, and he ultimately pulled himself out. He said so because he wanted to, finish what they started in Detroit. It might have also been that, look, at that point, the Texans had a horrible reputation. Sometimes guys look around and they just don't feel like the circumstances are right.
I think more importantly, who else did that? D'Amico Ryans.
The year before he pulled himself out.
As pertains to Slowick, I think D'Amico actually doing that is something that it wouldn't shock me if they've discussed that at some point. Like, okay, how did you go about your journey to get to being a head coach?
Yeah, that's true, because I think sometimes I myself and others kind of discount that because we just assume that it's PR spin. A guy doesn't get offered any job, so he says, well, yeah, I wanted to focus on it. But if you think about it, you get really down to ground level and put yourself in that situation. Slowick, I don't know when Slowick knew when he was going to get his chance to be an offensive coordinator. And, he knew that D'Amico was going to bring him with him, but he didn't know when that was going to be. And realistically, it's very possible that he hasn't put as much thought into the process of becoming a head coach as he would be comfortable doing.
Right.
Like it might just feel way too rushed. He's probably focused everything on learning to be an offensive coordinator this year. Maybe hadn't thought a bit about beyond being an offensive coordinator headed into last season. And I could totally see him saying, like, well, look, I don't want to go somewhere and fail. It's not just a guarantee that you're going to get another opportunity anywhere else. So, yeah. Okay, I would say, I think I was 50-50 on this for a long time. I would say there's only a 25% chance that he even actively wants an NFL head coaching job right now.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good point, Sean. I think he wants to wait at least.
Yeah, I think he does too. And yet I still think if he gets offered interviews, he should take them. He should do the interviews 100%. For the other reason is, hey, maybe he gets a pay raise out of the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, one way to get him off of this head coaching market, give him some more bread, and then he can go be a head coach next year.
Cal's on his walk right now, listening to you on the app and thinking, "Shut up, Sean! Will you shut the ever-loving mouth up?"
I've driven by the McNair's house during Christmas. I can confirm the lights have remained on, because they've got Christmas lights galore on that. Their house is covered in Christmas lights.
You've cased their house during Christmas.
I've driven past their house before.
There's too many lights on.
I have to drive past their house to go to certain places that I like to go to. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you buy John McClain's story that when the McNairs first bought the team that he dressed up as a gardener and grabbed a?
I choose to believe it. I choose to believe it.
He said he grabbed a rake, noticeably not a leaf blower, but a rake, and walked up to the house and was able to case the spot out that way.
Has he? Okay, I'm going to use this today. We do the podcast today, John and I do.
Yeah.
And Thursdays are our day where we do a segment called For Real or Fugazi. And I'm going to bring this up and see if he reconfirms that he actually did that.
We live in Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
John McClain saying that he blended in as a gardener.
Darker hair back then.
On a hot day. I'm guessing. I don't even remember what time of year it would have been, but it was probably hot. They tell you that somebody were going to look at that scene and be like, oh, that's an awfully big gardener. That doesn't, wow. That guy, it's impressive that he can sustain that kind of lifestyle of working 10 hours a day in the heat.
I don't know,
but
man.
He finds a way to stay hungry.
I'll ask him. I'll ask him. I'll ask him again today on the podcast. Hey, one more thing on Slowick here. Let me bounce this off of you, because the article I'm looking at here says all the things you would think, like a 30,000-foot article about Bobby Slowick would say in the paragraph. Talks a lot about C.J. Stroud and the Shanahan coaching tree and this and that. But they don't mention anything about the Texans' run game. And anytime Slowick wound up on a list earlier in the season, you and I, on a national list, you and I and others would always push back on, look, they can't even run the football right now. You're ready to hire this guy as a head coach. Let's slow down.
Yeah.
Had the Texans done enough in improving their rushing game where you would feel more comfortable about that aspect of Slowick if you were evaluating him as an NFL owner to be your head coach?
I think he's going to have a really good answer for it. And he actually talked about it yesterday when he was answering a question about Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, and talked about how this is a completely different scheme than Strausser had been in.
Yeah.
So when it comes to outside zone and everything, like there's a lot of bringing two worlds together. And we certainly saw that with Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce, with this specific brand of an outside zone-based scheme, there's a lot that he still, Dameon told us, or told you, that he needs to figure some things out. So I think the integration, the implementation of this scheme is no simple thing. The fact that they made as much progress as they did over the course of the season, I think it could be presented as a positive. And then I think he can also go to various other instances of teams where, whether it's Atlanta or otherwise, where, really the Packers too, because the Packers offense under LaFleur didn't really take off until the second year. It usually takes a couple years for it to really kick in.
Yep.
So I think he's got a good answer for that. I think there would be a lot of owners that would be placated, I guess, by that answer.
All right, Slowick is somebody who's got a ton to gain by being on a primetime stage. I think there's three others that also have a ton to gain by being on this primetime stage for the Houston Texans. We'll get to that. What are we looking for on the injury report today as well with the Texans? We'll get to all of that as we roll on here on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. I get to talk about soda weight loss again? Awesome. Oh, I love that. So.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We just said Bobby Slowick's got a ton to gain from playing on this big stage on Saturday. We're going to dig into the nuts and bolts of the game a whole lot tomorrow as we get you ready for Saturday night. Colts and the Texans. 7:15 kick. Seth and I have you 4:15 for Texans Countdown. And then Clint and I will hopefully take you on a victorious journey into the wee hours of Sunday morning after a Texans win in the postgame show on Saturday night. Yeah.
That's nice that you get to do a night game and do the postgame show without having to get up 2 hours later to do the morning show.
Yeah, Saturday, baby. Yeah, we like that.
Flighty co-host.
And this is what I'm hopeful for. I am hopeful because if I'm guesstimating here, the game kicks off at 7:15, which, that'll be 3 hours. So 10:15, the game will end. And when it's a post-game show and there's no Sunday Night Football, usually we just have to stay until 6:30 for Sunday Night Football, regardless of how long the Texans game actually goes.
Yeah.
When it's open-ended like it is on this Saturday night, we'll probably, Ben, what do you think? Probably be done by like 1 or 1:15, somewhere around there?
Yeah, probably about 1.
Probably about 1. So I'm hoping to make it to one of the local taverns here for a celebratory drink with what I hope are jubilant Texan fans that are still out carousing that their professional football team has made the postseason for the first time in several years. That's my hope. I wish and pray that we get a win on Saturday because then I can do post-game celebratory drink on the way home. Just one. And I might even Uber from there just to be safe. And then Jags, Tennessee, Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon.
I was talking to, he probably doesn't want me putting his business. I was talking to a local media member, sports media member, who when the Rockets won the championship for the first time, his son was a teenager at the time, and he went out and hung out on Richmond afterwards, and he came home just wide-eyed at the things he had seen.
That was the spot back in the 90s.
Yeah. And it was also like it was a plus, and there were no phone cams back then, kids. People would do stuff in public and know that it wasn't going to end up, all over somebody's Instagram or something. So I don't think you're going to get quite that if the Texans win a play-in game, Sean. But you might have a good old time, though.
Yeah, no, I'll probably be stopping at one of the places I usually go to anyways because I live fairly close to the station. Yeah. And I'm honestly just hoping there's like 5 or 6 people who I sit and talk Texans with 4 or 5 times a week at this particular place. And I'm just hoping they're there so that we can all celebrate together.
So back when Richmond was big like that, like when that was a spot in the 90s, was it also, though, were the gentlemen's clubs already there too?
Yes,
or was that,
some of them.
That come in there? Okay, so everything was all kind of intermingled. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, no zoning. No zoning.
Right, I just didn't know if that kind of like if it was the hot spot and then as it moved out, everything kind of got backfilled in with a little bit of the more scintillating entertainment.
No, they were kind of interspersed. That's about when I moved here. I moved here in '94, so it was right during those Rocket championships, and I lived over in West Chase. So yeah, no, it was all commingled. Slowick stands a lot to gain with this game. My other 3 that I cited earlier that I think have the most to gain by the stage the Texans are on, Will Anderson Jr. I think Will Anderson Jr. can win the Defensive Rookie of the Year with a big game on Saturday.
Yeah. That's especially given the circumstances of both the Texans, the fact that like if they can make the playoffs on the strength of an equal like a defensive performance, as much as an offensive performance, and then if you look at Will's main competitor, the Eagles have just fallen apart, and the
Jalen
defense
Carter
is just,
who you're talking about. Yeah.
Jalen Carter is on a defense that's fallen apart over the second half of the season. And I think that it's not like it's his fault or anything, but the perception, I think, before was kind of like, wow, they were already awesome, and now you're taking this rookie who's destroying people. They're going to be unstoppable. And that hasn't been the case. If Will Anderson is part of a resurgence of the Texans and his numbers, he's a defensive end versus Jalen is an interior defensive lineman. So Will Anderson's numbers should be better, but sometimes the voters don't take that into account, and Will Anderson's numbers, especially if he gets a couple sacks on Saturday, are going to be way better than Jalen's.
Yeah, it's funny to feel this way. Like, America's going to get acquainted with Will Anderson. who was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year twice at Alabama. Like, they know Will Anderson, but they don't know Will Anderson, the Houston Texan. I think similarly, I feel like, okay, well, now America's going to finally get to see Derek Stingley Jr., who was the best freshman cornerback that we've seen in the last 25 years on a national championship team at LSU. Now, Stingley has been far more off the grid since that 2019 season.
Yeah.
Will's missed a couple games this year, that's it, but Will was always available at Alabama. Stingley's been much more hit or miss in terms of availability, but I do feel like if Stingley can have a big game, then maybe this Sauce versus... I feel like the Sauce versus Sting thing has died down quite a bit already with Derek Stingley Jr. not only staying healthy the second half of the season, but playing really well. But this might be a chance to really push it to the back burner.
I think part of it is the Jets' defense. The Jets' defense is still statistically up there, I think, even over the course of the second half of the season as they struggled. But it's not as perhaps substantial or imposing as it was. And it's probably not their fault at all. They just have gotten zero offensive support. So it's just less of a story, I think, in general. And much of the Jets, a lot of the oxygen was taken out of the room of the Jets this year by Aaron Rodgers and everything else that was happening. So I don't think he just flat out wasn't going to get that same attention.
Yep.
Stingley, I guess there's no award to win or anything.
No.
But in terms of that whole. Nobody's really saying that the Texans got dunked on or anything right now by taking Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
I would say the public at large would still give the edge to Sauce Gardner, but Stingley has worked his way into, he's going to be a legitimately solid and potentially really good or awesome cornerback.
Yeah. When he's on the field, he's been really good. The last one is Nick Caserio, because I think they know about drafting Stroud and hiring D'Amico and trading up to get Will Anderson, but people watching this game are going to get a look at a team that the little moves have been a big reason why they've had such a successful season by their standards. And the free agency moves. Hopefully Dalton Schultz has a big game on Saturday night. Devin Singletary, not Derek Singletary, like Seth coerced me into saying before. Devin Singletary. Thank you. And some of the other free agents, some of the other waiver pickups they've made. Nick's had a really good year. He's had a really good 2023 as the general manager for this team. So people will get to see the effects of all the little moves they've made.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that, though, because I don't know if, I think even the Patriots, when they basically employed the same strategy for years and years and years with their free agents, it was rare that they would make a big splash. They signed a bunch of 1- and 2-year guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if they ever necessarily got credit for that. I think it was always looked at as, okay, well, they fill in the holes around these studs that they do have, where I think seeing it up close and personal, now I can appreciate how hard it is to fill all those slots and pieces. But I don't know if the GM always necessarily gets the credit for that.
Well, I'm saying within the context of an executive of the year argument. Like 2 years from now, Nick won't get credit for that.
Right, and the people who vote for executive of the year tend to be people that love their bling. So, it's just not, they're not. Look at, Ryan Grigson got executive of the year because he traded for Trent freaking Richardson, idiot. So, not you, idiot, Ryan Grigson.
Yeah.
These are sports writers who are voting on this, Sean. They're not rocket scientists.
Yeah.
They're simple creatures. They write 500 words a day and act like they were out hard rock mining.
You know who else? This is kind of a flip side, like a bizarro version of what we just talked about, like who benefits the most from the big stage. One player I'm hoping has a very good game because he's had a pretty poor season, but he's been able to do it in noon Sunday games. I would like to see Jalen Petrie have a big game on Saturday night.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Jalen Petrie has had a rough season. There's just no two ways about it. And I would like the Jalen Petrie that looked like he was really making heavy progress at the end of last year and was playing better as the season went on last year. I would like that Jalen Petrie to show up on Saturday night.
I don't know. I think in some ways, I get the feeling from the Texans coaches that they would prefer maybe a boring Jalen Petrie who is more concerned with always maybe first and foremost not making mistakes before you make the splash play. I think Jalen Petrie sometimes he's like if you hired somebody to to work in your Oreo factory, and at the end of the day, you came and expected that he'd have like a big pile of Oreos manufactured, but instead he was like, you know what I thought we would try instead is what if we put cheesecake in them instead of the cream filling? And he was like, no, I just wanted you to make the Oreos. Yeah, but look at what a splash I made. Like that's
oh man, cheesecake on an Oreo sounds pretty good to me.
It's a good idea, but you didn't hire him to do that job.
True, yeah.
And meanwhile, the contract for Oreos goes unfulfilled because you jumped the cheesecake route. Yeah.
All these empty shelves in stores because of Jalen Petrie, the Oreo filler.
Yeah, not everything has to be that. I'm still bitter over that time that they had not yet finished a play at the goal line, and Jalen Petrie went running into the tunnel.
Yeah, that was
while the play was still going on the field.
That was the Desmond King stop against Jacksonville.
That's right. Desmond King had been back. He came on the field for one play. They stopped. I think it was ETN.
Yes.
The play was still going, and Jalen Petrie was off making a spectacle of himself running into the tunnel. Yes. I thought at that point, all right, there's we got a little bit of an issue in terms of just kind of doing smart things on the football field.
I like Jalen Petrie a lot. I hope he has a big game. I hope he makes a big play. Cheesecake Oreos or not.
I don't care if he makes a big play. I hope he doesn't screw up. I hope he doesn't blow. I hope he doesn't get benched. I hope he doesn't jump underneath routes when he desperately needs to be covering the most dangerous threat.
Yep.
Like, just first do no harm.
I hope
I don't want a single damn big play out of Jalen Petrie.
I hope for all of those things as well. And I hope he makes a big play in the game. Jalen Petrie. You brought this up.
You feel like you think sound financial management is just buying more lottery tickets. That's no.
Yeah.
The splash play with Jalen Petrie is a lottery ticket.
Just got my payout from my fantasy football league that I won this past week. Going to buy $1,000 worth of lottery tickets right after I get out of here. You brought this up earlier this week. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Jalen. He was asked how's Jalen Petrie been doing, and here's D'Amico Ryans' answer.
Yeah, Jalen's done a good job for us. All throughout the year, Jalen's done a good job. Instinctive player, finds a way to make plays, be around the football a lot, provides energy to our entire team. Jalen's done a really good job for us.
Okay. That was the shortest answer of the press conference. It's hard to. It's like if D'Amico really likes a player, it's tough to get him to hold back from giving anything less than 30 seconds or 45 seconds on a guy.
He gave a pretty short and monotone answer about Blake Cashman too.
He did,
which I thought was interesting. Yeah, it actually was. I thought at the time, well, maybe that's because of Cashman's injury status or something. He only played 25 snaps in the game last week. But maybe it's more than that.
He also had a clip. I don't have it in front of me here, but I remember hearing this like at the outset of the press conference. He's like, "Yeah, it was great having CJ back and great having Will back," and then he just kind of goes on with the answer. I'm like, "Hey, Blake Cashman was back too. He was back also. He played 25 snaps or no 25 snaps. Will only played 12. You know.
I think Cashman. I don't know if and again, I don't know if his injuries still bother him or whatever. But I didn't see the same. It didn't feel like the same Cashman to me. So I don't know. It might just be that he's not injured. Maybe he's not on the injury report, but he's just not quite
just
right.
Banged
yet.
up still. That could be. What's up, fellas?
Howdy.
John Lopez, Landry Locker.
Howdy. How are
you? There we go. What's going on, gentlemen?
Nothing. Big game.
Big game.
Big game.
48 hours plus whatever away.
Mm-hmm.
Very excited. I said to Seth, I said this is my itinerary. My hope is that they win the game.
Mm-hmm.
I do the post game till probably about 1.
Yeah.
And then I'm hoping that there's plenty of Texan fans still out and about town. I want to celebrate this.
Oh, you said it yesterday.
Playoff berth. But I want to go. I'm hoping they're still out at the bars celebrating because I want to go celebrate with them. That's my fingers crossed. And then we get Jags Titans on Sunday.
That's an interesting point. Is it going to be like a big celebration?
I don't know. That's what I'm intrigued by it more than anything. I think it should.
That's an interesting question because it almost became they made the playoffs.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Business as usual.
I think it's going to be bigger. I hadn't even thought of that. I'm glad you brought that up. I think it's going to be a bigger celebration than we think.
You do?
Just because of the
Landry sounds like it's week 12 or something over here.
It's new again.
No, you're just getting to the playoffs, man. I think once the playoffs hit, it'll be
Okay, Bill O'Brien.
I actually no. Like,
I don't know. This is freaking me out because Landry's usually pretty good at getting excited about stuff that I don't even think about. Like you kind of sometimes Landry will come in and I'll listen to the intro of your guys' show and I'm like, we just wasted 4 hours. Like there's something to be excited about. And now I'm second guessing I spent 4 hours being excited. And now I feel like I'm supposed to be at the library.
No, it's definitely exciting. I just don't know if Sean's going to leave post game and the bars are going to be 20 deep with people waiting to go pop champagne for a Texan celebration.
People going to pour whiskey on their grandfather's grave.
I said I'm just hoping there's Texan fans still out.
I think they'll still have Fireball in stock or something.
I mean, it is a Saturday night, so. Sure.
They made a fool.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go celebrate. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call you at 1 a.m. and see if you want to join me. Yeah. Oh, I will have a Fireball for sure. I will have a Fireball for sure. All right. Well, I plan on celebrating Saturday night. I'm going to have a celebratory drink either way because
you deserve it, man. You're going to get a Sunday off. You're going to get to chill. You deserve it.
I just hope there's games that mean something to us on Sunday. I just don't want to sit and watch meaningless to Texan fan football.
I think you should feel pretty good about it.
Yeah,
I do. You should feel pretty good about it.
I do. All right. Gentlemen, have a great show. This was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. Football Friday tomorrow. Game face ready.
Antibodies to you, and don't let nobody kill your buzz, Shawnee.
No, it's already buzzing. I'm good. I'm good. Either way. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
All right, so we got to keep our eyes close. There's going to be something that's going to develop today that normally happens on Friday. The practice report. Mm-hmm. The DNP Mafia. The DNP Mafia has been laid out. Will Anderson, DNP. Jonathan Grenard, DNP. Sheldon Rankins, DNP. Malik Collins, Noah Brown, Bobby Woods, Andrew Beck, DNP. The DNP Mafia. Mm-hmm. Now, we could play bingo. We can handle this however you want to handle it, but we are probably going to be able to chalk some of these guys and remove them from the DNP Mafia once we start getting a report from practice, figuring out what's going on there.
Yeah, look, we are. It is one of those games that matters so much and means so much. They're going to be able to they're going to play whether they're fully able or not. And I think if you don't play in this one, then it's one of those things where you're really bad off. And I think the only one that is going to be in that category is Noah Brown,
the back.
Yeah.
And that's a guy who's been big for them in big moments, especially on the road. That's the concerning thing. Cincinnati, Tennessee, where you've had kind of those back against the wall type of situations, which we'll get into this in a sec. I don't know that that's necessarily the rally cry for the Texans right now, but Noah's been one of those guys who just kind of seems to be trusted by CJ in big moments and kind of is able to instill his will.
I think he's been hot and cold, but when he's hot and on the road, it's been better. The one that disappointed me was the Jets game, but everything disappointed in that one. But he's one of those guys that if you have him, you feel, I don't know, put a percentage on it, 100%, 80% better, just because of the Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson factors, would have to step in, and that's uncertainty.
So we'll keep a close eye on this practice report. Did I hike my leg on Sean's bar excitement there?
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up again, because I do think it's going to be more than division title. All that stuff. The old Bill O'Brien thing, where it's just like, okay, they made the playoffs and they're not going to do anything. I do think it's going to be more than that, and I think one of the big deciding factors for me is because if they lose this game, I'll be upset. And that's big. Like I'll be mad.
Well, the season will be over.
Well, no, I'll be mad that they lost the game. But yes, the season will be over. Like a lot of times, you're like, okay, well, I didn't really have that high expectations for this squad, But I'll be mad if they win this game. So that means if they win, I think I'll be even more excited. I think somewhere between this town going nuts after they beat Cincinnati to make their first ever playoffs.
Yeah, it's not going to be there.
It's not going to be there. And okay, well, they made the playoffs.
But I think this will actually be like I think this could vault the buy-in. People that have been hesitant to buy in, I think they just anticipate, this team ain't going to the playoffs. This team ain't going to the playoffs. But I do think if they win this game, then it'll be the excitement will go up to where when the playoffs begin, people are basically all in for better or worse for a long time. But I don't think that people are just going to fully invest emotionally until the Texans show that they can do something that they're not expected to do, like make the playoffs.
Right.
This weekend.
I've called it the Devin Singletary game. It's kind of a Greg Grissom.
Which scares me, kind of.
It's kind of a Greg Grissom game.
What? Tell people who Greg Grissom is.
He is president of the organization, and it's a season ticket game. Like if they win this game, you're right, it might not go way over the top, and I don't think it will either. But I think people are going to buy in, and that means literally buy in for next season's season tickets. I think Greg Grissom has a lot on the line this week for the future of the season tickets, which is weird.
Yeah, it's weird you brought it there. it's weird you brought it to the
which is weird
to the Greg Grissom. Could have just gone McNair's. Could have just gone whatever. But
I like Greg.
Now you're trading your media operations trading cards or whatever your business office Texans trading cards.
Speaking of which,
to start this off, I don't know what you're wearing right now. You're wearing a Gridiron Legends.
It's a vest
that doesn't match your undershirt.
It kind of does.
No,
I got some dark right here. Look.
No,
look.
No, you look like June Jones coaching at Hawaii.
YouTube audience, Twitch audience. See this dark blue on my shirt?
What are we doing here?
Matches the dark.
What is this about?
I'm wearing a vest.
But why?
Because it's the Texans. It's Caserio. First vest I've maybe ever worn. Sure, a sleeveless vest. Like outside of a tuxedo.
What is going on right now?
It's a vest.
So the biggest difference between the Texans this Saturday and when they took on the Colts in Week 1, the biggest difference between the two teams. Let's hear from the man himself, C.J. Stroud. He's going to break it down for you. 2 days away from the winner-go-home game against the damn Colts.
Yeah, I mean, Week 2 from now is you have two different football teams. You know, like they're a different team, we're a different team. And you got to kind of plan for what they've been doing lately, not more so what they did against us. Of course, you got to watch it and look, because that's good background, you know, just to see how guys play, how they move around, and stuff like that. But I feel like you definitely got to be able to throw that stuff away and look to like the last couple of games they played and really lock into what they're doing now. And they're a really special team. Like, they've done a lot of great things, and it's going to be a good matchup.
I don't think you can really get much out of the first game at all. 3.5 months, I mentioned it yesterday. That's a season. That's more than a season in some cases. It's a totally different vibe, totally different key personnel. Jonathan Taylor, especially, some others as well. Singletary. I mean, it's a totally different game.
I don't feel comfortable calling this a Devin Singletary game.
I do.
I just don't. I think I like Devin Singletary. I like what he's done. He's obviously RB1 here, but when my playoff fate and my winner go home relies on Devin Singletary, I don't feel comfortable. I feel much more comfortable saying DeMeco Ryans or C.J. Stroud. I'm not even saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that doesn't make me feel as comfortable saying, well, you know, however Devin Singletary handles his business is what's going to happen with the Texans. Scares me a little bit.
I think it's a big Devin Singletary game, not just because they need the run, but I think in order to kind of hold back what the Colts can do with C.J. Stroud. I didn't realize this until, you know, you kind of dig in on different things all week long. The Colts are 5th in the league in sacks.
Yeah, their D-line is good. Like they
don't blitz
the quarterback. Yeah, they can get after the quarterback.
And so that's another reason that I like the Devin Singletary game aspect of it. Not just that, but I think it's going to be a defensive game, and I like it.
They don't stop the run. They sack the quarterback.
Yeah,
which kind of leads towards your run thing.
Yeah,
the Texans have been stopping the run. The Texans are like that. Derrick Henry game just completely shot them up the stats to where they're like in the. So I kind of take that with a grain of salt too, you know, because I think I heard McClain saying they're top 5 run defense.
Yeah.
And I'm not dismissing that.
Yeah.
But I think Jonathan Taylor could find a way to run on this squad. Like, I feel like when you hold Derrick Henry to less than 15 yards, 12 yards or whatever, then it's going to skew your stats. Just like when whoever it was, Denver gave up the 70 to the Dolphins, and their defense was kind of, when they were facing the Texans, ranked a little bit, you know, in the bottom half.
Yeah.
It was a little bit better defense than that. It was just that one performance that kind of skewed it.
A little bit, but there are 15 other games.
No, they are running the ball. I mean, they are stopping the run better.
Yeah.
I will give them that.
Yeah.
So, but that helps. But going from 5 to 15 can be as simple as the one Tennessee game.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm saying all that to say I still have a healthy amount of fear for Jonathan Taylor.
Well, I think part of that is just It's Jonathan Taylor, and he's presumably happier. I don't know if he's happy, but happier in Indianapolis, and he's certainly performing better. I think he's got a couple of 100-yard games in the last 3. But the biggest reason for that is it's Jonathan Taylor. I mean, he's really good.
There's one rally cry that I just don't think works for the Houston Texans, at least not this week. This was Nico Collins. He was with Sean Bajani, and he was talking about the notion that it's us against the world. Here's Nico.
Always. I feel like he's always that mindset, man. Like, back always against the wall. We've always been doubted, always that team that's the underdog, so I feel like it's only right to just go out and just be us, you know what I'm saying? Just go out and just have fun, play the game you've been playing your whole life, and just, show the world what you're about.
I like Nico. I like what Nico's done. It's hard not to like what Nico's done, but let's be serious. The Colts could say the exact same thing.
Maybe even more.
Yeah, the Colts can say the exact same thing that the Texans are saying. So that, underdog mentality, Texans are favored now. The money's flipped.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a 3-point flip. It started out as the Colts as a 1.5-point favorite. It's gone to the Texans as a 1.5-point favorite. So the underdog, nobody gave us a chance. Yeah, that's not going to work this week. It's
not, and also, he did say mindset. That's our mindset. I think, who doesn't do that? We got a chip on our shoulder.
Well, the
Why?
Patriots did it.
You're the 49ers.
Patriots did it.
Exactly. Yeah, the 49ers, they've been doubting us all year. Who's been doubting you all year? It's just kind of that. That's just the way it is in sports. But I really do think the Texans are the better team. I just can't get away from that in terms of, if all things being equal, if they play, each team plays the way they're supposed to play and the way they want to play, the Texans will win. They're better, just overall. And that's why I think the Texans are going to win.
And then you sit back, you relax, you watch the games on Sunday, and you take it all in.
Mm-hmm.
You can wake up at 11:59 if you'd like.
That would be sweet.
Sleep in.
Can't remember the last time I did that.
Get you a little sleep in. At least get to the double digits.
Yeah.
Sean wanting to hit the bars and celebrate. Maybe I hiked my leg a little bit too much on it.
I did like the way you did it, though. The way you hiked your leg on it. I just think it's going to be a really good vibe in this town if they win, and maybe it's kind of skewing why I think
it's going to be an incredible vibe because I think there still is some anticipatory disappointment that people are setting up for.
We've been programmed that
by
way.
some people, but I have a healthy amount of confidence here.
We've just been programmed that way. Even when Bill O'Brien was winning division titles, we just didn't have that same vibe. That we kept waiting for the other shoe to fall, and that's why so many people are still doubting and wondering.
So let's just get this out of the way.
What's that?
Why is a division title? And this is an easy answer, but for couple years we kind of rolled our eyes and said division titles are for losers.
They are.
We kind of rolled our eyes at Bill O'Brien hanging his hat on that. Explain why this division title would hit so much harder than the ones that BOB had.
The reason I say division titles are for losers is because if you're hanging your hat, hanging proverbial banners because, hey, you won the division title, you're not a true contending team because that's what you think is a really great accomplishment. It can be a great accomplishment for a team like the Texans this year because they're transitioning from garbage, if we're being honest. So, that's the first big step. Hey, we won the division title. You should celebrate that. But if you're a team that's established with established players, Bill O'Brien inherited Arian Foster and, it's
J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt. Why are you celebrating a division title? That should not be the ultimate goal. How many times have the Patriots are the extreme, but even a team like the Eagles or the Niners or the Ravens, do you think they're celebrating division titles?
No, and I think when you're just expected to win a division, then I think it gets kind of old. If that's something that you're hanging your hat on year to year, it gets kind of old. But in this situation, you're going against two other teams trying to propel themselves up to that tier in Indianapolis and the Jags. I think it definitely does hit a little bit harder.
Yeah, because they're transitioning from the O'Brien, Culley, Lovie Smith era where you're just rolling your eyes at everything they're doing. And the other part about this division title, is it's not just something you haven't done in a while. It's setting you up. It's setting you up to make a higher goal. Like if the Texans can win the division title this year, it'll still be really cool next year if they win it again, but that's not going to be the highest goal. I mean, I don't even know if that's going to be the highest goal anyway, because I think the Texans, if they can get to the postseason, and I think B. Scott mentioned this before the show, you'll hear from him at 11 a.m., like they're going to be favorites to win the division. Okay, if you're favorites to win the division, you just mentioned it, then your goal should be beyond that.
Next year, everybody's going to pick the Texans.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like that's going to be the pick.
Yeah. Well, no matter what.
Unless you go back to Jacksonville.
No matter what Jacksonville does, I think.
I'm starting to believe Jacksonville might slip up, though.
Against the Titans?
Might slip up.
I think it's possible.
Might get a little home playoff game.
Yeah. That's definitely possible. And then if that happens, I think the celebration will be pretty sweet. I think you won't know till Sunday, but I think it'll be pretty sweet in this city.
You gonna rock you a division title shirt?
No.
Cap?
No.
With the tag still on it?
I don't think I've ever purchased one of those.
What, a division title?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
But I do think they should pop some bottles.
I might have had a conference championship shirt now that I think about it for the Aggies.
When was that?
98.
Oh, okay. Sir Parker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All that, because that was a cool, that was a standard. That was a one
they
worth,
upset K-State.
Yeah, one
Sir
worth
Parker
celebrating.
jumping up.
Yeah.
I remember I was at the state championship game. I was in Lubbock.
Yeah.
I went to the high school state championship game, Grapevine High School.
K-State would have probably won the national championship.
They would have been in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would have been in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember
So
that.
I think I might have had one then. But that's about it. Yeah. That's a long time ago.
Probably saved that. That would be vintage.
It would be vintage. I got a Cotton Bowl hat that I had in my attic from 1985.
Yeah. Rock that.
How about that? I might.
You got the best on right now, so I'm kind of wondering what's going on. Again, we're keeping an eye on the DNP Mafia. Texans going to practice shortly. Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins. Those are your D linemen that did not practice. The wide receivers, Noah Brown and Bobby Woods. And then the fullback / tight end, Andrew Beck. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep you updated on what's going on in there. We'll get the pulse of what's going on with Indianapolis tomorrow. Kevin Bowen, 10:15. He's 10:35. He's pretty surprised, as a lot of us are, about this game. I don't sense like strong confidence though.
From who?
Kevin Bowen out there in Indianapolis.
I don't think
sense like strong confidence.
I don't think there's a lot of confidence in Indianapolis in general. Do you realize they've lost 4 home games this year?
That's a lot.
That's a lot. They're 4-4. This is going to be the tipping point for them as far as home record. But they've lost 4 home games. There's another little, feather in the cap.
Do the McNairs get along with Irsay?
Yeah, I think so.
He seems like he'd be hard not to get along with.
Yeah,
like he's a moron, and he's obviously a little dopey, but it kind of seems like it would be hard to not get along with Jim Irsay.
Yeah, I mean he's the party. He brings the party with him.
Well,
he brings the party.
Maybe
with
not
him.
like he always has, but
yeah, it's still there.
He definitely brings some of that juice.
Getting a lot of support for my vest on the YouTube.
Oh yeah, a lot.
A lot. And
a lot.
Yeah, look at it. One guy said I look goofy, but I don't think I'm going to believe that one.
Yeah, I didn't know you were a vest guy. I was very surprised.
I'm not a vest guy. It's the first time I've worn it in a long time.
You are a worrier, though. And John Lopez has one big worry. There's a lot of optimism around here, but there's one big worry John Lopez has for the Texans 2 nights from now in Indianapolis. We'll get into it next.
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Keeping an eye on the practice report. Practice report's going to come out. Injury report. It's going to give more clarity into how we feel about two very important areas involving the Houston Texans 2 days from now, Saturday night in Indianapolis. A lot of reason to be optimistic, but John Lopez has one big worry. He is worried about something. Whether you agree or not, 713-572-4610, but lay it out for the people, J-Lo.
Yeah, we both think that the Texans will win, but the Colts have the same record. I mean, the Colts are at home, and they've gotten there for a reason. Let me lay this out to you, because it's more of a question than anything. It is a worry for me, but for the loopholes and you, it is a question. Like, so C.J. Stroud came back, played very well, did everything he needed to do, and was only, I believe, sacked once, if at all. And that's kind of like deceiving. I mean, in the games before he left with a concussion, he was sacked 13 times in 3 games. This offensive line, we feel, has been doing an adequate job. It hasn't been doing as good a job as you think when you dig in. Against the Broncos, Jets, and Titans, he was forced to run a lot. We talked about that a lot. He extended plays, he scrambled, all that stuff. And 13 sacks in 3 games, which ultimately led to him getting a concussion, if not maybe 2, at one point. That's a worry. And the reason it's a worry even more so is the Indianapolis Colts are an anomaly in the NFL. They don't blitz at all. They are 32nd in the NFL in blitzes. So what does that tell you? You know this. More guys in coverage. That means they're rushing with 4 guys. That makes, hitting those windows a little more difficult. And yet they're 5th in the league in sacks. So they're 5th in the league in sacks, dead last in blitzing. Let's be honest. I mean, we're confident in this game, but for a guy that's got sacked 13 times in 3 games before he went out, and then has to face extra guys in coverage with a defensive line that by itself almost has the Colts 5th in sacks.
Yeah. The first time they played, there was no Laramie Tunsil, and the offensive line was depleted. It's still somewhat depleted, but Stroud was sacked over a handful of times, including the last play of the game, which was really weird. Where DeForest Buckner kind of slung him down on the ground. It looked like he was close to landing on that shoulder. So, yeah, I mean, I think the offensive line, regardless of what stats you just put out, and they're good stats, they're alarming stats, to be last in blitzing and top 5 in sacks, that kind of speaks for itself as to them being able to win individual matchups against offensive linemen. The offensive line is going to be a concern for me no matter what. Like, whether they're healthy, whether they're not, whether it's the O'Brien era and they're investing all that, whether it's now, like, for some reason around here, like, the one thing, as much as things have changed and changed and changed and changed, the one thing that has just kind of stayed the same is you can never trust this offensive line. You never know what you're going to get from this offensive line, regardless of who they're facing.
Yeah, because you can feel good about them in spurts, but have you ever felt like this is an offensive line that's got it wired?
No.
Never.
Never.
And I think they've given up the 9th most sacks of any team, even though they've had stretches of protecting Stroud very well. So I think what I'm getting at here is not just the offense versus defense. How is Stroud going to play when there's more guys in the secondary and he's getting more pressure with 4 guys up front? It's also, he's going to get hit. He's going to get hit. He was basically wrapped in bubble wrap against the Titans. He had a very easy game. They had a very easy win. The play calling was such that, there were a lot of dump offs, especially early, just kind of keeping him from being in the pocket too long. Well, that's not going to happen this week. Like you're trying to win a playoff berth. You're not going to be like, let's go real conservative here. and let's just keep him, with safe throw. No, you're not. I mean, there's no way you could.
Yeah, I heard CJ talking the other day about, avoiding hits and, you want to avoid this hit and you don't want to take this unnecessary hit. And I just don't know, where the balance is going to be. Slowick kind of talked about it yesterday, the balance of – it was kind of generic. The balance of, being aggressive with the balance of being conservative. But I don't – I want CJ to be able to play hero ball, but I also acknowledge that it's a lot harder to play hero ball with these receivers. Especially Noah Brown, because the thing that Noah Brown has been able to do is, first of all, when they go on the road, his best games, a couple of his best games have been on the road in situations where you're kind of counting the Texans out a little bit.
Yeah.
And whether it's Cincinnati, we saw it against Tennessee, we saw it early in the season, Noah Brown's just he's kind of been reliable for C.J. Stroud. So you brought up Noah Brown and what are we going to see from him on the injury report? And there's chatter that maybe they're leaning more towards him not playing.
Yeah.
I don't know how you overcome that. I'm not saying that you have to. It's not like an end-all, be-all. But who steps up? Because let's just put Nico aside. Who steps up at wide receiver? Is it Robert Woods? Can you really rely on Robert Woods to make those types of big plays at this point in his career? And he's also banged up.
And he's also injured.
Because I think you can win without it. I think you can win without it in this situation. Now, if you're going to Kansas City, you're going to Buffalo.
Yeah.
And you don't have Noah Brown.
Yeah, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
Especially against that defense.
Right.
But Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie. I mean, or this ties in with my whole Singletary thing. If you're getting a lot of pressure up front from four guys, and there's a lot of guys in coverage, run the damn ball, or play action, to be able to keep those linebackers up tight. So I think there's a lot of reason to, and I'm not say, oh my gosh, C.J. Stroud is going to stink, or he's going to get another concussion, or I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying he's going to get hit, and he's going to be under pressure, and he's going to face a secondary that is going to have an extra guy back there.
The other thing that happened in this last game, and again, we've talked about how the matchups don't matter. Texans versus Colts, Saturday night, win or go home. I don't know that the Texans necessarily lost the game in the first quarter, but I mean they were down 14-0, and the first drive, Shane Steichen just completely dissected D'Amico. And that's the scripted portion of the offense. Whatever he saw on tape, which was a small sample size because the Texans had only played one game at that point against Baltimore. Maybe he went back to San Francisco. Whatever he saw, they dissected like a science experiment. They just completely dissected it. Then you had the strip sack and Anthony Richardson running into the end zone to give him a 14-0 lead. I do wonder, when you talk about offensive guy versus defensive guy, and you talk about how big of a body of work there is for Shane Steichen to now look at when it comes to D'Amico Ryan's defense, hopefully they don't get dissected early on like they did. Because I don't want to say you can lose the game in the first quarter, but a 14-0 lead, especially with the lack of firepower that the Texans appear to have right now, you can't have that again.
That might be my second, if I had to give a second biggest worry in this game. It's not so much Jonathan Taylor because he's part of the Shane Steichen attack. My second might be Steichen. He's really good. He's proved it. He's proved it as a coordinator. He's proved it as a head coach already. He's really good. And if he matches wits and wins that game with D'Amico, then that would probably be my second worry.
I mean, these guys met this year. These guys have met. Shane Steichen and D'Amico Ryans have met at least. This is going to be at least their third meeting because they had the NFC Championship last year, and D'Amico's defense was kind of up against it because you had the quarterbacks all got hurt, and the offense wasn't moving the rock, so they were on the field for a long time. But yeah, Steichen kind of
was that your second biggest worry, or is it your biggest worry?
No, yeah, I think there's a chance that Shane Steichen's just a surgical assassin. Like as much as we talk about the quarterback position and personnel and stuff, I think there's a chance that this guy has the Colts in the same position that the Texans are in, and God, we praise the Texans for where they're at. I think there's a chance that You know, this guy, although we acknowledge that he's a really good coach, he might be even better than we give him credit for.
And let's remember this. I've never been a huge Anthony Richardson fan, but in the small sample size early in his career, he looked pretty good with Steichen. He did some pretty good things with Shane Steichen. And oh, by the way, this is the best Gardner Minshew has looked, 3 years? Something like that?
I mean, maybe ever. Like for this long of an extended period of time, maybe ever.
Yeah.
So healthy amount of fear for the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. Brandon Scott joining us at 11 o'clock. Landry Locker, John Lopez here with you. Coming up, full circle in the selling of your soul from one extreme to another next.
Let we go. Join the drive.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Texans, national stage this Saturday. They got the stage to themselves. ABC/ESPN versus the Indianapolis Colts. John McClain is already sending messages to the people at ESPN.
Let's get it right, all right? Let's get this thing right.
ABC. This is John McClain. He wanted to make this clear. Yeah. Sent this tweet out 10 minutes ago. Memo to ESPN/ABC. Ooh, where's this going?
Man, he is bringing it.
Will Anderson weighs 260, not the 243 the Texans list. He weighed 253 at the Combine. He told the media late in camp he weighed 260 because he'd hit the weights hard to beef up for his first season, and he's been outstanding. I thought this was a camp thing for McClain. I thought we were kind of over the weight thing at this point.
He is obsessed with 17 pounds of muscle. That's another thing that just drives me nuts. He's added 18 pounds of muscle. How do you know? How do you know it's not 18 pounds of Quiznos? We were just talking about Quiznos during the break.
We were.
It doesn't get the love it deserves.
Baja chicken, bro.
Mesquite chicken.
Hey, either way.
Yeah.
Quiznos.
But, yeah, he's obsessed, man. At least he's straightening out ESPN to get things right.
He said told the media. No, he told you his weight because you asked him.
Yes, he asked the question.
Yeah, don't act like anyone else gave a damn about his weight except you, John.
Yeah, we asked about it when we had him on about that.
Yeah, obsessing over the weight. Selling your soul for the betterment of your team. We saw it last year. There are people rooting for a loss. Texans, Colts, rightfully so. You always want the number one overall pick, regardless of how things go. And now it's a weekend where if you take care of business, you got to root for the Tennessee Titans. Which one of these makes you feel dirtier? Rooting for your team to lose to the division rival Colts, or having to root for those Tennessee Titans and everything that we've seen happen the last month or so?
Oh, rooting for your team to lose, and it's not close. It's the right thing to do in certain situations. It was the right thing to do at the time last year. But I don't mind rooting for the Titans this week because it helps the Texans. Like, what's the problem? Why would anybody? I can't root for the Titans under any circumstance. Not even this one that you could, and especially if you have tickets.
And it doesn't mean anything for them.
Yes,
like
they're not going anywhere.
It means nothing for them.
Yeah, that's a very bizarre, kind of stance to take. I can't root for the Titans. Dude, you can play a home game against the Browns in the playoffs if you do. Like, why is that an issue?
I do feel like the Titans rivalry has cranked up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think it's the best rivalry.
I don't know that they're kind of bringing a plastic knife to a gunfight, but it has kind of ramped up a little bit. Yeah. I would say that's probably the most hated squad.
I agree.
Unless you ask Vandermeer will say Colts.
Yeah, but it used to like fluctuate for a long time. It was the Colts. A long time before that, it was the Jaguars. Then it's kind of fluctuated. I don't think this is going to fluctuate. Titans are the rival. Titans are the big one. Now maybe the Jags, if they stay in the hunt consistently, will come into the mix. But it's kind of like, who's the Browns' biggest rival?
Steelers or Ravens?
Exactly. It's more than one.
It's one of those?
Yeah, it's more than one. So I bet you they would say Steelers, even though they still hate the Ravens. They hate the Steelers.
No, but they hate them both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's more than one.
It would be.
Yeah.
It would be like a seesaw of
exactly
back and forth personal discussion there.
Yeah.
But I think there's healthy hate developing with the Tennessee Titans,
and there should be.
There's some folks around here though. Like, we don't speak for everyone. There's some who kind of became Titans fans when the Oilers left. Very small portion.
But it's changed.
Very small portion.
I remember I was just so bitter with Bud Adams. I didn't want nothing but bad things to happen to him. But my kids were little. And let's see, how old were they? Were they 8 and 12? No, 8 and 6. And I remember that Super Bowl against the Rams that the Titans played. They were cheering for the Titans just because it was Houston. It used to be Houston. So, but now they can't stand them. So I think it's kind of changed with a lot of the people once the Texans came into the picture. Because the Texans weren't around then.
So when you're watching a big game like this, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Like when you're watching a big game like this, what's your ideal environment? Do you want to be at a bar with a bunch of people? Do you want to chill at the house? Do you want to be low key? Do you want to have some folks over? Like when you're trying to focus and the game is huge, what's your ideal environment?
This is kind of what I wrestle with all the time. Like, if it's a huge game and I am deeply invested, frankly, I like to watch it by myself. Like, just focus on the television or the game and just all in on the game. But I also, for this, and that's more college, I think, but when my city's involved, I like to be around the people. Like, I like to feel that energy like you're almost at the stadium. So I'm probably going to go by Figgy's thing. If not, watch the whole game there. He's having a get-together unofficially to watch the game.
No, I think it's official.
Is it official?
I think he put out like 8 different flyers and deleted 7.
Well, that's a Figgy problem.
I was trying to follow it. They're like 8 different flyers.
That's a Figgy problem.
He had more. It was almost like, he had more art, album art than No Limit back in the day.
He's changing and changing.
Brother, I couldn't keep up, man.
Yeah. It's going to be at Daly's on Holman Street.
Yeah, Daly's on Holman. They got a nice menu, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They got a real nice menu.
I'm going to have to check that out.
Yeah, they got a real nice menu for sure. Good variety. So I'll probably go check it out. Swing by Figgy's thing. I'm waiting for the next album cover. Soak the Shockers is coming out, I think. So I got to ask you something because we're obviously patiently waiting for the Texans to take on the Colts. And something else that was on the internet yesterday, this is from Figgy, and I need all my basics to help me out. I need one person to tell me that they can understand
You're
this.
calling me a basic?
Nah, any basics. I'm talking basic Bs out there. Shout out to our basic B loopholes. Yeah. Help me understand, okay? I've seen people wait outside to get into concerts. Mm-hmm. I've seen people wait in line to get concert tickets back in the day. I've seen people wait in line for Tickle Me Elmos.
Yeah.
I've seen people wait in line for the new iPhone.
Okay.
I've seen people wait in line to get someone's autograph, for a meet and greet. I've seen Astros fans wait outside for bobbleheads.
Mm-hmm.
There were chicks waiting outside of Target yesterday for an exclusive cup, man.
Oh, is that I saw something about it. It's a movie or something, right? It's an
exclusive cup, John.
For a cup.
An exclusive cup. I guess the Yeti is being taken over by the Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
And Stanley is releasing a limited edition pink water bottle. And there were people at Target waiting outside for the Stanley limited edition pink water bottle.
What is this? Why is this happening?
I don't know, but for some reason, women are
both my
Stanley.
daughter-in-laws. You can't see them without holding one of those things.
They're holding Stanleys now, right?
Yeah.
They don't have anything else. I might be just a simp, but I have Yetis. I have some off-brand stuff. I don't notice the difference between that and the Stanley. Help me understand, ladies. Basics, help me understand this.
I've got Arctic. I've got Yeti. I do not have a Stanley. Why is it so popular?
No idea.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if there's like some sort of like underriding meaning. I don't know if they symbolize something that's crazy, but for some reason, it's to the point where people are waiting for a damn water bottle.
I have no idea. Someone help us. 713-5. Say we're a couple of olds. That's for sure. Well, here's one answer that the internet is saying. Influencers. Like apparently some of the biggest female influencers have either partnered with or use the Stanley Cup. Not that Stanley Cup. This is how old I am. This is how out of touch I am. When I say I saw there was a line for Stanley Cups, I was thinking, hockey? Why Why do women care so much about the Stanley Cup?
Oh, I guess it is kind of that.
Yeah.
Someone says it's the handle and the colors. So I guess it's that it's more colorful.
Mm-hmm.
They're being heavily influenced. Women just don't want to be the only woman without one.
That's the influencer
Someone
thing.
says size matters. They make it bigger than the Yeti. So what, 40 ounces, I think?
Yeah, 40 ounces. I did see that.
Someone says it's just the latest woman trend. I don't know what the hell that means.
It's influencers, man.
Why listen to an influencer?
But here's the thing. I don't know how your wife is with like popular Instagram influencers, but both my daughters-in-law and my daughter, like if they swear by that stuff. Oh, so-and-so is an influencer and she said blah, blah, blah. I'm like, cool. You know, that's cool. They don't look any different than a Yeti to me.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Mm-hmm. I get B. Scott, though. A lot of stuff on B. Scott's mind. Texans Colts money has flipped. Has B. Scott's confidence changed? There's a lot running through his mind. There's a lot to get into. Such little time before the Texans take on the Colts. In the Loop continues next.
It's Texans game week. The season is on the line.
Going down, H-Town, Howard Clark, Scott.
Follow the money. We do that sometimes as a resource. This line is flipped. Texans were initially 1.5-point underdogs. They're now 1.5-point favorites, which means smart folks, they think the Texans are going to get the dub. Joining us now, don't know if he's a smart folk or not, Brandon Scott. Do you feel like the Texans are going to get the dub?
I don't know how smart I am, but I, too, believe that the Texans are going to get this dub. I think they're the better team, man. I think they overall match up better. Now, there's a couple of matchup problems, a couple of matchup issues that, bring me some hesitation, bring me a little bit of worry, keep me up at night. But overall, and I think not to oversimplify it, but let's just be real, man. Two evenly matched teams where one quarterback is C.J. Stroud, the other one is Gardner Minshew. I feel like the tie is going to go to the team that's got the better quarterback. So I think that's what mostly it is. These are two fairly evenly matched teams with a slight edge to the Texans.
That makes it unanimous, and I agree. I mean, all things being equal, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. I say that with respect to the Colts, and I'm not here for respecting the Colts at all. I don't like to do that. But with respect to what they got going on, Shane Steichen, hell of a coach. Gardner Minshew, about as good of a backup as you could find. Jonathan Taylor, one of the very best players in this entire league. And I don't think he's had one of those type of seasons, but he is that type of player. And then this defense, man, okay, that is the thing that keeps me up.
Did you hear what I was talking about earlier?
Oh, man, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, to me.
That's my one worry.
And I was hearing Bobby Slowick talk about this a little bit, too. The way he described it was, hey, man, there's not a lot of space to run it and not a lot of time to throw it. And that's the epitome of what we're talking about with this defensive front. Specifically the guys on the interior, but really all of them. And then, like, the fact that they're not blitzing and they're getting home, yeah, man, it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's an issue.
I would say the guy that's getting slept on the most, and I think this could be a problem. If this ends up being how things play out, then this would be the biggest problem that the Texans could possibly have, not just short term, but long term as well. I think there's a possibility Shane Steichen might just be like an uncanny game plan, mastermind type of guy. I don't know if that's the case or not. All I know is, in my short sample size, I don't pretend to watch every Indianapolis Colts game, but in my short sample size, I witnessed Shane Steichen with scripted plays, with a quarterback who had limitations, Anthony Richardson. I witnessed them dissect the Texans very quickly and get a 14-0 lead, and then I witnessed that guy get hurt and the backup come in and maybe look even better. So of all the things that we're sleeping on, and obviously we're young in the process of CJ and D'Amico, I think there's a possibility that Shane Steichen could be just that dude when it comes to game planning, getting his team ready, and we haven't really seen him in this type of a big game in this role.
Yeah, for me, because Anthony Richardson is hurt and he's not a part of this game, and there's the obvious comparisons and parallels with C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson being in the same draft class. But absent of that, not being a part of this game, that storyline not being a part of this game, this is the biggest head-to-head matchup. The offensive coach and the defensive coach, both in their first years. When we were having the conversation in the offseason, right before they hired D'Amico Ryans, when they were considering head coaches, Shane Steichen was at the top of my list of the offensive guys. Like, I was impressed with what he did in Philadelphia. I'm not as surprised, like, schematically that they're impressive. Now, I didn't know as much about his leadership and everything like that. All of that seems to be working out. But, yeah, man, D'Amico Ryans versus Shane Steichen, again, defensive versus offensive, the way it went the last time, yeah, I think that's, for me, a real fascinating matchup for all of it.
The other thing about it is, and this is just kind of, I think this might be ass-backwards thinking by me, which wouldn't be too unique to my brand, but I kind of, like sometimes when I gain an appreciation for guys when they're not there. Like when Peyton Manning missed that year before Andrew Luck got drafted, I remember like the bit with the guy that I was on the air with at the time was, man, Peyton Manning should be MVP. Like he hasn't played. It was.
Yeah,
hey,
you could tell how big he was.
Peyton Manning should be MVP. Like if I can vote for someone, I'm voting for Peyton Manning. And like you can tell that Philadelphia misses Shane Steichen.
Yeah.
Like they literally have the exact same guys back. It's not like you can even point to anything else. They literally have everything else back, and the offense is not running as smoothly. Now, the defense has had their issues at times, but when I look at what Philadelphia is, and no disrespect to D'Amico, again, I wouldn't trade D'Amico for any coach in the league at all, San Francisco is still a top-of-the-line defense, like their personnel's there. Philadelphia has the same personnel, still a good offense, but you can tell they miss Shane Steichen. So I guess I would say, and I'm kind of talking myself into this with you guys, and the loophole, shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one, is of all the things, because we're looking on paper, and we're looking on paper, and on paper it's, well, you got the better quarterback, you got the better defense, whatever. The Colts don't do this well, blah, blah, blah. In these types of situations, we've seen it the other way. We've seen Bill O'Brien pee his pants and say, I don't have a play. This could be like, I'm starting to develop a healthy fear for Shane Steichen.
Yeah, but see,
or unhealthy.
I respect that, but see, my thing is, for now, I'm gonna rest in like what if you want to give somebody a reason to think positively about the game. For me, it's gonna be, well, for right now, you're just better. Okay, you've got for now at least, I think, better players. And look, that's not always going to necessarily be the case. Like, I don't know how this Anthony Richardson thing is going to go, but in the Gardner Minshew versus C.J. Stroud kind of world, like I feel like Shane Steichen, for me, in terms of worry, he's more of a long-term worry than a, hey, I'm worried about him on Sunday.
Hey,
or Saturday. I keep doing the Sunday thing.
C.J. Stroud is the difference maker for me. I'm not sure Texans have better players. Like, you know, like that's a good squad over there. I mean, what's his name? Ryan Kelly, the center, is hurt, so that's a positive for the Texans. But the guard made Pro Bowl. They've got DeForest Buckner, and then we talked about the four guys on the defensive front. Charles Moore, the cornerback that's back. Kenny Moore, cornerback.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty damn good.
Yeah, no, I think that there's a case that could be made either way. Sure.
Yeah.
I said it earlier. They're mostly evenly matched, but then you got the quarterback. I like the Texans in the matchup, man.
And you got Taylor coming back, which I think is interesting. I was talking to Lopez about this, and it's kind of effed up because you look at like the Texans and the job they've done and swarming and all that, and like statistically, you can say they're top 5 against the run. Come on, like I get it, but I kind of think that Tennessee effort kind of skewed that a little bit to where, you know, you go from like middle of the pack to top 5 just because of one performance.
Nah, man, they're good against the run.
That's what I said. I said there's 15 other games.
Like elite, against the run. Like
I'm not gonna split hairs about the top 5 part.
When you tell me top 5 against the run, that means that I can put, you know, I can just line up basically, and I feel confident that they can stop Jonathan Taylor. I don't feel that.
Well, but that's not the same thing. That you can be top 5 against the run and still have a hard time against a player the caliber of Jonathan Taylor.
Because it's Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
When I hear top 5 run defense,
that doesn't mean I'm shutting down one of the best players in all of football and a top 3 running back in the league.
When I hear top 5 run defense, top 5 rushing offense, I think a little bit differently than I do this Texans squad.
Nah, look, I'll say this. Top 5 rushing defense has got a bunch of dudes with bum ankles going out there on Saturday.
Yeah,
I'll say that three of your 4 starting defensive linemen,
the DMP Mafia,
and I think they're going to play. I'm not worried about them practicing.
Who do you think's not playing? Noah?
Yeah, no, I don't think Noah's playing. But out of the defensive guys, the only one I'm concerned about not playing would be Malik. Like, I think all of the ankle guys are playing. Grenard, I think, is going to try. He might look more like what Will Anderson looked like last week.
Well, that'd be fine.
But I think he's going to try, and I feel good. That's what I'm saying. I feel good about that. Like, I think that this is going to be a better, because of Grenard, for one, a better defensive line than it was last week when we saw him against the Titans. So, yeah, no, I feel better about them being out there, but top 5 run defense, they got bum ankles.
I get what Landry is saying, but I also don't agree with it. I get what you're saying because you think top 5 defense, I'm thinking like just a wall. Like they just shut you down, and they're not that.
Yeah.
But the way I describe it is, there's still, even if you include the Titans game, there's still 15 other games in the sample size. This isn't after week 4. You know, this is after week 17.
Let me explain this. Let's talk this out. This out. Landry Locker, John Lopez, B. Scott with you here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. If you think I'm disrespecting the defense, let me know.
You're thinking Haloti Ngata and Ray Lewis.
No, I'm just thinking when you tell me top 5 run defense, I don't feel like I should. I don't feel like I should really be worried about them stopping the run. I'm not there. The other thing about it is this: like last year, they were so bad at stopping the run.
Yeah,
they were so bad at it that you would hear people say, well, they haven't allowed a receiving touchdown. Well, why the hell would you throw the ball when they're getting it run at you like that? Like, I think the Texans are so weak, intermediate passing, taking shots downfield to where it almost kind of balances out the run stats as well.
Yeah,
look.
I think that they are. I think both things are true. I think they're good against the run and they're not good against the pass. Like I think it's almost as simple as that, as opposed to it being kind of more philosophically intertwined. I think they're just bad at one thing and good at the other.
When I look at this, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, you got to beat the Colts. Then you're going to probably have to beat the Bills or Browns. Then you're probably going to have to go to Miami, Kansas City, or Baltimore or something like that. And I'm just like, okay, like, do I really feel like the Texans are going to be able to stop the run in those games? My answer would be no.
Right.
Like, do I feel like that would be a strength? Do I feel like the other team would be talking about that as a strength? The other thing is this, and I'm getting really ahead of myself now.
Buffalo and Miami or whoever.
No, but do you think that there can be a case made that facing Cleveland is more dangerous than facing Buffalo in Buffalo, just because Cleveland has a bye week this week and Buffalo has like a game where they're going to have to grind it out against the Miami Dolphins and it's like a division type of game? Obviously, you don't want to go to Buffalo, but I know that everybody wants to have the home game. But for me, Myles Garrett's playing with one arm. Cleveland's kind of nicked up. They're banged up. They're basically getting the chill right now. They've already beat your ass. I know CJ didn't play. You're going to have guys, and that's the crazy thing about injuries is, like, let's say that all these guys got it out. Let's say Will Anderson, Grenard, Rankins, Collins, Noah Brown, Bobby Woods, and Andrew. Let's say all these guys hypothetically grind it out. They don't get better next week.
Exactly.
No.
Like, so because they're in a battle right now, and there's other guys right now who aren't on this injury report that are going to get banged up.
No.
While Cleveland's basically having 14 spa days. Buffalo at least has to go to Miami. They have to win in order to host and win their division, and Cleveland's just kind of chilling. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm starting to overthink a little bit here.
Yeah, but I mean, so basically you're saying you don't want to see Cleveland?
No, I'm just saying that I think that Cleveland. I think that it's more so saying just how much of
be careful what you wish for.
How much of a wear and tear?
Yeah.
How much wear and tear the Texans are having to endure right now, and other teams, while Cleveland just basically gets to sit there and chill.
I would rather face the more beat up and less rested.
So you would?
Yeah, I'd rather face the less rested team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't like. Just to be frank about it, I don't like them in either matchup.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm going to go in and whether they play Buffalo or whether they play the Browns and be like, yeah, man. Like, I'm not going to be like I am today.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, yeah, I actually think the Texans are going to win.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'm going to do that. But if you're going to ask me if you're going to give me one or the other in a team that I don't think that they're going to beat, to choose between the two, I'd rather the one that's a little bit more beat up as opposed to the one that's been kicking their feet up.
I'm with you on this week. I do doubt the talent is decidedly Texans, and you didn't say decidedly, but I mean, people think the Texans are. I think they're just a better team. I think they play better football if they play their game, and CJ's being the difference maker. So they're going to be beat up, no matter what. They're not.
They're going to be real.
There's
beat
an
up.
argument. There's an argument to be made. Not only will they not get better, but they could get worse.
Yeah,
in terms of health.
And the thing that scares me the most about it is, like, Singletary's performing at a high level. I just wish you had other guys that could help him out.
Yeah,
at running back. Like, I wish you could have. Yeah. I wish you had.
Keep doing it.
No. What if Damian turns a corner late in the season?
Well, you were on that earlier in the week.
I think he might. I
don't think it's out of play.
I think
I wouldn't bet on it.
Double-digit carries, Dameon Pierce maybe figured out.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
His mindset, bro.
What are y'all smoking today?
Nah, you know what?
What do you think we're smoking?
Nah, but you know what? I do think he's good enough to be a serviceable backup. Like, I don't think that's too much to ask of Dameon Pierce, even with the struggles that he's had this year. Given his willingness and his ability, I think he can still be a serviceable backup. It's a blessing, though, that you have somebody like Devin Singletary that you can pass the torch to and say, hey, we need you to be the guy, because the guy that we had isn't quite ready to be that guy. So I think the running game actually works itself out. so long as everything is happening the way it needs to on the offensive line.
I'm with Landry on Xavier Hutchinson might be able to. He's shown a little bit here in recent weeks.
Yeah, man.
He might, but I'm not with you both on the Dameon Pierce thing for no other reason than this is an elimination game.
Wait, so you believe more in Xavier Hutchinson than you do Dameon Pierce?
Yes, I believe more in Xavier Hutchinson than Dameon Pierce.
Where are we?
Because here's the thing, B. Scott.
What's happening?
This is an elimination game.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we got a programming note here. We will have a special guest with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We don't hear from him very often.
Uh-oh.
He's one of the more polarizing guys on this team for a lot of folks. But he's also a Pro Bowler. Laramie Tunsil going to join In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Stay tuned for the time.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna be nice.
I feel like this is, I know y'all talked to him plenty before.
Yep.
But I think this is, dare I say, timely.
We'll have some fun with him.
Yeah, we will.
We'll have some fun with him.
Yeah, we will.
Hello.
I know that he wants to be an All-Pro. He is a Pro Bowler. So we'll see what's up with LT.
Yeah. Y'all
I'm going to give him a hard time about the veteran off days. Why are we needing veteran off days, LT?
Man, hey, he doesn't just need the veteran off days, though. He's been hurt. Like, I see Laramie.
12:45-ish.
Dude limps more than I've ever seen him this year. Like, he walks with a limp.
Are you hurt?
And it's not like a pimp thing. Dude's walking with a limp.
Are you hurt, Laramie?
Not like a pimp.
Not like a pimp. Walk with a limp.
So
Seriously.
Laramie Tunsil, Pro Bowler. Okay.
Yeah, man.
That's going to be big time.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Hey, you know what? I think it's more of a coincidence, but ever since y'all gave him a hard time about, on the show about the run blocking, I feel like his run blocking's been better. I've watched him a couple times out there. He's not like, just road grading him necessarily, but the run block has been actually pretty good. Like, look at Laramie Tunsil getting after it.
That actually ties back to what I was saying about Dameon Pierce. And I know that sounds crazy, but I do believe in Xavier Hutchinson more in this week than Dameon Pierce. Because, as I mentioned right before we got the breaking news, why are you going to mess with Dameon Pierce this week? Well, I get it. You're trying to feed him. You're trying to get him going during the regular season. Maybe he'll have 8 carries in a game. You transition to Devin Singletary being the guy. Why are you going to mess around with experimenting more with Dameon Pierce this week?
No, it's not experimenting, John.
Because it is.
No, they're giving the guy a rest, giving him a blow.
No, he'll get carries.
Because Dameon gets like a series in the first half, and then it's mostly Devin Singletary, and then randomly you'll see Dario Gumbawale out there. But it's been mostly Devin Singletary's show, and then they'll second, third series, something like that. You're like, oh, Dameon's getting all the carries this year, and then it doesn't happen again. So they'll probably do it like that. They got to keep the main guy fresh at least.
LT, man. Let's get that
so
game
excited.
face.
Yeah.
No, I'm pumped, man.
It's good, man.
No, it's polar. I mean, the run blocking thing, all that. We'll hear from the man himself.
What is this?
Have some fun with
four
him.
Pro Bowls with the Texans now?
I think so.
He's been there, yeah.
At least 3.
He's been getting
maybe
there.
4. Yeah.
Protect the tree. What's going on, man? Let's get it, dude. I am pumped for this. I can't wait to talk to him, man. That is going to be fun. 12:45. That is appointment listening. Call in late to work. Do what you got to do. Coming up, there's 2 areas as we look at the DNP Mafia and we look at the guys who did not practice for the Texans. There's 2 areas that deserve the most focus. Which one should we be most concerned about? Which one should we be most optimistic about? And one of the men who will have a huge hand in maximizing the production from one of those areas, we'll hear from him next.
CJ
All right, so we're getting practice updates here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Laramie Tunsil joining the show at 12:45. How about that? Some of these veteran off days, LT. So no Noah Brown at practice.
That's not good.
No Noah. No Robert Woods.
That's worse.
Ooh.
No Jonathan Grenard yet. Will Anderson is warming up on the side, but he's out there. Sheldon Rankins is back. And then we'll wait for the update on Malik Collins and others. So, going to be thin at wide receiver, going to be thin at D-line.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to treat this as a Friday, let's treat it as a Friday. That means they're not going to play.
Hey, I
mean, they might change.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like Woods could not practice and play.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would say this, too, man. If you don't have, I think you can survive being without Noah Brown or Robert Woods.
But not.
I feel a lot less confident about what I was saying in the previous segment about them being better if they've only got one of those guys. Because you're already without Tank Dell, and essentially your only real NFL wide receiver at that point is going to be Nico Collins. You need at least one of those other guys, and I feel most confident when they have the whole package, the whole full complement of Collins, Brown, and Robert Woods, legitimate NFL wide receivers. So that does concern me.
I feel like Hutchinson's going to make a big play.
I think the odds are stacking again for you now. He's going to have to.
Nah, I feel like Hutchinson's going to make a big play.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Remember you said that. Remember that reaction there, Chief?
I think he's capable, but it's hard to just say that with my chest. Man,
no, I'll say it with my chest.
Hutch is going to come out there. I think he's capable.
Make a play.
He's talented, but man, he's that we're getting thin at that point. We're getting real thin at that point. So man. But again, to the point of them playing, I don't necessarily worry about if they can't go through the walkthrough, then that's concerning.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried yesterday about guys not practicing because I didn't think it made a lot of sense for injured guys to be practicing at this point of the season. But yeah, man,
okay.
I'm not feeling that they can't go to the walkthrough.
Let me lay out the full report for you. This is from Bajani. So Will Anderson is on the side field getting work during the stretch. Cool. Says he's moving well. Okay, whatever the hell that means. They're stretching, Bajani.
He's stretching well.
Tunsil, Malik Collins, Rankins, Mason, Beck, all practicing.
Right.
So there you go. And then no Woods, no Brown, and no Grenard.
Those are the three worst ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
I need Malik Collins and Rankins.
Oh yeah.
But you're going to get one of them, so I'm good with that.
If I get Will Anderson, then I can be okay without Grenard just because.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's what I need. We'll see. It'll be interesting. I mean,
if I had to pick top three, those would be good, strong candidates.
Now, as stressed out as we are, Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans, Bobby Slowick, he's going to be the one that's going to have to maximize these wide receivers, whether you have Noah Brown and Robert Woods or not. He's going to be the one that's going to have to worry about it. Let's hear what old Bobby Slowick had to say about the state of the Texans wide receiver position.
Specifically receivers. Our group, really, all of them have unique skills and talents, and they all kind of fit pieces of a puzzle, and they do things at elite levels very well. And my job and our job as the offensive coaching staff is really to help make sure we highlight those areas. And I think all of the guys in that room have really taken that and ran with it, and they've wanted to showcase what they're really good at, and they've wanted to work on things that they know are a weakness and they need to improve, and they've done that through the course of 18, 17 weeks, whatever it's been now. And we got to continue that this upcoming week, obviously, with the challenge we have ahead of us.
Okay.
We got to ask Tunsil about that hat.
Yeah, we'll talk to Tunsil at 12:45.
About that Slowick hat.
We'll talk to Tunsil at 12:45. Yeah, that hat.
Yeah,
that ball cap.
I have something to say about that.
Ball cap is rough, man.
It does not do him favors. I was mentioning this yesterday. I feel like Slowick has a much better presence as a coach and as a dude than that hat gives him credit for.
He was yesterday. I heard the power rankings, Clinton show, Clinton Ron, whatever. We're going through. And I guess Slowick was number 7 on hottest coaching candidate
Some
list.
made-up list.
Yeah. I don't think he's leaving after this year.
If they win this game, he's for sure getting interviews.
Yeah, you get an interview. But
Big game for him.
I don't think he's...
Yeah.
Does he seem like he's ready to be a coach?
What's the op? No, I mean, ready.
He's
what is ready?
Yeah, he's wanting.
What's the op? You know what I mean? Like, what is the opportunity? To me, if he's not ready, then he's probably hoping that the opportunity isn't so overwhelming that he's got to take it, right? So he can kind of get ready. But if the opportunity is one where, hey, you can't pass it up, say it's, hey, go coach Justin Herbert. Mm-hmm. Well, you know, maybe you might want to, and live in L.A., you might want to do that, ready or not, and then spend some time getting yourself ready.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Do you think that we talked about this in the draft a lot, the big game experience like C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson? You think that kind of cranks up here? Because I think C.J. was asked like 4 questions about big games during his media availability. Like, do you think that that's kind of a thing in this game? I just don't think this is a big game for C.J. Stroud yet. I mean, it's the biggest game of his NFL career, but this ain't Michigan, Ohio State. This ain't Ohio State going to face Georgia. Trust me.
I don't.
Like, it's not even close.
The environment and atmosphere,
not there.
I disagree. Like, I don't think the environment is the same, and I don't think maybe they view it the same. But it's bigger than that. Like, I'm not here to over romanticize college football in that kind of way to make it seem like those games are bigger than an NFL playoff game.
Walking around Ohio State, the media.
No, I get it. I get that
people,
part of it.
The environment, the atmosphere.
I think that prepares
way more
you for
pressure.
I think that prepares you for the moment. This is big. I don't give a damn what. I don't care if he's got 10 people jumping on his back at Ohio State. Yeah. This is bigger, just point blank period. But I think he's prepared for it because of those moments.
Because of the level of play.
Yeah.
Because of the league you're in. But in terms of environment, it's not.
I get it.
And it's not as much pressure. That's what I guess that's what I'm saying by big. It's not as much pressure.
Yeah, maybe not. I see how you would say that, but
Dude, have you heard his interviews? Like when you're at him, B. Scott. He has been talked about every time the Texans have won, from win 3 all the way to win 9. Every time C.J. Stroud wins a game, he's basically getting treated like they've shocked the world. What was the key moment? He's been asked that 8 times. What was the key moment where you knew that this might turn around? When did you know this team might shock the world? They're 5-3. Okay, now go to Ohio State. You win a game by 14 points, and
you're getting
all
destroyed.
Of a sudden, hey, what's wrong with this team? Why isn't this team executing? Like, it's not. There is, like, as far as pressure and stuff, he's being treated like he's accomplished something here, like from like the beginning to now. At Ohio State, it's a lot different. Now that's going to increase. I'm like playoff game next week. That speaks for itself. But in this instance, going to Indianapolis, he's chilling.
I think that's more indicative of the state of media and not necessarily of the weight of the game and how much pressure there should actually be on the game. Because my response to that would be, it should not be that way. There should be more pressure when we're talking about whatever pressure is.
Or just knowing what an accomplishment is.
Yeah. It should be more on this one. So the fact that maybe he would feel it more at Ohio State than he does here, I think is more indicative of the environment and not necessarily the actual game and situation itself. But still, again, all of that set him up to where I don't think he's flinching. I don't think he's like not ready for it or like is going to bat an eye. And I think all of the guys that they got, all of the young guys from the Ohio State to Alabama and Michigan, all these guys come from big programs. They know what it's about. They know what time it is.
I think he's looking forward to it. Not just not going to flinch.
They eat it up.
Let's go.
Yeah, they eat up moments like this.
Man,
when you play at a college that routinely year in and year out is competing for a national title, every week matters. Yeah. Like, you can't afford to lose a game. One at the most, right? So like they know pressure like most don't, or like others may not.
Yeah. This receiver thing has got me unnerved.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. The what thing?
The receiver thing has got me unnerved.
That's what I was going to say. The combination of the two.
I'm still looking at it, like, how's this going to happen?
You tell me one of those guys isn't going to play, I'm like, okay, we can get through it. You tell me both of them aren't going to play, and now this Xavier Hutchinson point. It looms large. It's like, you're going to need him to make a big play.
And in the big scheme of things, we love the guy, friend of the show. Like, in the big scheme of things, you would hope that, the guy that you drafted in the second round that you traded up to draft 2 drafts ago would be a serviceable option. I don't even know how. Like, even with this said, like, this, I think this is the most, like, if we're going to do what John Mechie's told us to do and, like, judge him based on now.
Yeah.
Which, sure, your wish is my command. Even with Robert Woods and Noah Brown out and Tank Dell, I don't even know how he fits into this thing.
I think it's Hutchinson. I'm with you on that one. Can I interest you guys in a stat?
Yes.
Did you know Xavier Hutchinson has 15 targets this year, 11 in the last 4 games?
Yeah, no, I did know that. Well, I knew that he had 4 leading up to that Jets game or whatever it was.
And now
I didn't know he had 4 because I talked to him about it.
He has been becoming more. And by the way, he has 7 catches, which doesn't sound like a lot. 5 in the last 4 games.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
So he's becoming a little bit more. Yeah,
Hutch alert, baby. Hutch alert.
Yeah. And that was the week where we thought we were going to get more from Mechie, and we just ended up not.
Yeah.
So, and he factors into it. Is he going to make the plays?
Exactly.
He factors into it because of the numbers game. Is he going to make the plays? Is the question.
Coming up, the hits are lit. The update from practice and some of the most prominent, most important figures got some things to say in a very special show announcement coming up next.
Man, I can't tell you.
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Get an update on the DNP Mafia. Will Anderson did not practice yesterday. Today he's on the side field getting a little stretch in. According to Sean Bajani, the scout, he says he looks fast and he's moving well. Just joined the team with his helmet. Jonathan Grenard, he did not practice yesterday. He is not practicing today. Sheldon Rankins did not practice yesterday. He's practicing. Malik Collins did not practice yesterday. He's practicing. Noah Brown, he did not practice yesterday. He is not practicing. Same thing with Robert Woods. Andrew Beck is practicing. So no Robert Woods, no Noah Brown, no Jonathan Grenard. But some good news. And, oh, by the way, Laramie Tunsil practicing. He's also going to join us right here in an hour on Sports Radio 610.
I feel good about a little bit of it. I feel good about the defensive side. Don't feel great about the offensive side. I still think that there is time or at least possibility that things work out where you're getting at least one of those guys. I don't think Noah Brown's going to play. But Robert Woods could not practice and still end up playing. They're not doing a lot today, so it's a little concerning that he wouldn't be practicing. But I think that can work out possibly. I love the fact that most of the defensive linemen seem like they're going to play.
Yeah, but except for one thing.
With the exception of Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, Grenard to me.
Which he might.
He had a pick six last year against the Colts.
He
Much
sure
to
did.
the dismay of some.
Yes. It comes down to, and we love the guy, but how much do you believe in Jerry Hughes at this point?
In stretches, I do.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
In stretches, it's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking him to.
Yeah, he's okay.
It coming off the
Why
game
are you being ageist, John?
Wait a minute, John. Hold
Why are you
on.
being
I know
ageist?
he had a strip sack.
He just had a strip sack.
I know he had a strip
He's a leader,
sack.
man. He's a leader.
But Jonathan Grenard is having, what, he had 10.5 sacks now?
Look, if you tell me Jonathan Grenard is going to be out for 4, 5, 6 games and Jerry Hughes is going to be the guy in the meantime, I'm going to say, hey, we got an issue here.
Yeah.
But for 2 games, for 1 game in this case, I think he's fine. And you got Derek Barnett, too. Like, I think you got enough.
I guess I'm just thinking in terms of how many snaps is Will Anderson going to get, what kind of pressure you're going to get off the edges.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it. If you can get Jonathan Grenard just healthy enough to do what Will Anderson did in the previous game, and now you're flipping Jerry Hughes and Jonathan Grenard's normal roles where Hughes is out there more than Grenard, but Grenard gets to go out there and be fresh the way Anderson was, I think that can work out for you. Now, I don't know how much they're going to get to the quarterback with Gardner Minshew getting rid of the ball, Shane Steichen being everything that we've said he is so far in the show. Like, you got to factor all of that into it, too, but you want your dudes out there.
Yeah, exactly.
The other thing about it is the Laramie Tunsil factor. It does feel like, and he's going to join us at 12:45, it does feel like he kind of frees up the tight end. Like, of all the things, like, yes, they won the Pittsburgh game. Yes, they won the Jacksonville game without Laramie Tunsil. Yes, there's times where it appears, okay, this is not, he's not performing at the best level, although he is a Pro Bowler. He does seem to free up Dalton Schultz, and maybe Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan could be big in this game.
Bingo. That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Like, the kind of the sneaky good thing is Andrew Beck is practicing.
Yeah.
And so he'll play. So you're not going to have Brevin Jordan as a fullback, H-back as much anymore.
Yep.
That gives you more opportunity with the tight end. So there's kind of an extra weapon. Well, not kind of. I mean, he had a touchdown, but I mean, another split weapon, potentially, tight ends / split off the line in Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
So that's the good news.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. The offense is undeniably more dynamic when you have Dalton Schultz primarily, and then Brevin Jordan is just an ancillary option. Yeah, no, I'm with that. 100%.
Ancillary. Hold on, let me get my thesaurus out.
All right, just another option.
Okay,
my bad.
There you go.
I didn't mean to go.
Then versus now, Texans lost to the Colts in week 2. They got the Colts Saturday night, win or go home. A lot has changed. How much? Let's ask C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, week 2 from now is you have 2 different football teams. Like they're a different team, we're a different team. And you got to kind of plan for what they've been doing lately, not more so what they did against us. Of course, you got to watch it and look, because that's good background, just to see how guys play, how they move around. And stuff like that. But I feel like you definitely got to be able to throw that stuff away and look to like the last couple of games they played and really lock into what they're doing now. And they're a really special team. They've done a lot of great things, and it's going to be a good matchup.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah. No, this is fun.
I think you just throw away the first game. It's so much different right now. Like, what are you going to really look at film and all that stuff and say, oh, we can do this?
The one thing that would terrify me, and this isn't anything that I think D'Amico worries about, is how much Shane Steichen just dissected him during the scripted portion of the game. That to me would be the most like, okay, let's hope that it's not perfect again and you get off to like a 10, 14-point lead. Because I don't know that the Texans, like with all these, with the lack of weaponry and all that, I don't know that they're in position to, overcome big deficits. Not at this point. So that would be my thing. What does the scripted portion of this look? There's the scripted portion, then there's the halftime adjustments.
Yeah, and I think for me, part of the reason why I'm optimistic about this game is because I have flushed the first game, and I'm not holding that early 14-0 deficit against the Texans in this game. Like you can say both teams are different, but for me, I'm thinking specifically about the Texans. Like, okay, you give up a big drive. You give up a drive to start the game, then a strip sack and give up another touchdown on a short field. Get down 14-0 before you can even blink. And that's before you've even really figured out what you are. Mm-hmm. Before you've really figured out what C.J. Stroud is. And I even thought in that game, he didn't get a lot of credit for it because they were down so early, and it just wasn't a great game for them. But I thought he had some moments in that game that were promising, that made me feel really good about him. And then they had the Jacksonville game after that. So, like, it's just the feel of it. Mm-hmm. The feel of it is just so much more different. I think that's got a lot to do with why I'm kind of leaning toward the Texans in this one.
I'm leaning towards the Texans because of the quarterback. It's really kind of simple for me.
Yeah,
I'm simplifying. I don't even think it's oversimplifying. It's all about the quarterback.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That would be the deciding factor. And then there's all these other factors that we've been talking about, like maybe give you pause. Certainly, the defensive front. We talked about that, Jonathan Taylor, Steichen, et cetera. But I think overall, I keep going back to the same thing as well. Two teams play mistake-free or play the way they want to.
Look at you.
Texans are better.
It's you.
Texans are better.
So you're saying the keys to the game are win the turnover battle?
No. I'm saying if they just play
complementary football.
If they're happy with how they perform.
All three phases.
They're better. They'll
Stop the run the ball.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't have a special teams key, but I got an offensive and a defensive key. They're this. Bobby Slowick scheming up for that interior line mismatch of the combination of, and I'm talking about in pass pro, not run blocking.
Yeah,
pass pro. Yeah, and on our side, on the Texan side, Drew Scruggs, Michael Dieter, and Shaq Mason against their entire defensive line. Quiddy Pay, but of course Grover Stewart, Buckner, every one of their guys against specifically the interior of the Texans offensive line. How do you scheme? What's Bobby's plan for that? Yeah. And then the defensive side of the ball for the Texans is pretty simple. What you doing with Jonathan Taylor? Are you the defense, the run defense that Brandon Scott and John Lopez say you are, or the one that Landry Locker? No, I'm just making the story, or the one that Landry Locker makes you out to be. So not really that good.
I always get a kick out of like the pregame where it's like those keys are the same for everything. Don't turn the ball over.
Win the turnover battle.
You know what the most underrated 5 minutes of weekly radio is during football season on Sports Radio 610?
What's that?
No lie. You will never hear him better. Mm-hmm. I give him a hard time. I give the 40-minute man a hard time a lot. Nick Caserio, right before the game with John Harris, goes through the keys to the game, and they are detailed, on point, efficient, like awesome.
No, that's
true. It is but before the game, when the game starts, if the game starts at noon, you turn on like 11:30. John Harris, Sean and Seth will kick it to John Harris. John Harris will talk to Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio will break down the keys to the game, and it is just boom, 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 specifics, no cliches, no anything.
No, it's so that's game day. But even what day is it? Is it
Monday?
So the day that he comes on Texas
Van
radio.
Harris.
Mm-hmm. Yo.
Yeah, he gets in.
Like I overlooked it and underrated it for a while. And for whatever reason, several weeks ago, I was just really locked into it.
He goes into it.
And I was like, yo, I'm going to have to go back and listen to some of this.
Like if he's on next week for the playoffs, it's a must listen.
And he gives, and I'm not trying to kiss up at all, he gives the best opponent analysis that you'll hear on the radio station.
No, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it probably should be that way, given that he's the GM. That's so sure. But it's a fact.
It's a damn good segment.
It's a fact.
It's a damn good segment. Run game. Devin Singletary.
The Devin Singletary game.
Yeah, okay.
Ain't mad at that.
You can call it that. Let's hear what he's got to say. Why have you been able to run the rock so well, Devin?
It all started in practice, talking with the big guys up front, just getting a feel for everything, getting a feel for each other, trusting each other, just the work we put in, it's just being displayed. It all comes back to the work, even the guys on the outside, the receivers, they're getting in, we're always talking throughout plays, throughout practice, what you see on this, what you see on that, and it's translating to the field on game day.
Love it, man. I think it's a nice, listening to him talk about the collaborative approach, but really what it come down to, and this is what Damian Pierce was last year and what Devin Singletary has become this year, the guy who can make something out of nothing. Like, you want your running back to be able to follow his blocks and to have good vision and to stay true to the scheme and all of that and then make plays. But what about when there ain't no plays to be made and you just need to do that? I feel like Devin Singletary, not to this extraordinary level, but much more so than anybody on the team, has been that.
What does every Pee Wee football coach? You both played Pee Wee football, I'm guessing, or middle school or whatever.
Yep.
What do they always tell the running backs? Keep your feet moving.
Yep.
Keep your feet moving. He's like the epitome of that. Like, he keeps
Keep your eyes moving.
Keep your eyes moving. Keep your feet moving.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil, Pro Bowler. He's going to join us in about an hour. Alternates for the Pro Bowl: Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, who, by the way, put out a little graphic of LeBron James with the headphones on. Keep an eye on Derek Stingley.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, he feels very snubbed.
Pick 6 confirmed.
C.J. Stroud, Andrew Beck, Nico Collins, Jonathan Grenard, they're all going to be alternates as well. B. Scott, appreciate you for coming through.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be a fun one. We got 2 days. Get that clock right and get ready for this. Win or go home. It doesn't get any better than that. Coming up, I'm looking forward to this. You don't want to miss this. This is the perfect way to start lunch. The wild roller coaster of recent Texans versus Colts history. About a half decade. Let's relive it all, and let's appreciate the moment that the Texans and Colts will put together on Saturday. Lunchtime on In the Loop next.
Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's just relive this. So this is really crazy when you think about how short of a time all of this has happened. The last time you felt like the Texans had a franchise quarterback in Deshaun Watson's first full year as starter. He got hurt in 2017, wasn't the starter, but his first full year, we anticipated that perhaps Indianapolis and the Texans would be going toe-to-toe for a long time. Like, up to this point. Like, if you would have told us in 2018 that on January 4th, 2024, the Texans and Colts would be facing off for the division, we probably would have said, okay, well, Andrew Luck versus Deshaun Watson.
Right.
Maybe one of these teams has a Super Bowl. I'm sure that they've done a lot of battle before, and that's what we're looking at. But I'll be damned. Here we are, C.J. Stroud versus Gardner freaking Minshew. Let's just go back to 2018 and the wild ride that it's been between the Texans and Colts. This is in 2018. This is week 4. Texans sitting at 0-3. Indianapolis with the ball near midfield in overtime. The Colts decide to go for it near their own territory. Texans then get in field goal range. Kaimi Fairbairn makes the field goal. Texans win their first game of the season, and the Texans end up going 11-5. Here was Bill O'Brien talking about Frank Reich, then a first-year head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. How about that? Here was Bill O'Brien talking about Frank Reich's decision that led to the Texans' first win in 2018.
No, I wasn't surprised. Frank is a great coach, and, he played in this league. And, coming from Philly, we kind of knew that they would probably try to go for it there, with the time that was left and, kind of a risk-reward type situation. That's the NFL. That's why I have great respect for Frank Reich.
All right, there you go. So you had that happening. Then the Texans, they get into the playoffs. They get to host a playoff game. They win the division title. Deshaun Watson versus Andrew Luck. Now, the Colts were a team that nobody wanted to see.
Right.
Nobody wants to see this Indianapolis team. And I'll be damned, the Indianapolis Colts come to Houston. Complete assing, by the way. It was 21-7, but that was just physical dominance. Marlon Mack running all over the Texans. Bill O'Brien, the offense, goes stale. And the Indianapolis Colts, they end the Texans season. Now, during that offseason, though, we're talking about Texans taking the next step. Good to great. That was the rally cry. Good to great. But there was a big hurdle in their way. The team that had beat them in the playoffs, the Indianapolis Colts, Andrew Luck, his first full year back. Andrew Luck versus the Indianapolis Colts, Houston Texans. This is going to be a matchup for a long time. Deshaun Watson, Andrew Luck, shake hands after the postseason. This is just going to be one of many. And then I'll be damned. Houston Texans, Dallas Cowboys, preseason game. Lamar Miller tears his ACL. That takes a back seat because on the breaking news bar, Andrew Luck abruptly announces his retirement, and you think that the division for the Houston Texans, it's going to be in their grasp for a long time. Here was Andrew Luck, and this was kind of bittersweet because he's a local guy. Here was Andrew Luck announcing his retirement, much to the joy of a lot of people in Houston.
It's very difficult. I love this team. I love my teammates, the folks in our building, the fans, the game of football. And as part of this team, because of how I feel, I know that I am unable to pour my heart and soul into this position. For the last 4 years or so, I've been in this cycle of injury, pain, rehab, and it's been unceasing and unrelenting, both in season, and off season. I haven't been able to live the life I want to live, taking the joy out of this game. And after 2016, where I played in pain and was unable to regularly practice, I made a vow to myself that I would not go down that path again. I find myself in a similar situation, and the only way for me is to remove myself from football in this cycle that I've been in.
Man, even now.
Sad.
Like, even
it's still
now.
surprising.
Yes, it's
still
surprising.
I'm surprised he's not back yet, too.
Well, so's Jim Irsay. he's probably still asking him if he's ready for this weekend.
So we have that happen. You think that Deshaun and Andrew Luck are going to do battle. Yeah. Andrew Luck gets the best of Deshaun. You're heading into the season, and then Andrew Luck abruptly retires. So naturally, you think
it's happening.
Damn.
Yeah.
Deshaun, he's going to handle his business. Then you have a big display of meh by the Indianapolis Colts. They go year to year at quarterback. Phillip Rivers, Carson Wentz, all that. Frank Reich ends up getting fired. Deshaun Watson ends up wanting out of town for reasons that we couldn't blame him for. Jack Easterby was here, didn't blame him. And then Deshaun Watson ends up doing whatever the hell he was doing. And then Deshaun Watson leaves. Lovie Smith takes over. And there are even more wacky-ass displays. Even when the teams suck, there are more wacky-ass displays of craziness with the Texans and Colts. Let's start week 1 of the Lovie Smith era playing for the tie. Lovie Smith playing for the tie. Here was Lovie Smith explaining himself after he went for the tie.
A tie was better than a loss in that situation. It's a decision that you make. If you were guaranteed that we were going to get it, then it was good. You would, in an ideal world, you don't want a loss, but if you can't get the win, and sometimes you settle for the tie. But last I checked, I guess we're sitting still up at the top of the AFC South.
Oh God, that was so bad. And we didn't have.
So you had Frank playing for the win and losing, then you had Lovie playing for the tie and tying.
Yeah.
It's just always crazy. It's been crazy.
And we didn't have high expectations for that team, of course, but come on. Like
I was okay with it.
I remember that.
I was okay with it.
I remember that. But
now,
go ahead.
It gets even weirder because we go to the last game of the season, and Lovie just said a tie was better than a loss. But then, in a game in which myself, you, many others are rooting for a loss, Lovie Smith decides to play for the win and the Texans win, they lose the number 1 overall pick. Here's Lovie Smith explaining himself right here.
Whenever you play, I mean, it's pretty. All right, this is the option that I had. So you're saying, hey, guys, playing this last game, you know, all that you've been working for all your life, you play to win, forget that, lose the game on purpose. I think that would be a hard one to get by. They wouldn't expect me to say that. I didn't. What we work each week, our game plan has been to win the game. It's kind of simple as that. Simple. I mean, you play to win the game. It's kind of simple as that. That's all the way down in our organization.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Then, off-season, coaching hires. D'Amico Ryans chooses the Texans. Colts end up with Shane Steichen. Texans draft C.J. Stroud. Colts draft Anthony Richardson. Not high expectations from either one of these squads. They play week 2. Colts beat the Texans, send them to 0-2. Texans end up winning the next 2 against Jacksonville and Pittsburgh, 2 playoff caliber football squads.
Mm-hmm.
And here the F we are.
Here we are.
9-7 with a win or go home type of game. And when you look back, like everything that I just said, that should have been a 12-year stretch. Not like a 5-ish year stretch. Like Deshaun Watson, Andrew Luck retires. Like that seemed like everything that's happened with this team when you lump it all in. Like if I told that story to someone, I said, all right, here.
Yeah, this is what's happening.
They're like, oh, okay. Must have been an interesting decade.
Well, it was, but not for the reasons you thought. The Colts used to be like a house of horrors, too. Like in the 2000s, 2000 to 2010, I know the Texans didn't start till 03, but they were 15-1 against the Texans. Like they home road didn't matter, especially at home. They would dominate the Texans. It was decades practically until the Texans finally could start turning that around.
5 straight AFC South titles from 2003 to 2007.
And the Texans were their bees. Like, that's why Mark Vandermeer still hates the Colts, if you want to be honest, because they just could not beat the Colts, especially in Indianapolis. I want to say it was a backup that ultimately beat them in a game that mattered up in Indianapolis. But either way, and now they've lost 4 games this year at home. So it's not the same place. Certainly not Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, certainly not.
That's breaking news.
Yeah.
So we have the practice report. The DNP did not practice Mafia. Laramie Tunsil back on the practice field. He's going to be on your radio in 35 minutes right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Will Anderson, he's getting some work in. And you have Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, Shaq Mason-Beck all practicing. The wide receiver position very thin. No Woods, no Brown, no Grenard.
Yeah, and they kind of hit me funny when I saw both of them were not. I expected, I expected No Brown to not play, but for both of them to be out, it's not going to change my feeling about this game. I got confidence in what the Texans can do and what C.J. Stroud can do, and that's ultimately the difference maker. Man, it got a lot more difficult today because you can't expect them to play. Neither one of those receivers.
I expect Woods to try.
Really?
I do. I expect Woods to try.
Despite no real reps this week.
Yes.
And I know
I don't think he needs reps.
All the reps were lighter,
I don't think he needs reps.
He doesn't, probably.
But a back...
but he's also got... How many years has he been in the league?
He's been in the league for a while.
Yeah, so I think he's going to need some sort of rep, some sort of ramp up or whatever you want to call it.
Like, I think you can fight through an ankle. Hip, though, kind of goes back into the back. But, like, I feel like I'm doing like the hip bone, knee bone kind of song. But the Noah Brown back thing, like when you play like he does, that physical, that's just like you can say, well, it's not, you can't battle through a back.
No,
it's not.
And football players especially will tell you that. So all of a sudden, Xavier Hutchinson, man, go to Indianapolis, make some plays, run the ball with Singletary, and I still think C.J. Stroud's going to spell the difference. So it just got a lot more interesting. That's a good secondary, and they have 4 guys that can rush the passer. And we went through those stats earlier. Like they're 5th in the league in sacks, 32nd in blitzing, so they can get to you.
You got your O-line now.
You do have your O-line.
That's your O-line.
Mm-hmm.
Do we trust that O-line is the question.
Well, Tunsil's back. Tunsil's playing. We'll see about the other side, how that plays out. But The bigger thing is, can you run the ball against these guys? The answer is yes. Like 27th in rush defense. And that makes your offensive line look a lot better.
Significant advantage in special teams. I'm not trying to get too deep in the sticks. We usually like to stick to the two most popular phases, but you hear coaches talk all the time. There's 3 phases of football. I know Frank Ross would kill me for saying this, but, we kind of ignore special teams at times.
We didn't get our weekly Frank.
We'll get that tomorrow. By the way, that's when Frank Ross talks. Lopez, a weekly Frank for Lopez is different for me. For me, it's Frank Ross. I don't know what he's up to.
It's Frank Ross.
I don't know what he's up to with his weekly Frank.
You want your weekly Frank?
But the kicking situation, significant advantage.
Big time. Yes.
Punting, significant advantage. And then the return game, Dameon Pierce has looked pretty good. But yeah, the third phase, which you really can't gloss over in a
especially in a game like this.
In a game like this.
Yeah.
It's a de facto playoff game. That's there as well. So,
well, yeah. I said it Monday. I could see this. My premonition comes down to a field goal kick made by Kaimi Fairbairn or missed by Matt Gay.
All right, so here's my question for you. Landry Locker, John Lopez, here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Laramie Tunsil joining us in about 30 minutes. Jim Irsay, owner of the Colts. He's been known to sign $100 bills and hand them out.
No.
If Jim Irsay signs a $100 bill and hands it to you, what are you doing with it?
I wouldn't spend it.
You would just keep the $100?
It would be kind of cool. Yeah, and I'm not even obviously. I'm not.
Oh my God!
You just spend it?
Yes,
but it's
it's $100.
It's a unique thing.
I don't give a damn. I'll take a picture with it and
maybe
go
sell
spend
it. Sell it on eBay.
No, I'll take a picture with it and then I'm spending it. You're just gonna save the hundo?
It's kind of cool. It's a conversation piece. It like the owner. Like I said, even though we're not fans, it's an NFL owner signing a $100 bill for you. That's pretty sweet. You just go and deposit it or spend it. The $100.
Yeah, that moment. I would go right to the concession stand and get me like 4 draft beers or something. And yeah, it's not. I'm not saving no $100 bill, brother. If you want to sign a one, we can do that. But I ain't not spending the $100. You got that Sean Pendergast money.
Who?
You and Sean.
No,
y'all going around with the.
I just think it's kind of cool. Yeah.
By the way, I'm worried about you. You're wearing a vest this week. That's not sticking to the routine, man.
No, it's not. I'm wearing a vest today, and I think that's why you don't like it, because I normally have fishing shirts on or some kind of pullover or something. But I got this vest. It's from the Gridiron Legends. I got this vest. A buddy of mine gave it to me, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna give old Nick Casario a tip of the cap and wear a vest today. I can't remember outside of a tuxedo if I've ever worn a vest. But you know what? The YouTube and Twitch people seem to like it, so it's just not normally my routine. I'm a fishing shirt guy.
Yeah, I'm very confused by this.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. It's really strange to me.
What do you think about the home field thing for the Colts?
I don't.
I would. Well, the way I should put it, I'd rather the Texans play on the road.
I don't respect their home field. I respect, like, if we're talking Kansas City, if we're talking Buffalo, if we're talking Baltimore, if we're talking Cleveland, okay. Don't respect the Colts home field.
Yeah,
I do not. Tell you can tell me I'm crazy. I don't respect.
No,
their
I'm
home
with
field.
you. And the reason I'm asking, I ended up looking it up. The Texans were 0 to start the first several years in Indianapolis. Of course, Peyton Manning had a lot to do with that, as did Andrew Luck and others. But this is not intimidating at all. And frankly, and I don't know if this is an early confession or something, I'd rather play this game on the road than at home. I just feel like the Texans are in a spot where they've been good on the road. Particular players we're counting on have been good on the road. You tend to want to run the ball and just rely on your defense more on the road than at home. They've beaten both other division teams on the road this year. Texans just handled the hell out of Jacksonville and then did the same thing to the Titans. So they could actually win all 3 division road games with this one. I'd frankly love. I'm preferring them playing on the road than at home in this game.
Now, if Indianapolis could come here, I would be more pleased with that.
Probably, but I'm glad this is on the road. If you had to say, like, would you rather play this at home on the road? Like, the logical thing is home? I don't think so. Like, the Texans, I think, in this situation, the way they are, kind of the whole old circle the wagons thing with the running game and defense, I'd rather be on the road.
Then it'll be interesting, though, because you're already having to play on 6 days rest. You're going to get max 7, could get 8, or minimum 7, you could get 8. So they could get an extra day. I think that would be huge, especially with the guys playing hurt. If you could some way find your way into playing on Sunday instead of Saturday next week, that'd be big, man. That'd be a real big break for the Texans. We'll talk to Laramie Tunsil a little bit later. But coming up next, it is time to confess. Lunchtime Confessions, Win or Go Home edition next.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, Laramie Tunsil coming up in about 20 minutes. It's lunchtime confessions, though. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm with you. I've been talking about the Devin Singletary game all week, but especially after the news today with Robert Woods and Noah Brown not practicing, probably, if we had to guess, not playing. I think Xavier Hutchinson, man. You have no choice.
I think he's going to have a big play.
You have no choice. He's been targeted 15 times all year, 11 in the last 4 games. So he's been a little bit more anyway, a part of the offense since Tank Dell's gone out. I think let's make it a combo meal here. The Devin Singletary game with a little spice of Xavier Hutchinson.
And Nico's got to do Nico things. He's got whatever the hell those are. The good thing, Nico things. He's got to do it. But I'm watching you, Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's a really good bet there.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So this is just kind of how the brain works. Now, this is not hindsight. This was my initial wish when the draft was going down. We like John Mechie, good dude. John Mechie himself has said, I'm to the point where I want to be treated like a football player. The feel-good story will always be a part of me, but I want to be evaluated like a football player. Yes, no kid gloves. As I'm looking at this Texans team, and I'm looking at what this Texans team could use, I confess I find myself going back to 2 drafts ago when the Texans selected John Mechie, number 44 overall. Traded up for him, had a torn ACL.
Yep.
19 picks later at 63, the guy that I wanted, James Cook, went to the Buffalo Bills. James Cook, 3rd in the league in rushing, all-purpose back. They moved on from Devin Singletary because they believed James Cook was the guy. James Cook has validated those beliefs. I find myself just wondering what could have been with James Cook. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just confessing.
No, man. I mean, we have to understand as good of a draft as of drafts, really, if you look at them, and moves that Nick Caserio's made, and that's one that if you're going to treat it fairly, you got to treat it that way.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel like I'm being a little bit unfair and maybe a little bit of a hypocrite.
Slime ball.
Yes, and the reason is I saw and maybe it was just luck, but I saw 3 "this is what I'm doing" workout videos and posts on social media this morning, including one that just made me laugh out loud. I get it. Good for you. We're all trying, to get a little healthier with our resolutions. But these I did 3.4 miles and my pace was...
I feel like some of these people are lying.
Yeah, I know.
I've seen some people put that up for 5 months and it's man, you're still fat. I don't get it. It's one thing for me to say, but it's you're telling me that you're burning 1,500 a day and you're still what are we doing here?
Let me tell you the one that made me
CC's?
Literally laugh out loud. There was this dude I saw.
CC sounds good.
I think it was Instagram, and it was a picture of not him. It was a picture of a bodybuilder, and the caption was, "Work hard in silence. Let success be your noise."
No, that's not silence.
You're posting the picture and meme. You're literally not in silence. Working in silence. I was like, what are we doing here, man? I know that's kind of unfair because good for anybody that's...
No, if it helps you, if it helps gas you up and it helps you do your thing, more power to you.
I'm like, he goes, work hard in silence. Well, then be silent. That's so funny.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm a little lost at what to do on Saturday for this game. Part of me wants to just relax, chill, take it all in, listen to the broadcast, which I think is really important.
That's always good.
Especially with Buck and Aikman going. So part of me wants to do that. Part of me wants to go watch it out and about. I confess, I'm a little bit lost as to how to handle this and what to do.
There's a lot of reasons to just focus in, and I do this a lot in big games of teams that I follow. I like to just be by myself, and you added a good point with the Joe Buck and Troy Aikman thing. That's going to be cool to hear what they say, how they play it. But this is also one of those games where you want to be around your people.
Do you?
Know, around the city. Especially if things go. Maybe do a first half, second half thing. First half you're in, and second half, if it looks like they might win, go get a good pulse of the city with wherever you go, whether it's whatever.
You're talking about Sean Pendergast saying he's going to hit the town.
Yeah, you can go with him.
Hope he can get out there.
Yeah, why don't you get out there by 1 a.m.?
He doesn't like the same spots as me. He doesn't like the same spots as me.
Yeah.
Watch this.
He'll be at the Post Oak.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Him and Tillman. This Stanley Cup thing, not the hockey Stanley Cup, has got me going down a rabbit hole big time. Like,
You're talking about how women are parked in front of Target, camping out for a pink color scheme Stanley Cup, which is like the new fascination for women.
Yeah. It's just weird.
Not to generalize, but it seems like it's all women. I didn't see any dudes out there.
I think it's largely, but part of it also, it's a Yeti, dude. It's an Arctic. It's the same thing. Just
I don't get
just
it.
Colored,
but with
a straw.
Yeah, what's going on?
I guess the straw is big.
Straw. I don't like straws.
Yeah, but a lot of times if you have lipstick
Do you
on
like
or
straws?
something, not really. I mean, if somebody brings it to the table, I'll use it.
So when you like at a Mexican food spot, they bring the straw, you use the straw?
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, like if they bring it
sometimes.
Yeah, but this thing it's a phenomenon, and it's actually a lesson, like just how strong social media is. When was the last time? Because I haven't seen any. You saw a Stanley Cup commercial. When was the last time you saw a Stanley Cup?
When did you see a Yeti then?
Ad? Yeti has a bunch.
I've never seen a Yeti commercial.
Oh, yeah, and magazines, fishing magazines, and boat magazines, they're all over. I've seen some TV commercials
I'm still married to the Yeti.
I'm married to the Yeti. I like Yeti. I like Arctic
Tumbler.
too.
I like a lot of these. Yeah, I like a lot of these cups, man. These cups that they're all the same to me. They're all great.
Yeah.
Stays cold, stays warm, does its thing.
But like social media influencers run the world at some point, at some level.
Kinda.
Like this, they don't advertise
to a certain
this thing.
point. To a certain point,
To
word
a
of
certain
mouth can
point.
get out.
Yes.
But they're also advertising on Insta sometimes.
Do they?
Yeah, sometimes it'll pop up on Insta.
Mm-hmm.
All that, which
fascinating.
Yeah, I
think the straw is big for women.
Why? Just because you can go on the go and stuff,
and lipstick and stuff.
Lipstick?
Yeah,
like lipstick doesn't get on the straw.
Doesn't smudge. Ask your girl. Seriously.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I feel like on Reaction Monday, I might have minimized the Titans a little bit too much. My overall point was they suck. They're not even worth our time, and we're on to bigger and better things. But in doing so, I feel like I may have come across as I was minimizing the importance of that dub.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't my intention. I confess. Maybe that's how it came across. But my main point was there was never any doubt in the Tennessee game. They suck. On to Indianapolis, on to bigger and better things, and hopefully back to the playoffs. And my confession is, no disrespect if it feels like I minimized the dub the Texans got on Sunday.
You didn't minimize the dub. Just screw the Titans. Except this week.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm feeling pretty good about, we've talked about Devin Singletary, talked about Xavier Hutchinson. I'm feeling pretty good on the defensive side about Harris County. Feeling pretty good about
Colin Christian Harris County.
Harris County. You've heard of Revis Island. This is Harris County. Feeling pretty good about him. You realize that in the last 4 games, he's averaged like I know there's been some injuries factoring in, but like 94, 95% of the snaps after about 60%. He's stepping up. He's got more passes defensed, more tackles for loss, a forced fumble than he had in any other 4-game stretch. I feel like Monday, you're going to come in and say, let's go, Harris County. Let's go. That's a great nickname.
I'm done with that nickname. It's
great,
obvious.
Yes.
Like it's obvious. It's blatantly obvious.
Yes. It's a great nickname because of that.
It's not.
Yes.
It's not.
Welcome to Harris County.
They did the 713 now.
He needs to say that when he tackles someone. Welcome to Harris County.
I've seen like 50 people say that.
I started it.
Yeah, it's not hard to think of.
Well, I'm not saying it was difficult.
Yeah, it's not hard. It's Harris. Harris County. Okay, let's go. 713, all that. H-Town. Yeah. So that's what it is. Those are lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's get you that practice report. before we hear from Laramie Tunsil. Practice is about to conclude, so we will talk to someone who's on the practice field, Laramie Tunsil. He was joined by Malik Collins, your interior D lineman, one of the best run stoppers on the team, Sheldon Rankins, a guy who you saw score a touchdown last week, Shaq Mason. I don't think Shaq Mason's allowed a sack in the last 5 games, if I'm not mistaken. And then Andrew Beck, which could open things up for Brevin Jordan. As we're talking about receivers, could maybe open it up for Brevin Jordan if Beck's ready to go. No Robert Woods, no Noah Brown, and no Jonathan Grenard. So, man, this is a weird week, and that's just kind of the cards are dealt. More money, more problems, more exposure, more problems. Texans got a short week. They got to figure some stuff out. I'm sure they would have loved to have had a normal week, but I'm sure they also love being on that national stage. Let's get ready for Laramie Tunsil. He practiced. He made the Pro Bowl. We'll talk to him. Laramie Tunsil, always entertaining when he joins the show. We'll cuss and discuss a few things heading into Saturday night with your Pro Bowl left tackle next.
The Texans' first matchup against Indy didn't go as planned, but that
the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, last time we talked to him, it was he was the one-time highest-paid offensive lineman in football. Since
That's
then, I think we gave him a pep talk. I think we deserve like a 0.0009% share of that. Just kidding. But now he's the two-time guy. Laramie Tunsil joins the show. Laramie, Landry Locker, John Lopez. How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing? I'm good.
Doing good. You're a Pro Bowler, man. How about that? Are you tired of Pro Bowls? Are we going to start looking at all pros? Do you get tired of Pro Bowls?
I don't get tired of Pro Bowl, man. It's a huge blessing. It's an honor just to be mentioned with these guys. But y'all know what I want, man. I want that All Pro, and I need that one under my belt.
What is the case for the All Pro? What is the LT case for being the All Pro tackle?
Staying consistent, man. I've been consistent this whole season. It's about that time that I get the honors, in my opinion.
Well, we agree with that. Hey, man, look, we were talking, everybody talking about this big game on Saturday night, and one of the things that just seems to be resonating with us is this isn't a big game, really, when in terms of atmosphere and stuff. It's a big game in the standings. It's a big game for the team and the organization. But like C.J. Stroud has been in every environment there's ever been. I mean, a lot of the guys on this team come from big-time programs. Like that whole stuff about atmosphere and pressure, that doesn't really resonate that much, does it?
It doesn't, man. It's an important game because it's the next game, and we need this one to get in. So I think all the fellas know that, we prepared like it's an important game. We just got to get it done and get that spot. So everybody knows what it is, what the stakes is, and I think we're going to get it done.
How are you feeling? We've seen the veteran off day, or we call it a veteran off day. Hell, you could be hurt for it's easy for my ass to say. But how are you feeling health-wise heading into
solid, man.
Solid?
I'm solid. Yeah, I'm solid, babe. I'm solid, ready to roll.
Let me ask you this about this coming week. I mean, the offensive line has been a focal point, a lot of turnover. You've been there by and large the whole time. How are you feeling about the offensive line this week? Because clearly that's a front four, and we were talking about this, that brings a lot of pressure without blitzing.
Yeah, it's a good front four that we're going against Saturday, man, and I think we're ready for the opportunity. I think the biggest thing for us as an O-line is just staying consistent and staying above the sticks and giving CJ time and motor running lanes to get it done.
I know you take a lot of pride in fashion. That's kind of one of your things. Last time you were with us, you power ranked the locker room drip. You put yourself at number one. We've had Bobby Slowick on. What are we going to do about these caps that Bobby keeps wearing? He looks like Smalls from Sandlot. We got to help him out here with the cap. What are we going to do about that?
Man, you got to appreciate people for their own style. I appreciate Bobby for just, staying consistent with his caps. You know what you're going to get from Bobby. So
it's like he's unintentionally having one of those like Gilly big caps on like each Sunday. I don't know how y'all look at him when he's giving y'all plays.
Hey, that's what he like, man. That's what he like.
Hey, I know, obviously, you like to eat some good food. Here's the thing about
Indianapolis. What does that mean? Everybody just called you fat, LT. What's up with this guy?
Yeah, you see that, man?
Yeah, I just said, obviously, you like to eat some good food.
No, this
you
is
didn't
called.
Know that.
No, this is
He's
called.
You called our guest fat, man.
This is where he's wrong, Laramie, because I did something that he doesn't do. It's called research, and I said, and I saw that you always wanted to work at McDonald's as a kid. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
See there? Take that, Landry. Okay, so back to my point. I'm guessing you're like me. Whenever I used to travel a lot, I would always scout out the restaurants in that city that I'm going to, okay? And I have never for the life of me understood why people say freaking cocktail shrimp in Indianapolis is the go-to. Dude.
It's undefeated, bro. I'm not going to lie.
It's cocktail shrimp, though, man.
It's undefeated, man. It's undefeated. They got this sauce.
I know.
Man,
it's called cocktail sauce.
It's spicy, very spicy,
dude,
bro.
I guarantee I could make you some cocktail sauce just as good.
He wants to try to show
Guarantee. Like, when I go to – so you're going to go to St. Elmo's then?
No, I might just chill at the hotel, man.
All right. I can't believe you're all in on boiled shrimp with cocktail sauce, dude. That's easy.
When I tried it, when I played Indy my third year when I was with Miami, one of my teammates actually took me to the restaurant, and we tried the shrimp, and it was unbelievable. So,
all right,
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah.
Does an offensive lineman? Do you watch when you watch football? Do you watch the other offensive linemen? Are you watching just like us watching the quarterback? Do you find yourself paying extra attention?
Yeah, we watch an offensive line. Me personally, I watch the offensive line. every snap.
Man, that just doesn't seem as exciting, LT. I'm kind of gotta watch the quarterback there.
Hey, let me ask you this now. You were thankful for C.J. Stroud at Thanksgiving. Somebody asked you about that. Did he ever say anything about that to you?
No, he did. He knows, man. he knows. He knows we're thankful for him.
What made you so comfortable with CJ to where, because you were one of the first, and then it seemed like there was like kind of a snowball effect. What made you so comfortable with a guy who you hadn't even really worked out? Y'all hadn't been on the same field together for you to say this is QB1 like immediately? What made you so comfortable to do that?
I just watched the Georgia and Ohio State game. That should tell you everything right there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it was still during training camp when we talked to you and you said that to us about him.
In my eyes.
Yeah.
In my eyes, he always been QB1. When we drafted him, I was like, QB1, let's go.
Yeah. Hey, what kind of NIL money would you negotiate for yourself?
Oh, Lord.
Hey, man, the big bucks, just know that.
Do you think you would have been ready for that? Because I've heard like Chase Young talk about this. I think he was on with LeBron and a couple others, and he said that he doesn't know that he would have been ready for NIL.
I don't think so, man. That's a lot of money up quick, bro. Especially not coming from no money and then going to college and getting like thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, man. I don't think I'd have been ready either. I'd have been spending it all, actually.
Well, especially in that environment. I mean, like
Right.
you're away from home and just living the life right there. All right, so let's. I want to go back to this McDonald's thing because it intrigued me.
Oh my God!
No, because I saw that your first job ever, because your mom was very adamant about you training, baseball, basketball, football, etc. That you never had a job. Your first job ever was the NFL.
My first job ever was NFL.
So
I just wanted a little extra money in my pocket growing up, especially in high school. And I was like, Mom, let me just work at McDonald's. That'd be easy. I feel like I can control my hours. She was not having it.
Mm-hmm. What's your go-to McDonald's order?
Bro, I haven't been to McDonald's in so long, bro. I think my last McDonald's meal was in college, probably.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, Big Mac though, of course. Yeah, Big Mac.
Oh, Big Mac, that's the move.
Yeah, Big Mac.
Laramie Tunsil here with us on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So Indianapolis, what are you seeing from the Colts? Obviously, y'all lost week 2. You were not on the field. Are you seeing anything specific from Indianapolis that has you excited?
Anything exciting? I mean, they're a good team. Offense and defense, very balanced. Play hard. I was in the right gaps. Very disciplined team. Like I said at the beginning of this call, man, if we just stay consistent, stay above the sticks, we'll have a chance. We'll have a shot.
I don't want you to do any comparisons because I know they're both your guys. So I'll just put it this way: what is Devin Singletary doing that is bringing so much success for him in terms of how he works with you guys?
I think he understands the offense. He's pretty good at reading blocks, setting up blocks, and making a guy miss.
Are you a better run blocker than people tend to credit you for?
I think so, bro. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
Why?
I think so.
What is it?
I think so. The way I get off the ball, the way I move guys in the run game, and the way I work with Juice in the double teams, I think that makes me a good run blocker. I don't know why I don't get credit for it. I guess people pay attention to PFF and just rank me from PFF and just don't watch film and really try to understand what's going on out there.
What is, do you look at PFF? You have to, right?
I mean, if it comes to my Twitter, I see it.
Mm-hmm. And what do you? You've seemed like you're pretty good. I feel like you're better than Titus at avoiding certain things on Twitter.
I avoid it, man. Unless it's funny. If it's funny, I respond.
Yeah, you're better at avoiding it. How is that? Do you just scroll through real quick and avoid, or what? Because Titus is out there. I'm just like, what? Why is he giving this any time of day? What is this? You're not even playing right now.
Yeah, but you just got to leave it alone. You read it, just leave it alone. Just try to prove everybody wrong.
When was the worst? When was the worst social media time for you? Was it the draft? Was there like a moment?
For sure.
Was it? Did you just have to like take a step back? Because I imagine at that time, you really hadn't gotten any like bad, for lack of a better term, like bad smoke, publicity, anything like that. Like that had to have been the moment where you just said, "Man, I got to take a step back from this."
Yeah. No, that's when I built some tough skin. I'll tell you that.
On PFF, the other thing about it that's so weird to me is like they don't know what your assignment really is. I mean, like they can estimate it, but that's got to be the frustrating thing.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little jaded, man. I don't think it's I don't think it's really like real. I don't know who's grading the tape. I don't know. I just, I try to leave that alone and where it's at.
So dodgeball in the Pro Bowl. How do you feel your dodgeball game is?
Yeah, I'm gonna be right there on the sideline. My guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's not worth it. That's not worth it.
No, it's not at all.
Be right there on the sideline.
Some of those guys are taking that serious. So is the Veteran Day off? Is that gonna be like the
It's gonna be a good. Yeah, it's gonna be a good weekend.
No, I'm talking about moving forward. Are we gonna get? I think you need to. You're a good negotiator, obviously. You need to get Wednesdays off for the rest of your career. Just make it a thing.
Yeah, I need to go talk to Nick and D'Amico, so we can get that done.
Yeah, let him know what's up. give me that rest, that extra rest day. How about Nick Caserio? Have you seen anything different from Caserio from when he first arrived to now? Him and D'Amico seem to be vibing pretty good.
Yeah, I think the vibe always been good between them, and I'm big on Nick. Nick get things done, bring the right guys in. Biggest thing with Nick is stay consistent. Same person every day, so you know what you're getting.
How about Cal and Hannah McNair? They were kind of like in the background, not really out front.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden they're like the most popular people out there.
It's crazy. They passing. Yeah, I am right now. They just asked about you.
See what I mean? Not like
it's crazy. No, they're more involved for sure. You appreciate that. Seeing them guys every day.
Yeah, Hannah talks some smack. Too.
She does.
Yeah, she was. She said, "Bring the broom out, huh?" That was crazy.
Yeah, bring the broom, the sweep. What does Laramie Tunsil get for Christmas, man? Like I've always wondered that. Like, what do rich cats get for Christmas?
My Christmas gift was in March when I got the new deal, man. So
okay, all right. So you didn't get a gift or anything like that?
I didn't get a gift, man. That was cool. I don't need one.
What was the best gift you gave?
My son got a whole bunch of toys. My mom got a purse. I just give everybody. I got the homies like a trip, like a vacation trip.
All right.
Yeah, whatever they ask for, man, they know they get. So
okay,
everybody around me is pretty spoiled.
But no gift for you, man. That's kind of messed
up.
You
didn't give yourself a new Lamborghini truck?
No, I didn't, man.
All right, Laramie, we appreciate you. Best of luck this weekend, and hopefully we're talking about the playoffs next week.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, fellas.
All right, there you go. That's Laramie Tunsil. Wants to be an All-Pro, already a Pro Bowler. How are you not going to get him something for Chris? You got to give him something, right?
He got something. He got something, right?
It just wasn't great enough for him to remember.
How about Hannah in the background?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
They just asked about you.
Yeah, that seems about right.
All right. That sounds good.
Running up and down, talking that smack.
With that broom.
Talking that smack. So he says, the PFF stuff we pay too much attention to, possibly. I don't like – I've never known – I don't know whether Laramie Tunsil is an all-pro caliber left tackle or not. I'm not going to lie to you. I know that he frees up Dalton Schultz when he's in there. Mm-hmm. I've seen them have success when he's not in there. I think obviously he's pretty good. But like I don't know what to compare it to. He wants to make the case, and I think the one tangible thing has been the freedom of Dalton Schultz. He does agree that Titus needs to probably stay off that Twitter just a little bit. Let it go a little bit.
I do think he's kind of a victim of the reputation too. No, I'm not talking about anything else.
Oh, you calling him fat?
No. Anything other than the run block thing. You could tell that kind of got under his skin a little bit.
Yeah.
The PFF stuff.
Yeah.
Like people, even though it's players and NFLPA that selects, all pro, they see the same things, and they don't watch every single snap. So they say, oh, he's not that good against the run, which on the run, maybe he's better than we think, or maybe he's better. And he certainly thinks so as well.
And you offered to make him a cocktail. I didn't know what the hell was going on there.
A cocktail?
That's what you said. You said, I'll give you the best cocktail.
Oh, the cocktail sauce.
Oh, okay.
Cocktail sauce.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay.
I can't believe he was down with that. He thinks it's off the chart.
Almost things off the hook, dude. So
it's right shrimp and cocktail sauce.
It's his opinion, sir. Coming up, the updates on the DNP Mafia. An NFL player has his house burned down. You won't believe why that happened, plus some other shots fired here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Let we go. Join the drive.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Laramie Tunsil named to the Pro Bowl. If you missed Laramie Tunsil just now on the program, check it out on the Odyssey app or on the In the Loop podcast section. So we have 3 guys that did not return to practice today for the Houston Texans. Robert Woods, Noah Brown, Jonathan Grenard. So the wide receiver concern, the concern at the wide receiver position, that is the main area of concern for the Houston Texans heading into Saturday. Already thin because you lost Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Nico Collins banged up as well. The wide receiver position right now, this is a very average at best to below average wide receiver room. Noah Brown seems to be leaning on not playing, although who knows with that crazy jersey SOB. And then Robert Woods, I could see him trying to give it a go.
I could see him trying to give it a go, but and look, he's a young man, but at his age in the NFL, you got to believe he's a veteran guy. He's a route running type of guy. That it's going to be tough for him to get on the field with no reps per se. Even though there were mostly walkthroughs this week, he wasn't really working with the squad. So I think that's going to be a no on Robert Woods too, to be honest. And that's 2 wide receivers. I mean, listen, it's Nico Collins and then cross your fingers. Like, not to be too harsh here, but Xavier Hutchinson has shown a little bit more in the last 4 games than he has all year. But you still got to cross your fingers. He's got 5 catches in those games. And then John Mechie, he wants to be treated like just another NFL player. Well, that means that we got to have some serious questions about whether he can even catch the ball, much less get open, because he's had some drops too. It's cross your fingers with the wide receiving core right now. Thank goodness for C.J. Stroud.
Thank goodness for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Full go for C.J. Stroud. So we'll see how that goes. You feel good about the QB advantage. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Miami Dolphins. They got a game against the Buffalo Bills. This is for the division. This is big for the Texans. If the Texans win and the Jags win, and then Buffalo wins, that means the Texans are going to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Not great. Not an ideal place to go, especially with the way they're playing. But they're going to have to beat the Miami Dolphins. Tyreek Hill, by the way, the first wide receiver. This is good news, bad news. You want me to start with the good news? Let's just start with the good news on this one. Yeah, let's get the good news.
Let's get the good news.
Yeah, because the good news might not seem like good news. After. Good news. Tyreek Hill, he's the first wide receiver in NFL history to make the Pro Bowl in each of his first 8 years in the league.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That's the good news.
I know the bad news.
The bad news is yesterday his $7 million mansion caught fire.
Significant damage.
Significant fire because apparently there was a kid playing with a cigarette lighter in the bed.
Yep. God, that makes me sick. Just makes my stomach turn.
Listen to this report. I want you to tell me if this is too much information.
Okay.
This is News 7 in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to this report for them and tell, like, I don't know, like maybe this is standard. I just kind of feel like this is a little bit too much information.
Okay.
If you're just now joining us, Davie Fire Rescue is on the scene of this very large, we call it a house fire, really it's a mansion, 16755 Berkshire Court there in Southwest Ranches. A lot of heavy smoke, and they've been on this for about 25 minutes or so. This is a home of Dolphins star wide receiver, Miami Dolphins, Tyreek Hill. Unclear if he was home at the time or if anybody was inside of the home at the time. Beautiful home on a large piece of property, purchased for $6.9 million from Tyreek.
We got the address, we got how much it cost, and we got that it's Tyreek Hill. I kind of feel like you could just say Tyreek Hill's house. Do you have to give the exact address, the exact amount that he paid, and all that type of stuff? That seems like too much information.
Play that one more time. I guarantee you, they did all this on Zillow. I just called up Zillow. What was the address?
If you're just now joining us, Davie Fire Rescue is on the scene of this very large, we call it a house fire, really it's a mansion, 16755 Berkshire Court there in Southwest Ranches. A lot of heavy smoke, and they've been on this for about 25 minutes or so.
$6.98 million. They went to Zillow.
Do we need the exact address?
No, you don't need any of that.
Miami can be dangerous, man.
Look, there's pictures, too.
Haven't you seen Scarface? We assume that Tyreek Hill lives in a mansion. I mean, you can follow the fire.
Yeah.
But do we have to give the man's full address and how much he paid for the mansion? It looks expensive.
It was, and hopefully will be again, badass. But they were on Zillow. Like, what is that? Oh, he paid $6.9. They're talking to her in her ear. $6.9 million. Oh, okay, good.
So how does that go for Tyreek Hill? Like, how does that go? So he's at practice. Like, surely the PR person's got to go get him off the field.
You got to get him out,
right?
Yeah,
You got to go. You got to go up.
You
to
don't
him.
know if there's any kids
he might
in
be
there
on the side or something.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Tyreek.
Yeah.
What, did I make the Pro Bowl? No. Yeah, I mean, yes, you did. The good news is you did.
Yeah.
But there's something else. What's going on? Well, your house is on fire.
Yeah, your house is a charcoal.
And it's on the news right now.
Briquette right now. It's a gorgeous house. I'm on Zillow. But look at that. That's just in the backyard right there. Full court basketball, all that stuff. I mean, it's pretty awesome. But house fires make my stomach turn. That's like one of the worst things because you think about all the memories and everything else, pictures and all that stuff. And you think about insurance too.
Here is Antonio Pierce. Antonio Pierce trying to win the Raiders gig. Here's Davante Adams talking about Antonio Pierce. I should have said, do you want Antonio Pierce, the interim coach, do you want him to be your full-time head coach?
So obviously who I wanted, that's my vote, and I've been vocal about that, and that's that's basically how the whole locker room feels, and with good reason. I mean, he's come in and done a great job, and he's continued to win us over. It's not just the comfortable thing. I think having AP here will it'll be good for this organization. He kind of embodies what it means to be a Raider, and that mentality, that swag, and all the things that he endorses is the things that I believe in. All those things, all the different fields of being a head coach. So definitely rooting for him.
The bad thing is that the players' vote never really matters, unless you're Aaron Rodgers or something. But I do think it would be pretty sweet.
Well, I also think the fact that they were in this situation a few years ago where Rich Bisaccia was, he got them to the playoffs.
Yeah.
When they had to get rid of Gruden, damn near won the playoff game against the Bengals. It was a close game, and then they decided they wanted to be cute. They went the Patriot way. They brought in Josh McDaniels. Didn't work out. Seems like the guys that were on that team, from Max Crosby down, have a lot of good things to say about Rich. And now it's almost like you don't want to do that again.
You almost set yourself up for disappointment because, like, as an owner, you don't want to be out there saying, yeah, I hear you, and then you're going in a different direction, Like which is the case more often than not.
Linebackers becoming like the new trend. Like people hiring linebackers. You got Vrabel, you got D'Amico. Now you're gonna have perhaps Antonio Pierce. Like it's like 90s, 2000s linebackers coming.
Mayo
making a comeback. Yeah, Mayo. I mean, he could easily be the Patriots guy. I could easily see that happening.
Yeah.
So
you know what's weird and what's awesome and weird? I haven't even looked at one list. I mean, a few off the top of your
coaching
head.
searches?
Not one.
I heard Sean and Seth talking about it.
One.
And I was like, man, I don't even
I'm
care.
out of that business.
Yeah, I want no part of a coaching search.
Yeah.
They were talking about like Harbaugh and some other stuff. I was like, man, I could not care less about this.
No, not at all.
I just don't give a rat's what.
A rat's what.
As John McClain would say. Speaking of which, John McClain is back, and he is crazier than ever. Here was what McClain said to ESPN and ABC. Memo to ESPN and ABC. Stick to sport. No, I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. Memo to ESPN and ABC. Will Anderson weighs 260 not the 243 the Texans list. He weighed 253 at the combine. He told the media late in camp he weighed 260 because he'd hit the weights hard to beef up for his first season, and he's been outstanding.
Couple points here. John McClain is obsessed with weights, and 17.
I thought it was a training camp obsession, though.
Yeah.
I did not know it was like a win or go home, final week of the season type of obsession.
17 pounds of muscle, which I've never heard anybody say it wasn't muscle. And then the second point, who cares? 243, 260, who cares? What does it matter? Like, I'm
like
asking.
of all the things, why didn't he tell him how to pronounce Grenard? He's been obsessed with that. Why is McClain becoming like a I hate national media guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
Greenard. He's been talking about Greenard, Grenard, the mispronunciation, and now he's talking about the weight. But, man, he loves a weight question.
What does it matter?
You called Tunsil fat, though, so I don't know.
I did not call Tunsil fat. I said, I heard.
Obviously, you like to eat.
I said, obviously, you like to eat.
Obviously, you like to eat there.
And then I backed
fat
it.
so?
And then I backed it up with, because I saw you always wanted to work at McDonald's, and he agreed with me, not you. And that shrimp cocktail thing.
You never even worked at a food place.
Yes, I did. First job. I didn't even get a salary. It was tips only. I worked at the Black Cow. It was like a homegrown Sonic. Had to go out there on roller skates. I didn't use roller skates because I wasn't a very good skater, and take the food out to people. It was fun, and I worked just for tips because I wanted to work before I turned 16, so they couldn't pay me. I think I was 14, 15. I think that's the only food place I ever worked. I worked at a bar in college. Do you know that?
Yeah, you said you were a bouncer.
I was a bouncer at a bar.
I'm sneaking in that one. That's gracious.
Hey, you didn't see me back then, dude.
Yeah, sneaking
Ripped.
my ass in that bar.
Think about what the
goodness
Rock.
Gracious, I'm sneaking a flask. I'm sneaking a full. Goodness gracious.
Think about what the Rock looked like the other night.
There when I'm 12.
That was me at the door.
There ain't no way you're watching that.
Yeah.
Ain't no way you're watching that.
It was fun, except for like when there were fights. Then you had to like get nasty.
Justin Fields fired some shots at the Green Bay Packers. The Chicago Bears quarterback had this to say about the vibe that he anticipates at Lambeau Field.
You know, their home field. I know their fans going to be loud because there's not much to do in Green Bay except watch football. It's going to be a great environment for us to play in, and hopefully have a great game and get the dub on Sundays.
It's not wrong. People go to Packers games, don't even live in Green Bay, most of them.
Let's get controversial here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez with you. 2 nights away from Texans versus Colts. So someone brings this up on the text line, 713-572-4610. Shout out to all the folks on YouTube, Twitch, etc. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Talking about listening to Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Quote, this is where you got to be honest, John.
Yeah.
We're not a pandering show. So y'all would rather listen to Aikman and Buck instead of listening to Vandy and Andre synced up on the TV. Come on, guys.
Why is he saying come on, guys? That's my answer. Like, we listen to Vandy all the time.
And Andre all the time.
All the time.
Every time.
I want to know what the national person. People are always saying, by the way, this guy's getting me mad. Oh, the national media never gives us any recognition. Oh, why are you listening to Joe Buck? You should listen to Vandy. What a hypocrite. What?
You don't know that he's saying that, though.
He just said it. He texted
No, but
it.
you don't know that he has a problem with the national media.
Oh, I know,
and the lack of respect.
but by and large, it's like, oh, they don't respect us. We never get any love from the national media. Hey, you should listen to Vandy.
No,
and
I'm
Andre.
listening. I want to hear what Troy Aikman and Joe Buck say about the Texans more than I do Andre. And
yes,
I could. If you gave me a test, if you gave me a 50, if you gave me a 50-question test of what Andre Ware and Mark Vandermeer's opinion was. And if you're out and about, I would listen. I would strongly recommend listening to it. Fire up the Odyssey app. Hell, turn it on and do what you got to do. But for me personally, and me gathering information and me getting a grasp of what the situation is, yes, I would very much rather listen to Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Sue me. But I can tell you every opinion that Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware have about this team. Each player.
I could give you scenarios. I'm jotting down a couple of things that are popping into my head right now. Texans get a turnover. What does Andre say? I don't know, Mark. I'd take a shot. Right here, I'd take a shot. And I'm not criticizing. It's just I know this. I've listened to him so much. And that's a fresh 4. From Vandermeer on a big first down. That's a fresh 4. I know them that well. That's what I'm saying. I want to hear what Buck and Aikman have to say.
Why does everyone want to take a shot after a turnover?
I don't know. Quick change.
Every former quarterback wants to take a shot.
Yeah, Mark, this is a quick change. Might want to take a shot. I'd take a shot. That's what he said. I'd take a shot. Yeah. That's not. I'm trying to think of some others. And it's with love because I listen to these guys religiously, man. And they're so good. But that's my point. I know what's going to happen there. Let's see that national perspective.
Well, we know what they think of the players and stuff, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, by the way, Andre was not happy the other day with Steven Nelson.
Oh, really?
Woo-wee!
I missed that one.
Woo-wee! Yeah. But
What happened?
I think it was the Amari Cooper play.
Okay.
But he was hurt. Like, Steven Nelson was hurt, but he didn't. But I think it might have been a Petrie thing because Petrie ended up getting benched. So I think it was there might have been some confusion there.
So what did he say?
But there's people on the line saying they're listening to Vandy and Andre all day. We appreciate you. That's good.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's great.
And you can sync it. Somebody asked, how do you sync it? There's
You just wait.
different
You
ways.
pause
Yeah,
and
different ways to do it.
Wait for the call. It's
Yeah.
very easy. Can't really guide you through that. It's a very easy thing to do. But I very much want to hear about the about what's going on. By the way, CJ Stroud just got an award.
He did.
He is the he wins the Good Guy Award for the Houston Texans, which is an award they give to a player who is the good guy in the locker room.
I saw Mechie got the Ed Block Courage nomination too today.
Deserves it.
He does deserve it. He absolutely does.
So we're giving away the Good Guy Awards for the Texans. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Go get you a playoff berth, please.
That would be a nice capper.
I want some ass kickers on my team. I don't want these nice guys.
Oh, brother. You do need those guys with an edge, but your quarterback being the good guy.
Need some body language out there.
Is a good thing.
I need some guys out there that look like they're hurting.
Yeah. Frothing at the mouth. You do need those guys. Cushing was that guy back in the day, and you needed him, but mostly good guys. He'd go nuts, man.
And he still looks psycho to me.
He's got the eyes.
Not in a bad way, but
no, he's just got those eyes.
Nuts, dude.
Yeah. Like you're like, oh,
dude, he's still in like the best shape of his life.
Yes.
He's always rocking the joggers that are extra tight, just walking around.
Yeah.
Looks real nice, but like it's just like the brief intensity.
I don't want to cross paths with him. I don't want to get crossways with him.
Shout out to Cushing.
Yeah.
Coming up, internet goes nuts, perhaps. I don't think I'm overselling this. I think this might be the most entertaining interview of the last, I would say, 2 years-ish. I'll let you decide. Plus, trash-talking notes for Will Anderson and company. # little ass boy. Next.
You got to bring that up if you get to him this week, right?
To Minshew?
Yeah.
Call him little ass boy?
Like the Texans.
I don't think Will Anderson would do that.
Why not?
Malik Collins might.
Yeah.
He's crazy.
The last boy.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious.
Why not?
Yeah.
Get it done.
Yeah.
Make it a thing.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so there's no audio per se of this, but it had the internet going off the rails yesterday and today. You know what I'm talking about. Clark County, Nevada. That dude that leaped over the bench.
Oh, he attacked the judge?
To attack the judge. The responses are what were
Why did he do this?
I guess he was just upset.
If you haven't seen the video, I guess the judge does the verdict and he jumps over.
He just goes nuts.
Yeah, he just leaps over.
But like some bunch of athletes and celebrities are weighing in. And I forget who exactly was saying, like, LeVar Arrington. Remember that play LeVar Arrington made?
Oh, yeah, Penn State.
And someone else said, I know a 42-inch vertical when I see one. That was like the most athletic, stupid thing that you could ever see. It like this dude leapt off of 1 foot over the entire judge's bench, and of course it was very stupid because we know what happened after that. But this thing still does have the internet going nuts.
See, I didn't even know if it was new, old, whatever. I had no idea.
Yeah,
that was gonna,
that poor judge. He took a shot, man.
Well, I'm sure he's taking a few shots now too.
Well, he was in the video.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Club Shay Shay with Shannon Sharp. He's had Steve Harvey on. He's had Cedric the Entertainer on. Both have had things to say about Cat Williams. Boy, Cat Williams got his shot yesterday.
Yes, he did.
This was Cat Williams. So this is on Club Shay Shay. And the funny thing about this, so Shannon Sharp is interviewing people, and he's usually like they're sipping some scotch or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Cat Williams comes in guns blazing, and there's going to be a pause where Shannon Sharp basically says, man, we can't let you drink. Cat Williams just looks up at him and says, I ain't drunk, brother. Listen to this. First he's talking about Cedric the Entertainer, then he's talking about Steve Harvey.
Cedric told you when you asked him, did you steal Cat Williams' joke? Yeah. He said, it don't line up. How it don't line up that I did it on TV? You came to see me at the Comedy Store and then did it on the Kings of Comedy. Like, what doesn't line up? This is a televised joke that Mark Curry helped me punch up and get to the level that it was. I didn't want to be a movie star. No, you couldn't be a movie star. There are 30,000 new scripts in Hollywood every year. Not one of them asks for a country bumpkin dude that can't talk good, baby, and look like Mr. Potato Head. There ain't none. You would have to have a range.
I don't know, Cat. We might not let you drink anymore the way you. I mean, we ain't even got.
I'm not fueled by alcohol. I've had a sip, less than you. The truth don't need motivation. I'm just saying I can't let these dudes lie. Cedric's sitting here telling you why he ain't a movie star. He over here look like a walrus. You didn't say nothing. He can't even get his arms off his stomach sitting over here. Why I'm not a movie star. What?
It's a situation.
He never wrote anything. Remember, when Cedric the Entertainer starts, he's supposed to be singing, dancing, and telling jokes. That's why he's called the Entertainer.
Right.
We found out he can't sing, can't dance, and doesn't write jokes. He did 4 comedy specials. They're so bad, Shannon, they're not available on Netflix or Tubi. Can I say that again for the audience? They're so bad that they're not available on Netflix or Tubi.
You don't think Sam's a good comedian?
The world doesn't think that, sir. I have 12 comedy specials. He has 4 specials that are not available on Netflix or Tubi.
He wasn't done, though.
That was shots.
Dude, he's still going. Yeah. So Shannon Sharp tries to kind of reel it in. So Shannon Sharp's, he's doing all he can for him.
Yes, he is.
But Cat Williams is saying it with his chest.
Yeah.
He's trying to reel it in. He's like, you got some stuff to get off your chest. Here's Cat Williams, Club Shay Shay, some more.
You had a lot to get off your chest.
No.
You wanted to set the record straight.
Winners are not allowed to allow losers to rewrite history. I don't say any of these things if my name is not breached by these people on your platform. If you give a liar a platform to lie, then I'm not being messy by saying, hold on, that never happened, it's untrue, and there are hundreds of witnesses for each thing I'm saying.
Man.
Okay.
Is there more?
Oh, there's more. So then they're talking to him about getting blackballed, and the one of the most polarizing figures in Hollywood, Harvey Weinstein, comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Cat Williams still going.
It's important in the checks and balances of the universe that liars not get to make complete narratives for themselves.
Are you not afraid about being blackballed again?
These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. All of these shortcut takers, they canceled me for talking about Harvey Weinstein before the thing came out, but he off in front of all my people at my agency. What am I supposed to do? He did all of that. I'm thinking I'm the only black person on the script. I get there, it's 3 other black guys on there. Woo! Huh.
So you wonder what they did to get there?
I told him no. What y'all do? And this is why when I walk in a room, heads go down. Behind my back, I'm nothing. I'm just a regular old comedian that's bitter and jealous. But in my face, the king has walked in, and they have to respect it only because I've not taken the shortcuts. I've not been funded. They pay you to not talk about things they don't want you to talk about. If you don't say anything, these dudes will run over you. I don't know if you know how bullies operate. But if you don't stand up for yourself, there really is nothing they won't do.
Right.
And until you humble yourself, you will forever be kinged by the king.
Now you know they're going to double back.
Impossible. Impossible. Only because once you play this back, you'll realize I didn't say anything that made me look in a good light. I wasn't tearing down others to boost myself up. But I do have to acknowledge things that did not take place. No. Say what side you on. Say why you don't like the other side. And then get to the game.
There you go. Goodness gracious.
He was just...
Dude, you just watched it. You just listened to this.
Oh,
on the
I
car
saw
ride.
some of it, yeah.
Dude. And then he had some... So he talked about those other guys.
Mm-hmm.
Now Big Worm, Faison Love, who's been in this studio before. He's taking shots at Faison, and listen to how he reacts to Shannon Sharp trying to defend him. And Shannon's like, no.
Trying to create a character. You can't just be Faison in every movie. Like, you just gonna take your shirt off on every movie? Like, why does it say that in your script?
Man, let Big Worm live. Let him breathe, Cat. Let Big Worm breathe. Stall him out now.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
No, I ain't got no...
Right to his face.
You having an unnatural allegiance with losers is not like you. Here's the final one. Chris Tucker. I didn't know this was going. I didn't know we were going here with Chris Tucker. So Chris Tucker, he was on Friday. He basically didn't do a lot of movies after. There's maybe 2 handfuls of movies that you've seen from Chris Tucker in the past. Here's Chris Tucker catching the Cat Williams wrath.
Chris Tucker didn't want to be the poster child for smoking weed. He don't smoke weed like that.
Right.
He in the church. He Michael Jackson's best friend. Christmas. Michael Jackson called him Christmas. You ever met a man that gave you a little nickname like that?
No.
Me neither. Must be the greatest.
I don't think I've seen an interview have the internet go nuts
like this,
like that in a while.
It was crazy.
I got the internet going nuts.
I haven't really talked about this too much. It's a postseason thing, but the Pro Bowl. We had Laramie Tunsil on. You should go back and listen to that on the Odyssey app if you get the chance. It was very good. He was very good. But I do think, like, why couldn't C.J. Stroud? I mean, this is a snub.
The popular opinion for me, I was on the stream yesterday at 10:30, locker room stream. Be back on there tonight.
2 games.
Yeah, YouTube. Subscribe. The biggest, and this was, I can't really push back on this. The biggest beef on there from the people was Patrick Mahomes over C.J. Stroud. They thought it was a joke. And I don't disagree.
Who's having the better year?
It's not really close.
Right.
I don't know.
There's everybody else puts up, biggest snubs. You see these things, and I click through a couple of them, but I'm like, dude, C.J. Stroud is he was in the MVP discussion. He doesn't even get Pro Bowl.
Yeah, the Mahomes thing, I really don't. I don't really.
The other alternates were Will Anderson, Stingley, which that's a big compliment, man.
Well, he's pissed.
Yeah.
He feels he got snubbed.
Andrew Beck, Nico, and Grenard.
I thought this was a really good. I want to give him his credit. I thought this was really good dialogue, and a lot of times this dialogue gets a little bit out of control. But the whole Sauce Stingley thing at Nesta Graphics on Twitter, I thought this was cool because it's not just the usual back and forth between Jets fans and Texans fans and being crazy, anything like that. But someone said to Nesta Graphics, or said to DJ Bieniemy, Stingley has allowed more yards and more TDs despite playing in significantly less games. Hard to get interceptions when you're rarely getting targeted. So Nesta Graphics put up some stats and then some good analysis with the Stingley Sauce thing. So snaps per target, Stingley is 10, Sauce is 10.2.
Okay.
Snaps per reception, Stingley's 17.2, Sauce is 17.6. And then interceptions, Stingley's 5, Sauce is 0. And this was his analysis, which I think was very fair. Instead of just like this guy sucks type of thing. Please quit with the tired narrative about not getting targeted. Sauce just isn't a ball hawk, and that's fine. He's still elite, but stop trying to discredit Sting like he's getting thrown at all the time. They get targeted the exact same, except one guy can catch. Both are shutdown guys that don't allow separation, but one is a ball hawk while the other is a smotherer that plays the receiver rather than the ball. I think that's very fair.
It is.
I think that's very fair.
And, we've both appreciated and liked Sauce Gardner for a while. But when I saw him, the whole field, and what he was doing on that one side of the field against the Texans, I was like, dude, that guy is – like, I think I said it while we were still in New York. I said, he is legit. And that's a big difference. But, I think it's a big compliment for Stingley, and maybe he can kind of turn some more heads with a pick six or something this weekend.
No doubt.
That's a big stretch.
Landry Locker, John Lopez here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, it's almost here. It's almost here. It's almost here. But why the hell does Lopez have fear? That's next.
CJ.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Texans are a favorite. Texans got the better quarterback. And you're scared. What the hell are you scared of right now, John? What is your biggest fear? Okay, but what are you
worries.
scared of?
There's a difference between being having some worries and being scared. I think the Texans are going to win. Repeatedly said that. We'll see how it plays out. But there are worries, and and this one, when you dig into it, is a legitimate worry for me. And the biggest reason is C.J. Stroud versus that Colts front four. Let me give you some numbers here. If you weren't listening earlier, the Colts are 5th in the league in sacks. That's pretty dang good, and it was frankly a surprise. I knew they were doing pretty well.
They must be blitzing a lot, though. They must be designing a lot of things.
Well, I'm glad you asked. They rank 32nd in the league in blitzing.
So it's just line up man versus man.
It's quite an anomaly.
I know that sounds bad, but don't you feel like a lot of and I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm in the sticks watching tape. There's plenty of guys to do that, not doing that. Don't you feel like a lot of the times the Texans sacks are because of the blitz or because of some miscommunication and because the running back doesn't pick up the guy?
I don't know if I don't know.
All of them, but that does feel like a lot of them are.
I don't know. That's a good question. I would have to go back and look at some game, not on tape, but see what happened.
Watch the tape. You would like to brag about watching the game 8 times.
Don't do that at all. But here's the thing: when you have that kind of an anomaly, that kind of a discrepancy difference, where you are the number 5 team in the entire NFL in sacks, and you blitz the least of any team, that means you are kicking ass up front. Like Buckner,
yours versus mine.
Pitti, and that's why I think it's a worry, because C.J. Stroud, and you have to realize this too.
Oh, I got to realize. Oh, wow.
Well, not you.
Being bossy now.
It's the generic.
About Lopez.
It's the worldly.
Hey, people, you got to realize.
The royal.
According to John Lopez.
The royal you, man. Look, C.J. Stroud came back, had a really good game. No pressure, not under duress a lot, and beat Tennessee pretty easily. But he was out 2 games. Why was he out 2 games? Because he was getting the hell beat out of him. I mean, in the 3 games before his concussion, and maybe even his second concussion that put him out for 2 games, he got sacked 13 times in 3 games. So while we're like okay with this offensive line, we think, and we have some good things to say about some of the things they've done, especially mixing and matching at the tackle position and elsewhere. They gave up 13 sacks in 3 games. Then he was out 2 games. Then it was an easy outing against Tennessee. It's not going to be easy against this front 4. That worries me. And the other part of that is interesting is when you're only rushing 4, what does that tell you about the secondary and the linebackers? There's more guys out there. There's more guys back there in pass coverage, and your receivers are hurting. To me, that's the most legitimate worry in this game.
We're focused a lot on the quarterback, and we're focusing on the O-line. Steichen versus D'Amico. Saw it in the NFC Championship last year. San Francisco, they ran out of quarterbacks, but the Eagles ended up getting the job done. Saw it earlier this year, specifically at the beginning, at the scripted portion of offense for Shane Steichen. Colts got the job done. I think Shane Steichen's going to be – I think there's a chance that he goes down as like one of the most respected, like, game plan type of dudes that there is. But I can't get over the little-ass boy. I can't get over, as Max Crosby would say, fellow Colleyville Middle School alum Max Crosby, I can't get over the little-ass boy, Gardner Minshew. And I just find it hard to believe that D'Amico Ryans – with all that he does, and I like to listen to D'Amico Ryans speak on quarterbacks, I just find it hard to believe that D'Amico Ryans cannot put together a game plan to stop that little-ass boy, Gardner Minshew. I just don't – I can't imagine Gardner Minshew sending the Texans home, and most importantly, sending D'Amico Ryans home. I feel like there's got to be something that D'Amico Ryans will catch or sees or notices that can take Gardner Minshew out of his game. Because right now you look at the Colts. We're talking about the Texans receivers. They got Alec. They got Pierce, and they've had Michael Pittman Jr.
Pro Bowler, by the way.
Yeah, Michael Pittman Jr. is good. He's really good.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley should have been a Pro Bowler. So you should be able to take him out of the game. But I just can't imagine Gardner Minshew ending your season.
Look, I agree. But that said, Gardner Minshew is having one of the best seasons probably since his rookie year.
Good for him. What's that mean?
It means Shane Steichen is what it means. That's where I'm going with this. Like it's matching of wits of a really, really good, promising, maybe I should say, offensive mind versus a really, really good defensive mind. And so he's the other thing he did is he got more out of in a short sample size. He got a lot out of Anthony Richardson before Richardson went down.
He did a really good job.
It was the injuries that got him. He was getting hurt or hit in a lot of games, but he was productive, and I was surprised. And I think that has a lot to do with Steichen.
With the little ass boy,
he is a little ass boy. He's actually not, but on the field, he's like, I am out here.
Max Crosby called him that, so yeah. Called him the LAB. He wasn't feeling it. Gardner wasn't feeling it. We'll see how this goes. I'm extremely confident that D'Amico will be able to figure this out. Do want to see the first 8 minutes of this game are going to tell a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you'll have the adjustments. Like there's 2 layers of it, but I think that'll be the deciding factor.
Well, and really the other thing is you got Jonathan Taylor kind of a fly in the ointment. I mean, how much can D'Amico really, game plan per se on Gardner Minshew when you got that cat running at you? That's where the game plan goes.
Yeah, when you say top 5 run defense with the Texans, I just kind of go, okay, whatever. All right. I mean, I know that's kind of
I think that's a little unfair.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
They played 16 games.
Good for them. They've done good.
And they've had one that was off the charts with Derrick Henry, and that may have skewed the numbers a little bit, but they had 15 other games, and they were still considered and playing like a team that could stop the run.
I hope so.
Yeah. But they haven't faced how many Jonathan Taylor types have they faced this year?
0. They avoided Nick Chubb.
Derrick Henry,
Travis Etienne's had a good year.
Yeah.
Faced him. They've done a good job. I mean, the swarm thing is a thing. I'm not completely dismissing it, but I think this is the best. Perhaps, could be wrong, the best back that they faced this year. I think we've just kind of forgot about Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
I think it's the David Johnson theory, where I know a lot of you loopholes. You might not want to admit it. It's okay. You're pissed off because you've taken Jonathan Taylor early in your fantasy draft the last couple of years. Perhaps number 1 overall. And you've been burned by it. It's much like the David Johnson, like how people were so passionately angry at David Johnson. I think that's kind of like the theory with
I think there's a lot to that.
Jonathan Taylor.
I always hold grudges with fantasy football players.
Do you put guys on your I'm not going to draft this guy?
In fantasy football?
Yeah, because you're so pissed at him from the year before?
Yeah, I think, who was the last one? Hell, it might have been Jonathan Taylor. I had him one year, and it was a bad year.
Yeah, I can go for you.
Yeah. This year, I'm mad at Joe Burrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How dare he get hurt?
Oh, my God.
How dare he get hurt?
Oh, my God. We're going to go to Sugarland. We're going to talk to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. They're at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll talk to them in a sec. Laramie Tunsil joined the show. His message was clear. He said that he wants to be an all-pro. Pro Bowl's cool. Feels like he's kind of used to it. He wants to be an all-pro caliber player. That's what Laramie Tunsil's next goal is.
It's kind of like that division thing. After a while, Pro Bowls are for losers. I would say winning a division title is awesome. Your first time in a while, like the Texans would be. But after a while, like Bill O'Brien kept hanging his hat on winning the division title, that's for losers.
But this would be a big one for D'Amico. This isn't the same.
That's what I'm saying. Like now would be big.
Lopez would be rocking a division title shirt.
I will not, but it will be big.
Commit to the bit.
There is no bit. It's how I really feel.
No, but commit to the bit.
No.
If the Texans make it if they win the division, John Lopez is rocking division gear.
Absolutely not. Will you?
No. Well, if they give it to me.
Yeah.
Rock a cap.
I mean, yeah, I'd do that. I'd wear a hat.
Tag on.
Yeah.
Act like I just got it in the locker room.
What are you going to do with that Texas in the playoffs shirt you were wearing the other day?
Just work out in it or run around with it.
That's what stinks about that.
No.
Like you buy it on the hope that you're going to actually win the national championship.
No, I didn't buy it on the hope of that.
No, well, I mean, but there is that hope.
No, it's a reminder.
But if
it said job not done.
Yeah,
and they didn't finish the job, so I'm fine with it. No, it's that was pretty stiffly on the table. It didn't say that was actually
not done yet or something like that.
It said job not done. So that's actually a statement.
And so now
that was actually a screw the college playoff. This is nothing. That was what that shirt was. I didn't buy just a college football playoff shirt. If you noticed, it was by design.
But it was because of the playoffs.
But it said job not done. It didn't say.
And so now,
Final Four. Let's cut down the nets and get our Final Four T-shirt. No, it said job not done. And now when I put that shirt on and I go out there and motivate.
You wash your car with it.
No, it's like, hey, Sark.
Yeah.
Find those coconuts next time before the game.
You should put still in there with masking tape. Job still not done. And then wear it to Sark's press conference.
Let's go to Buffalo Wild Wings, Sugarland. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. Fellas, we got 2 days till the winter go home. How y'all living? What's the vibe over there?
I'm good, but are you too serious?
About what?
Y'all wouldn't rock a an AFC South Division championship shirt?
I might.
No.
I might.
What?
No.
Oh, my God.
No,
Y'all too good? You too good for that?
No, I've been there, done that, man.
Oh, hell, man.
It's like going on vacation. I'm not going to go to the same place on vacation every year.
This is a new thing after what we just said.
No,
the last
I
3
didn't.
years.
Well, you did notice.
This is a new thing here now.
But you did notice I said this would be really, really cool. But I've worn my share of division crap. I want to wear an AFC Championship shirt.
Oh, I know you want to. This has got to be different. Man, let the Royals win the AL Central. I damn near ordered a guaranteed rate bowl championship shirt for Kansas after what I've sat through the last, and it's been bad the last week. Man, if I'm a Texans fan, you give me I'm buying me an AFC. I'm going down to Academy.
I've been
and
there.
I'm buying my ass an AFC South shirt.
Been there. Done that.
That got erased after these last 3 years.
I'm sorry, Ron. I got loftier goals than you do, man.
No, I'm just saying, man. You sat through a televangelist running this thing to the ground. You can grab you an AFC South shirt. This is different. Shoot.
No, it is different. I have said that.
So the big news today, the D-line, they got some help. Jonathan Grenard, the only one who didn't return to practice. The receiving core, no Noah Brown, no Robert Woods. I could see Woods perhaps trying to go. The Noah Brown back thing seems a little bit – they might be pretty thin at receiver.
It's Robert Woods, man. He tricks me all the time, man. I just be thinking it's just rest, and then this is the second time where he's cooked up a non-practice a couple of days before the game, and you're like, hold on, man, what the hell? Oh, his foot really is hurt.
Yeah.
This ain't rest.
Well, look, fellas, you got to be damn near dead not to play in this one.
I'm telling you.
I mean, if that ankle, foot, knee, whatever the hell it is, I mean, if it's not like career-ending potential, if you hurt it again, you got to go.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all hands on deck. No matter what the situation is, you've got to play. So I mean, Robert Woods ultimately, we can look at the D line and say, look, the D line. We heard y'all. I listened to Matt Burke on y'all's show a couple weeks ago, multiple times, and he talked about how plug and play this defense is for the D line. This offense should be plug and play for Robert Woods.
Yeah.
And so I mean, I don't have really any concern there. I think you see Robert Woods suit up in this game. Now, he may not play 4 quarters, but I think you see him suit up and give it a go in this game.
Boy, that would be huge. See, I actually was thinking the other way on that, Clint. I was thinking this is a veteran, been around the league for a while. He's hurt, and he needs reps in order to get ready for a game, is what I was thinking.
Well, I mean, look, if he could and it was doable, then he would get them, I would think. I mean, I would be willing to bet you that even if this is a game that he typically would miss, let's say he can't practice, it's a game, if it were a regular season game, middle of the season game, he would probably miss. Hey, man, I'm going to suit up and give this thing a go. At least I'm hoping, man. I mean, that's
I also think he needs reps the least. I know that sounds silly, but I think he needs reps the least. I also think there's hidden value where if he can't be productive, I mean, he had this same situation last year. I mean, it was Tennessee versus Jacksonville. He was on the Titans. He's been in Super Bowls, all that type of stuff. I think there's value with just Robert Woods being a part of things, and I think he needs reps less than a lot of guys.
Lockett, you're spot on. I agree wholeheartedly with you, man. But the other thing, just him being a veteran, along with having experience in this system, and then we got Dan Orlovsky audio that we're going to use this show that's really, really good. We heard Seth Payne talk about it yesterday about the amount of zone and 4-man rushes that this team plays. When you talk about a 7-man zone, Gus Bradley wanting to mix up those looks, I mean, that's right down the alley of Robert Woods being a weapon. Soft zone, settling in the void, making himself available for the quarterback immediately. Those are all things that he does really well. So he is definitely a key or X factor in this ballgame if he can go.
You're listening to KILT AM. KILT HD2. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, baby. There is T. Mill. I believe that was his voice that we just heard. What is wrong with you?
It's a thirsty Thursday, dude. I'm just pumped up. Let's go.
He's trying to bring you down. Hey, don't let him bring you down, T. Mill. Don't let him bring you down, man.
Stop it. You had the same thing. But first off, I did not know that you could get that high with it. I appreciate that. I didn't know that you could step to that floor. You went to the 19th floor and flirted with the 20th there. I did not know that you could get up there that high. But this is our final Thirsty Thursday, our final one of the year here. We have taken a trip all around this beautiful city.
Well, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. I had to get me a new set of tires, and I ran out of gas twice making these Bud Light Buffalo Wild Wings rounds.
Now, that's completely your fault, but for the gas. But from New Caney to Sugarland today here off Highway 6. Come on out.
Hey, we ate all bull jive aside. We went Highway 6 on the south side, Highway 6 on the north side. Yes. We had Baytown. I mean, we've done Pearland. We've been around the block and back and yeah.
Man, we have been everywhere, all around the city, and we've had a great time. And come on out. This is our final one of the year, Thirsty Thursday, our final one, and your final time on a Thursday to get hooked up with some prizes. Got a chance to win a couple of $25 Visa gift cards. All you got to do, if you're in the building anywhere or you're on your way, sign up right here at this table. We've got just some sign-up sheets. Got to do is write your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win multiple prizes today.
Ron, we got some fine folks running this establishment, might I add. We've one of my favorite new country artists, I believe it's the Red Clay Strays. They've got a phenomenal tune out right now.
Take your word for it.
When I walked in the building, that song was playing, got my juices to flowing, and then I'll be damned if before we didn't jump on that crosstalk, they didn't have a little Clint Black.
Yeah.
Clint Black rolling for us right there, man.
Yeah,
they covered the spectrum, man.
Maybe I need a drink. You two are at a different level here. Tyler's coming in, getting the high call.
If you need a drink, I know right where you can get one.
Right here, Buffalo. Always they got it. And Clint's been singing since I got here. So come on out. Yeah, thanks to our good friends at Bud Light who have been right along this trip with us, and of course our good friends here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out. Have a good time. It's Thursday, so that means you got the special with the boneless wings, so you can come out and take advantage of that and everything else they have available here. Drinks, food, great fun, and this is the biggest game of the year. This is, and we said it yesterday, the biggest week, especially for the Texans, of this show that we've been doing for over 900 shows here on The Drive. And Clint, of course, you know, I'm getting a little nervous. I'm getting a little nervous.
Well, it's Thursday. Of course you are.
Yes.
Hold on, so.
It's Ron. I'm getting a little nervous when I look at the injury report. There's some good things there, right? It's good to get Sheldon Rankins back. It's good to get Malik Collins back. Will Anderson was on the practice field. Sean Bajani out there said he saw him moving. He looked quick, looked good. And coming off that 2-sack game last week, you feel good. Andrew Beck, he practiced today. But Jonathan Grenard, Noah Brown, Robert Woods, and this is essentially a Friday practice since they play Saturday. Everything is moved up. This isn't a heavy contact day. And the thought that Jonathan Grenard, I think you could say your best defensive player this season.
John Greenard.
12 and a half sacks and has been big time. And then Noah Brown, who now that you have the injury to Tank Dell, that's a big deal. And then on top of that, Robert Woods. Now you got the injury to Tank Dell, and now you're bringing, if there's an issue with these two guys, and we've been hearing Noah Brown, Clint, potentially won't play on Saturday, that he is more likely not to play. And now Robert Woods hasn't practiced all week, and we get to Friday. This feels like more than just a vet rest day. All of these now become more important. It'd be different if Tank was there, right? Now this becomes more important, and now you're maybe pushing guys like, John Mechie into the fold to have to play big-time snaps in this game, and even guys behind that. And that right now is concerning in a win-or-go-home game.
Yeah, I mean, you covered it, man. I mean, you got three-fourths of your defensive line back, which makes me feel a lot more comfortable. I think with Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins and Will Anderson and Derek Barnett and Jerry Hughes, I think you can get the job done on the defensive line. Now, I'd feel a whole hell of a lot better if Jonathan Grenard comes back, and particularly in third down situations and in the red zone. Yeah. I'd feel a lot better about that. But I think against this offense, I think you can get the job done with those edge rushers and with that defensive line. Because remember, after Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins, you now have Tierre Tart. You also have what's big boy's name? Khalil Davis.
Heine got him a sack.
Big Heine got in the mix last week. So I think you've got not just good frontline players, but you also have good, solid, quality depth right there. I think you can get the job done. My eyes are on Jonathan Grenard because he's an impact player, game changer on the defensive side of the ball. And I'll be honest with you, Ron. I'll be shocked if Robert Woods doesn't play.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
I'll be shocked if Robert Woods doesn't play.
All three of them, you know that they've got to be really can't go in a game like this.
Yeah, and here's the deal. If he doesn't go, I'd be surprised if we didn't see Steven Sims other than before we see a ton of John Mechie. To me, at least Sims brings something to the table in the return game and in the screen game. We've seen Bobby dial up some good screen stuff and some good like jet sweep type stuff with Sims, and he does have another gear right there, and so he brings something to the table where the other two guys outside of Xavier Hutchinson maybe outrunning a guy around the edge on a speed sweep a time or two over 17 weeks. I just hadn't seen that breakthrough moment where I would put those guys on the field and build around those guys before I would Sims.
Because that's where we are potentially if Robert Woods and Noah Brown can't go. And I'm with you with the Robert Woods, especially if Noah Brown can't go. You're thinking he's going to work like hell to get that hip right to be able to go. But now you're down to Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie and whoever you call up, which you would assume would be Steve Sims to go along with Nico Collins. That's a concerning proposition because Nico killed them the first game. He's over 100 yards in that first game, week 2 against the Colts. So I'm going to imagine they're going to key in on him anyway. You got to have other guys to be able to roll through. And if their three are Nico Collins, John Mechie, and Xavier Hutchinson, that's a tough one.
Yeah. Well, look, I would expect a lot.
I can't believe you're clamoring. You're clamoring for Robert.
Right. Well, look, I would expect a lot of 12 personnel anyway. I thought they did a good job. Was it last week? No, it was the Cleveland game, where I thought they did have a good plan as it pertains to not leaving the tackles on an island. Did a lot of that 2 tight end set where both tight ends they're a yard off and a yard outside the tackle. There for a lot of sometimes it was disguised, sometimes it was actually helping. But I thought they had a good plan. I would imagine with Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz both healthy, you'll probably see a good dose of that.
Yeah, Brevin has been a good addition in there because I'll be honest with you, I would trust him in some sort of a route or before I would get to Mechie. And probably even Hutchinson, to be honest with you, but especially Mechie. I would feel more comfortable if he's one of the guys out there outside of Mechie. They may have to do more of that if that's the case.
I agree with you, man. But you give me Robert Woods, Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz, and Brevin Jordan. You give me those 4 guys, and then mix in some packages maybe for Steven Sims, maybe for Mechie, and those guys kind of keep their little packages the same. Yeah. I think you can beat this football team with those 4 guys. I don't think that we're going to look back and go, man, we just didn't have enough firepower to beat this team, So we'll see how it all unfolds. But I obviously would be better if Robert Woods and Noah Brown are healthy. I expect Robert Woods to play.
And we'll see what the official injury report, because when we get the official injury report, they may have some designations on guys who are in or out. Yeah. That may be something that we look at. So we will take a look at that when that comes out.
Boy, big again. Malik Collins getting back is big, Ron.
Yeah.
Middle of that defensive line.
Yeah.
Boy,
because Jonathan Taylor, they're going to test that. If you missed it, as he said, Malik Collins back on the practice field, didn't play last week. Sheldon Rankins, who we felt pretty good about, Will Anderson and Andrew Beck. The ones we're looking at now, Jonathan Grenard, Noah Brown, and Robert Woods. So that is the latest when it comes to that. Remember, we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursday, here in Sugar Land, right off Highway 6. Come on out, hang out with us. Your chance to win prizes throughout the day. Listen, good news. The Pro Bowl came out, and the Texans do have one Pro Bowler, and they have 6 alternates. They got Laramie Tunsil in the Pro Bowl. Clint he has made it for I think how many times has he made it into the Pro Bowl? This is his 4th time. Yeah, 4th time in the Pro Bowl, as well as the 6 alternates: C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Beck at fullback, Will Anderson Jr., Jonathan Grenard, and Stingley. They all make it as alternates. And if you missed it, Laramie Tunsil was on with Landry and Lopez earlier today. Had his interview. If you missed that, go to the Odyssey app and you can listen to that. Pretty good. He's entertaining. But Clint, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know this is probably going to go with my reputation of some things that people have about me. I don't know how Laramie Tunsil made it to the Pro Bowl. I'm just honest with you. We have watched. He's missed games this year, and we have watched him. And listen, I think there are a lot of reasons why. I talked about it before. I think he's hurt. I think he has played most of the year injured. I think that knee thing is a real deal. I would not be surprised. I don't know. I would not be surprised if at some point he got it cleaned up at some point this year. I would not be surprised if that came out. But, Clint, we have watched this team. We've watched him, and he's been cool. But I was almost blown away to see that he showed up as one of the voted-in Pro Bowlers at tackle. I've just not felt that from him this year.
Well, look, we've talked about it before. I think I've heard Smitty talk about it before, not as it pertains to Laramie Tunsil, but just as it pertains to the Pro Bowl itself, is like once you arrive and once you make a name for yourself in the league, it's a lot easier to get on that team. It's a lot easier to make it year in, year out. And I think just the simple fact that Laramie Tunsil is established in this league as one of the best. Look, and here's the deal, man, is I personally agree with you just from the body of work this year.
It's hard for me to put anybody on this offensive line in the Pro Bowl, to be honest with you.
No, I agree. Now look, I'm not sitting here bumping him up against the other 3 guys or the other 2 guys at left tackle and comparing stats and games and injuries and all that job. I don't know. I don't care to know, to be completely honest with you, exactly how all that works out. But I don't doubt one bit that Laramie Tunsil's reputation as one of, if not the best pass-blocking tackle in the game is going to get him a one-way ticket to the Pro Bowl year in, year out, as long as he's healthy and playing decent. I mean, when it's all said and done, a lot of it has to do with being a more popular guy in the league. And look, I think it's fair to say that Laramie Tunsil, I haven't seen anything this year that tells me that Laramie Tunsil isn't one of, if not the best pass-blocking left tackle in the game.
Except for the Jacksonville game.
But, look, he had a rough game. Ain't no doubt about that. And not only did he have a rough game, but Josh Allen said, hell, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to get some more. He treated Laramie Tunsil the way the Texans treated number 79 for the Titans last week.
That's all. We don't need to learn his name. He's just 7'9".
Right, he's a rookie, that's all I know. But look, I had a rough game, but I still believe that he is one of the better pass blocking, one of the best pass blocking, if not the best pass blocking tackle in the game. And I think that's fair. I think that he deserves that title, but I find it hard to believe that you.
I'm just saying, to me, I'm with you. I'm not going to sit here and say I've sat and watched, every Charger game to know what Slater looked like at tackle, to watch every, Dolphin, every Bills, every, all those games. To me, if Laramie Tunsil was a Pro Bowler this year, then the tackle play overall, I would, and it was fair to say, I would assume is down. It's down,
or it's a popularity contest,
which I think it is
guys.
With certain guys, because and I think it's a lot of different reasons. I'm with you. I think overall, if you're going to say, and not just take a year's time, and you just say, all right, hey, let's look at who are the best tackles in the game. I think Laramie Tunsil is in that. I think for a lot of reasons, injuries and maybe inconsistency along the offensive line with him, whatever. This year, it's just hard to look at him and think that guy is one of the best three in the conference. Well, I just hadn't seen that, and to me, I think you made the point. It feels very popularity.
Yeah.
Hey, we know Laramie Tunsil. That's a guy.
For me personally, I can only speak for me. A big part of it is, you look at what Trent Williams is doing in San Francisco, and you look at what Bobby and D'Amico were saying when they got here from San Francisco about how they wanted to run the football and what they wanted to do, and the fact that Laramie Tunsil's play just is nowhere near as physical as Trent Williams. Like, just from the sheer want to be physical is nowhere near Trent Williams. And nobody, I don't know that anybody expects him to be that player.
I'm hearing people talk he may be an all-pro.
Who?
Laramie. And I'll just be like, wow.
Yeah, that would surprise me.
And he was talking about it with the midday guys.
That would really surprise me. But you take Laramie Tunsil and you put him in Kansas City's offense, I think he'd be lock, stock, and barrel all-pro. Conversation at least year in, year out. But you put him in this offense that desires to look like San Francisco. You put him in Philadelphia's offense that is a run-dominant, physical run. Then all of a sudden I think you have questions about is he as physical as you want him to be in this offense that he's playing in? And I think that's fair. I think that is fair here, and I think it's going to be a question that we discuss more and more often as we move forward with Bobby, as long as Bobby Slow is here.
I still think Laramie Tunsil is one of the best tackles in the game. I just don't think this year, this year's body of work, to me, that surprised me that he jumped onto that with a lot of conversations we've had and we've watched. Like, my goodness. All right, I see a lot of people rolling here. I don't know how Mahomes was. I'm with you. I thought Josh Allen should have made it over him. I think if CJ didn't get hurt, I think he should have probably made it over Patrick Mahomes. I'm with you. I think there were a lot of people. There are a lot of.
I didn't see the list other than Laramie. Who else was on it?
For tackles?
No. What other? Mahomes made it.
Mahomes made it.
That's shocking.
Yeah, to me, I don't think he should have. I thought Josh Allen was left off. I think it was Tua, Lamar Jackson, and Mahomes for the quarterbacks. I thought Josh Allen. was better.
C.J. Stroud's played better than Mahomes this year.
Yeah, I think maybe the missed games, a couple missed games, hurt him, and his numbers are not the same. I think, like I said, if C.J. played and didn't get injured in those games and didn't miss those games, I think there should have been a case that he should have been ahead of him.
Yeah.
But the same thing is like with Mahomes and Tunsil. I think Mahomes he's the best quarterback in the game. Not this year.
Right.
His body of work this year was not. And
I agree.
Yeah, like you said, boy, if he does show up, because last year he wasn't all pro. I'm talking about Tunsil. And I think Tunsil was much better last year than he was this year. So if he shows up all pro, I would be really, really surprised on that one. All right. Coming up, as we are here live, your chance to win a couple of $25 Visa gift cards. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in a raffle box, and we will draw multiple winners today. So if you are near or in this Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land off Highway 6, come on in, and you'll have a chance to win. Coming up, Dan Orlowski kind of paints the picture of what the Texans offense will face, and the question is, can Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud be successful against this for 4 quarters? We'll discuss that coming up next, but before we do that, listen, you've heard me tell this multiple times.
believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in our final Thirsty Thursday of this football season. It has been fun going all around to these different Buffalo Wild Wings around the city, and no better on this Thirsty Thursday with a huge game determining it all against the Colts. The Texans win, and they are in the playoffs, and they'll sit around Sunday to figure out where it is and who they will play. So it is big to have this final Thirsty Thursday preceding a Saturday that means a ton to your Houston Texans. By the way, and I saw some people who just walked in the door. They came in, they signed their name, they put their name in the raffle box to give themselves a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. So if you're on your way or you're in the building or you're sipping a good cold one like my man is right here, sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and go and do your thing. I started recently doing that right there, my man does. I never thought about putting a napkin over the top of my drink.
Well, I mean, is that you think somebody's going to put something in it, or you think that's for the flies?
I don't care about flies. I'm more about Cosby.
What do you think old boy over here's worried about?
Cosby.
You think so?
He's thinking, well, I ain't going to let nobody take advantage of my ass. It ain't getting me today. That's what he said. Put my napkin over that sucker. All right. I would imagine guys who wear
stranger dangers out here, huh?
Guys who have jorts without drawers, they probably don't put nothing over the top.
Jorts,
they're inviting it.
Hey, them hippies, jorts, no draws.
Hey, go ahead, put something in there.
They're walking around with their glass like this. Drop something in there.
Drop something in here. You got something? What's that? Flip it in here. Flip it in here.
I'm gonna throw my jorts on tonight with no draws.
I'm telling you, man.
My young wife.
I got a pair, man. I think I'm about doing it too.
I got to get me a baggy pair though. It seems like everything I put on nowadays is too damn tight. I mean, I done put on a couple LBs.
See, mine are dicey though because I got some slits in my jorts that may come a little high without no drawers.
Yours are dicey for reasons I ain't got to worry about. I ain't never had to worry about slits in the legs of my jeans. Dicey, I promise you.
They're pretty high. They're high towards the thigh there.
Well, it'd have to get up there near that zipper to catch me, bub.
Shut up. All right. This is the matchup offensively is going to be big for the Texans. The Texans. We've seen them at their best. They have been able to score on teams, and they've been able to put up big points. And C.J. Stroud at one point was an MVP candidate, and this offense was humming a top 10 offense in the league. And Dan Orlovsky, ESPN, talks about what he believes are going to be the things that the Texans will face and what they're going to have to be able to beat and win against for them to have success offensively on Sunday. These are the things that Dan's talking about that C.J., Bobby Slowick, and this offense will face.
So two things are going to be needed. Number one, they're going to have to hit some of those play actions that I just showed. Two, they don't care about yardage, zone defenses. They think at some point you're going to get into the red zone. I don't care if you kick 6 field goals, score 6 times. They want you to be down in the red zone, a lesser player. CJ holds the ball in the red zone more than any quarterback in the NFL.
Wow.
He's going to have to because he's going to have to make some plays that equal touchdowns and not just take completions just to get field goals.
Now, Clint, in the first half of the game, in Game 1, and I know D'Amico, and I believe it's the case, I'm sure Shane Steichen would say it, there are different teams from that time. But earlier, they got a lot more success in the second half against that zone defense as opposed to the first half where the pressure seemed to get to them and they struggled. Now, Laramie Tunsil didn't play in that game, so you hope that would be a better thing for the Texans as well. But do you agree with this? Do you agree with what Dan is talking about and something that CJ and Bobby Slowick are going to have to do in this game?
Yeah, look, I agree with it. I absolutely love it. I think you look at we've heard Dan Orlovsky now talk about it. We heard Seth Payne talk about it yesterday. It's clear. I mean, Google it on Twitter. Gus Bradley defense, and everybody's complaining about how much zone he plays. he is going to play a ton of zone defense, right? And the one thing that I think C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick have adjusted to and improved significantly against is taking more calculated shots. Take what the defense gives you until they show you a different look. Now you take your shot. Or you draw up something specifically to attack that deep safety or a soft corner, whether it's a double move or the quarterback play action and holding the ball a little bit longer. I absolutely trust. I agree with what everybody's saying about what Gus Bradley's going to do. And I absolutely
trust the Texans will be able to be successful in this?
Yes, in the pass game. Now, I don't know. I'm not at all in any way, shape, or form in a position where I'm going to bet on this run game at all this year. But I love C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick in this supporting cast versus a predominantly zone defense between the 20s. Right? When you get inside the red zone, everything tightens up. You got to hold the football, and I'm A-OK with C.J. Stroud in that scenario, holding the football,
you don't have a big
trying to make plays. No, I don't have a major concern with that at all. I'm A-OK with him. He makes great decisions with the football. No, knock on wood. He has made great decisions with the football. I'm not concerned with C.J. Stroud making poor decisions, whether it's on time or it's holding the ball, trying to force it, whether it's versus man or zone. He makes really, really good decisions with the football in his hands.
His turnovers he hasn't thrown a lot of interceptions.
Yes.
Oh, there's a couple of games you can remember holding. The Arizona game kind of comes to mind, but overall, he's even in the red zone. To hear that he holds the ball more than anybody in the red zone as a rookie, and then to see his interception numbers down. Yeah. And most of that is with better decisions is impressive and something I'm with you that you should feel at least pretty good about. I don't think it's something you want to practice, but you should feel pretty good about.
I mean, the things that I think have impressed me the most about C.J. Stroud on the field, tangibly, like what he does on the field, I think the most impressive thing is his ability to throw those mid-range passes, anywhere from 15 to 25 yards, maybe even 30 if you want to stretch it. Those 15 to 30-yard passes, that completions – that have been a big part of what he's done this year. When it's been versus zone, he's fitting that thing in a tight window, and he's fitting it in a tight window on time because it is in a position where the receiver can run after the catch. I think that's what C.J. Stroud does the best. I think that's what separates C.J. Stroud from other quarterbacks is his ability to do that at that second level of the defense. And if you look at this year's team, they don't have a bunch of guys that can take the top off the defense, so it's really been the saving grace for this offense to be able to put up big numbers and score points has been his ability to attack the mid-range game. Again, that window 15 yards from the line of scrimmage to 30 yards from the line of scrimmage, his ability to attack that part of the field is absolutely tremendous. Now, what Dan's talking about is if they're going to drop 7 guys into coverage, the only way he's going to get those deeper shots is if the play action's working and you can hold the linebackers from bailing into their zone early on. That's up to Devin Singletary. That's up to the offensive line. I like C.J. Stroud in a lead-up to this ball game, given what the studies will tell you Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator for Indianapolis, is going to do schematically. I really like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, especially the C.J. we've seen all season long. I think, to me, one of the impressive things for me is, like, for most rookies, young players, Clint, is like, yeah, you can get them by, hey, man, we're going to play coverage, and we're going to confuse you. We're going to mess with you, and maybe we're going to sit back there and make you have to read and look and read and potentially get you in trouble by throwing the ball into coverage and potentially turnovers come over. I feel like watching, 15 weeks of C.J. Stroud, more than that even in the preseason, in training camp. Like I think he's been more of an advantage sitting back and being able to read. Like I think that is not something I believe you would have concern about with CJ like you would have with other young quarterbacks in the league to have to sit back and just read. So I like him in a let me pick you apart because at some point I've watched CJ look like to confuse guys in coverage. Yeah. On what he's doing by looking things. He does things by moving guys with his eyes. So I do think this is better. To me, I feel like CJ probably operates better with just let me just pressure your ass. Let me pressure you and make you make really quick decisions. This one, with his accuracy, I like this zone defense for him. We'll see if they mix things up. Coming up, D'Amico says this team is completely different. They're completely different from when they played in week 2. What are some of the major differences you think between the Texans, as Clint is letting it fly?
That's jelly roll right there, baby.
The major differences between the Texans in week 2 to now. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is a big game. The Texans have played in a lot of important games because that's the nature of the NFL. When you're hovering around 500, every game matters. The biggest thing for me, though, is like, okay, what's the pucker factor going to be with this team playing in a game like this? And my trust factor is pretty high.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Bell Furniture. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Hurry in, Bell Furniture's $100 million sale and clearance is going on now. This sale only happens once a year. Get queen beds starting at $99. Stylish sectionals starting at just $344, plus get free delivery. Save up to 80% off. Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Man, I can't tell you how great I feel. I haven't felt this great since I was a kid, and that's because of the SOTA weight loss program that's been outstanding to me. Now, I'm John McClain. You've heard my spots because I love the SOTA weight loss program. I feel younger. I feel in better shape. I'm able to do things physically I haven't done in years, and I'm always full thanks to the SOTAWeightLoss.com program. And don't delay. Go today. Check it out. Before and after pictures.
or favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back in as we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land, right off Highway 6. Clint's in the building. Tyler is in the building. Clint, this is how many of these vests you own, Clint?
How many what?
How many of these vests you own, man?
Oh, I got a solid 6 to 8.
Did you raid Casario's closet?
No. See, you can't couch all vests in the same category.
Lopez was wearing one today too. What the hell's going on around here?
I didn't realize. I guess I never noticed that 6 to 8. I didn't know you had.
I got a blue and gray reversible one.
Nice.
I got this one right here.
I need to get a reversible one.
This one right here. This is actually it's a company an apparel company that does a lot of duck hunting stuff. I got that black Nike one. I got a couple of North Face one, again black. I got a black one. I got a gray one. Yeah.
I didn't realize you had that many. 6 to 8.
Well, I mean,
8 of them. Tyler, how many you got?
That'd be a goose egg. That's 0.
You don't have any?
No.
I got to get me one. See, the only one I ever had was a bubble one, and that's not like a real bubble, like a thick bubble one. That's a little different.
And see, that's exactly my point, right? If you go with some crazy color that you can't just.
It was black. It was black. It was just.
Okay, but you didn't let me finish. the crazy color, the oddball color that doesn't go with everything, or the oddball like big bubbled up type thing that just ain't it. Like you can't. It's got to be just a little. Nice little jab. Don't throw a knockout punch with your vest statement. Just throw a little jab at it.
A little jab.
That's it.
Text line, Nick Casario's rubbing off on the 610 staff. I'm about to get me one. I really am. I think I'm going to add one. Tyler, let's go together and get one.
Oh, that could be fun.
Yeah.
Well, the question for Tyler is going to be how's he going to look over one of his graphic tees that he's got.
Well, I wouldn't wear it with a graphic
He's got versatility.
Yeah.
Well, you got a long sleeve number, I think.
I got plenty. I got too many clothes, to be honest. I just wear a lot of tees to work, you know.
I mean, you're the graphic tee king, man.
It's beauty of sports radio, man. I freaking love it.
Oh yeah, you ain't got to dress up.
Yeah.
You ain't lying, boy.
Been there.
Really
it sucks.
Comfortable.
You're on YouTube, man. Quit looking like a slouch, will you?
Oh, I always look good. I wear graphic tees, but I look damn good.
The YouTube and Twitch has at least made me think twice on some days
about
what I was going to fall up in here on.
Sidelined-ass tennis shoes.
It has at least made me think twice. Now, sometimes I may just say, "Oh, hell with it, I'm going to wear whatever." But it at least has made me think about it.
Hey, man, you never know. People can repost it and stuff. You never know where it's going to go.
No, you're right.
By the way, that little green job you got on right now, a little half zip, or is that a full zip?
It's a full zip.
Oh, I think to say that would go nice under a what? Black vest.
You wouldn't think that's too much?
No. It'd be too much if you tried to put
the hood. You think a vest over this too?
Well, I didn't know. I thought it was just a half.
Oh,
zip.
yeah.
I mean, now you try to put
I want a vest.
You try to put a salmon vest or something.
Oh, that'd be clean. I want a vest this color. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, what color is this? What is this? It's like a
forest green.
Maybe a forest green. Yeah.
Maybe GI green.
It's lighter than forest.
That's a light.
This is lighter than forest. But maybe that's
Clint, the color expert.
Maybe that's what.
Well, hell, it ain't forest. I mean, I don't know what it is, but the one thing I know it ain't.
It's a lighter than forest. A lighter green. Yeah. See, I want a vest this color. See, that's what I'm talking about. A vest this color. I want to reverse it. I want to go the black on the inside with the vest this color on the outside. Add a little flair
to it.
You
want to bang for your buck. You're a bang for your buck kind of guy.
A little flair to that reversible one. That sounds appealing.
Yeah.
2 in 1.
Mm-hmm. You pull that off.
Pull that right on off. I might have to look at that. All right. What have we been hearing all week? And D'Amico, this is D'Amico from earlier this week when he spoke to the media. This is him talking about, and we heard from Brandon yesterday. This has been a talking point from the Texans of how different they are. This was D'Amico earlier this week.
Yeah, we're a completely different team now from our first meeting. You put the tape on, and it's like, wow. I'm encouraged by how much better we've gotten. You kind of know like who we are now. I think early in the year, every team in the league. You're trying to figure out who you are, figure out your identity. Right? How are you going to play? So I think now, we know who we are, our brand of football, how we have to play, how we have to win games. That you figure that out throughout the year. You figure it out through a lot of growing pains, a lot of tough moments, but you figure it out. And we're in a good spot now.
All right, 713-572-4610. You can jump on here as well as everyone on YouTube and Twitch. Brandon Scott chimes in, says, I think it's olive.
Nope.
Closer, but I think it's lighter than olive. But I don't know the color of this here. But you can chime in and your thoughts. Where do you think the Texans are most different? We keep hearing going Sage. Where do you think the Texans are most different from week 2 when they faced them? Most different, because let's round that one right there. Yeah, most different from where the Texans were in week 2 when that game got away from them in the first half. What do you think?
Well, I think the two big obvious ones, they're significantly healthier. Laramie Tunsil didn't play in the first game.
Yeah.
They didn't know who the hell Tank Dell was in the first game. He wasn't even in the starting lineup. Now he's out now as well.
He did have 70 yards in that game and a touchdown. So
yeah,
they were starting to figure him out.
Yeah, they were starting to figure it out a little bit, right? But no, I mean, Dameon Pierce. They had Dameon Pierce splitting carries, if not getting the bulk of the carries. I'm not looking at that box score, but I think they were healthier, and I think the play callers have an identity now. Where I don't know that they had an identity before. You can say D'Amico may have at least an idea of what they wanted to do. But like a legit identity of what these guys can do, they had no clue. I think those are the two big, obvious.
Slowick and Stroud. Kind of.
Well, yeah, they were still trying to run the football. They were still trying to. Yeah. We're going to be San Francisco ultimately, and in reality, at halftime of the Indianapolis game is when they shifted and said, "We got something in this Stroud guy. Let's let him cook." And they've been a different team ever since. And so, but I think those are the easier ones for everybody to understand. I think it's health and the identity of who this team really is. They thought they wanted to play a certain defense and look like a certain offense, but they had no idea. And I think offensively they've adjusted and figured out who they are schematically, and I think defensively they've adjusted and figured out who they are personnel-wise, and they're healthier than they were. Even though they're a little banged up, they're healthier than they were week 2. I think those are the two big obvious points.
Couple of ones. Offensively, as I said, like – and you kind of said it as well, like CJ and Slowick, not just the offense. They just didn't really know exactly what – not just what they didn't know exactly what they had at that level. That's just their second game of the season. And Slowick alluded to it yesterday when he spoke to the media, talking about he had to learn a lot from that time frame. But he seems to know exactly what it is what he wants to do. Like he seems to understand more on how he wants to attack defenses, how he wants to attack, and he knows what he wants with CJ. And to me, CJ from week 2 to now week 18 is a completely different and more confident player out there, to where you love to have Tank out there, but you do feel confident because of the player that CJ has grown to be in the NFL and now what he's seen, that you're in a much better spot not having Tank because of where CJ is now. So he's like, it's got to be night and day from that standpoint, from those two.
Absolutely. I mean, it's you're talking about 15 games ago.
Yes.
So it's night and day for a lot of them. I mean, you can even look at,
because that dude who played against the Bengals is not the same dude who played against the Colts in week 2.
I agree. I mean, you can look back at the defensive side of the football. I don't think they knew Blake Cashman was going to be such a big part of what they do. I don't think they knew how Blake Cashman and Perryman would fit together. Now they're standing on the numbers waiting for D'Amico to tell them what defense is in the game, and one linebacker's going in, one linebacker's coming out. They had no idea Christian Harris was playing nowhere near what he's playing right now in week 2, if he was even there. I can't even remember if he was there. I mean, there are so many. You can dig as deep as you want to and get down to literally, like I said, Christian Harris playing significantly better football than he was week 2, as well as schematically how the linebackers are working, what coverages they like to play, what pressures they like to run. There's just it is a total 180, this football team, from where they were week 2.
And the pressure that they're getting on quarterbacks, too. They didn't have a sack in the game. And if I remember, and I've watched some of that game back, there wasn't time where Richardson or Gardner Minshew, both of them playing in that game, had a ton of pressure to deal with. They've got 21 sacks in the last 5 games, the Texans.
Wow.
like they're in a different spot.
The other thing, too, Ron, if you look at that, like the way that game, the game itself, I mean, you went down 14-0 on a couple of Anthony Richardson runs ultimately, and, you know, that changes the dynamic of the entire game. The odds are, I hope this is right, the odds are this game is not going to start like that. It may, but the odds are it's not. So that changes the entire way of which you play the game as well. So, look, I don't know that this game in Week 18 versus the Indy game in Week 2, I don't know if you can call 1 or 2 similarities beyond some players that played in Week 2 are playing in Week 18.
Yeah. Like you said, they went down 14-0. The second score was a sack fumble where the tackles just got beat, including Laremy Tunsil's replacement in that game gets beat.
Yep.
And that gives up a fumble that sets them up for their second touchdown. So it's not just obviously, you know, a talking point. They are completely different.
Now the flip side of that is Indy's completely different as well.
Yes.
I mean, Indy's got the running back.
Yep.
You know, they Josh Downs, is he healthy or no? I think he is.
Josh Downs, yeah, I think he is. He's not on the injury report.
But, you know, he's a rookie that was doing some things. I liked him when the Texans drafted Tank Dell. The Colts drafted Josh Downs before Tank. I think he's, you know, obviously 14 more games into a career and understands, and that holds true for several of their guys. So the thing is that they've gotten significantly better too. They didn't just tiptoe their way to 9 wins.
Yeah, no, they have. Yeah. All right, good news and bad news here in terms of who potentially will be playing. We also have an understanding of what's going on with the Colts' injury situation. We'll tell you about that and the latest Pro Bowler for the Texans. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
The Pro Bowl games will have a little Texans flair in 2024.
at jackpot.com. That's jackpot.com. Paid for by jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, as we are live, first number 1 on this Big 3, we are live here for our final Thirsty Thursday of the football season. Much thanks to the great people here at Buffalo Wild Wings. The location we're at today on this final Thirsty Thursday is here in Sugar Land. The Buffalo Wild Wings right off Highway 6 in Sugar Land. Also, great thanks to the great people at Bud Light who have helped put this on week after week. And we've had a great time, and we want to close this thing out nicely. So come on out. Come on out. Highway 6 in Sugar Land. I know y'all out there. Get on out here. You're getting off work, getting close to work, or getting close to getting off work. Make your way on out here. Have some good food, good drinks, and then give yourself a chance to potentially win a little prize or so. We'll be hooking people up with $25 gift cards or $25 gift cards, Visa gift cards, so hell to anywhere.
Wherever you want to go.
You can spend it in here if you like. So you can have your chance to win there. All you got to do is we've got a table here, sign your name, and then put that in our raffle box, and we will hook somebody up. So get on out here. It'll be a good time as we're here. But the big thing right now, we're waiting on it to see, and if you treat this like a Friday, and in which the game being on Saturday, this is like a Friday, there is a potential we could see when the original or when the injury report comes out, the official one from the Texans, we could see maybe some people ruled out or see some designations for guys. But what we know now has been reported, Clint, good news, bad news. The good news is some guys returned who did not practice yesterday. Sheldon Rankins, Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, and Will Anderson Jr. all on the practice field in some form or fashion today, Clint. Those are the good ones. Those are the ones that feel good about probably playing on Saturday now.
Well, three-fourths of your defensive line. And look, I don't know that there was much doubt that these guys weren't going to play, with the exception of maybe Malik Collins, who didn't play last week. But three-fourths of your offensive line has returned to practice to some degree today. Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins, and Will Anderson. That bodes well for the Texans, obviously. I feel like the Texans can get this thing done if their interior guys are healthy and if depth doesn't become a problem. And so this is a good sign for me. Now, I'd love to see Jonathan Grenard. I'd love to have him, particularly in the pass rush arena, where when they get in third down, they get in the red zone. You got a guy that can hunt and has hunt in a big way this year. But I think, given the opponent, the Indianapolis Colts, I feel really good. This is good news that the majority of the starting defensive line is back to in some capacity expected to play.
Because that's an area of the field they attack. I mean, they're going to attack with the run game with Jonathan Taylor, who didn't play the first game against the Texans, but that's an area that they are going to attack. Is the run game. And the Texans have been really good, especially here the second half of the season, against the run. And if you can put Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins, those guys have been your two best interior guys, and then have a full rotation with Tart and Khalil Davis, who's been really good, and Kurt Heinz. Now that is a big rotation you can have on the inside, not to mention with the guys outside.
Well, you mentioned depth ultimately, and depth is going to be a big factor when Jonathan Taylor's on the other team.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, that's
Zach
a big
Moss
part of it.
hurt him pretty good in that first game too.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. I mean, when you're talking about your four starting defensive linemen aren't practicing on one of the bigger the bulk days of work, man, you got to be somewhat concerned. It's good to have three quarters of them back. We'll see what happens with Jonathan Grenard.
All right, the bad news, you kind of talked about Jonathan Grenard. These guys have not practiced all week, and the game is on Saturday. And what we're getting reports, Jonathan Grenard, as you mentioned, did not practice. I would say this has been this team's best defensive player this year, 12.5 sacks. He is not practicing, didn't play last week. Noah Brown, it's been reported earlier in the week with that back issue that it's likely that he doesn't play. He didn't practice again. And then Robert Woods. And, Clint, I just kind of figured Robert Woods has been more of a rest situation. But, damn, him not practicing all week going into Saturday's game is a wonder to me. And now, like, the two of them become problematic to me, right? If one of them were just there, I don't know. Now, if you're not practicing on today, then there's a serious chance that you don't play on Saturday, excuse me. But it's the both of them because you already have Tank Dell out, Clint. Now that's Tank Dell, that's Noah Brown, potentially Robert Woods. All of those are three of your other receivers outside of Nico Collins, and that means you got to go down. You talked about depth earlier on the defensive line. Now you got to go down and reach at depth with wide receivers.
Nail on the head, man. We're talking about two guys. It's a problem because now depth is in question. The one guy that I, if I had to pick one, look, I've talked all year long about how I feel like Noah Brown and Nico Collins are somewhat interchangeable. Their skill sets. Now, clearly, Nico, I think, is obviously the better player, but their skill set, the position they play, how they play the game, those two are somewhat interchangeable. So I'm not as concerned about Noah Brown as I am
Robert.
You look at him. I think he brings something to the table that no other receiver brings to the table in terms of knowing the offense like the back of his hand, being unbelievably experienced, and having seen every zone coverage that Gus Bradley's ever called. He's seen it and executed against it. And so having that presence inside with C.J. Stroud, I think, would be huge in this game. And so I'm looking forward to him hopefully playing. Hopefully he's one that gets on the field. As I said earlier, for a guy to not play this week, for a guy like Robert Woods, for damn sure, not to play this week, he's got to be really damn near have a broken leg.
That hip must be where he just can't.
Yeah,
I would
imagine if at all possible, he's going to give it a go and see if he can at least impact the game.
No, it wouldn't be the first. We've seen Steven Nelson didn't practice all week and played in a game. Will Anderson was close to that. He did practice Friday last week, but we have seen at least twice. I think Sheldon Rankins himself had it happen earlier this year. I'm sorry, Malik Collins had it happen earlier this year where he did not practice all week and played in the game. Real quick on that, with Robert Woods and Nico Collins, and Noah Brown, say for some reason they're not able to go. Where do you go offensively if you are if you're Bobby Slowick and company? Are you thinking, all right, we're just going to plug Xavier Hutchinson in and John Mechie and Steve Sims, or are you looking to maybe run different sets or different guys in? More your tight ends or something.
Well, there's a couple things. You mentioned Steve Sims. Like I think Steve Sims, we've seen him earlier this year when there were receiver issues. We've seen him have a package in this offense. He also helps you in the return game. But whoever that receiver is needs to be able to produce and at least create some level of threat to the Indianapolis Colts. We've not seen that from Xavier Hutchins. We've not seen that at all from John Mechie. So for me, I would think at this point in time, you ride Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan, and then you figure out a way to get Sims some touches in the screen game or the jet sweep game, in speed sweep, however you want to couch it. And then Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson, they fill in because you can't play with just that number of receivers. But I think the emphasis is on Nico, Dalton, Brevin, and then your one-offs and your packages kind of deal, your misdirections, some of your gadget plays would be with Steve Sims, in my opinion. I've seen enough speed sweeps from the other guys. I feel like Sims, if he's going to be on the roster, he brings more in that part of the game, and so I'd like to see him getting work.
And I almost feel like Brevin Jordan has a better shot to get separation in a tight end linebacker safety matchup as opposed to what we've seen from some of the other receivers like John Mechie and even Hutchinson.
I know the Cleveland Browns game didn't go according to plan, obviously, but I thought Bobby Slowick had a really good plan early on before that game got out of control, a really good plan early on where he was basically stacking his two tight ends a yard outside and a yard deep off the football on each side, even with Laramie Tunsil. Now, sometimes that was just an alignment. Sometimes they were actually there to help. but you impact the defense's ability to rush the passer off the edge when you line up like that. Now, this week, this front can rush the passer. They're not Myles Garrett, but they can rush the passer. But more importantly, now your personnel may be in a spot, being down so many receivers, where, hey, you got to lean into a Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan, heavy package, if you will. So the good thing is that we know Dalton Schultz, he's not coming off the field, but we've seen Brevin Jordan of late kind of come into his own, show some of his athletic ability. We've seen him.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, Tyler, you've got some breaking news. What do you have?
Yes, the official injury report, the one y'all been talking about that we've been waiting on from the Houston Texans, is out. And there are 2 Texans that are already being listed as out for this this season finale game against the Colts. Wide receiver Noah Brown, he is going to be out for the Texans, and defensive end Jonathan Grenard. Damn it.
Yeah, that's a big story right now. That's the top story going into this game right now. I believe your best defensive player, a guy that Clint thought would get 15 sacks this year, I think placed a bet on it, would get 15 sacks this year, has going to miss the final 2 games, that ankle injury. And you got to be you've been saying it, right? Let's make this number 2, Tyler, right now, this latest news. Go ahead.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, as Tyler just jumps in here, this is the latest, Clint, and I see it now, the injury report out. Robert Woods is listed as questionable. Will Anderson is questionable. Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, and Tunzel are all questionable. But out is Noah Brown and Jonathan Grenard. And as you talked about with Robert Woods, that they would push this thing and try to get this thing going, it's Thursday, Clint, and they have already determined Jonathan Grenard and Noah Brown out in this game, which means they're not even comfortable feeling like they want to push it until Saturday. And we know the Texans and DeMeco Ryans and company, this group of Texans are not afraid to play a little gamesmanship, wait a little bit on announcements. Hell, CJ, we knew wasn't playing. They had him listed as doubtful on the injury report the first week after he had the concussion. They've already ruled these guys out. Clinton, clearly that big one is Jonathan Grenard, your sack leader and dominant player on the defensive line, out for this game.
Yeah, Tyler, by the way, next time you scare the hell out of me with that damn that injury report, I'm coming through this YouTube.
Did you get a little nervous, a little scary there?
Yeah, number one, I don't know why you didn't wait and interrupt Ron, but yeah, it scared the hell out of me. I was sitting here, I was in full thought, man. That thing screamed in my ear. We ain't heard that in a minute, man. Boy, it did its damn job. You scared the hell out of me.
Eyes widened a bit.
Yeah. As I said though, Ron, before, I think, look, this is obviously bad news on both fronts if we're looking to be full go with the Texans. But I feel like with these edge rushers, what we've seen of late, with what Will Anderson can do, with what Derek Barnett can do, what Jerry Hughes can do, the presence that we have inside with Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins, and those guys, what they can do in terms of penetrating and rushing the passer, I feel like our defensive front, our down defensive line is plenty good to go in there and create problems for the Indianapolis Colts without Jonathan Grenard. I'd love to obviously have him in particularly pass rushing situations, but I'd love to have him in there to see if he can get those 2 sacks I need to get me, or 2.5 sacks I need to make me right. But at the end of the day, I feel like the Texans are going to feel that very little.
Really?
Yeah, and then Noah Brown. As I said before, I like Noah Brown. He obviously is a guy that can give you $150 in a pinch if you need it. But I'm not – this offense can execute fine and move the football fine and can hit on all cylinders, if you will, with no Noah Brown. No Tank Dell, that's a different animal. Now you're losing a piece that you just don't have anybody that can do the things that he can do. They've grown accustomed to that. You lose Noah Brown, you lose a piece, you lose a receiver, you lose a depth player that if the defense allows you, he can go out there and generate some production. As long as they got Nico Collins to be that big box receiver that has great chemistry with C.J. Stroud, that can run the route tree, that's great run after catch, that's a boundary receiver, and they've got Dalton Schultz in the middle, and potentially they have Robert Woods who can work the middle, work those zones. They can make do with what they have at the other wide receiver position. I'm not as concerned about Noah Brown. Now,
I get concerned if Robert Woods doesn't
bingo.
play. That's
bingo.
where I would get concerned.
Yep.
If you're now missing two of them.
Yep. But the
now,
fact that he's not being announced as missing today, not as going to miss,
he's questionable.
But the fact that he wasn't included in that announcement that Tyler just made leads me to believe that he's going to try to give it a go. Now, I don't know how healthy he is, but leads me to believe that he's going to give it a go.
Yeah. Boy, I wonder if they played Sunday, if that would have anything to do with any of these guys. I feel much better about the fact that even if they played Sunday, I think Jonathan Grenard and Noah Brown probably would still be out. If they're determining it right now, I think even the extra day, it seems like probably wouldn't get those guys on the field. Robert Woods, you wonder. We'll see what happens on Saturday. So that is big news there for the Texans.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, the Pro Bowl ballots and the Pro Bowl announcements were made yesterday, and the Texans do have one Pro Bowler, and it's Laramie Tunsil. He makes his 4th Pro Bowl for the Texans. They also had 6 alternates. Quarterback C.J. Stroud leads that cast, as well as Nico Collins, Andrew Beck, Will Anderson Jr., Jonathan Grenard, and Derek Stingley Jr. For you, Clint, real quick, when you look at those names, for you, if you were to say, all right, this person had the most deserving Pro Bowl type season. You had to look at it from the 7 they have. They obviously have Laramie Tunsil, but Stroud, Nico, Andrew Beck, Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, and Derek Stingley.
Oh, man.
Is it John? You've been on Grenard.
Look, I just think Jonathan Grenard is a guy that if you turn on the tape, it shows up damn near every game he's on the field. And even if he's not having sacks, he's got the stats to go along with it, but he's creating havoc.
Johnny Greenard.
Yep, I think he's playing a position that's stat-driven. He has the stats.
Yeah.
But, man, I'm going to tell you, I struggle with CJ, man.
Yeah, CJ and Nico, to me, injuries just took them, and they were right on pace, both of them. Now, I don't know about Nico with the receivers in the AFC.
I think Nico, Ron, though, falls under that category. Who was it we were talking about last year I know who it was. It was 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we were talking about Zach Cunningham. And Zach Cunningham led the league in tackles and didn't make the Pro Bowl. And then the next year we were talking about, it's like, well, everybody needs a year to kind of arrive, especially if you're a position player. I think Nico definitely needs a season to arrive and show, okay, now put me on a list and let's talk about it. CJ, to me, though, quarterbacks, I think, are the exception to that rule. I think if you come out and you ball, it actually works the other way. Like if you're a rookie, you exceed expectations and your team's relevant, then I think it could work in reverse to what I just said. Had he not missed those 2 games, man, I would have a hard time not considering C.J. Stroud.
And I think if Nico played 3 games, and he may have like Puka is in there. His numbers were just so crazy. I think Andrew Beck got hosed. All right, coming up, we'll let you know that top story right now. Jonathan Grenard out for the game. If you missed that, we'll jump on that. And just the thought of this: if the Texans do end up losing and this thing doesn't go their way, how long will it take you as a fan to get over it? How long will it take you as a fan to get over this thing? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do, 120.
Wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Coming up here in the next 30 minutes, your chance. We will do our first drawing for a $25 Visa gift card. So if you're in the building, all over the building, you can write your name down right there, put it in the raffle box, and have a chance to win. If you're on the way, you could do the same. So come on out here, as we've got some good folks out here who have been hanging out and said had to get in the car and come down and see us. One young lady said, I have to listen to you, and I quote, MFers every 24 hours a day, and now I have to come up here and see you MFers face to face. That's right, baby. We are here. Real quick, I want to jump back onto what the biggest news now. It just came out. Tyler did the breaking news here about 10 minutes ago, and that is the official injury report out for the Texans. No Jonathan Grenard for this game. He is already ruled out. No Noah Brown in this game. He is already ruled out. And then also questionable is Robert Woods, who has not practiced all week long. The Jonathan Grenard news is huge, Clint. I heard what you said in the last segment, and I've been thinking about that when you said you feel like Jonathan Grenard is a guy that this defensive line can make up for potentially against the Colts. And I do think it is big that Malik Collins is going to be back, it looks like, in this game. He's listed as questionable, but he did practice today. Just my thing is, if you told me one dude, if you had, and I'm not saying he's the only one that's capable of it, but if you told me one dude that can just take this thing over, that can have a moment in the game where, bam, he can just take, I would have picked Jonathan Grenard. I think Will Anderson is capable of it. We've seen him do it. We saw a little stretch in this last game against the Titans where he took things over. The Broncos game, to me, was that game. But Jonathan Grenard sometimes just And sometimes, as you know better than I do, in these games, sometimes dudes just got to step up and make plays. And that's the part that, he is a dude that can just go and make multiple plays.
I don't disagree with that. I think if we're talking about game-changing, impact-type players, Jonathan Grenard's at the top of that list. I think you're spot on with him being the best player on this defense this year. But as you start, bumping it up against the opponent, I would rather have Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins inside my entire complement of interior defensive linemen to make sure I can rotate this thing through as we run up against Jonathan Taylor in this offensive line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would rather have this particular game than a guy that can do it all. Don't get me wrong. I'm not minimizing what Jonathan Grenard can do, but the game-changing impact he can have is more from a pass-rushing perspective. And this team, as it relates to other teams or compares to other teams, they're going to try to stay out of those situations. They're going to run RPO. They're going to run the football. They're going to run the RPO. They're going to get the ball out of his hand quick. And so for me, I think we're good enough at the rush end to cause problems. Now, don't get me wrong. If we're watching this game and in obvious passing situations, Will is getting stoned and Derek Barnett is a non-factor and Hughes is nowhere to be found, then we're going to talk about Jonathan Grenard. But I think leading up to it, for me, Ron, that full complement of that interior defensive line as it pertains to stopping the run is huge, man.
Yeah, it's just when I say out loud to myself, win or go home, biggest game in years,
it'd be nice
your
to have
best
JG.
Defensive player is not going to be able to be available.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
So that one is. Now, like I said, he's not the only one. I've said it. Derek Stingley is capable of having moments where he steps up and makes big plays, but you're going to have to do it without Jimmy Ward. You're going to have to do it without Jonathan Grenard now in this game, and that is a tough
Well,
goal.
this would be a huge game for Kareem Jackson to show up. This would be a huge game for Jalen Petrie to show up and do some things that he's done in the past, whether it's being a ball hawk or it's literally showing those crazy instincts around the line of scrimmage and making getting tackles for loss in critical moments. Des King, he's been in place to make a couple of different game-changing plays, highlight reel type plays, and for one reason or another, they hadn't counted. For him to make a play that changes the game, Will to have another moment like he did last week against the Titans. So there's several guys, and I'm telling you, it'd be real nice for them to show up this week. Now, it'd be real nice.
It'd be nice to have that Jalen Petrie we were hoping we'd see all year.
I mean, we can sit around and hope that Hughes and Barnett, boy, they show some flashes. We can sit around and hope if they won't, but it'd be real nice for some of that young blood that has game-changing type potential and has shown that in the past. It'd be real nice for those guys to show up.
I also want to note here with this. I think there's something good to see also here. Tough with the Jonathan Grenard, but as we're sitting there talking, I'm looking at Steven Nelson's not on the injury report at all, which is I think not at all, right? We talked about early in the year. We'd like to see some of these guys start to fall off. Steven Nelson had about 5 injuries last week.
Yeah, that's right. He
had the toe, the shoulder. He had a bunch of injuries.
He had 4 backslashes in the description of what was wrong with him.
And had practice all last week.
Yeah.
And to see that he's not even on the injury report, because I think him being out there is a big deal to have your 2 corners out there. So that is something to look at too. All right, as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Sugarland, Highway 6. Come on out, have a good time, get a chance to win some things. You're itching to say something.
Well, I got a quick question. I wonder if this makes me old.
Okay. How old are you again?
46.
Okay. Really? I apologize. I have pushed you to 47.
Yeah, I heard. They told me. They told me that when I was off. They told me when I was off. You Dusty Baker.
I am certain I said it to you yesterday, and you didn't say anything. So it's 47.
It's 46.
46.
You just did it again. It's
sorry.
46.
I don't know why. I'm trying to make your ass 47.
Well, you're definitely closer to 50 than any of the rest of us.
Yeah, you've jumped over that bridge. You're on the other side.
Look, I mean, if I had to sit next to a guy that's several years older than me that looks my age, I'd try to push you.
What's your question, old man?
I hate driver assistance on these new vehicles.
come up with
You
this
probably
stuff?
shouldn't have gotten a Tesla then.
No, it ain't the Tesla. It's the Escalade.
Oh, damn.
I am. Now, the Tesla was forced on me, for the record. That was not.
All right,
that was,
all right, let's calm down, Cowboy. We know it is.
That's been
Let's get
forced
yourself
on me,
in
and it's just a
trouble.
matter of time.
All right.
The Escalade, it scared the hell out of me the other day. I mean, I'm not a guy, like, I don't use my blinkers when I change lanes when I'm driving. I'm usually the aggressive. Well, because I'm not. There's nobody behind me that I need to warn, Tyler. I'm coming, baby.
What if you don't see him? You got blind spots.
Well, I turn my head and look. I'm young enough. My neck still works.
Use
I
your
turn
damn
my
turn
head.
signal. Grow up.
Yeah, I think you
Point
should
being, I don't use the turn signal, so the truck corrects itself back into the lane every time. So I got to override it with power. I got to manhandle.
You can
that
take
steering
it.
wheel.
Can't you? Can't you?
Yeah, but it's my wife's vehicle, so my wife. I don't like her piddling with my stuff, so I don't piddle with hers.
I hate it. Yeah.
But it's got this backup, like where if it senses something behind you, no matter how wrong or right it is, it locks up the brakes. I mean,
now we're not being assisted.
I mean, lock up, scare the hell out of you, lock up. And I'm backing out of my driveway, and I'm cutting it close to the gate, the column on the gate. But I can see in my rearview mirror I'm not, so I'm relaxing. I'm just, I got this, and I'm just easing on back. Boom, that thing locks up and locks them front wheels up.
Yep.
And scared, I about had it. I about parked it and got back in the electric.
Back in the other one. got back in the Tesla.
Hey, I'm about had enough of that damn.
I'd have just turned the damn thing off.
The more I talk about it, the more I feel old, because my wife is like a technology, driver assistance. Anything that car or truck can do, she's got it doing.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it has it. I'll be on long trips and driving. When I say long trips, a few hours. And that thing, if you might slide into a lane a little bit, it'll come over and check. Like, dog, man, I'll take that thing off.
I take it because if you correct yourself at the same time, hell, it'll shoot you in the.
Yeah, man.
I tell you the other thing that gets me, them damn memory seats. If I get in one more vehicle, my mom's does it too. If I get in one more vehicle and it shoves my big ass up underneath that steering wheel one more time, I am fighting mad at them jokers. I'm dog cussing my wife and my mom. Because their seats oh, man.
Yeah, our cars ain't new enough for that. Coming up, Tyler's turd list. It is becoming one of our favorites. I can't wait to hear who is on the top of the medal stand in Tyler's turd list. And we'll get to this, what we talked about Saturday. And I'm seeing some people text stuff in, and I'm just appalled. How long will it take you to get over this if the Texans lose on Sunday and don't make the playoffs? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Turd Ferguson. Let me go.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Fans.
year. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, and congratulations to Mike, our first winner.
Big Mike.
Of a $25 Visa gift card. If you're in the building or you're on the way in, we do have another Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name and put your name in the box. Some people, and it's serious around here. Which Mike is it? Which Mike is it? Some people, because somebody came or the waitress came. Which Mike is it? We got a couple of Mikes around here, damn it.
We turned Mike.
Did we?
Yep.
How?
We look at you, Ron's like, whoa, be careful now. We turned Mike Cali. He's Cali guy.
That's what I heard.
Last time we were at this Buffalo Wild Wings, he and a couple of his buddies were here, man, and he wasn't a Sports Radio 610 listener. Now he's dialed in, man.
There you go.
He's dialed in, pulling for these Texans, bro. That's what it's all about.
Well, tell a friend or seven. That'll be great too, Mike.
Ain't that the damn truth?
You can tell some of your friends at Cali to go to that Odyssey app and listen to us as well. Coming up here, Tyler's turd list. We'll get to that. Tyler, before you get to your turd list, I want to start with you because I'm seeing some stuff on the text line. I said, if the Texans aren't able to pull this thing off on Saturday and they don't make the playoffs and they lose this game to the Colts, how long will it take you to get over it? Our guy Ocho chimes in. He said, Ron, it would take me but a few minutes to get over the Texans' loss because I think the Colts are the better team and the Texans would need to play above their head. Someone else texted in, it won't take me long to get over depending on how they played because they were supposed to be here. They weren't supposed to be here, so it's kind of like playing with house money for me. Tyler Milner.
That's me.
How are you with that? How long would it take you to get over this thing if they don't?
Oh man!
If they don't win this thing, because
more than a few minutes.
I would hope so.
No, yeah, I never really know in these situations till I cross that bridge, but it would be days at a minimum for sure.
Yeah,
what are your expectations?
This one
that they win this freaking game.
Well, it's not like they're Super Bowl contenders in their
They are if you get into the playoffs.
Oh, are they?
I mean, every playoff team's technically.
Well, anything can happen, but I'm more closer to the.
Is that where we're at?
I'm more close to the Tyler thing though, because to me it would signify, all right, they've missed the playoffs, and they sat here and they lost to Gardner Minshew, Zach Wilson,
Desmond Ridder,
and the Carolina Panthers and Bryce Young, and they just needed one game to get to the playoffs, and I know you know this, Clint. It would be significant, even if they got their asses blown out in the first round of the playoffs. It would be significant for them to prepare and plan and play in that game and be in that moment and get the experience of playing in the playoffs. Very much like I think the Eagles did Jalen's first year starting, where they got blitzed by the Bucs, but I think that helped them and those young guys get experience. And them to play a playoff game would set this city on fire and just get CJ and that group more experience in a big game like that. So I think it would be very, very big for them to get into the playoffs and have that opportunity. But that would not sit. That would sit hard for me as a Texans fan. I know they weren't expected to be here. To hell with house money. I don't think that if the Texans lose or whoever loses, the Texans or the Colts, that they're going to be at the end of it. Hey,
hell no.
Hey, we weren't supposed to be here,
now.
but it was hell no. They're going to be.
You are here now.
They're going to be pissed, and I just like that would say, damn it, we couldn't get past Gardner Minshew, Zach Wilson, Bryce Young, and Desmond Ridder. If we just win one of those games, we're in the playoffs. And so that's why that would be harder for me to swallow. I know what we thought of them when they came to the year, Clint, but they're a different team. And that one's hard, those 4 games, if they were to lose again to the Colts.
Yeah, I think the harder part, it's less about them losing and not making the playoffs for me, and it's more about the more I look at this game and the more we hear guys are going to be healthy and who's – like yesterday I was concerned about your entire defensive line being on the suspect list. Now you got 3 of them looking like they're going to play and Jonathan Grenard not. I mean, you can work around that. Like I think for the Texans to lose this game, I just don't think it's going to be a close game. Like, I think they're either going to win
or they're going
to get beat in a way that we come in Monday and we're disgusted and we got to talk about some things.
Really?
That's my bigger concern is
that
not
would be even more disappointing.
Right. That's my – I think if they go out there and play up to snuff and play their speed and now that they've been inconsistent, so who knows what the defense is going to do. And who knows if they're going to be able to run the ball. I mean, there's a lot of what ifs and there's a lot of inconsistencies that we've seen. But if they go out there and play a average to above average version of Texans football, I think they win the ball game.
Yeah. Anyway, from the text line or from our friends on YouTube, my man Ron is low-key hating. I'm not. I'm just saying I would be disappointed. Those are 4 games when I watch this football team. You can't go 0 for 4 in those 4.
I tell you what Ron's doing. Ron's high-key stirring is what he's doing.
I'm not stirring. I'm just like for me. It would take me a minute to get over it. No, I'm not saying this is going to be like when the Astros lost in games 6 and 7 to the Rangers. I'm not saying it's to that level, but it's pretty annoying. It'd be pretty disappointing to go 0 for 4 against Desmond Ridder, Zach Wilson, Gardner Minshew, and who's the other one? And Bryce Young and the Panthers. That's a tough one. If you went 1 and 4 in those games, you make the playoffs. That's a tough one to deal with. And CJ played in all of them. So that's a tough one to deal with. I'm sorry, but I mean, for you, each your own. I mean, I'm just curious of it. All right, Tyler, what's the turd list this week? I'm sorry,
No, you're fine. I can run through them real quick. Let's go to the podium, right? We'll start with the bronze. Is that what we're doing? Bronze?
Let's do it. Let's hit with the bronze. Let's hear the bronze. Let's go for the bottom. I'm sorry, I've lost all control here. All right, hit me with the bronze, Tyler. Turd list.
This week's turds, man. Bronze medal. This was a story we talked a lot about on this show earlier this year, I guess in 2023. Rory McIlroy. Y'all remember, right, how vocal Rory was about the Live Tour? Y'all remember that?
Yeah, Rory tried to get that money.
My man is starting to look real soft, as Clint would say, baby poo soft here, because he is backtracking harder than anybody I've seen in a minute. Rory McIlroy this week said, I think at this point I was maybe a little judgmental of the guys who went to Live Golf at the start, and I think it was a bit of a mistake on my part. Grow a pair, bro. Stand by what you've already said.
Yeah, you can't stay with that.
You can't be saying it with your chest like that for months upon months, and then now we're hearing you. Oh, I may have been a little judgmental.
Rory's trying to get it. Rory's going to live.
Money. Rory's going to live, and I can't wait to. I can't wait to see it.
He's going to give him a little bit of that money.
I mean, who was the first one they're waiting for his ass? Who is it? DJ?
Mickelson. It's got to be
Phil or DJ. Somebody else. He came at real hard. That slid over. What's Blind Highlights? What's my man?
Ian Poulter.
Brooks Koepka. Brooks Koepka. Yeah.
Koepka. He came in real hard at too. So I can't wait to hear it.
The interesting thing with that, by the way, is I think John Rahm. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, but is John Rahm the first one that's gone over there that you'd call a fan favorite? That's not I personally like Brooks Koepka, but I think he's got an edge that a lot of people don't like. And
Phil used to be, but now
Phil either older guys or edgy guys that most people didn't like. And John Rahm, I think, kind of changes the dynamic, right, to kind of how the PGA guys kind of view it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, and John Rahm, I mean, not only just the popularity, and this is tied to it, obviously, but he's been one of the best golfers on the PGA Tour for the last several years. But Rory gets the bronze medal, man. Come on, dude. You're going to say with your chest, keep saying it with your chest. Silver medal, go ahead.
Yeah, don't get soft with it. Who's the silver?
Silver medal this week on Tyler's turd list is going to go, I don't know who, I don't know their name, but whoever the hell was in charge and supposed to be watching Tyreek Hill's kid this week, they get the silver medal. Because if you have not heard, the fire at Tyreek Hill's house in Miami, that was started by one of his kids playing with a lighter.
Yeah, that happened.
Lighter fluid. A child. Who was in charge? Who was it? I don't know who you are. You get the silver medal because that's just bad parenting.
If
it's
not
bad
a family
supervision.
member, they gotta be fired.
Yeah, you gotta do better than that if you're in charge of some children, man.
I'll be honest with you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was a little nervous. This was a Lisa Left Eye Lopez situation. I know Tyreek has had some troubles here recently. I thought we were dealing with an Andre Rison and Lisa Left Eye Lopez situation.
Some troubles here recently is one way to put it.
I don't want to say that I feel better about it that it was a little kid with lighter fluid.
No,
but
that's awful.
No, that's awful too.
I'm gonna use that on my wife this evening.
A lighter?
Use what on your?
No, I'm gonna tell her the story and tell her to quit leaving stuff laying in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Learn
all
your
right, who gets
lesson,
the gold,
Mikey.
Tyler?
Gold medal this week on Tyler's turd list. It was easy for me. We got a tie at the top for the first time. Dual gold medals here because I just couldn't decide. Going to the Jags fan who said whatever they said to Panthers owner Tepper. And Tepper's going to get a gold medal here as well for throwing the drinks. Just
so everybody involved.
Just know your situation, bro. Know who you are now as an NFL owner, and that all eyes are on you, and the public's waiting for anything like this. Be better, and the fan needs to be better too, like Clint said earlier this week. That's the turd list.
I'm glad that my attack on the fan rubbed off on you a bit.
Yeah, man, I felt it in my heart.
I just have no space, no time or space in my world for those idiots.
Piddly ass games. Right?
I would like to say that Dave also acted as an idiot as well.
Fair, he responded as one. Fair.
He's a gold medalist.
What you got coming? He's a gold medalist.
Yeah, man.
Basically, Carl Lewis.
Look, there's a couple things that we know about the Colts that schematically that they're going to do. What are the Texans up against with Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator? Dan Orlovsky broke a couple things down, and I'm going to tell you, it turned me on a bit about what C.J. Stroud might do this weekend. I'll have that audio for you. We'll cuss and discuss next.
Speaking of turned on, man, I feel like with Soda Whitloss, I think maybe I've turned on a few.
Soda made you sexy, huh?
Well, maybe just one. Listen, every part of my life, including that part, was helped with soda weight loss. I started out severely overweight. I see people all the time when we're out.
6 are down off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, because we were up on the north side at Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 last week, a couple weeks ago. We're in Sugar Land, Highway 6, Buffalo Wild Wings. Come through, hang out, just like Buffalo Wild Wings has always done. They got that lighting just right, got that lounge lighting. Got that cold beer.
They are trying to make some children around here.
I'm just telling you, man.
You're probably behind it, ain't you? You don't want to turn these lights off.
I do appreciate lounge lighting. I think it sets a different mood, a different vibe. I greatly appreciate that. Never was a glow stick club guy. I appreciate the lounges. So I'm digging this Buffalo Wild Wings setting, no question about it. But y'all come through. Hang out with us. Ron's going to give away a couple gift cards. I don't know what else they got over there, a couple packages.
Yeah, you got a chance to win. Put your name in the raffle box.
You got a chance to win. All you got to do is sign up. Anybody in the building that hadn't signed up over there, you got too much money, let me hold 100 if that's the case. But you can still sign up over here. All we need is your name and put it in the raffle box right there. Ron will pull it here shortly. This Texans game is right around the corner. It's obviously a Saturday night primetime game, Ron. And as we get closer to kickoff, for me, you start digging a little bit deeper into the schemes and the health of the opponent and kind of the matchups that the Texans have, like literally how do they match up strengths versus weaknesses. And I like to do that later in the week as you start to know who's playing and who's not playing. And right now, I think we're getting some decent news on the Texans front in terms of the injury report. But I heard Dan Orlovsky on ESPN breaking down some Texans video and stats and basically the matchup with Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator. C.J. Stroud versus Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator. And, Ron, I'm not going to lie to you, it turned me on a bit.
Did it get you?
Oh, it turned me on a bit.
A little football horny time.
Well, it's spot on. As we've heard, Gus Bradley and the Indianapolis Colts, they're gonna play a bend don't break. They're gonna play a ton of zone defense, and expect their front four, who have been good, to rush the passer, and expect your front four to stop the run. And that's what we're up against. We've heard several people say that. But of course, Dan Orlovsky, he went a little deeper. I wanted to bring that audio and let you guys hear it, and then we'll talk about it on the backside. Here's Dan Orlovsky talking about what C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick and the Texans offense is up against with Gus Bradley and the Colts defense.
Easy and hard as a quarterback when you're playing against a team with a ton of zone. So, one, you're going to get completions. Mm-hmm. But those completions more often than not aren't going to be chunks.
Right.
Unless you use play-action pass. CJ's going to have these short completions. Why do defenses play zone? They're going to give you completions because, one, they think at some point you're going to hold it too long and a sack is going to happen. Or two, you'll have an offensive penalty that's going to set you back. Right. Or three, you'll force the ball. You'll lack patience. So two things are going to be needed. Number one, they're going to have to hit some of those play actions that I just showed. Two, they don't care about yardage, zone defenses. They think at some point you're going to get into the red zone. I don't care if you kick 6 field goals, score 6 times. They want you to be down in the red zone, a lesser player. CJ holds the ball in the red zone more than any quarterback in the NFL.
Wow.
He's going to have to, because he's going to have to make some plays that equal touchdowns and not just take completions just to get field goal.
Yes, let me hear it one more time. See, not the audio, the drop. Yeah, no, look, I'm gonna tell you, man. I think Dan's spot on. Obviously, we know we're going to see a lot of zone, but I think Dan's spot on from a standpoint of between the 20-yard lines. Gus Bradley's going to be okay with C.J. Stroud taking the underneath completions. He's going to be okay with even allowing us to run the football between the 20s, and then they're going to tighten the screws down inside the 20s once you get in the red zone. And you know, I think generally speaking, you know, all the things Dan said in terms of, you know, a negative play, you're going to take a sack, or there's going to be an offensive penalty, or you're going to force the football and get behind the chains, or force the football and have a turnover. Those are all things that you worry about with inexperienced young quarterbacks. But I'm going to be honest with you, Ron. I don't worry about it one bit with C.J. Stroud. In fact, as Tyler so beautifully laid out there, it turns me on. Like, I think C.J. Stroud against a predominantly zone defense that's going to rush 4 try to get home with 4, drop 7 into coverage. I really like C.J. Stroud's ability to take what the defense gives him, be very calculated in how they take their shots and when they take their shots. I think that's the one place where C.J. Stroud has improved the most, and Bobby Slowick have improved and developed together the most, is being smart in those situations, playing efficient football in those situations. And then on the flip side of it, what C.J. Stroud is really good at that separates him from most quarterbacks is when a team does play zone and drop 7 into coverage, his ability to drive the football to the second level of the field, really from 15 to 30 yards down the field, that window is elite. And so those two things are real. I've watched him with C.J. Stroud. They're real. It's him. It's who he is. It's how he plays the game. It's how he's had a ton of success. Those two things being true, and then you're going to throw a defensive coordinator at us that's going to play 75% zone and expect his front 4 to get home and wait for C.J. Stroud to make a poor decision and force the football. Hey, man, I'm here for that. That's advantage Texans in a major, major way if that is how the game unfolds, Ron.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Gus likes to do. He loves to play zone. And I think everything you're saying from what we've seen, this is Week 18. He's played in all but 2 of the ball games. And what we've seen is C.J. My only concern and wonder is, Clint, this is the biggest game he's ever played in his life. This is bigger than the Georgia game last year. This is because he wins this. If he wins this game, he gets into the playoffs. I mean, he's already in a way put this franchise on his back. This is stepping up into a bigger place. We've not seen him break and get himself a little bit more aggressive. They used to try to do this to Peyton Manning all the time. I know the Patriots would try to. All right, man, we're gonna force him at some point. It may be the third quarter, it may be the fourth quarter, but he wants to push the ball down the field. He wants to push the ball down the field. Can he take what's given to him all the time? It's difficult for quarterbacks to do it. That's what makes Tom so great. Is in the biggest game of his life, depending on how the game is going, if they ever find themselves behind, does it get to C.J. I got to make a play. I got to make a play. He talked about it when he spoke to the media earlier this week, saying, I should have just hit my underneath route. Instead, I ran and took an unnecessary hit because I was trying to wait to make a bigger play. Will the magnitude of the game, not saying it will, we've not seen that from him, but this is the biggest game of his life. That's the only thought is, will the magnitude of the game get to him where he feels like I got to make a play and I got to take chances, and that eats right into the hands of what the Colts are trying to get him to do. That's the only concern because, as you said, he's been able to do things all year long with zone defense.
I agree, and if that does happen, Ron, that's one of them where on Monday we got to talk about it because C.J. hadn't shown the propensity to do that. Like he hasn't shown the man, I just got to go make this big play. I'm going to put the game in my own hands and go force the football. He's made – one of the more impressive things besides throwing the ball in that second level of the field as well as he does, has been how he's 95% plus clip of making the right decision. It's been really impressive. The other thing that Dan said there that I think that stands out, Ron, is C.J. Stroud holding the football more in the red zone than any quarterback in the league. Again, typically that's something you'd rather not see. But given the way the Texans are built right now, they don't have a man beater where they can feel good about just calling the fade. Let's just throw the jump ball in the corner. There's a lot of teams out there have that guy. They don't have that guy, right? Everything they do it relies on Bobby Slowick dialing something up where somebody creates separation, or C.J. Stroud holding the football and allowing somebody to create separation on their own. And I'm just really comfortable with C.J. Stroud holding the football. I am A-okay with C.J. Now,
based off what we've seen, he doesn't make mistakes. He hasn't made very many mistakes with that. His decision
he is very smart, in or out of the pocket, holding the football. He has shown for an extended period of time to be very smart with the football. Now, the one thing that does scare me a little bit about him holding the football is that damn head of his. Right? Is you start holding the football the way that that you have to garner the stat of holding it longer than anybody else in the NFL. There's obviously some risk associated with it, and now we got to worry about his head getting bounced off the turf again. That concerns me a little bit for him personally, but as it relates to what the Colts defense is going to do versus the Texans, Ron, I absolutely love it, man. Because again, if they're just going to rush four, and we've got a good plan in terms of protecting, then it's going to take their front four, one of those guys, just kicking the hell out of one of our offensive linemen for 4 quarters. It's going to take Bobby Slowick not adjusting and giving that guy help, whoever it may be.
Yeah.
Like that conservative approach is depending on the opponent to ultimately lose the game, and I just don't think CJ's going to do that, man. I feel
now the CJ, good. Yeah, the CJ we've seen all year long. I feel good about that. Like I said this earlier. Usually you don't want young quarterbacks. You don't like young quarterbacks who have to hold the ball and have to look and are forced to read and make reads and sit. I think CJ usually excels at that, and as you said, is not afraid to take. All right, I'll take this. I'll take this. I'll take that. It's just we'll see what happens, how the game goes. In a big game, some we've seen the greatest feel like they've got to make plays.
Omaha Blue. I don't know if you guys are following this college football transfer portal news, but they got a big fish done hit the portal this morning, man. Quinshon Judkins. We're talking about the running back. Running back out of Ole Miss. We're talking about a first-team All-SEC running back.
Yep.
A team that had 11 wins, is a top 10 team that just killed it in the portal. From a talent standpoint, you can argue with what their current standing, their season this year, and what Lane Kiffin just did in the portal. You can argue that this is Ole Miss can have like legitimate national championship expectations next year. I don't think they're going to do it, but if I was an Ole Miss fan, I would go, okay, if we're ever going to make that run, this is the year. I mean, they got the number one linebacker, the number one defensive lineman. I mean, they got their quarterback, who I'm not a big fan of, but he does produce. He's coming back. He announced he's coming back next year.
12-team playoff.
Yeah, 12-team playoff. I mean, it's you can argue, hey, man, this is a hell of a time to be at Ole Miss. And they're really their best player on offense. Their whole offense was built around this guy. He said today, I'm going to go ahead and jump in this portal, y'all. The crazy thing to me is I can't help but look at it as Ole Miss went out there and paid a bunch of dudes in that transfer portal to come on in and play for them. And Quinshon Judkins said, well, wait a minute. You're going to pay these cats more than you're paying me, and I just was an all-SEC player for you? I got to get some bread. And if clearly they didn't pony up, and he jumps into the portal. The business is getting big in that portal. Not just recruiting, in that portal as well, man.
Yeah, it's free agency, baby. It is wild to me, the guys that are bouncing, that are leaving. Like, he's one. We've seen quarterbacks that are leaving that are – Oklahoma lost their quarterback to Oregon. Like, it is wild to see how many
the crazy thing, Ron, for me with the transfer portal is you got guys like Arkansas, for instance. We lost a linebacker that was our leading tackler, and he went to Wisconsin. I mean, you're not. I can understand where. Like, we also lost a linebacker to Ole Miss. I mean, you're going to a top 10 football team. You're going to the best team in the West, not named Alabama. Ultimately, maybe LSU, maybe.
Yeah, Syracuse's quarterback, Ohio State's quarterback. Let's go to Syracuse.
Like, what are these guys doing? I mean, I can understand the ETN kid from Florida bouncing and going to Georgia. Hey, you're going with a better supporting cast. You got a chance to win a national title. The lateral moves to the step down move. It blows my mind. I'm going to be interested to see where this Judkins kid goes, because you got to think it's going to be one of them big boys that is currently in the national championship.
But you don't know.
Right.
You don't know. It could be. I wouldn't be surprised if it was somebody that is viewed below Ole Miss. If they, as you said, if the money is right. Now I don't think he's going to go to Fordham. But I mean, if the
see if
sorry
Prime,
about the Rams.
If Prime can get
but
him
if the money was right at Colorado,
yeah.
Yeah, I can see him going there.
Love that money.
That'd be a hard move for me, though, man. That'd be a hard. If that were my running back, it'd be like if you're gonna go to Georgia, cool. You even like Oregon, Washington, and Ohio State, and Michigan. You go to them, cool. I get it.
I bet Lane didn't think he had to worry about him.
Come on, man. If he didn't, boy, he damn sure should have.
Yeah.
That transfer, that damn transfer portal is big business now.
No, it is. It is real big business. All right, as we continue here, Thirsty Thursday, the final one of the year. We appreciate you all who have come out, and if you're on the way, come on through. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. TVs all over the place to watch everything you need tonight and to hang out, have good cold beer. Thanks to our good friends with Bud Light who have helped us every step of the way during these Thursdays here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come out, get you some wings. They got the special on the boneless wings. So go on out, order you some wings, get you some good food, and your chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. Coming up, the Texans have taken in their fair share of hardware this year with some of the great play by some of their young players. They got some more yesterday. This may be the first time I'm not sure I agree with it. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live. Here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land off Highway 6, the drive will continue coming up next.
the ability to run the ball on 1st and 10.
Subscribe to Hootopia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here in Sugar Land. It's starting to pick up in here, man. You ain't lying, boy. They don't budge on this lighting atmosphere, don't they? Mm-hmm. They keep it right down here, baby. Starting to pick up. So make your way on down here.
I got to figure out I got to get with some of the decision makers and figure out what.
Whose call is it? Yeah.
I mean, I know they notice. I mean,
absolutely.
It's so low and so dim that it's like that was done strategically. Yeah.
Yeah,
they're trying to get you off in Buffalo Wild Wings.
They're playing some ballads or something around here. They're playing some R&B joints.
They're playing some good country music a little earlier tonight. They get off in here about 10 p.m. or about 9 p.m. start playing a little R&B. I'd get in trouble over in that corner.
I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't be surprised if a pole just slid up somewhere and somebody just slid down it. That wouldn't shock me.
Well,
with the lighting that's set up in here. I would be surprised if some coming to the stage.
I tell you what, if Buffalo Wild Wings drops a pole out of that ceiling, we're gonna have a packed house, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna be here every Thursday. Hey, it's basketball season. Yep, Thirsty Thursdays every. We'll go to the same one. All right, as we get you ready for this big game, I said this, and another one I didn't think it was an argument, but I said this is C.J. Stroud's biggest game of his life, and I got hit with no, it's not. See, the college football playoff or games against Michigan were bigger. Listen, I'm not going to say they weren't big games, but for me, in my opinion, the NFL to get into the playoffs. Someone texted and said, I would argue the college football game is bigger game than the game to get in front of a larger crowd. Listen, I mean, they're both played at football stadiums, at NFL football stadiums. I believe he was in the Superdome, and he'll be in a packed Lucas Oil Dome against the Colts. Right? To me, the NFL and college, I love college football. I really do. I don't think they're on the same level in terms of you're playing against the best in the world all the way around. I'm not saying Michigan wasn't a big game or Georgia, but this right here with a franchise which is on your back to get to the playoffs against a division rival in the NFL, the best of the best, I think this, for me, I think this is the biggest game of his life.
Yeah, it's hard to separate. I think the hype around the Michigan-Ohio State game and the hype around the college football playoffs is in the lead up to it, what he had to deal with, and the exposure is probably tenfold what he's going to deal with this particular game. But to your point, I think if you put yourself in C.J. Stroud's position, you're the big dog in those games, man. You're surrounded by dudes that are better than the opponent. You're expected to be there. You've got a lot of help. You're used to it. To me, the way I view this game is they've exceeded expectations. C.J. Stroud is a rookie that's carrying this team that's brought so much hope to a city that has just been absolutely, torn down from a football perspective with what's gone on with the Texans before. And now it's a game for really all the marbles. Getting to the playoffs this year for the Texans would be absolutely huge. So, I think if you eliminate just the hype that's around the Michigan-Ohio State game, the buildup of a college football playoff game, I agree with you.
Yeah, he's Saturday night Joe Buck.
The internal.
Troy Aikman, Saturday night standalone.
Well, the internal, hey, I'm C.J. Stroud. I got pressure on me to go out there and play. I think the pressure is probably greater in this ball game to get this franchise at the pinnacle of your profession to get them to the playoffs.
You're playing against grown-ass men, not somebody who had biology earlier in the week.
Well, it's just easier. Like, in that instance, I think C.J. Stroud walked in peacocking with his chest out like, I got this, don't worry about it. Whether they won or not is irrelevant. But you walk in and you're like, yeah, I'm that dude. This is one where he's trying to arrive, just like the Texans are trying to arrive. And I think it would mean more to his career.
Yes, it's another level. It's a complete different level.
I think I agree with you. I think I agree with your point.
Yeah, somebody playing the Final Four is not bigger than playing in the first round of the playoffs. I'm sorry, it's just we're at a different level. And you talk about early start to a legacy, right here.
Yeah,
this team that's that will be big time. All right, Clint, the Texans, they did get one Pro Bowler in Laramie Tunsil. He made it to his fourth Pro Bowl. And if you missed it, he was on Within the Loop. He was on today Within the Loop, and he was talking about, hell, I'm trying to get to all pro, which, hey, there you go. I felt like he deserved that last year. I thought he was really, really good at all pro, or really, really good last year, and had a chance to be an all pro last year. I got to be honest with you, Clint. When I saw Laramie Tunsil pop up as a Pro Bowler, that one caught me off guard. I did not watch, and I'll be fair to say I watch a lot of NFL, but I mean Laramie Tunsil is obviously the guy that we cover and we watch him closely. So I'm not going to sit here and say I've watched every team in the AFC a ton, but I've watched him, Clint. We've had conversations. There is no way to me I would have said, now that guy, he's one of the three best tackles in the AFC. It just does not seem like he's had that type of year.
Yeah,
right.
Look, I think if you drafted tackles, if you had a tackle draft, he would go top 2, top 3,
yes,
without a doubt. But as it pertains to this year,
yes,
like I did not think that Laramie Tunsil was having a Pro Bowl year. I mean, you're talking about to me, we're talking about a team that has struggled running the football 14 to 17 games. I mean, and I'm talking about to the tune of like, damn, we can't run it at all. You're talking about a guy that in one of the 2 or 3 most important games that have been played this year, the Jacksonville Jaguars at home, Josh Allen chose to go against Laramie Tunsil and generated 42 pressures on the quarterback. Not really, but a ton of them on the quarterback. I didn't think Laramie Tunsil was having a Pro Bowl year. But as we know, the Pro Bowl stuff is that there's a popularity contest aspect to every Pro Bowl every single year as well.
Yeah,
and he's got a deservedly so. He's got a reputation of being one of the best tackles in the game of football, which I believe he really is. If you're just talking tackle play and what somebody's capable of doing, but this year I'm with you. I'm surprised he's on it as well.
Yeah, I was. Like, that's the last person on the position group I thought would make it into the Pro Bowl. Like, when I think about the Texans' offensive line this year, it's hard to say, boy, any of them made. And listen, he's not the only one on the list where I'm thinking, well, I don't think Patrick Mahomes should have made it. I don't think I have not watched Patrick Mahomes and thought he's had one of the 3 best seasons of AFC quarterbacks. I would have voted.
It's been bad.
I would have voted Josh Allen ahead of him. All right, hell, if CJ didn't miss those 2 games and continued to play it, well, not play like he played against the Jets for 2, but continue to play like he played throughout the season, hell, I think he was more deserving of getting there before Mahomes. There are others, but I was just really surprised because this is what I'm thinking to myself. If he is legit making it, then the tackle play has been down this season. What I would look at it to think is the tackle play has been down because there have been too many games, Clint, where I'm like, the other side of the line, the other tackle is playing comparable to the left tackle in George Fant at times, right? And so that's it. Congratulations to him. And I also want to say, it's not just there are reasons. I think he was dealing with a real injury. I think he has been dealing with a real knee injury throughout. He missed 2 games for it. I think that had a lot to do with it. There were times where we looked at and we're just like, he's just not moving the way that he normally moves. And I think that played a role into it. So I'm not saying that he just sucks or anything like that, or he has sucked this year. I think there's something to go along with it. But boy, I just didn't see, well, that guy's been one of the top 3 tackles in the game. So interesting there, but he does get to the Pro Bowl. They did get 6 alternates. Hopefully guys like CJ and the gang may get opportunities to go in if they don't obviously make a Super Bowl run. So that is the latest. All right, coming up, your chance here in the next 30 minutes to win a $25 Visa gift card. We'll be hooking someone up with our final gift card. So if you have not signed up and put your name there in the raffle box, that will be coming up in the next 30 minutes or so. All right, D'Amico has said one thing all week long. One thing all week long. Is it just talk or is it real? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
appliances with helpful features like customized organization and save time with laundry appliances that have faster wash and dry cycles. Shop now and get up to $450 off select appliances at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid January 4 through 24. Gas ranges and dryers extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, and we're having a good time out here, man. It's so good to talk to folks in between the breaks and get to hang out with some of our very loyal listeners, and we appreciate some of you. Give yourselves a hand. Some of y'all travel along with us, roll with us out here, and come from spot to spot, and we certainly do appreciate that on these Thirsty Thursdays. Clint, you about to –
I just want to know why Matt didn't give us a little clap right there. And everybody.
Matt is, and his response is, "I'm with y'all.
Together, Matt.
I'm with y'all every week." Like that. That's not deserving to add a clap to it. No, it's been a great time out here, and we're having a really good time out here. Clint, one thing we've heard D'Amico talk about, and not just D'Amico, Clint, but we've heard C.J. Stroud talk about it. We've heard Bobby Slowick talk about it, is the difference from when they played the Colts in week 2, the second week of the season, coming off the game against Baltimore, to where they are now. Here is D'Amico even deeper on where he sees his team today as opposed to the first time they played against the Colts.
Yeah, we're a completely different team now from our first meeting. You put the tape on, and it's like, wow. I'm encouraged by how much better we've gotten. You kind of know like who we are now. I think early in the year, every team in the league. You're trying to figure out who you are, figure out your identity, right? How are you going to play? So I think now, we know who we are, our brand of football, how we have to play, how we have to win games. That you figure that out throughout the year. You figure it out through a lot of growing pains, a lot of tough moments, but you figure it out. And we're in a good spot now.
This is interesting because these two teams, Clint, are really in the same boat, right? They were two rookie coaches drafting quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks from the jump down. They've gotten to the 9-7 mark in different ways. They lost their quarterback who played in that first game, but they've had to have some growth through their team. They've had some players that played in that game that won't play in this one. They've had some players that didn't play in that game that are very important. Same with the Texans in the same route. So both teams are different from where they were. Do you think the Texans have an advantage here from the change in where they are from week 2 to where the Colts are from week 2? Both teams are different. Who do you think that's an advantage towards right now?
Well, I think that the team that's grown the most is the Texans, without a doubt. Right? I mean, because you've got a quarterback that you can put the game on his shoulders and he can go win it on any given Sunday. And so I think they've grown the most. I think I would say that, the Texans – but you can say this about the Colts too. I think that the big picture, when D'Amico Ryans says what he said, I stop when he says identity, because I think – they knew what they wanted to be as Texans football, but they didn't know what they were really gonna be. I think D'Amico had a much better idea, and I think D'Amico's development has been more about finding out what personnel are going to do exactly what he wants them to do, and then he was going to let them loose, and now I think he's done that. For me, though, I think the big change from an identity standpoint has come on the offensive side. You could argue that at halftime of the Indianapolis game, after getting down 14-zip, is when Bobby Slowick said, "Hey, I'm gonna let C.J. Stroud cook."
Yeah,
that's who we're gonna be. We're not gonna try to be this two-headed monster of running the football, and we're gonna be a ground and pound and be more physical and dominate the line of scrimmage. No, we're gonna put this thing in C.J. Stroud's hands. We're gonna let him cook, and we're gonna go win some games. And our identity is gonna start with C.J. Stroud. And I think that's the biggest difference between week 2 and today. Now, there was obviously the Texans were banged up, but the Colts were too. The Texans are much healthier. But the biggest difference is C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick. They figured each other out rather quickly, and they have a strong identity.
Yeah, and I think that's the part, right? If Anthony Richardson was 16 games in and they were here, you would feel the growth and Steichen together, growing together. That may be a different thing. I think it's advantage Texans right now. It doesn't mean they're going to win, but C.J. Stroud, their young players are vastly, vastly different from there before, and they're important. C.J., now Tank Dell is not there. That's a big loss. But C.J., Nico, Will Anderson, those guys are in a completely different space of growth from where they are. And I think there's two things that really stick out outside also. When you just kind of look at that game, they rushed for 40-something yards with their running backs. Now, listen, their run game, we talked about it yesterday, is not great at all. But they are different from now they've embraced Devin Singletary. They're different from now embracing that part, and now they run the ball more effectively than they did in that game. And they couldn't get any pressure on Gardner Minshew or Anthony Richardson. I mean, they had to knock him out, at the goal line to get him out of the game. They had no sacks in that game. They've got 21 sacks in their last 5 games. Like that, the run game, and these could be differences. The run game, I think, is a lot different, and I think their pass rush, their front seven, now him getting blitzing and getting pressures, the way he runs that, I think those are major, major differences that are going to be very different for the Colts when they watch.
We'd save a lot of time and a lot of energy if we just picked out, try to find the similarities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The similarities of there's a couple of guys that were started in that game that are starting in this game. Coaches are the same. Coaches are up for Coach of the Year kind of deal. Reality of the whole situation is for both teams, because you better believe that Gardner Minshew and Shane Steichen didn't know each other real well in terms of what they – even though they spent some time in Philly together, they didn't know exactly what it was going to look like in Indy. And as the season's gone along, they've put it together as well. They're running the RPO stuff. Their quick game and RPO game is second to none in the league. And so they've developed as well. You're talking about week 2 versus week 18. There shouldn't be any similarities.
No, it should be.
If there are, your ass ain't developing and maturing guys at all.
A big one, though, is Jonathan Taylor. He didn't play the first game, and now we heard Tyler touting the history of Gardner Minshew versus the Texans.
0-3 as a starter, baby.
He wasn't touting Jonathan Taylor.
No, he didn't do that with Jonathan
4-0 or 5-0 as a starter, baby.
He checked down on Jonathan Taylor. Now, he didn't play the first game. And listen, Jonathan Taylor hasn't had like a Jonathan Taylor type season throughout. I mean, he's had injuries and he's been out some. But that's a major difference that the Texans have got to deal with that they didn't have to deal with the first time. And to be honest, Zach Moss actually ran the ball pretty effectively the first game, especially with Richardson. And then even when Richardson got hurt, he still had some big runs in there. So Jonathan Taylor that's probably from the Texans. That may be the biggest difference that they're dealing with.
I think the one thing that sticks out from that Colts game that is different, is going to be different without a doubt, is the Colts aren't going to jump out to a 14-0 lead as quickly as they did last time. And that game sticks out to me because I remember, regardless of how it happened or why it happened, Anthony Richardson had 2 touchdowns. Two touchdown runs of some good distance where he was untouched. And then Zach Moss turns around and he runs one in, and he was untouched from a good distance out. I just don't believe this defense that DeMeco Ryans has in Week 18 is going to let anybody run the football untouched the way that group did Week 2. That's going to be a huge difference.
Multiple times.
Yes. Multiple times in the first half.
Yeah. All right. Hang in here. Hang out with us here is coming up in, I would say, about 15, 20 minutes, your chance to win our final gift card prize.
You going to give away a little more?
We'll give away a little bit more. I got $25 for folks. I'm going to tell you, this has been testing my patience today. I've almost caved in on drinks. This
on,
this one today has.
I'll help you stay strong,
has tested me. I have almost caved in.
That old Henny hustle they got around here is pretty good.
I was going to try to be a little safer. I had. We had a couple of listeners come up and come on, man. Let me
be strong, man.
On the tip of my tongue.
You'll be proud of yourself.
On the tip of my tongue, I almost said,
F it.
Vodka Red Bull right now. Bang it out. Bang it out. Vodka Red Bull right now. Bang it out. I almost did.
Don't do it, man.
Stay
strong.
I'm
drunk, I guess.
I may have to tone up. The food's not getting me. Although I really wouldn't mind ordering some of them wings right now with that.
Are wings bad for you?
That Chipotle. What I want to do with it. I want to get that Chipotle rub and dunk it in ranch is what I want to do.
Well, if you're wondering how it is, just ask me.
Yeah, I stepped behind here when I saw you go there chowing them bad boys down.
I'll eat a salad here in a minute for you.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. The pulled chicken, chicken.
All joking aside, that pulled chicken salad.
No, it is. But I'm telling you that the queso here, that triple, that used to be my go-to.
This conversation ain't helping you. Is it?
My go-to right now.
I want to give that sausage a whirl.
Shut up, Tyler. Hate your guts. All right. Someone here on the text line coming in. Clint, I agree with you, but my concern is the absence of the offensive speed without Tank and potentially Noah Brown. And we'll get to that more. Yeah, the speed is something, but at least they've been dealing with not having Tank for a little bit. Like I think they've dealt with that a little bit. It's not like it's 100% going to help, right? Like you would feel better. He played well in that game. We're talking about differences. He still had 74 yards and a touch in that game, but at least it's not coming right off the Jet. Like the Jets game, that was the first time they were without him. They played several games without him, and I think they've adjusted how they can play. But I'm with you on that. That is Ocho, the Tank missing and the Noah Brown missing the speed as a reliable second receiver. That is something to be concerned about. It is. All right, coming up as we continue here live here in Sugarland off Highway 6. We're hanging out Thirsty Thursday. Come on out, have a good time with us. Like I said, your time is limited. Your chance to win a $25 gift card. My man right here signing up right now, baby. He's ready to go. He came in chipper and happy as hell.
Yeah, let me go and sign up right here.
Let me go and sign and get that 2.5 for you. Come on out, hang out with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Hanging out, get you some wings, get you some food. Our great fans at Bud Light have been big time with you. All right, we'll give you the latest. We just talked about Noah Brown. We'll give you the latest on guys that are out. An important piece. The Texans are going to have to play this game without. We'll give you the latest on the injury report. And a playoff team has made a move to add a late former Pro Bowl running back. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, you've heard me talk about it. You've heard me talk about it over the last few years, and that is total weight loss. 122 pounds is what I lost. And I'm telling you, my favorite part and the thing that I love to tell people who ask me about it is there were no tricks to it, man. And many times it's like, all right, what's the quick fix? Listen, the pounds really fell off, but there was no quick.
Home Depot app, doing doesn't miss a beat. It'll find what you need in a snap, and it'll show you how to find it in store with a tap. Or get it delivered free. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
Daniel. Hey, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty the Elf and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings for our final Thirsty Thursday. Let me hear the people. People are out here. There you go. It's been a good time out here, baby. Yeah, come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And remember, coming up, you got at about 15 minutes, the end of this segment, as soon as this segment ends, we will give away our final $25 Visa gift card. If you have not signed up, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in that raffle box.
He don't need it.
You have it. No, he don't need it, apparently. There's a few other things my man needs for that damn Visa gift card. But If you're on your way coming in, you can sign up before this segment ends, because as soon as this segment ends, we will hook up our next winner here. But we're here, Sugar Land, Buffalo Wild Wings. Much thanks to our good friends here at Buffalo Wild Wings and our friends at Bud Light for helping take care of us here as we will continue to have a good time here. All right, the big news here of the day right now, Clint, is the Texans injury report is out. The official injury report is out, and they have already listed 2 players as out of this game. And I think they are 2 important players. One extremely important, the other important but could be bigger, and those are Jonathan Grenard, this team's Pro Bowl alternate. I believe with his 12.5 sacks, how he's played against the run, how he has been all year, I think has been this overall team's best defensive player. He is going to be out for the second straight game on Thursday. They've already declared him out. And then Noah Brown with the back issue, he is out for this game as well. Robert Woods, Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, and then Laramie Tunsil are all listed as questionable, but out is Jonathan Grenard and Noah Brown. Clint, they're both really important. Let's start with the headliner here, and that is, as I said, your best defensive player. You're going to have to win a win-or-go-home game without Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, not surprised at all with this one based off of watching him get hurt 2 weeks ago.
You weren't. I was holding out.
Well,
man.
I mean, look, he gets hurt 2 weeks ago. He comes over. He goes in the tent. They take his helmet from him. He tries to walk normal, which is a real bow-legged walk anyway, halfway down the field. And then all of a sudden he goes to that bow-legged limp, and you're like, oh, no, JG that ain't good. That ain't good.
Yeah, he tried to jog on
like
that,
if it were just a sprained ankle or something, and he's out there walking and jogging a little bit, they put him back in the game, right? The fact that he comes out of there and they're like, no, they take his helmet from him, and it's an ankle or a knee, that concerned me big time. So I'm not surprised that he's not able to go. I'm not real sure what the hell happened to Noah Brown, to be honest with you. I know he's been banged up. But with both of these guys, for me, Ron, it's I guess it's the best bad news that I feel like we could receive based on what that injury report looked like yesterday. Really? I say this. I think the Texans are going to be fine versus the Colts with the good news that we received, which is Will Anderson being back, which is Malik Collins being back, Sheldon Rankins being back.
They all practiced today.
I mean, all of those guys being back as it pertains to trying to stop what Indianapolis is going to throw at you. I think you got enough guys. You got plenty of depth. You got enough game changers. You got guys that can get the job done, and you're going to be all right up front for the versus the Indianapolis Colts. Now, if you're playing somebody that's going to throw that thing 40 times and the quarterback's going to hold the football, then Jonathan Grenard all of a sudden plays a bigger role in that game. I'm not overly concerned with JG not being available in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess by my nature, I am. I hear what you're saying because one, I feel a lot better seeing Will Anderson last week look more healthier than maybe you didn't know what you're going to get from him in terms of a high ankle sprain. He missed some time. He looked pretty good in spurts, but he still can't be 100%, right? Yeah. He's still not 100% with that ankle, but he did look like he could play and be effective in the game. So that looks good, and they've given him rest. It's just when I say it out loud, man, you got a win or go home game. You've had an up and down defense at times, right? We can look at it from game to game. They played well against the Broncos. Then defensively, what the hell happened to the Jets in the second half? And then they go and dominate the Titans, and then they couldn't do a damn thing at all against Joe Flacco and the Browns. So it's kind of been up and down a bit defensively. And when you say it out loud, I'm going to take your best defensive player off the field when Jimmy Ward is already gone as well. That is a bit concerning.
Well, don't get me wrong. I would rather play with him. I mean, I would rather have all of my guys available. But It's just, and if I had to pick a guy, Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins inside, either one of those guys, or, Jonathan Grenard on the edge, in this game, I'd pick one of them interior guys. And I believe
I'd pick JG over either one of them.
I wouldn't versus this game right here. This is one where I feel like Will Anderson, Derek Barnett, and Jerry Hughes can carry that. They can tote the load at defensive end, and without your key guys inside and without the necessary depth, you could have problems interior wise against the Colts. So I don't think it's. I'd rather play the game with him, obviously, but for me, I'm just not overly concerned with him or Noah Brown, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, the Noah Brown one obviously is less concerning, although we've seen Noah Brown have big games this year, not just with C.J. Stroud. The Titans game, he was big as the top receiver in that game without Nico Collins. The only route, though, to me that Noah Brown becomes important or concerning is if they're without Robert Woods. If Robert Woods, who is right now listed as questionable but has not practiced all week long with a hip issue, so I don't think just because he's listed as questionable, he's out of the woods to play. Yeah. He hasn't played. I'm fine if Noah Brown, I think they're fine if Noah Brown is out, but Robert Woods is available, and Nico Collins is available, and Brevin Jordan is available. But if they have to depend on guys, Clint, like John Mechie to play a big role and have to depend on guys like Xavier Hutchinson, who is, in particular, those two haven't really shown to be ready for this moment, then I think if Noah Brown and Robert Woods together, now that becomes concerning for the Texans.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, man, because now all of a sudden you're dependent on a couple of guys that have just not shown the ability to create any level of separation regardless of what route they're running. And so now in my opinion, you start relying on Steven Sims and guys well down the depth chart, and that's never a good thing. Even though I do like Sims in terms of some of the packages that you could roll out with him that'd be complementary to Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan. You could do some things there, but I'd still rather be healthier than to have to go that route.
Yeah, so that is the latest. Also, you did say, as we said, the positive news, it does feel like those other guys that practiced today, Will Anderson Jr., Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, and Tunsil has practiced the last 2 days. They're all listed as questionable, but those feel like guys that'll play. I think Robert Woods is the only one that we're potentially looking at that could be in trouble of not playing the game.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we saw yesterday, and I know this week you had been throwing it out. Should the Texans take a look at this? And that was when former Pro Bowl running back Dalvin Cook and the Jets parted ways this week, and the thought was if he clears through waivers, now he could be a free agent and go with anybody. Well, he cleared through waivers, and, it must have been about 5-10 minutes after he cleared through waivers that he had a deal with a playoff and Super Bowl contender in Clint. He is going with the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens, who are the Super Bowl favorites, potentially with them and the Niners are the Super Bowl favorites right now, the hottest team in the league right now. They come off of just absolutely punishing the Dolphins, putting 56 on them after they beat down the Niners on the road. They add him, Dalvin Cook. You wanted him with the Texans, and how do you like this move for the Ravens?
I love
Dalvin
it.
Cook?
I love it. They've lost. Have they lost? I know they've lost 2 backs. Have they lost 3? I know they lost J.K. Dobbins and then the little cat that jumped on the scene, Mitchell.
Yeah, Keith Mitchell now. And now they've been rolling with Gus Bradley and Justice Hill has had a
that's not a bad combo there either. But, I love this for Dalvin Cook. I love it for the Baltimore Ravens. It makes a lot of sense. I am curious to see what the deal looks like. Did he legitimately sign a deal that just makes him a member of the team for the playoffs and then he's a free agent, or is this a longer term deal? What does that look like? would imagine it's just this year.
Probably a rental with those two guys they have now. J.K. Dobbins, we'll see what they do, but Mitchell, but Mitchell, they probably think that's a guy in the future.
Yeah,
right. So one game,
but
and I think
this is going to make for. Not that Baltimore Ravens needed any more appeal relative to being fun to watch and the entertainment value, but this takes it up a notch for sure.
Well, I think it's really perfect for them. They essentially going to have 2 or 3 weeks to get him ready. Right, this week is they can work on things as soon as he gets there. Then they have the bye week, and then they have the week of practice leading to whoever they play in the divisional round. So roughly 2.5, 3 weeks, that should be enough for a veteran running back to get everything that he needs to know. Are you kind of disappointed the Texans didn't make a play for?
No, I would be disappointed if we heard that they weren't even remotely interested. Like I think that's somebody that, man, because clearly they're going to have to upgrade. They've got money to do it. I mean, if that guy became available and you had an opportunity to bring him in, I think it's at least a stone you got to flip. But I'm good. I'm good with them. Obviously, not ending up with him.
Yeah. So we'll see. The Ravens get stronger in the backfield.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. There were 2 really big games to kick off this weekend: the Texans and the Colts, which got prime time on Saturday night, and then the first game that was decided was the Bills and the Dolphins, and that game's going to be for the AFC East and the 2 seed, basically, in that, and then the loser will be in the 6-7 range. I guess there's a shot that Buffalo could still miss, but the loser will be in the 6-7 range. And the Dolphins are dealing with injuries. They've got Raheem Mostert, Jalen Waddle, Xavier Howard. They didn't practice. They may not go in this game coming up. Buffalo, Miami. Do you feel like those are legit scary teams? Do you feel like those are teams, like you think those 2 teams could get Baltimore?
Yeah.
Even though what Baltimore just did to Miami.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look, both of those teams for me, man, they can outscore anybody in the league. And they can make you pay with any mistake you make. I think the Dolphins are real. I know they've only beaten one team above 500 and the Cowboys, but I do believe that they're for really scare the hell out of me. And the Bills, they appear to have somewhat righted the ship. And man,
they're in a streak. Yeah.
When you got Josh Allen and the play caller is using him the right way, and he's committed to that style of play, which is including his legs in their offense, that's scary as hell. Even if he's still making some poor decisions to aggressive the football, you minimize some of that by keeping it on the ground with his legs. Man, both of those teams right there. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if they didn't make a run at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Buffalo much more to me than Miami.
I'm not convinced on Miami.
Well, they've just done it repeatedly. Like their offense just against the better teams, they have we can watch them just put it on teams.
Yeah.
But then you start looking, all right, when they play. The Ravens. And there's an excuse for not having, Waddle and Raheem Mostert, but they still didn't score like we've seen them. The Chiefs, they only put up 14 points, right? They struggled against the Bills the first time they played them. They lost like 44-20 in that game. Even the Dallas game, which they won, it was still close. It is wild to me the ebbs and flows of how much their offense goes, and then they lost Bradley Chubb late in that game, which is a really big injury for them. The Bills are the one because to me Josh is he's crazy enough to lose, but he is crazy enough to win the game and can be the best guy on the field.
Yeah, I'm with you. If I had to between the two, who scares me more, I would say Buffalo. I mean, you got the ability, again with Josh Allen and his legs, man. It's just a different dynamic offensively. They've got the ability to. I mean, it makes their red zone offense significantly better. It makes their third down offense significantly better. It makes their ability when they have if they do get a lead and need a 4-minute offense where they're trying to chew up the clock, they're significantly better. He's so big, you can load the line of scrimmage, and there's a Cam Newton effect there to where he still can fall forward and get a couple of yards. It's just, man, if it's dialed up right, man, they got a lot of good going on the offensive side of the football. And so if I had to pick one, I would pick Buffalo in terms of being the scarier team. But man, both of those teams, I could see them making a run.
Yeah, they get home field advantage. Their home field advantages are there for you. All right, we're going to do this coming up as soon as we go off the air. Our final winner for a $25 Visa gift card is on the way. We'll hook somebody up with a $25 Visa gift card. You got a couple of minutes a couple of seconds to get your name in our raffle. We'll hook somebody up coming up with that. I got a question about C.J. Stroud coming up, and I wonder, is this something that should be of a concern for the Texans in the biggest game of his life and the biggest game of their season? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to our good people here at Buffalo Wild Wings and our good friends at Bud Light who have taken care of us throughout the year. This is our final Thirsty Thursday. Congratulations to our latest winner, Sean, who wins our final $25 Visa gift card. Him and, I'm telling you, old Golden State Mike, boy, he's feeling himself right there, baby. He was our other winner, and he is passionate, baby. You got to love it, baby. It's a party out here being had. So come on out, man. We'll be here till 6, and hell, you can stay. You can stay. The bartender has been fantastic all day. She's been taking care of us, and they'll take care of you. And come on out and have a good time. And just because we'll be here until 6 don't mean you don't have to come on out. Party's still going, TV's everywhere. The food, the beer, and the drinks are out here for you. So come on out and have a good time. But we've had a great time all year long, and we really appreciate everybody who's come out and hang out. Oh, he was no. Hey, damn it, Mike, I'll make up the nicknames. All right, it's Golden State Mike. All right, California Mike. Damn it, you sit there and you accept it. All right. You don't come in here now. I gave you $25 already.
Peaches Hughley.
Hey, man, what are you doing, dog?
You ain't the only one. You ain't the only one making nicknames, sir.
No, I do make nicknames, and that is not a nickname. That is something you have forced upon me. All right, let me throw this out because I've listened to Dan Orlovsky, and he talked about this team in the Indianapolis Colts. They're going to really try to make it difficult by playing what they play. And they play it well. Gus Bradley has been the coordinator there. They play it well. This is what Dan had to say about what the Texans will be facing coming up on Sunday or Saturday.
Easy and hard as a quarterback when you're playing against a team with a ton of zone. So, one, you're going to get completions. Mm-hmm. But those completions more often than not aren't going to be chunks.
Right.
Unless you use play-action pass. CJ's going to have these short completions. Why do defenses play zone? They're going to give you completions because, one, they think at some point you're going to hold it too long and a sack is going to happen. Or two, you'll have an offensive penalty that's going to set you back. Right. Or three, you'll force the ball. You'll lack patience. So two things are going to be needed. Number one, they're going to have to hit some of those play actions that I just showed. Two, they don't care about yardage, zone defenses. They think at some point you're going to get into the red zone. I don't care if you kick 6 field goals, score 6 times. They want you to be down in the red zone, a lesser player. CJ holds the ball in the red zone more than any quarterback in the NFL.
Wow.
He's going to have to because he's going to have to make some plays that equal touchdowns and not just take completions just to get field goal.
All right, that's Dan Orlovsky talking about they're going to play a lot of zone and what they're going to try to do and what people do in zone. Hell, you've had to play against it yourself in your time in college and in the NFL.
Cost me my job in New York.
Is that what the Giants did in that second half?
4 picks in the second half.
Damn it! Damn, he tried to get greedy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Felt good. Felt good in that first.
Learned 4 lessons.
Four good ones. 4 good ones.
Hard.
Are you me?
They were expensive, Ron.
Expensive. Damn it! If you'd have just thrown one, you might have got one. But I look at this, and all year long, Clint, what we've seen from C.J. Stroud is calm, collected, doesn't try to play outside of himself. We've rarely seen it, okay? I think the Cardinals game, we saw him try to fit things in, and it caused him to throw a couple of picks. The Bengals game, late in that game, he tried to fit something in something that he shouldn't have tried to fit in. We've seen him try to do things, but for the most part, he has been calm, collected, and takes what they give him. I'm wondering for you, this is a big game, the biggest game of his life in the NFL to get this team and this franchise to the playoffs. You know he wants to make a play. That's one of the things that I love about CJ and what we've learned through the year is CJ wants to go out there and be great. You can tell CJ wants to make plays. CJ doesn't want to come out there and he wants to drive the bus to win the game. And when you're a young player who wants to drive the bus to win the game, I love the confidence, but at some point, I wonder, is there a concern of this cat in a big game like this is going to want to make plays, Clint, and is going to want to make plays, and can he remain patient in a game this big, especially if they ever fall behind in the game and he feels like he's got to do it? That is something that I could look at potentially going south that would be different than what we've seen consistently this year. Is that something at all you have any concern about with CJ coming into this game?
No, I don't think the Tiger's going to change his stripes, man. I don't. I think he's proven who he is and how he's going to play the game at this level. I would be shocked if all of a sudden he comes out and tries to be put it on my shoulders and forcing the football into coverage and trying to do too much. I would be shocked. They've done a very convincing job of proving who they are and what their offense looks like and kind of how they go about business. I want to speak to three things that Dan Orlovsky said in that audio right there, Ron. He said versus zone defense, which we know they're going to get a ton of zone defense, you got to have patience. I 100% no, Mike, you must have way too much to drink. The Texans ain't establishing no damn run in Week 18 against the Colts now. We ain't establishing nothing in Week 18. Patience, right? I am convinced that C.J. Stroud is a patient quarterback and is not going to force the football into 7-man, 8-man zone. I trust he's going to do. He's not your typical rookie quarterback that's going to do those things. No. I trust that right there. So if the patience is the key, he's got it. The second thing Dan Orlovsky said was you're going to have to throw play action game. You got to throw play action if you're going to take the shots. I don't know that the way they get there is play action. But I am a firm believer in C.J. Stroud's ability to throw the mid-range game into zone coverages. The chunk plays 15 to 30 yards down the field. I'm talking about air yards. The ball travels that far. C.J. is as good as anybody in the league at throwing those routes on time, accurate, and in a position where the receiver can run after catch. I don't know that their play action is going to be real effective because I don't think we're going to run the football real well against this team.
I was going to say play action.
But I do believe C.J. Stroud's ability to anticipate and throw in windows is going to accomplish the same thing for those chunk plays. And so I like the patience aspect. And when you talk about play action or mid-range pass game, either way you look at it, I love C.J.'s ability to do that. And then number 3, Ron, he said C.J. holds the ball more than anybody in the red zone. Yes, he does, and I trust him doing it. In the red zone, the field shrinks. They don't have a man beater where this quarterback, the Texans quarterback doesn't have the luxury to stand up and throw a fade or stand up and throw the slant versus man. Or like everything has to be schemed up by Bobby Slowick, or CJ has to hold the football and allow guys, extend the play, allow guys a little bit extra time to create that separation. And most importantly, when he does that, Ron, I absolutely trust him to make good decisions. And so I agree wholeheartedly with everything Dan said, both with what Indianapolis is going to throw at us and the way in which we got a counterpunch. And I trust and believe that C.J. Stroud isn't just good at those things. I believe he's great at those things.
Yeah, the only thing for me with that, because I agree with everything that you said, because, hell, that's what he's shown all year.
Mm-hmm.
Those things, what he's shown is, my just concern is the 22-year-old in a huge, huge game in which he wants to make plays, and depending on how the game goes, does he ever get to a space where he's like, I got to make these plays. I got to make plays. Because I've seen Peyton Manning do it. I've seen Peyton Manning come into these moments, and he's like, I can't keep dumping it down. I can't keep dumping it down. All right. I got to try to. So we've seen some of the greats, some of the best, and it doesn't get any more polished than Peyton Manning coming in early with that. And that is just My only concern is, does he get to a space where it's like, we're down in this game. I've got to make plays. Am I going to keep taking this underneath? Am I going
fair, valid? He's a young dude. You never know.
You ever run into that? Have you ever run into having to battle patience?
Oh yeah. I mean, the want to go out and make plays and the want to win so bad. When you're the quarterback, you touch the football every snap. It's easy. I mean, if 10% of the time you have that thought of like, I can do a little extra right here, you can get your ass in trouble. So hell yeah, it happens all the time, and it's possible that C.J. Stroud does it. I just don't. I've just seen enough to where I would be shocked if he did.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here, we had a listener say, if the Texans lose this game on Saturday, it'll take them minutes to get over it. Minutes to get over it. Is that where you are? Is that where you are in this game? Hey, it's house money with the Texans. If they win or they lose, I'm good. How long would it take you to get over it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
And they say no.
The Texans' first matchup against Indy did.
Greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today. Solid wood. Galley Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 in Sugar Land, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's white. That's white. That's right. Welcome back to The Drive.
I'm white.
Slid in there. That's welcome back into The Drive as we are live here. Our final Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We've gone all around the city, and Clint, I mean all around the city, and we have met many characters. And Golden State might be right at the top.
Nah, hey, look here.
He was Mike when he walked in here. Now he became Golden State Mike.
He's on his way to be Alcatraz Mike tonight if he ain't careful.
Oh, my God.
He's over here trying to steal my damn food. What's wrong with Mike? Mike done lost his damn mind.
You pissed him off when you told him he lost his fantasy football league. That meant a lot to Mike.
Hey, when somebody tells you, guess who was my fantasy league quarterback, and they say Anthony Richardson.
You said, guess who didn't win their fantasy football league?
Oh, no. We suck again.
Hey, when you walked away, I don't think it really did, but it didn't register. No, it low-key pissed him off. He said, damn, he talking ish now. No, man, it's been a good time, man. We always enjoy hanging out, meeting great people all around this city. Come on out. Again, man, it's Thursday. They have their wing deal where you can get boneless wings. 2-for-1s up in this piece, and the Bud Light, our friends at Bud Light are here. I see my guys here. They didn't got taken care of by the good people in Bud Light. Yeah, I see some koozies out here, see some drinks. So come on out and enjoy yourself out here as we've had a really, really, really good time here out here. Someone that came in about Clint, you got to get off of C.J. Stroud's nuts. I don't think. I mean, what Clint is saying is the truth. I mean,
God bless you too, C.J. Stroud. That's right. That is right. Look, I mean, call it what you want to call it. You want to call it nut hugging? You want to call it? You want to call it right? Call it what you want to call it. When I see, I
think it was Clint. I love you, brother, but you might as well grab C.J.'s junk.
I'll grab his football junk with both hands. It's the real deal. I'm just telling you. When I see
a description of the football jump.
Holy mother of God!
Meant the football conversation. Just like that. Bam, just like that. Hands wide open. Yeah. No, I mean the reality of it is I am very, very convinced in what C.J. Stroud has done this year and the way in which he has become one of the best quarterbacks in the league. It's just a very convincing brand of quarterback play. I just look in a day and age where, and I'm not knocking these guys. It's where we are in the quarterback arena and at the highest level of the game is the athletic guys win a lot of ball games. The Lamar Jacksons that are freaks, Josh Allen that can do his thing. Those guys. They win a lot of ball games. It's off script. It's off schedule. It's hard to rely on that stuff, but they're so damn good. They win a lot of games. We're living in a day and age where these guys, Pat Mahomes plays off script and off schedule and throws the ball no looks and sidearm and all this other jive, and those things are all great, but it's hard for me to buy into it year in, year out, because I know that in order to be consistent in this league, you got to process at a high level. You got to take what the defense gives you. You got to be calculated with your shots. The more you can play on schedule and on time, the better, the easier it is for the guys around you to play at a high level. The easier it is for your play caller to call something he can depend on and it be executed the way you work on it. And when I see a guy playing the game that way, it's very convincing in my opinion. It's convincing to have I'm convinced the staying power is real with C.J. Stroud. And I'm not saying it's Super Bowl caliber and oh my God, it's when you talk about elite quarterback play, I just believe in what I'm seeing from C.J. Stroud and the way in which he has garnered the attention and stacked the stats.
You should.
The way and again, I'm not minimizing Lamar Jackson. But a lot of what Lamar does is off schedule, off platform, even though he is significantly better and he's killing it this year. I'm just talking about Lamar's big picture. And it's snapped the football, and a lot of their winning in the past has been Lamar, your ass better make a play, right? Where CJ is playing within the system and playing the game. It's just convincing for me.
By the way, that's why it's been better for them. There's less of that with the Ravens this year. Lamar go out. They're playing much more.
But the crazy thing about that, Ron, is like we and I'm guilty of it. We all are. But it's like Pat. Like Pat plays a very risky brand of quarterback, but he's been so good at it. He's such a freak that we're all like, oh yeah, we're cool with it, right? I mean, Lamar played so much off script, off schedule that he put up that the offense put up stats like we've never seen. It's like, oh well, that's enough to win, and ultimately he's got to play within the system more in order to consistently threaten Super Bowls the way that the great ones have in the past, and great ones that have played it all different ways. And you see Lamar making that adjustment in his game. And so I don't know. What CJ's doing, man, is just unbelievably convincing.
Got a good firm grip on his football nuts is what we're seeing here.
Yep.
All right.
If that's what you want to call it, I'll squeeze away.
Okay.
Get the hell out of here.
Thanks, Linda. Coming up right after us, Texans All Access, the General John McClain, who you'll hear tomorrow on this show at 4 o'clock. He will join Vandy and John Harris tonight to preview this big game between the Texans and the Colts. But right now, fellas, we got to talk this one out. We got somebody in the Drive family that we got to talk this one out. I almost wish that young lady over here was able to hear. Someone just texted in. This is just what's texted in. Stupid NFL done flexed the game to Saturday night. Now I can't watch it because I have to go to a stupid birthday party dinner with my wife for someone I don't care about. Go Texans. Listen,
that's an easy fix.
We've got to figure something out here. I mean, there's got to be some sort of compromise or something. At the very least, a compromise. Like, I think he is within grounds of just sitting it out. Maybe that may not work. At least we're in a negotiation when this came out to sit this one out, the importance of this, or at least wherever this dinner party is taking place, we have to have a television.
Hold on, show. Well, I mean, I'm agreed with your point.
We've got to figure something out.
If you're going to a birthday party of your wife's friend that you don't like,
that you don't care about, I don't want to put words in their mouth. They said so, and I don't
care about, don't like. I feel like you should have already addressed your dislike for this person with your wife, and so when you say, "Hey, man, the Texans got flexed on Saturday night. I'm gonna sit this party out, man," she should understand.
That's the first. Is that the first and only move for you? Just sitting it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. My wife would know beforehand, like, hey, I really don't care for this person. Like, I have zero interest in. I'm only going to support you and to spend time with you.
The only problem is if it's all couples. If it's all couples, and now Lauren is going there by herself, is she the only one that don't have her?
No, I'm pretty sure my wife would be like, you're good. You're good. Because the odds are, if I don't like them, she don't like them really either. She's just playing along.
Text line in, tell brother to catch the runs. My wife's birthday is Saturday. She has booked dinner reservations with friends at 5 so I can make it home by the Texans game.
Now he's saying his wife. It's his wife. Now you may be in a pickle. Because I could see that.
She's done what she's already helped him out.
Yeah,
you owe her big time now, man.
I could see that dinner going a little long, and I could see you wanting to stay and have a drink and hang out. I could see that Uber taking 20 minutes instead of 5. I mean, I meant valet. I meant valet. I could see the valet taking 20 minutes instead of 5 to get to you.
And he's going to have to clip on Sports Radio 610 and listen to Vandermeer and Andre on a race home. Yes. Boy, he can run into Houston traffic. Oh, yeah. Which can pop up anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that going an hour and 15 over easy.
Oh, see, I love with it. The text line, tell that guy to grow some balls and tell his wife you're going to the party. Okay.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
If you haven't already let your wife know, if she doesn't already have a full
it's over now. You're going now.
Yeah, you're going.
You're in now.
If it's just you belling.
It's Thursday. Yeah,
you got to go.
Yeah, I mean, You know that from a person like that, man, you got a different relationship. There ain't no, especially for me, and I'm not even thinking about that because I'm not an a-hole. I mean, I'm an a-hole, but not in that circumstance. All right, like you got to come a certain way. This ain't just a, hey, you know, I know you had this plan and you planned for me to go with you to this dinner party, but listen here, this is what Daddy's doing. Daddy ain't going. Okay. Hey, got flexed, or it looks like you're flexed. No, I mean, that ain't it.
That guy's still
that ain't
single.
growing ball.
That
Yeah.
guy's still single.
or don't even
on his way to being.
Or don't even know she's ready to leave.
We keep it 100.
That's right. Yeah, we do.
No, man. Yeah, you're right. I think if we're sitting here at Thursday, sir, and you have not worked this out, you got to go and you got to carry a phone. You're going to have to do – see, this ain't a game where this ain't a game. If I'm a hardcore Texans fan, like I would believe this person is texting into our radio show is, hey, man, this ain't a game I can watch on my phone and follow in my ear.
Well, I agree with that. Here's what you got to do, though. I think you ought to at least run it by the wife. I think you got to test the waters.
Well, you should have as soon as it was flexed.
Hey, babe, did you see what the Texans did? Did you see what the Texans did?
Yeah, you really did.
The Texans got flexed to Saturday night. Oh, okay, really? You know what we got going Saturday night, don't you? Jennifer's birthday.
Yeah, it is. It feels like a Jennifer with a G, too.
We got Jennifer's birthday. And you give her just give her a minute because she may say, let me guess. You want to stay home. And then you're in a really good spot. Then you're like, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt my feelings. And you can really gauge this thing. You know, if she starts to trip, then you're like, it's all good, man. I'm sure they have a TV on at the house.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, I would definitely test the water.
See, my wife, Courtney, she's got to a point now. She's looking at the schedule just like I am.
She sees it before you do.
Like we're going to U of H when they play KU. They play on March 9th. My kid's birthday, Nicholas and Lauren's birthday, are the 6th and the 8th. So that weekend is going to be a party. I got tickets to that game. Trey's going to the game too. She's going to text me. Well, guess the birthday party's on Sunday then, I guess.
Yeah, honey, I already bought the Beyonce tickets.
Heads up on that thing right there. She already saw that schedule. Guess the thing's a heads up, the birthday party.